Chapter 1. The Eternal Legacy. The Origin Path Decision. The Culmination of the Way. The indestructible sword body allows for swift comprehension of the sword path. A single strike can cleave mountains and seas. A single blow can sever the heavens. The ancient time-space tower, first level. Here, time flows at 3 times the speed of the outside world. As mysterious symbols fused in his mind, Tang Chun abruptly awakened. Not long ago, as the foremost genius of the Qiang sect, he had been envied and set up by the higher-ups, leading to his cultivation being crippled and, along with his sister Tang Shui, expelled from the sect. Subsequently, he suffered betrayal from his Dao partner and was hunted by his fellow disciples. He only remembered the moment of mutual destruction with his comrades, and then lost consciousness. "You're awake?" A girl sat across from him, sighing in relief as she spoke. "You've been in a coma for 3 days. Who are you? Where's my sister?" Tang Chen's voice was laced with suspicion, scenes flashing through his mind. Upon a slight probe, he was astonished to discover that his dantian had actually recovered. A wave of ecstasy surged within him. What shocked him even more was that there was an ancient tower in his sea of consciousness. It was this tower that had descended from the heavens and struck him during the moment of mutual destruction, an unparalleled opportunity. In an instant, Tang Chen's breath quickened. This tower was mysterious and powerful. It had transformed his body into an indestructible sword body and imparted supreme cultivation techniques, regardless of why it chose him. In this perilous world of cultivation, survival was paramount. Having escaped this calamity was already a blessing. Qiang sect, Lu Shiyan, you will pay for this. Tang Chun silently vowed. Noticing Tang Chen's wariness, the girl remained unperturbed, her voice gentle as she spoke through the flickering campfire. "Do not worry, I mean you no harm." Tang Chun frowned. Her words sounded awkward. Would a man like him fear a mere girl? Seeing his reaction, the girl chuckled softly. "Your sister is unwell and seems to be suffering from some ailment. My uncle is currently aiding her in the cave." "What? Shui is sick?" Upon hearing this, the recently revived Tang Chun struggled to rise. His sister, Tang Shui, was his only family. She had suffered from a strange illness since childhood, falling into a deep coma during her episodes, her blood congealing and her body enveloped in cold. If not for Tang Chun gathering spiritual materials and pills over the years to help suppress her condition, she would have likely frozen to death long ago. Thus, each time Tang Shui fell ill was the most agonizing moment for Tang Chun. "Don't be anxious," the girl patiently explained again, gesturing towards the back of the cave. "Your sister is back there." Ignoring his injuries, Tang Chun hurried into the cave. Inside, a middle-aged man clad in a luxurious purple robe sat cross-legged. The unconscious Tang Shui lay across his lap, her frail body covered in frost, even her hair and eyebrows encased in ice. She trembled violently, the symptoms of her illness manifesting. If the powerful spiritual energy did not continuously suppress the strange cold, she would not last long. This sight made Tang Chen's heart race with fury. He was about to step forward. However, as he took a single step, the middle-aged man's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, raising an eyebrow in his direction. Boom! Tang Chen's entire body trembled as an overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain bore down upon him. He halted, unable to advance another inch. A deep sense of dread filled his heart. Such overwhelming power from a mere gaze, even the sect leader of Qiang sect did not possess such terror. Who was this middle-aged man, and what was his realm? As thoughts raced through his mind, he chose to retreat a step. If such a strong individual harbored malicious intent, the siblings would have perished long ago. He sensed no malice in him. His action surprised the purple-robed man slightly, but he soon closed his eyes once more. "Rest assured, with Uncle Zheng here, she will be fine." The girl stepped closer, her voice soft and ethereal. At this moment, no amount of anxiety would help. Tang Chun finally had the chance to scrutinize her. The girl wore a light blue gown, elegantly simple yet exquisitely crafted, exuding both an untainted and noble aura that harmonized perfectly. What stunned Tang Chun the most was her appearance. She was breathtakingly beautiful, enchanting to the point of suffocation. Even the goddess of Qiang sect, Lu Shiyin, would pale in comparison. However, after a fleeting glance, Tang Chun averted his gaze, his wariness undiminished by her beauty. The girl appeared taken aback, seemingly unprepared for his reaction. She had always held confidence in her looks, having countless admirers throughout her life, including many rebellious talents. Yet, here in this remote place, she had encountered a boy who completely disregarded her. You. She was about to speak, but was interrupted by Tang Chun. Thank you for saving my life. Tang Chun sincerely clasped his fists in gratitude. Although he had gained an immense opportunity, without the protection of these two individuals, he and his sister would have likely been devoured by the beasts of the Chiri mountain range. The sudden shift left the girl momentarily dazed, taking some time to regain her composure. She moved closer and sat beside Tang Chun, her face filled with curiosity. Aren't you going to ask me why I saved you? Tang Chun slightly shook his head, fixated on the middle-aged man and Tang Shui, remaining silent. You seem reluctant to talk to me? Why did you two siblings enter the Chiri mountain range when you are so weak? My name is Xia Lingyun, and yours? Tang Chun. Oh, are you very worried about your sister? Xia Lingyun, like a curious child, bombarded Tang Chun with questions. Yet, apart from stating his name, he treated her as if she were air. After several unanswered inquiries, Xia Lingyun pouted and ceased her attempts to engage him. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man, named Zheng, sat in silence for a while before finally extending his right hand and placing it on Tang Shui's forehead. Tang Chen's heart tightened, his eyes widened in intense focus. Sizzle. With a soft sound, a surge of red spiritual energy enveloped the middle-aged man's hand resting on Tang Shui's forehead. This energy rose like flames, and even from dozens of meters away, its might could be felt. Yet, in the hands of the middle-aged man, this overwhelming spiritual energy behaved like a docile kitten. Tang Chen's pupils constricted sharply. In the realm of cultivation within the Tsangxian star, levels of cultivation were categorized as postnatal realm, innate realm, star extremity realm, life and death realm, spirit infant realm, spirit manifestation realm, and spirit fate realm. Spiritual energy was the essence refined by cultivators through absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth or spirit stones, fundamental to every cultivator. However, controlling spiritual energy with such finesse was no simple task. Typically, the more abundant and powerful the spiritual energy, the harder it was to control. When cultivators clashed, the resulting devastation often stemmed from uncontrolled energy that leaked into the surroundings. Thus, among cultivators of the same realm, those with superior control over spiritual energy possessed greater combat strength. Tang Chun could vaguely sense the magnitude of the spiritual energy in Zheng's hand. If used in battle, it could flatten a small mountain. Yet, such terrifying power was being handled with remarkable ease, exhibiting an unparalleled mastery. If I possessed such strength, I would not have fallen to such a plight. As Tang Chun was astonished, his resolve to grow stronger solidified. Zheng began to channel spiritual energy into Tang Shui's body. Like warm water poured over snow, the moment the red spiritual energy entered her body, the ice covering Tang Shui's exterior began to rapidly melt away. Her previously frozen, bluish face quickly regained its color at a visible pace. This scene filled Tang Chen's heart with elation. When he previously helped Tang Shui suppress her strange illness, he had to refine various spiritual materials and pills into spiritual energy, supplemented by spirit infant realm cultivation to subdue the cold within her. Even so, each session took 5 hours to achieve any effect. Thus, every time he treated her, Tang Shui had to endure immense suffering. But now, this process had been infinitely shortened. However, in the next moment, boom! An incomparably terrifying wave of spiritual energy erupted from Tang Shui's frail body. The frost that had just melted on her surface instantly reformed. But this time, it was no longer the usual frost. Instead, it was a layer of crystalline ice. The temperature within the cave plummeted drastically, chilling to the bone. Tang Chen's expression changed drastically as he sprang to his feet. What was happening? They were so close to success in suppressing it. Why had it escalated? Moreover, This outbreak of her strange illness far surpassed any previous episode. Tang Chun could clearly feel Tang Shui's vitality rapidly waning. If this continued, she would surely perish. Just as I suspected. Zheng suddenly opened his eyes, murmuring to himself, despite being a young girl, the cold energy within her is so terrifying could it be. He did not elaborate further, his expression grave. I implore you, senior, to take action. If you can save my sister's life, I, Tang Chun, will not hesitate to face 1,000 deaths. Tang Chen's eyes reddened, disregarding everything else as he knelt down forcefully. Such a severe illness was beyond his capability to handle this middle-aged man. Zheng was their only hope. 1,000 deaths? With your meager cultivation and injuries, what use are you? Zheng glanced at Tang Chun with a cold, disdainful gaze. Tang Chun trembled all over, a sense of helplessness washing over him. In this world where the strong prevailed, weakness was indeed the original S-I-N-T-O grow stronger. One must indeed become stronger. Miss, this young girl possesses an exceedingly unique constitution. The middle-aged man, surnamed Zheng, disregarded Tang Chun, turning his attention to Xiao Lingyun, furrowing his brow as he spoke. Moreover, it seems that in an effort to suppress the outbreak of cold energy, she has consumed an excessive amount of chaotic spiritual materials and elixirs, resulting in a chaotic amalgamation of various energies within her body, thereby intensifying the cold energy. Tang Chen's heart tightened. Is it treatable? Xiao Lingyun raised her hand, interrupting the middle-aged man, her expression grave. He shook his head slightly. With my cultivation level, I cannot cure it completely. Xiao Lingyun arched her brows. Incurable? Does that imply it can be suppressed? After a moment's hesitation, the middle-aged man replied, If I exert my full strength, I can temporarily seal the cold energy and ensure her safety for 3 years. He then shifted his tone. However, we must continue our journey. If I exhaust myself too much, I may find it difficult to guarantee your safety, Mississippi. Heal her. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lingyun resolutely declared. Tang Chun was momentarily taken aback, a spark of hope igniting in his eyes. Miss, the middle-aged man's face, chiseled like stone, bore a troubled expression. When we left, the sect master ordered me to ensure your safety. These two are merely passers-by, you need not. Xiao Lingyun's countenance darkened, interrupting him once more. Uncle Zheng, are you now disregarding my wishes? Her tone carried an undeniable authority, starkly contrasting her previous innocent and adorable demeanor. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, and after a brief moment sighed, As you command. This girl harbors a terrifying cold energy within. I require my utmost effort. So I asked the miss to temporarily leave the cave to avoid collateral damage. Only then did Xiao Lingyun nod in satisfaction, a smile returning to her lovely face as she patted Tang Chen's shoulder. Come, let's wait outside. With a complex expression, Tang Chun followed her out of the cave. Boom! No sooner had they exited than a terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted, sending forth countless vibrating torrents of energy like arrows shooting in every direction. The entire mountain trembled and rocks tumbled down. In the next moment, a transparent barrier suddenly materialized at the cave entrance, completely isolating the oncoming spiritual energy. Inside the cave, no further sounds emerged. Rest assured, Uncle Zheng's cultivation is indeed formidable. If he claims he can suppress it, then he surely can. Xiao Lingyun resumed her previous cheerful demeanor, smiling brightly. Tang Chun nodded slightly, the tension in his heart easing a fraction. Yet simultaneously, his expression grew more complex. From their earlier conversation, it was evident that the middle-aged man named Zheng was likely Xiao Lingyun's personal bodyguard. What manner of identity does this woman possess that commands the obedience of such a formidable expert? Do you have something to say? Xiao Lingyun noticed Tang Chen's gaze fixed upon her and blinked inquisitively. Thank you, Miss Xia. Tang Chun expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture, not concealing his thoughts. I just do not know how to repay you. Xiao Lingyun pouted, her tone casual. It was merely a matter of convenience. My uncle and I happened to pass through this area and initially intended to stay a night at Feiyu Sect. However, upon hearing of the breathtaking night scenery of Cheery Mountain Range, I asked him to bring me here to admire the moon and stars, only to encounter your sister, who was struggling forward, repeatedly saying, "Brother, we'll be fine. Your sibling bond is truly admirable. I have an older brother too." Her tone shifted from envy to excitement as she pointed at the sky filled with stars. "Never mind that. Waiting is rather dull. Why not accompany me in stargazing?" As she spoke, she took graceful strides toward the open vista ahead. Tang Chun gazed at her delicate silhouette, rendered momentarily speechless. The cheery mountain range sprawled endlessly, fraught with peril. Even the formidable master of Qiyong would not dare to venture deeply within. Yet Xia Lingyun and her companion had come merely to relish the night's beauty. Chapter 2. A Token of Affection. Tang Chun had never anticipated that waiting could feel so interminable. After enduring for half an hour, the voice of the middle-aged man finally resonated from within the cave. "Miss, please enter." Without hesitation, Tang Chun turned and dashed into the cave. As he stepped inside, the sight before him tightened his heartstrings. The cave was in disarray, strewn with rubble, bearing the scars of rampant spiritual energy, as if a fierce battle among powerful beings had just transpired. The middle-aged man's mastery over spiritual energy was astonishingly strong. Yet even so, the severity of this sudden affliction could only be imagined as terrifying. Tang Chun, anxious, hurriedly looked towards the girl in the middle-aged man's arms, Tang Shui. The icy shell that had formed on her surface had dissipated, her skin returning to a rosy hue, yet a red mark, the size of a fingernail, now adorned her brow. This mark resembled a flame in the midst of burning, and instead of marred her beauty, it lent her an air of mysterious charm. Moreover, Tang Shui appeared to be out of danger, her breathing becoming steadier. "This is my seal." The middle-aged man, noticing Tang Chen's gaze on the fiery mark, spoke calmly. "Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the cold energy will not erupt again within 3 years." His tone was weak, and his complexion slightly pale, indicating he had paid a considerable price. Tang Chen's joy was palpable as he hastily clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Senior Zheng, for saving her life. Do not rejoice too soon." The middle-aged man placed Tang Shui gently on the ground, rising to brush off his robes, speaking calmly. "The power of a seal is limited. The cold energy within her will continue to surge, and the mark will gradually transform into a hue of ice. On the day when the red mark completely dissipates, the chilling aura will erupt with unprecedented ferocity, beyond the salvation of even deities." The words of the middle-aged man with the surname Zheng left Tang Chen's face ashen. To put it plainly, the seal merely serves as a temporary measure to delay the outbreak of the cold aura. It treats the symptoms rather than the root cause. "Please, Senior Zheng, offer your guidance." Tang Chun gritted his teeth and once again performed a respectful bow. Perhaps venturing into the Arctic ice domain might lead to a fundamental remedy. After casually tossing out a sentence, the middle-aged Zheng stepped beside Xia Lingyun. Ceasing further discourse, however, his words struck Tang Chun like a thunderclap, causing his entire being to tremble. The Azure Xian Star is divided into 4 major regions: the Arctic ice domain, the Azure Xian continent, the Meteor Storm Sea, and the Antarctic fire domain. The Azure Xian continent is a vast expanse where countless cultivators and commoners reside, boundless and infinite. Surrounding the continent is the even more expansive Meteor Storm Sea, fraught with innumerable dangers. Even powerful beings of the spirit law's 3 realms lack the assurance to traverse it. Yet to reach the Arctic ice domain, one must cross the Meteor Storm Sea. There exists no other way. Given Tang Chen's current cultivation level, reaching the border between the Azure Xian continent and the Meteor Storm Sea within 3 years would be akin to climbing the heavens. Crossing that perilous sea is nothing short of wishful thinking. Xia Lingyun naturally understood this and attempted to comfort Tang Chun. But as she opened her mouth, no words came forth. That it was daunting, exceedingly so. Not only was the chance slim, but there was, in fact, no opportunity at all. Tang Chun fell into silence, his mind racing. Had it been in the past, there would have been no hope, but he was no longer the same person as before. The primordial Tao decision. At the very least, a ground-level technique. and the ancient tower of time that flows differently from the outside world were both the foundations of his rapid ascent in power as long as he exerts effort. Hope is not entirely absent. With this thought, Tang Chen's heart steadied, and the earlier panic gradually dissipated. Gathering his thoughts, he once again bowed to the middle-aged Zheng. "Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. I am profoundly grateful." Both Xiaoling Yun and the middle-aged Zheng were momentarily taken aback. They had anticipated that upon hearing Arctic Ice Domain, Tang Chun would be thrown into a state of panic and despair. Yet, witnessing his current demeanor, there was not a trace of despondency. Rather, he seemed filled with fighting spirit. However, this momentary astonishment quickly faded, and the middle-aged Zheng's expression returned to calm, a hint of disdain and mockery flickering in his eyes. He had encountered many such impetuous youths, and he wondered what good their youthful fervor could bring. Reality would inevitably wear away their edges, if even those exceptionally gifted prodigies faced such trials. What could be said of this young man from a remote corner? Xia Lingyun regarded Tang Chun. Her gaze complex, that it was unfathomable how he could maintain such zeal in the face of a seemingly hopeless goal. She could hardly imagine the immense suffering he would endure on the day the seal shatters 3 years hence. However, her kind heart could not bear to expose the harsh truth, and all her thoughts ultimately transformed into profound sympathy. After a moment of contemplation, she posed a question. "By the way, why did you and your sister come to the Crimson Sun mountain range?" Tang Chun replied softly. "Our sect encountered unforeseen circumstances and was pursued by enemies, leaving us no choice but to flee here." He refrained from revealing the entire truth. Although these two had saved his life, exercising caution while out in the world was prudent. "What about your parents?" "We have relied on each other since childhood, without father or mother." Xiaoling Yun's lovely face dimmed, her heart swelling with pity. This brother and sister were indeed unfortunate, and she felt compelled to do something for them. In a moment of reflection, she blinked her beautiful eyes and turned to the middle-aged Zheng. "Uncle Zheng, what about the Feiyu sect?" The middle-aged Zheng nodded slightly, his expression one of resignation. Having been tasked with closely protecting Xiaoling Yun for years, he understood his young lady's thoughts. She wished to assist this pair of siblings, seeking a place for them to settle. After a brief contemplation, he waved his hand. With a swish, a streak of crimson light shot forth from his sleeve. Hovering before Tang Chun it was a black token, the length of a finger, resembling a small sword, engraved with ancient and mysterious patterns, and at its center were 2 flowing characters, Fuxing. Tang Chun received it in astonishment, and the middle-aged Zheng spoke matter-of-factly. "Take this token to the Feiyu sect, and you shall be received." Upon hearing this, Tang Chen's expression brightened. The expansive Crimson Sun Mountain Range serves as the centerpiece, with the surrounding territory known as the Crimson Sun Territory, spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. Within the Crimson Sun Territory, there are 18 sects scattered like stars around the Crimson Sun Mountain Range. The Qiang sect is located to the southwest of the mountain range, while the Feiyu sect mentioned by Xia Lingyun lies to the northeast. The 2 sects are separated by the entire length of the Crimson Sun Mountain Range, a considerable distance indeed, making it an excellent destination. "Thank you both." Tang Chun carefully stowed away the small sword token, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Xiaoling Yun waved her delicate hand with a smile. "Once you arrive at the Feiyu sect, make sure to train diligently, striving to cure your sister's ailment as soon as possible." Seeing Tang Chun nod, she bit her lip, feeling a twinge of discomfort in her heart. She then turned her gaze to the middle-aged Zheng. "Uncle Zheng, the Crimson Sun Mountain Range is fraught with peril. Please accompany them for a while." Her kind-hearted nature was both admirable and troubling. The middle-aged Zheng sighed inwardly before nodding slightly. "As you wish." Tang Chun did not dare to delay. Quickly picking up the still unconscious Tang Shui and standing beside the two, the middle-aged Zheng flicked his finger. Boom! A torrent of overwhelming crimson spiritual power surged forth from his being, enveloping the 4 of them in an instant. The next moment, they transformed into streaks of light, piercing through the night sky toward the northeast of the Crimson Sun Mountain Range in Yujin City. At an inn. "Brother, what was that sister's name just now?" "I've never seen her before," the already awakened Tang Shui asked, her mouth full of food. "Her name is Xiaoling Yun." Tang Chen gently ruffled the little girl's hair. Speaking softly, Tang Xue nodded. Oh, Sister Xia is truly beautiful, much more so than Sister Lu, and she even gave me a gift. Tang Chan furrowed his brow. A gift? What gift? The little girl, upon hearing this, pulled out an object from her bosom and handed it to him. Here, this, it smells so nice. In her palm lay a palm-sized, exquisite sachet, emanating an enchanting fragrance that invigorated the senses. Tang Chen took it in hand and soon realized that the sachet felt unusually heavy. As he cautiously opened it, he was taken aback by what he saw inside. The sachet contained 2 palm-sized, greenish-blue spirit stones. These spirit stones were crystalline and translucent, akin to water crystals, devoid of any impurities, clearly of exceptionally high quality. Spirit stones not only serve as a means for cultivation, but are also the universal currency among cultivators. They are categorized into 3 grades: lower, middle, and upper. Based on the purity of their spiritual energy, 0.1 upper-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 lower-grade spirit stones, rendering them exceedingly precious. Even Tang Chun, once the top prodigy of the Qiang sect, received only 5 middle-grade spirit stones per month from the sect. He had never even laid eyes on upper-grade spirit stones, staring blankly at the 2 spirit stones radiating spiritual energy in his hand. Tang Chun felt a myriad of emotions welling up within him. Brother, when will Sister Xia come to play with me again? Tang Xue blinked her pure, large eyes, her small face brimming with anticipation. Tang Chen opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. It was evident that Xia Lingyun was no ordinary young lady from a cultivation sect. She belonged to an entirely different world than his own. Just how prominent was her identity? How formidable was her background? Tang Chun could not fathom it, nor dare to speculate. Her act of assistance this time was likely a mere whim for her. One she would not take to heart. Perhaps, upon turning around, she would completely forget about him. Would they truly meet again in the future? Tang Chun pondered, lost in thought. After dinner, the night had deepened considerably. After a day filled with exertion and numerous shocks, Tang Xue was utterly exhausted and soon fell into a deep slumber. After gently tucking the little girl in, Tang Chun sat down beside the bed. He had made up his mind to seek refuge at the Feiyu sect at dawn. But before that, there was still a matter to attend to delve deeper into the 3 mysterious treasures he had unexpectedly acquired: the ancient Tower of Time, the primordial Tao Decision, and the indestructible sword body. Though he had explored them briefly during the day, it had been too hurried, merely a fleeting glimpse. With his thought in mind, Tang Chun hesitated no longer. He swiftly entered a state of calm. Once his mind was entirely at peace, he slowly closed his eyes. The moment his eyes shut, the surrounding air rippled. In the next instant, a palm-sized 9-layered treasure tower gradually materialized before him. Chapter 3. Cultivation and killing. The origins of this tower are shrouded in mystery, and it is truly extraordinary. After acquiring the twin legacies of the indestructible sword body and the primordial Tao Decision, this ancient tower of time and space inexplicably established a connection with him, embedding itself within his very being. By merely focusing his thoughts, he could summon it forth. The 9-tiered pagoda floated gracefully in the air, its entire body a resplendent gold, radiating brilliant light. Countless intricate runes adorned its surface, perpetually swirling with a luminous aura, evoking a sense of ancient grandeur. Tang Chen opened his eyes and gazed intently. A flicker of joy danced within his gaze. In the realm of cultivators, spiritual treasures possess distinct hierarchies, akin to martial arts and techniques. They are classified into 4 major categories: yellow, earth, profound, and heavenly, with each category further divided into 3 sublevels: low, medium, and high. The extraordinary ability for a treasure to recognize its master and merge with their body is a feature found only in earth-grade treasures and above. Thus, it can be concluded that this ancient Tower of Time and Space is at least an earth-grade spiritual treasure. However, Tang Chun sensed that it was far more than that, as he had never heard of any earth-grade treasure capable of altering the flow of time. Whether the legendary heavenly-grade treasures possess such powers remains uncertain. A single day in the outside world equates to 3 days within the tower, and that is merely the time flow of the first level. What marvels lie within the second, third, and even the ninth levels? Merely contemplating it sent shivers down Tang Chen's spine, each cell in his body vibrating with excitement. Yet, amidst his elation, he felt an overwhelming weight of responsibility upon his shoulders. He could not allow outsiders to discover the existence of such a miraculous treasure. Otherwise, unimaginable calamities would ensue. With a slow exhalation of stale air, Tang Chun regained his composure and closed his eyes once more. Yes, he did. The golden aura enveloping him intensified, and in an instant, his form vanished. When he reappeared, he found himself in an endless expanse of space, the first level of the ancient tower of time and space. This level was devoid of any features, a blank expanse of white, save for the vast dome inscribed with innumerable ancient runes and an abundance of spiritual energy. Tang Chun inhaled deeply, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort as every pore in his body rejoiced. The richness of the spiritual energy here far surpassed that of the outside world, rivaling the invaluable spiritual energy secret realm of the Qiang sect. In his time at the Qiang sect, even with the aura of being the sect's foremost prodigy, he had only 2 opportunities a month to enter the spiritual energy secret realm for cultivation. But now, he could indulge freely, remaining as long as he desired, treating the spiritual energy realm as his own home. Such was the extent of his fortune. After the initial euphoria, Tang Chun wasted no time. He immediately sat cross-legged on the spot, delving into the 2 legacies that had been deeply etched into his mind. He had already experienced the wonders of the primordial Tao decision. The mere fact that it allowed one to cultivate despite a shattered dantian was nothing short of miraculous, since the indestructible sword body appeared alongside the primordial Tao decision. Its degree of wonder could not possibly be inferior. During the day, he had caught a fleeting glimpse of this technique and discovered that it could only be cultivated when the dantian was intact, which had initially left him puzzled. However, upon further reflection, he sensed an inconsistency. If the primordial Tao decision required the destruction of the dantian for cultivation, why then did the indestructible sword body appear alongside it? Was this not contradictory? With such questions in mind, Tang Chun began to focus intently on the indestructible sword body. As time passed, his initial confusion and bewilderment gradually faded, replaced by exhilaration and joy. He knew he was correct in his assumptions. After thoroughly studying the entire indestructible sword body, Tang Chun could no longer contain his excitement and burst into laughter. There was indeed a profound connection between the indestructible sword body and the primordial Tao decision, one that was exceedingly close. If a person with an intact dantian were to cultivate it, the indestructible sword body would be an extraordinarily powerful technique, ranking at least above the earth grade. Yet, that was merely the surface. If the indestructible sword body were to fall into the hands of a practitioner of the primordial Tao decision, it would become a martial art of unimaginable terror, its potential magnified 1,000,000-fold. The technique serves as the foundation, while the martial art is its extension. Put it simply, the indestructible sword body is designed specifically for practitioners of the primordial Tao decision. A perfect match. This martial art does not possess fixed techniques. Rather, it requires mastery of realms. Upon entering the first realm, one can unleash techniques with every strike, each sword swing a lethal move. The realms are divided into 7 layers: sword intent, sword will, sword heart, sword domain, no sword, no self, and indestructible sword body, each layer more profound than the last. Tang Chun suppressed his excitement and immersed himself in the study of this martial art. The moment he made contact, he became utterly engrossed. Having always wielded a sword, he considered himself quite proficient in the sword path. However, upon understanding the first realm of sword intent, he realized how foolish he had been. Previously, he had not even scratched the surface of true mastery in the sword path. The essence of wielding a sword lies in a single word: intent, an unstoppable momentum, a force that can shatter all obstacles, a will that cleaves through all existence, a sword that pierces the heavens. Regardless of the strength of the strike or the intricacy of the technique, only when one possesses intent can they truly be considered to have wielded a sword. Otherwise, it is merely akin to brandishing a blunt object. Like a parched land welcoming a refreshing rain, the profound teachings of sword intent enraptured Tang Chun. Clang. Unbeknownst to him, the long sword he carried had already been drawn from its sheath, with his eyes tightly shut and his posture erect. He began to practice the sword. Tirelessly, he struck again and again. After the passage of an incense stick's worth of time, within the guest room, the ancient tower of time and space glowed with a brilliant golden light once more. And Tang Chen's figure suddenly materialized. He slowly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings with a look of confusion. Outside the window, the sky remained pitch black, and Tang Shui lay, sprawled across the bed. Sleeping soundly. It dawned on Tang Chun that only a short incense stick's time had elapsed since he entered his meditative state. Yet, within the tower, he had practiced for a full half-day, having quickly adapted to the disorientation caused by the differing flow of time. Tang Chun focused his thoughts and retracted the ancient tower of time and space. He then rose, stretching his limbs, a series of crackling sounds emanating from his body, after silently assessing his physical strength. A smile could not help but appear at the corners of Tang Chen's mouth. He had reached the 7th layer of postnatal realm, despite his dantian being destroyed and his meridians damaged. His body had to be rebuilt. However, thanks to his prior foundation, the recovery was remarkably swift at this rate. Within 3 days, he would be able to condense the spiritual energy within him into a spiritual sea and step into the innate realm. At that time, he would also be able to successfully unlock the 2nd layer of the ancient tower of time and space. The astonishing flow of time in the 1st layer had already brought Tang Chen ample surprises. What unique wonders awaited him in the 2nd layer? He was filled with anticipation. Collecting his thoughts, he silently estimated his combat power. If he were to exert himself fully now, he should be able to defeat an average practitioner at the 1st layer of the innate realm. However, within the innate realm, the disparities between each layer are vast. If faced with a practitioner at the 2nd layer of the innate realm, he would only have the option to flee. Even so, such formidable capabilities for fighting above his level filled Tang Chun with joy. Casting a glance at the still slumbering Tang Shui, a gleam of determination sparkled in his eyes, in a soft yet resolute whisper. He vowed, "Swearer, I will help you cure your affliction. I promise." The following day, as dawn broke, Tang Chun took Tang Shui and departed the inn, setting forth on their journey. Crossing the city of Ember, they walked northeast for several more miles. And they would soon enter the territory of the Feiyu sect. With no silver left on their persons, Tang Chun exchanged a low-grade spirit stone for 100 taels of silver at a money exchange. They then stopped at a breakfast shop to enjoy meat buns. Just as they had taken a few bites, Tang Chun sensed some unfriendly gazes upon them. "Let's not eat anymore. We must move." Tang Chun understood that they had likely been marked during the exchange, promptly tucking his little sister under his arm and hastening out of the breakfast shop. Without delay, they set off in the direction of the Feiyu sect at a sprint. Shortly after their departure, the sounds of rushing wind echoed, and over a dozen figures shot out from the breakfast shop, pursuing Tang Chen's retreating form outside the city of Ember, along the road leading to the territory of the Feiyu sect. Tang Chun urged his spiritual power into his legs, racing at the utmost speed. "Brother, what is happening?" Tang Shui, tucked under his arm, asked anxiously, her small fists fluttering. Tang Chen's brows furrowed in concern. "We were likely targeted during the exchange." "What?" Tang Shui's delicate brows knitted together in worry. Feeling helpless, "Don't worry. Nothing will happen with me around." Tang Chun reassured her, aware of the world's treachery in this realm. Being weak is akin to a sin. Despite taking great care during the exchange, they had still been noticed, and it was clear that they were not alone in this pursuit. As Tang Chun ran, his thoughts raced to their current speed. It would take at least half an hour to reach the Feiyu sect, and they would undoubtedly be caught. Fleeing was not a viable option. In the midst of his contemplation, a surge of murderous intent welled up in his eyes. The only course of action was to eliminate their pursuers. As he contemplated this, hesitation dissipated. He firmly planted his feet and swiftly darted into the dense thicket by the roadside. After racing forward for several breaths, he suddenly halted, placing Tang Shui into a thicket. Tang Shui's delicate face turned ashen, and she appeared somewhat flustered. Tang Chun suppressed the murderous intent within him and softly said, Swear, lie low in the grass, and do not move or make a sound. I will return to find you shortly. All right?" Although Tang Shui was frightened, she displayed remarkable understanding and promptly nodded vigorously. After ensuring the little girl was settled, Tang Chen wasted no time and dashed out of the thicket, returning to the main road to continue his journey ahead. Initially, there were a few passers-by around, but as moments slipped by, the area gradually became desolate. After sprinting for several breaths, Tang Chen abruptly stopped, casting a cold glance back down the path. "Why are you not fleeing?" A chilling laughter echoed as a stout, middle-aged cultivator emerged from the forest. Just as he finished speaking, another robust cultivator, as imposing as a tower, joined him, his eyes brimming with greed and malice as they fixed upon Tang Chen. "Hand over the spirit stones and money on you, and perhaps I might spare your life. But your antics have worn my patience thin." As the towering cultivator spoke, several more cultivators arrived, their intentions unmistakably lethal. The stout middle-aged cultivator sneered and lunged directly at Tang Chen. They had been stationed at the various banks in the Ember City daily, waiting to prey upon unsuspecting victims for a murderous heist. This young man dared to venture alone to a bank. He was either remarkably strong or woefully ignorant of Ember City's rules. Having sensed the fluctuations of Tang Chen's spiritual energy during their earlier observations, the stout cultivator concluded that he was merely a weakling at the 7th level of the acquired realm, while he himself towered 2 entire realms above him. Slaying him would be a matter of mere moments. As the stout cultivator's thoughts raced, he was already upon Tang Chen, striking out with a palm aimed at his chest. Suddenly, a resonant sword cry pierced the air. Tang Chen unsheathed his sword with a stoic expression and sliced outwards. "You pathetic waste, dare you strike back?" The stout cultivator scoffed repeatedly, his palm brimming with spiritual energy as it descended upon the sword. In his mind, this blow would effortlessly send the sword flying, followed by the next strike to claim Tang Chen's life with ease. However, a sickening sound of blade meeting flesh erupted, halting the stout cultivator in his tracks, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Wang Pengzi, what are you dawdling for?" A voice from behind called out impatiently. Wang Pengzi's throat convulsed as he attempted to respond, only to find himself utterly voiceless. The line of blood appeared at the edge of his palm, rapidly extending upwards and downwards. In the next moment, amid the horrified gazes of those behind him, Wang Pengzi's body split apart, blood and entrails erupting forth. Tang Chen wiped the blood from his face and stepped over the now lifeless corpse, advancing towards the others with resolute strides. Although his body was smeared with blood, his demeanor remained astonishingly calm, as if the slain cultivator had been nothing more than an inconsequential fly. The sound of deliberate footsteps echoed as the onlookers finally regained their composure. How is this possible? Wang Pengzi was at the 9th level of the acquired realm. How could he be slain by this 7th-level boy with a single strike? Someone murmured, their voice trembling. His strength was comparable to Wang Pengzi's, if not less. If Wang Pengzi fell to a single blow, what fate awaits me? With a series of thunderous stomps, for cultivators turned and fled. These individuals were either at a similar level or weaker than Wang Pengzi. And having witnessed the latter's gruesome end, they dared not linger any longer. Tang Chen had effortlessly slain one and frightened off 4. Yet, 8 cultivators remained rooted in place, unwilling to flee. Tang Chen's gaze sharpened like a blade as he sensed the presence of the 8. Among them, 5 were at the 9th level of the acquired realm, their spiritual energy radiating fervently, clearly having reached the peak of the 9th level, only a step away from transcending into the innate realm. The remaining 3 cultivators included 2 at the 1st level of the innate realm, one of whom was the towering brute. The last was the black-robed cultivator who had previously suggested, "Let us first kill Tang Chen, then see who is superior." The moment Tang Chen's eyes fell upon him, his pupils constricted. Judging from the intensity of the spiritual energy fluctuation surrounding this individual, he was at the 2nd level of the innate realm, the most formidable opponent. To contend with him would require Tang Chen to exert his utmost effort. But before that, he needed to eliminate the other lesser threats. With this thought in mind, Tang Chen's foot struck the ground decisively. The cobblestone path shattered beneath him, stones scattering as he shot forth like an arrow, sword in hand, ready for combat. There was no need for words, only the act of killing. This scene left the onlookers in disbelief. Questioning whether they were seeing things correctly, the mere 7th-level cultivator dared to take the initiative against 8 stronger opponents. After the initial shock came fury. "You little brat, seeking death," the roar reverberated as several figures surged forward. Infused with a fierce, murderous intent, charging at Tang Chun, spiritual energy surged around them, sending dust and debris flying. Among the 8, for charge directly at him, including the towering brute, he drew a massive wolf-headed blade from his storage pouch. Swinging it down towards Tang Chun, with a whoosh, the blade, infused with surging spiritual energy, formed a yellowish arc that tore through the air. Innate cultivators had already condensed their spiritual sea, their power vastly surpassing that of those in the acquired realm. While acquired cultivators could only infuse their energy into their fists and feet or enhance their treasures for combat, innate cultivators could unleash their spiritual energy directly without needing a medium, elevating their offensive capabilities to a new level. The towering brute strike was laden with murderous intent. The formidable blade arc caused the other 3 peak acquired realm cultivators to pale, instinctively sidestepping to avoid its edge. Yet, Tang Chun did not falter. He infused his long sword with spiritual energy and struck out. Bang! The sword collided with the blade arc, producing a thunderous explosion. The once dreaded blade arc was instantly obliterated. The crowd's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Only a cultivator with superior spiritual strength could so effortlessly neutralize that attack. Yet, how could this boy, whose energy fluctuations were clearly at the 7th level of the acquired realm, possess greater power than the towering brute? Tang Chun offered no opportunity for contemplation, his form unimpeded as he surged into the fray. The sword aura, laden with overwhelming murderous intent, erupted forth. He was not a novice in the cultivation world. He had endured countless battles and bloodshed before earning his reputation within the Qiyang sect. Thus, he understood that reasoning with these individuals was futile. Only through killing could hostilities cease. No one anticipated that this seemingly insignificant 7th-level cultivator would launch such a ferocious and decisive assault. In a panic, the 4 cultivators could only do their utmost to evade. However, Tang Chun's strikes were swift and merciless. 2 of the peak-acquired realm cultivators were unable to withstand his assault. Slain by a sword, blood spraying forth. The 3rd peak cultivator's expression turned to terror, his face pale, filled with regret. Why had he coveted those 2 high-grade spirit stones? Why had he not fled earlier? As these thoughts surfaced in his mind, he suddenly heard the sound of blood gushing. In the next moment, the world spun around him, his vision rising abruptly as he beheld his own decapitated body crashing to the ground. "Damn it!" roared the towering brute, his expression one of sheer horror. Even he could not kill 3 peak acquired realm cultivators in the blink of an eye. How had this boy accomplished such a feat? Amidst his contemplation, Tang Chun's long sword was already upon him. Without a hint of hesitation, bang! The towering brute raised his blade to block, their weapons clashing with sparks flying and spiritual energy scattering. The overwhelming force emanating from Tang Chun's sword pushed him back repeatedly. "Fan Hai, this boy's power is nearing yours. If you do not intervene soon, you too will be in peril," the towering brute exclaimed. Retrieving a talisman from his storage pouch and throwing it forth, transforming it into several earthen spikes that surged towards Tang Chun, all while bellowing in desperation. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, the black-robed cultivator with the hat had already taken action. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he cast forth 5 sword talismans, which upon encountering the wind, morphed into 5 spiritual swords that fiercely lunged towards Tang Chun's back. Lingfu, a formidable means of attack employed by cultivators, operates on the principle of condensing spiritual energy or various martial techniques in a specially treated talisman paper for preservation in the heat of battle. One merely needs to infuse a modicum of spiritual energy to activate it. However, only those at the spirit infant realm or above possess the capability to forge such talismans, rendering them exceedingly precious. The more potent the talisman, the greater its value. Consequently, any cultivator who is not destitute will procure a few talismans as a contingency for life-threatening situations. The black-robed cultivator Fan Hai unleashed 5 talismans, a clear demonstration of his murderous intent. 5 spiritual energy longswords shot forth from behind him, and Tang Chun's expression turned grave. The iron tower-like brute experienced a sudden surge of elation, channeling his spiritual energy to wield his long blade in a devastating strike. He aimed to collaborate with Fan Hai for a decisive blow against Tang Chun. Swish! The long blade advanced first, its edge cloaked in earthy-hued spiritual energy, cleaving the air as it descended towards Tang Chun's head. Tang Chun infused spiritual energy into his foot, stamping down forcefully to evade the attack by the narrowest of margins in the same motion. He swung his sword in counterattack. Clang, clang, clang. His longsword horizontally sliced through 3 of the spiritual energy longswords, dispersing them into nothingness mid-air. In that critical moment of life and death, Tang Chun's reflexes were astonishingly swift, a testament to his accumulated combat experience. Yet, even he had his limits. Having evaded the brute's long blade while simultaneously shattering 3 spiritual swords was the pinnacle of his current capabilities. The remaining 2 swords were beyond his reach. Thud, thud. The sounds of piercing flesh echoed, and blood sprayed forth. The 2 spiritual swords pierced through Tang Chun's left arm and right chest cavity. He stifled a groan, staggering as blood flowed profusely from his wounds. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The iron tower-like brute, witnessing this, was filled with exhilaration as he exerted force with his arm. Die! The long blade, initially driven into the ground due to a lack of control, was now swept upward, aimed directly at Tang Chun's chin. Simultaneously, a rustling sound of robes approached from behind. Fan Hai surged forth like a bolt of lightning. Akin to a cannonball, confronted with an inescapable doom, Tang Chun's countenance bore no trace of panic. Instead, a cold smirk emerged in his eyes. In the fleeting moments, he raised his bloodied left arm and pointed a finger at the iron tower brute. At that moment, spiritual energy transformed into sword chi, surging from his fingertip with an unstoppable sharpness. Clang! The first sound resonated as the sword chi pierced through the long blade. Swish! The second sound rang out, directly penetrating the brute's forehead. The long blade, which had angled upward, came to a sudden halt, mere millimeters from Tang Chun's chin. In the next instant, the blade fell, and the iron tower-like brute collapsed, his eyes wide open. Lifeless, until his last breath, he could not fathom how a cultivator at the 7th level of the postnatal realm could achieve such a feat of sword chi penetrating the body. Fan Hai, who had been charging forward, abruptly froze, his expression one of utter astonishment. Coughing, Tang Chun leaned on his dripping longsword, expelling several mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale, the toll on him immense, yet a cold smile lingered at the corner of his lips. In the face of the 5 spiritual longswords and the iron tower brute's assault, he had already prepared his countermeasure. But he could at most shatter 3 of the 5 spiritual swords, and he knew he could not block the remaining 2. Since he could not evade them, he chose to use them as bait, luring the brute in closer. Indeed, his strategy had borne fruit. Furthermore, the locations where the 2 spiritual swords pierced were calculated by Tang Chun in advance. Piercing the left arm would not hinder his swordplay, while the wound in the right chest would not be fatal enough to rupture his heart. Everything unfolded as he had planned. In this battle, Tang Chun had fully showcased his extensive combat experience. At this moment, Fan Hai finally regained his composure. As a cultivator at the 2nd level of the innate realm, he quickly deduced Tang Chun's combat strategy. His gaze towards Tang Chun was filled with shock and trepidation. With a single sword strike, he had slain Wang Pengzi, instantly killed 3 peak postnatal cultivators, and tricked 1 innate cultivator of the 1st level. Such a terrifying record was something even he would find challenging to replicate. Most absurdly, this young man had just employed the technique sword chi penetrating the body, a skill of those at the brink of life and death. Where had this prodigy emerged from? At this moment, regret began to well up within Fan Hai. Carrying 2 high-grade spiritual stones, possessing terrifying combat prowess, and able to utilize sword chi penetrating the body, all signs indicated that the young man before him was no ordinary rogue cultivator, but potentially possessed an extraordinarily powerful background. If given another chance, Fan Hai would undoubtedly choose not to pursue him. Yet now, he had no path of retreat. While Fan Hai was gripped by fear, he also felt a sense of relief. He could discern that Tang Chun had reached his limits, with little strength remaining, especially considering the grievous wounds on his arm and chest. Under such circumstances, he should be able to easily slay him. Fan Hai contemplated this, his eyes filled with murderous intent. However, in the next moment, he suddenly froze. The gravely injured Tang Chun, instead of begging for mercy or attempting to flee, slowly stood upright, closing his eyes. What trickery was this young man up to? Fan Hai's heart tightened, his expression uncertain. Tang Chen's earlier astonishing display had instilled a sense of hesitation within him, even leading him to contemplate fleeing from this place. But soon, he cast that thought aside. What if this young man was merely feigning weakness? His identity had already been exposed. If he did not eliminate him, he might face endless troubles in the future. He must kill him. With gritted teeth, Fan Hai made up his mind. And in the next instant, thud, he stomped his foot, his form like lightning, dashing toward Tang Chun in an instant. The speed of an innate cultivator was incomparable to that of a postnatal cultivator. In the blink of an eye, Fan Hai was upon him. With a swift motion, he retrieved a short fish intestine sword from his storage bag. Mountain piercing strike, Fan Hai roared, channeling all his strength into the technique. The short sword radiating with blinding brilliance as it lunged toward Tang Chen's head. This strike was the full force attack of a second-level innate cultivator at the moment he thrust the sword. Tang Chen opened his eyes, channeling the last remnants of spiritual energy within him into his longsword. He then raised his hand to strike. There was no flamboyance. It appeared to be an ordinary sword strike. However, at the moment of execution, boom! A violent intent to kill coalesced out of thin air, causing Fan Hai to momentarily halt. He suddenly felt as though the longsword before him had transformed into a mountain of swords, bearing down upon him with overwhelming force. Dominant, relentless, unyielding, it seemed capable of shattering all things in existence. Faced with this strike, Fan Hai was engulfed in terror, devoid of any thought of resistance. What kind of martial technique was this? His mind nearly ceased to function as he stood there dumbfounded, the ferocious spiritual energy coalescing on his fish intestine sword dissipating quietly. Puff! The sword light swept through, the long sword descended. Fan Hai's head was sent soaring into the air by the torrent of blood. As he perished, Tang Chun collapsed to one knee, gasping for breath, utterly depleted of strength. Yet, on his pale face, an uncontrollable smile bloomed. So powerful. Was this the realm of sword intent? Chapter 5. Counting gains. Entering the city, the power of the sword that felled Fan Hai was not particularly great. The previous battle had drained Tang Chun of too much spiritual energy. This strike was already at the limits of his strength. However, after fervently cultivating within the ancient time-space tower the night before, he had touched upon the threshold of the first level of the indestructible sword body, sword intent. In that critical moment of life and death, he had officially broken through. The sword struck under the sword intent was not particularly powerful, yet it exuded an absolute confidence capable of shattering all things in the world. The sword intent he had coalesced was immensely intimidating, and coupled with Fan Hai's existing anxiety, it was no wonder he had been rendered dazed. Although it lasted but a fleeting instant, it was sufficient. Without the enhancement of spiritual energy, Fan Hai's physical strength was merely that of a peak postnatal cultivator. Tang Chen's single strike was more than enough to cleave through. With a violent cough, Tang Chun expelled blood from his mouth, feeling utterly drained and his consciousness beginning to blur. Already burdened by old injuries, the addition of new wounds, coupled with excessive exertion, had pushed him to his limits. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, he propped himself up with his sword and swiftly searched through the corpses of Fan Hai and his companions, confiscating their storage bags. Fortunately, these individuals were not entirely destitute. After a thorough search, he managed to find some healing elixirs. After swallowing several, the medicinal properties quickly spread through his bloodstream. The warm essence alleviated much of the agonizing pain from his wounds and restored a modicum of his depleted spiritual energy. Tang Chun dared not waste a moment. After clearing the area of bodies, he hastily slipped into the dense thicket by the roadside, after running for the duration of half a stick of incense. He finally discovered a secluded corner. Sitting cross-legged, he summoned the ancient time and space tower. In the next instant, his form vanished into thin air, within the first layer of the ancient time and space tower. Tang Chun took a deep breath, inhaling the rich spiritual energy, and felt an overwhelming sense of comfort wash over him. The fiery pain in his limbs and bones diminished significantly, were it not for the existence of the ancient time and space tower. He would never have dared to engage in such life-threatening battles. After consuming another handful of healing elixirs, he began to operate the primordial Tao decision, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy to mend his injuries. As he activated his cultivation technique, his shattered dantian began to rotate according to a natural rhythm, emanating a terrifying, devouring force that drew in the dense spiritual energy from the surroundings, flooding into his body. After an extended period, Tang Chun slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air, feeling immensely refreshed. The spiritual energy here was extraordinarily abundant, and his previously exhausted spiritual energy had been fully restored. The penetrating wounds on his chest and left arm had formed a layer of blood scabs under the nourishment of the medicinal and spiritual energies, and would soon heal completely. After inspecting his body and confirming that no hidden injuries remained, Tang Chun finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then clapped his hand against his waist, and 6 storage bags appeared. These were all left behind by Fan Hai and the others, who likely never anticipated that their greed would lead to their demise along with the loss of all their possessions. Tang Chun began to scrutinize the contents one by one out among the 6 storage bags. There were a total of 130 low-grade spirit stones and 2 mid-grade spirit stones. Additionally, he found 89 first-grade healing elixirs known as blood condensing pills and 34 spirit recovery pills called spirit returning pills. There were also 3 second-grade healing elixirs named life restoring pills and 2 spirit recovery pills known as chi gathering pills. Furthermore, there were numerous first-grade spiritual materials and a few second-grade spiritual materials. Next came the spiritual treasures. Except for Fan Hai, the other 5 individuals he had slain were all impoverished, wielding only yellow-grade spiritual treasures. Only Fan Hai's short sword, named Fish Intestine, was a low-level black-grade spiritual treasure, still possessing some value. After accounting for the spirit stones, treasures, and elixirs, the remainder consisted of miscellaneous items and gold and silver. Just as Tang Chun was about to overlook these, his gaze was suddenly drawn to 2 particular items. Point 1 was a jade waist token, entirely green, and the other a palm-sized black iron shard, both retrieved from Fan Hai's storage bag. Tang Chun reached out to take the waist token. At a mere glance, his pupils constricted sharply. The front of the token bore the inscription Fu Feng, while the back read Fei Yu. This type of standardized waist token was not unfamiliar to Tang Chun. It was an identity token of a sect. To his astonishment, Fan Hai was actually a disciple of the Fei Yu sect. Tang Chun inhaled slowly, and the next moment he exerted force with his hand, shattering the waist token into powder. This was a precautionary measure, as he was about to enter the Fei Yu sect and wished to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. After dealing with Fan Hai's waist token, he picked up the black iron shard. The shard was about half a finger thick, heavy in his hand, and cold to the touch. It was engraved with many intricate patterns, but the edges were all broken. This was likely a fragment of some object. After a thorough examination, Tang Chun confirmed this, but beyond that, he found nothing of significance. This shard was unremarkable except for its weight. Infusing it with spiritual energy yielded no reaction. Not wishing to delve further, he casually tossed it into his storage bag and collected the remaining spoils. This bloody battle had yielded substantial rewards for him, whether for ordinary people or cultivators. Murder and plunder had always been the quickest path to wealth. However, had it not been for Fan Hai and his companions harboring malicious intent to pursue him, Tang Chun would not have sought out trouble. Their ultimate demise was merely the consequence of their own actions. With these thoughts dismissed, Tang Chun focused his mind and reappeared in the thicket. The flow of time within the tower was different from the outside world. In reality, only half an hour had passed since he entered. After storing the ancient time and space tower, he headed back in the direction he had come. Upon returning to the thicket where Tang Shui was hidden, he found the little girl still crouched on the ground. Tang Chun felt a mix of tenderness and affection. Softly speaking, "Shui, brother is back. Before he could finish, his expression suddenly shifted to one of bewilderment. For despite hearing his movements, Tang Shui not only remained seated, but also began to mumble with her little mouth. Kneeling beside her, Tang Chun listened closely and realized that the little one had fallen asleep. Mumbling about food. Big chicken leg, meat bun, so fragrant, so fragrant. As she spoke, a shiny trail of drool escaped from the corner of her mouth. Tang Chun, unable to suppress his amusement, gently patted her little head. "Wake up, little girl." Only then did Tang Shui stir, rubbing her eyes with a dazed expression. Upon recognizing Tang Chun, she squealed with joy and leapt into his embrace. "Brother, are you all right? I just dreamt that you were hurt by someone and called for me to run away quickly. I was so worried about you and couldn't bear to leave." Tang Shui nuzzled her little head against Tang Chen's chest, looking utterly pitiful. "Are you sure?" Tang Chun grasped her little arms, a teasing smile on his face. The little girl blinked her big, watery eyes, nodding vigorously. "It's true. I was so anxious that I cried. Just look." Saying this, she wiped her hand across her face. "See, this is all my snot and tears." Seeing his sister earnestly concocting a story, conflating her drool with tears, Tang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Are the big chicken legs and meat buns really that fragrant? The little girl, still lost in her thoughts, instinctively nodded. "Yes, I really want to eat." Tang Chen laughed. "Then let's go. We'll head out now and have big chicken legs and meat buns for lunch." "Okay." Upon hearing the promise of delicious food, the little girl sprang up from the ground, dusting off the dirt from her backside, and willingly climbed into Tang Chen's arms. "Brother, hurry up. Carry me faster." Tang Chen couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. Ever since the cold energy within her had been sealed by that senior Zheng, the little girl had transformed. Her appetite had skyrocketed. Just last night at the inn in Eugene City, she had eaten more than he, an adult, yet showed no signs of being stuffed. He pondered this situation, resolving to examine her health when he had the chance. With these thoughts in mind, Tang Chun continued forward, carrying Tang Shui toward the Feiyu sect. With no pursuers, Tang Chen no longer felt the need to rush. However, even at a leisurely pace, he entered the territory of the Feiyu sect by nearly noon. The roads, initially surrounded by barren mountains and wilderness, gradually opened up as he advanced. Before long, a colossal city emerged on the horizon. Feiyu City, within the territory of the Red Sun domain, there were a total of 36 cities. Among them, 18 were directly governed by the Lord's estate of the Red Sun domain, such as the previous Eugene City. The remaining 18 cities were each controlled by one of the 18 sects, with one sect per city. For instance, there was the Red Sun City governed by the Qiang sect, and this very city governed by the Feiyu sect. The lords of these cities were typically individuals from the respective sections after passing through the inspection of the city guards. Tang Chun and Tang Shui successfully entered Feiyu City. The most notable difference between a sect-controlled city and an ordinary city was the abundance of cultivators. As soon as they entered, Tang Chun sensed the presence of countless postnatal cultivators. Due to their higher realms, it was difficult for him to discern their specific levels unless they actively released their auras. However, he could feel an intense heat emanating from them. Looking around, he realized that many of the passers-by exuded this intense heat. Almost all were innate or above. He had long heard that the Feiyu sect's members were known for their rough-and-tumble style, and their sect's ethos encouraged combat. It seemed that the rumors were indeed true. Tang Chun mused to himself. Even within the jurisdiction of Feiyu City, the number of cultivators is astonishingly high. It is well known that in ordinary sect cities, the regulation of cultivators is exceedingly strict. Unless there are pressing matters, disciples of the sect generally are not permitted to enter the city and can only engage in activities within the sect's territory. However, Feiyu City seems to lack such constraints. Not only can the disciples of our sect roam freely within the city, but even external cultivators may come and go at will. Compared to Qiang City, this place is bustling with life. After indulging a hearty meal at an inn along the street with Tang Shui, Tang Chun made his way directly to the heart of the city. Feiyu City is particularly prosperous, sprawling in size. Even at Tang Chen's pace, it took him nearly an hour to approach the center of the city. From a distance, he spotted a grand white jade archway. At the very center of the archway hung an enormous plaque, upon which 3 magnificent characters were intricately carved. Feiyu Sect, Chapter 6. Until the arrival of the outsider. The three characters of Feiyu sect appeared vigorous and forceful, exuding a commanding presence from afar. As he approached, Tang Chen's heart raced even more. These three characters were not crafted by an ordinary artisan. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that they were inscribed with a sword. With just a few strokes, each character seemed infused with an unparalleled sword intent, causing his heart to quiver involuntarily, stirring within him an urge to kneel and worship. Hastily, Tang Chun covered Tang Shue's curious eyes and quickly diverted his gaze. With his cultivation level, lingering too long on such an inscription would surely leave his pupils stinging with pain, tears streaming uncontrollably. These characters must have been inscribed by a sword master of extraordinary prowess. Even if done in haste, they bore the daunting aura of the engraver. With a sigh of admiration, Tang Chin quickened his pace, rapidly arriving at the base of the white jade archway. Halt! Two young disciples, clad in pristine white robes with swords at their waists, stepped forward to block his path. Sensing their auras, Tang Chun discerned that both were cultivators at the 8th layer of postnatal realm. Ahead lay the mountain gate of Feiyu's sect, where external cultivators were not permitted to enter. Casually, one of them scrutinized Tang Chun and Tang Shui, speaking coldly, "We have no intention of trespassing." Tang Chun took a step back, clasping his hands earnestly. "I possess a token. I kindly request that you report to the sect." The gatekeeping disciples typically held low status, and they would undoubtedly not recognize the token provided by Elder Zhang. Thus, he refrained from directly presenting it, instead urging them to convey his request to the sect. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the taller disciple furrowed his brow. "Token? What token? Show it to us." Tang Chun was taken aback. His expression darkening. It was their duty to intercept unidentified external visitors and report to the sect. He could understand that. Yet, items like tokens belonged to visitors personally, and they had no right to inspect them. "Senior brother, the token is quite important. I ask that you report to the sect before proceeding." Suppressing his growing impatience, Tang Chun clasped his hands once more. "With your shabby appearance as a loose cultivator, what valuable token could you possibly possess?" The shorter disciple sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Tang Chun. "You're not trying to sneak into our sect for ulterior motives, are you? Scram. Feiyu sect is not a place for you to run amok." Although Tang Chun had changed out of his blood-stained garments, the fact that all his belongings were confiscated upon being expelled from Qiang sect left him in simple cloth robes. Coupled with their long journey, he and Tang Shui appeared travel-worn, leading the gatekeeping disciples to mistakenly regard him as a loose cultivator. Initially, Tang Chun had held a favorable impression of Feiyu sect due to the life-saving grace of Xia Lingyun and Elder Zhang. However, the unreasonable behavior of these two gatekeeping disciples ignited a sense of irritation within him. Suppressing his anger, Tang Chun pondered briefly before retrieving the black sword-shaped token given by Elder Zhang. "Gentlemen, this is the token I possess. I mean no offense, merely requesting that you relay my message to the sect." "What a worthless trinket." The short-haired disciple barely glanced at it, his expression frigid. "I'll warn you once more. Scram, what is there to discuss with such a lowly, loose cultivator? Just drive him away." The tall disciple scoffed, then unexpectedly lunged forward, pushing his hand towards Tang Chen's chest. His movement was swift, and a faint wave of spiritual energy emanated from his palm, indicating that he intended not merely to shove Tang Chen aside, but to teach him a lesson. Tang Chen's expression darkened. In a split second, he stepped back while cradling Tang Shui. The tall disciple's strike missed, leaving him momentarily stunned. He evidently did not anticipate that this loose cultivator of the 7th layer would be able to evade his sudden attack. "Eli Shan, have you been drained by the girls from Hola recently? Why are you so weak?" The short-haired disciple jeered upon witnessing the scene. Regaining his composure, Li Shan felt anger rise within him. "Nonsense." After a cold snort, he turned his gaze towards Tang Chun, eyes glinting with malice. "You little waste. Dare you evade?" With a hiss, the sound of rushing wind followed as he struck again, using the end of his sword sheath to smash towards Tang Chun. While dodging, Tang Chen's mind raced. The arrogance displayed by these two gatekeeping disciples was unexpected. Given the current situation, it seemed unlikely that he could enter Feiyu sect smoothly. However, Elder Zheng possessed unfathomable strength and undoubtedly held a high position. The token would not be recognized by ordinary disciples, but only those at higher echelons within the sect might recognize it. In light of being unable to enter the sect, how could he get the higher-ups of Feiyu's sect to see the token? The only solution was to escalate matters. As he contemplated, a thought struck Tang Chun. Since he could not meet with the higher-ups of Feiyu's sect, he would create a commotion to draw them out. If someone recognized the token, they would likely not make things difficult for him in deference to Elder Zheng. Tang Chun quickly made his decision. Meanwhile, Li Shan's sword sheath had already reached within an inch of his chest. No longer evading, Tang Chun raised his palm and struck horizontally. Bang! His palm surged with spiritual energy, infused with fierce force, striking the sword sheath. The impact was powerful, catching Li Shan off guard and causing him to stumble backward. Nearly falling to the ground, he was both shocked and furious, about to curse. Tang Chun remained calm, stepping forward while grasping Li Shan's sword sheath, twisting it with ease that Li Shan felt a sharp pain in his hands. Instinctively releasing his grip on the sword. Using Li Shan's earlier technique, Tang Chun thrust the sword sheath forward. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as Li Shan was struck in the chest, sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Seeking death, the short-haired disciple, who had been watching the commotion, shouted furiously as he prepared to draw his sword. Tang Chun pivoted, swinging the sword sheath with lightning speed, striking his right hand with a resounding crack. The short-haired disciple had already drawn his sword halfway, yet this blow forced him to relinquish his grip. "Call someone over." Tang Chun's voice rang in the air, and in the next moment, the short-haired disciple felt a forceful palm strike his chest. The strength was just right, sending him tumbling backward to the ground, his chest aching, yet he sustained no significant injuries. Tang Chun withdrew his hand, grasping the unsheathed long sword from Li Shan, coldly observing the two. Li Shan and the short-haired disciple scrambled up from the ground, exchanging glances filled with dread. Both were cultivators at the 8th layer of postnatal realm, yet they had been defeated by this 7th layer cultivator in just a few exchanges. Moreover, the opponent had not even drawn his sword. "Du Jiang, go get someone," Li Shan shouted, and the short-haired disciple, named Du Jiang, nodded hurriedly and dashed into Feiyu's sect like the wind. "You've barged into Feiyu's sect and injured someone." "You refinished?" Li Shan glared at Tang Chun, his expression filled with resentment. In the face of his threats, Tang Chun remained unresponsive, taking a step forward. This single step sent a wave of terror across Li Shan's face, causing him to retreat several meters. Only after retreating did he realize the gravity of the situation, and his anger flared even more. Tang Chun shook his head slightly, standing still and waiting to IT was these two gatekeeping disciples who had failed in their duties and provoked him first. He simply found it tedious to waste words. "Brother," Tang Shui, hiding behind Tang Chun, suddenly tugged at his sleeve. "Shui, step back a bit. Don't be afraid." Tang Chun affectionately patted her head, but before he could finish, the little girl spoke up. "If you don't beat them to death, they call more people." Tang Chun's expression stiffened. Looking down, he saw Tang Shui blinking her big, round eyes, her demeanor quite serious. "Shui, we still need to enter Feiyu's sect. We cannot kill anyone, and not all bad people must be dealt with lethally, understand?" Tang Chun spoke earnestly, albeit somewhat helplessly though. Only then did Tang Shui nod, scampering away to a distance. Meanwhile, Li Shan, overhearing the siblings' conversation, felt a chill run from his feet to the top of his head. Such a young girl, speaking of murdering to silence witnesses? Utterly insane. Could it be that the fellow at the 7th level of the postnatal realm has actually committed murder? Who on earth is he? The more Li Shan contemplated, the more terrified he became, stealthily retreating a few steps. In the next moment, a voice thundered, "Who dares to cause a ruckus before the gates of my Feiyu sect?" The sound of rushing wind echoed as 6 figures, including Du Jiang, surged out from within the Feiyu sect with an imposing aura. Tang Chun narrowed his eyes and observed. Apart from Du Jiang, the other 5 disciples were, astonishingly, all at the 9th level of the postnatal realm. Brothers, that's the guy. Upon seeing the newcomers, Li Shan's face lit up with joy, hurriedly pointing at Tang Chun. Bang! The 5 arriving disciples wasted no time, launching themselves like cannonballs directly at him. Tang Chun maintained a calm demeanor, only making his move once the five were close, infusing spiritual energy into the sword sheathed in his hand. He executed a horizontal slash. After a mere span of several breaths, a resounding crash echoed as Tang Chun struck down the last of the assailants to the ground. The pristine white robes worn by the five disciples were now caked with dust, their faces smeared and utterly disheveled. Elishan and Du Jiang, who had been lurking in the distance, were left utterly dumbfounded. 5 cultivators at the 9th level of the postnatal realm, all attacking simultaneously, had been so easily defeated. Was that fellow truly just at the postnatal realm? One agitated disciple at the 9th level shouted in frustration. Du Jiang, go find more people. You're not enough. Tang Chun calmly interjected, taking over the conversation. Du Jiang nodded, a dazed expression on his face as he sprinted back into the Feiyu sect. Moments later, another wave of formidable individuals rushed out, this time numbering 10, all robust cultivators at the 9th level of the postnatal realm. Tang Chun faced them with a single sword in hand, engaging in combat. Although the numbers were slightly more troublesome this time, after the burning of a Joss stick's worth of time, he managed to defeat all 10. However, despite the outcome being the same, one aspect left Tang Chun quite astonished. Most disciples from various sects shared a common flaw. Although their cultivation was formidable, they had seldom engaged in life-and-death battles, akin to flowers nurtured in a greenhouse. Under equal circumstances, their actual combat prowess often paled in comparison to those ruthless wanderers outside. Yet the disciples of the Feiyu sect possessed extensive combat experience and were exceptionally fierce in their attacks, truly deserving of their reputation as one of the most rugged and warlike sects among the 18 sects in the Chiri region. The brothers of the postnatal guards had finally arrived. Just as Tang Chun pondered, a voice of excitement rang out that Du Jiang, on his 3rd trip to summon reinforcements, shouted as he rushed out. Elishan and the others were overjoyed at the news. The disciples tasked with guarding the sect were collectively known as the Zonwei. Depending on their cultivation level, the Zonwei were further categorized into postnatal Zonwei, innate Zonwei, and Xingji Zonwei, among others. The Xingji Zonwei typically only mobilized during dire crises faced by the sect, while the innate Zonwei primarily maintained internal security. The postnatal Zonwei were chiefly responsible for guarding the gates and ensuring the safety of Feiyu City. The Feiyu sect boasted 200 postnatal Zonwei, with 100 of them at the 9th level of the postnatal realm, and the others at least at the 7th level. At that moment, as Du Jiang's shout faded, the ground began to tremble slightly. Hundreds of figures clad in white robes, wielding long swords, surged forth. Upon glancing over, it was evident that this group consisted of vigorous and robust cultivators at the 9th level of the postnatal realm. Even Tang Chun felt a shiver run down his spine in the presence of so many 9th level postnatal cultivators. Yet this also aligned with his intentions. His initial goal was to escalate the situation to attract the attention of the higher-ups of the Feiyu sect. The current spectacle was more than sufficient. Originally hiding at a distance, Tang Shui rushed to Tang Chun's side upon seeing such a crowd. Her small face was filled with fear and panic. Yet she did not retreat, but instead grasped Tang Chun's hand tightly. This small gesture warmed Tang Chun's heart. Although this little girl often seemed carefree, she proved to be remarkably considerate in critical moments. "It's all right," he said with a smile, ruffling Tang Shui's hair before turning serious to address the crowd, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. "Esteemed ones, silence," Li Shan interjected with a menacing grin, stepping forward to directly interrupt Tang Chun. "You have trespassed upon our sect's gates. While I and junior brother Du have dutifully attempted to dissuade you with kind words, you not only disregarded our warnings but also resorted to violence. Now you wish to quibble." In just a few sentences, he shifted the blame entirely onto Tang Chun. The 100 postnatal Zonwei wore expressions of anger at his words. Among the crowd, some were already rolling up their sleeves, ready to seize Tang Chun. "Nonsense. You were the one who attacked my brother first. Unable to defeat him, you called for reinforcements." Before Tang Chun could respond, Tang Shui erupted in fury. Hearing her words, the other 100 postnatal Zonwei turned their gazes towards Li Shan and Du Jiang, their expressions growing grim. These Zhongwei were fiercely loyal to the sect. If Tang Xue's claims held any truth, it would mean that Li Shan and the others were tarnishing the reputation of the Feiyu sect. The weight of 100 eyes made Li Shan's heart sink, and he became visibly flustered. Brothers, she is but a child. Her words cannot be trusted. Du Jiang, his legs trembling, nodded vigorously in agreement. Whether true or false can be determined later. A cold snort suddenly resounded from within the Feiyu sect that a lean, youthful figure, just over 25, stepped forward, glaring at Li Shan and Du Jiang before coldly addressing Tang Chun. You cause a disturbance at the mountain gates and have struck down my sect as disciples. This is a grave disrespect to our sect and warrants punishment. As his voice fell, he snapped his waist pouch, and a gleaming steel spear materialized before him. Bang! He stomped the ground and lunged towards Tang Chun with the spear in hand. This individual appeared to be the leader of the postnatal Zhongwei, his aura significantly more imposing than the others, even surpassing the few who had pursued Tang Chun earlier that morning. Tang Chun shook his head slightly, preparing to engage. Suddenly, a thunderous cold snort erupted from within the Feiyu sect, reverberating like thunder across the skies. In the next instant, the leader of the postnatal Zhongwei, who had been charging forward, found himself stuck in place, as if ensnared in a quagmire. Tang Chun felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him, his complexion flushing as his body bent under the weight. A brilliant streak of light shot forth from the mountain gates, almost instantaneously arriving before the crowd. As the light dissipated, a middle-aged man clad in black, wielding a long knife, revealed himself, the guardian elder. Upon sighting this individual, the numerous postnatal Zhongwei immediately knelt on one knee, offering their respects in unison. Under the immense pressure, Tang Chun lifted his head to gaze at the middle-aged man. His cultivation level was beyond Tang Chun's comprehension, but he could feel an intense warmth emanating from him, akin to a brilliant sun. This person was at the very least a formidable spirit manifestation realm expert. Such a powerful being could condense the laws of the universe, making him exceedingly fearsome. The guardian elder scanned over Li Shan and the other disciples who had been defeated by Tang Chun earlier, his gaze fixated on him. "You are quite impressive," he remarked, just as Tang Chun was about to speak. The pressure upon him surged dramatically. The weight was akin to that of a mountain, forcing his knees to buckle involuntarily. "Produce your token and provide me with a reasonable explanation," the guardian elder stated expressionlessly. "Or face annihilation." Tang Chun was rendered speechless by the overwhelming pressure, yet he still summoned his spiritual energy, laboriously retrieving the small sword token from his waist pouch. Upon seeing the sword token, the guardian elder's pupils constricted sharply. He reached out, and the token transformed into a streak of light, flying into his grasp. In the next moment, the pressure on Tang Chun vanished entirely. Along with it, the guardian elder himself disappeared. He had arrived swiftly and departed even more hastily, leaving the crowd in a state of bewilderment, unsure of what had just transpired. Among the crowd, Li Shan and Du Jiang exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with panic. Could that token truly be genuine? Du Jiang whispered, his voice trembling. Regardless of its authenticity, a fierce glint flashed in Li Shan's eyes. He has single-handedly defeated so many of us, tarnishing our sect's reputation and making the elders lose face as long as you and I insist that he was the aggressor. Even with the token, the sect will undoubtedly not spare him. Upon hearing this, Du Jiang felt a surge of confidence. Nodding fervently, in the next moment, Li Shan sneered, "Boy, you're already at death's door. Will you not admit your guilt and submit to justice? To willfully trample upon the dignity of our sect and injure our disciples is a capital offense." Du Jiang quickly chimed in. "I advise you to bind your hands and confess immediately. Perhaps the guardian elder might spare your life." Tang Chun stood motionless, his expression tranquil, as the two were about to continue their pressure tactics. The elder protector of the sect surged forth once more from within the sect. Upon witnessing this, Li Shan hastily decided to take the initiative and accuse others first. He was convinced that Tang Chun's nearly provocative behavior would undoubtedly enrage the elder protector, as long as he firmly asserted that Tang Chun had struck first. Even with evidence in hand, the Elder Protector would surely not let him off lightly. "Elder, this rascal," Li Shan began, but before he could finish, the Elder Protector let out a cold snort. Boom! A terrifying pressure descended like a tidal wave, suddenly bearing down on both Li Shan and Du Jiang. Their faces flushed, and they immediately spat out blood, collapsing to the ground. These two, as sect guards, had acted recklessly, abused their power for personal gain, and tarnished the sect's reputation. Effective immediately, they were stripped of their positions as guards, all privileges revoked, and expelled from the sect. The Elder Protector's icy voice reverberated before the mountain gate. Understood, the leader of the later stage guards promptly acknowledged the order. The numerous guards, their expressions filled with trepidation, fell silent, too afraid to speak. Li Shan and Du Jiang lay helpless on the ground, their faces devoid of any color. They could not comprehend why Tang Chun, an outsider, had provocatively defeated dozens of disciples. Yet the outcome was so severe. It was well known that the Elder Protector was notoriously protective of the sect's reputation and authority. Could it possibly be due to the token that fellow had displayed? A sudden thought surged in Li Shan's mind. Only this reason seemed to make sense. Suddenly, an endless wave of fear and regret washed over him. What mighty figure did that small sword token represent? To compel the Elder Protector to act in such a manner? Who had he truly offended? At that moment, Li Shan felt as though he had turned a shade of blue from regret. "Come with me." After dealing with Li Shan and Du Jiang, the Elder Protector turned his gaze back to Tang Chun. However, this time his tone was devoid of the previous coldness and indifference, instead carrying a hint of admiration. Yes, Tang Chun clasped his fists and led Tang Shui towards him. This scene left the group of later stage guards utterly astonished. In their minds, the Elder Protector was a proud and unyielding powerhouse, showing such expressions only when confronting the extraordinary talents within the sect. Yet now, he was treating an outsider with such regard. What on earth was happening? While the crowd remained puzzled, the Elder Protector had already summoned his spiritual power, enveloping both Tang Chun and Tang Xu. In the next moment, the three transformed into streaks of light, shooting directly into the depths of the sect. The scenery before them changed rapidly. Upon landing, Tang Chun found himself standing before a grand and majestic palace. "The council hall." "Please proceed." The Elder Protector did not advance further, merely nodding slightly. Tang Chun, having prepared mentally, expressed his gratitude and stepped inside, leading Tang Shui with him. The interior of the palace was equally resplendent, with a faint, exotic fragrance wafting through the air, bringing a sense of tranquility. Yet upon glancing around, there was not a single figure in sight. Disciple Tang Chun pays respects to the esteemed seniors. Tang Chun remained calm and composed, respectfully bowing to the empty space, and no sooner had his voice faded than a streak of light shot forth. Hovering before him, was indeed the small sword token belonging to Elder Zheng. "To encounter Elder Zheng is your great fortune. Safeguard the floating life token well." Concurrently, a commanding middle-aged voice echoed throughout the hall, resonating powerfully. Tang Chun nodded, solemnly stowing the token away. "Since Elder Zheng has brought you to Feiyu sect, from this moment forth, you shall be a disciple of Feiyu sect." The middle-aged voice paused briefly before continuing. "You just defeated dozens of later stage guards at the mountain gate. I was merely fortunate and relied on some tricks." Tang Chun replied, his head slightly bowed, maintaining a respectful demeanor. "Indeed, though your physical body bears injuries, your vitality is robust, and your spiritual power is abundant. You are a promising seed, quite suitable for the Battle Peak lineage." The middle-aged voice remarked, although still calm in tone. However, no sooner had he spoken than another voice interjected. "I disagree. That is not suitable. Gomeng, you are being overly presumptuous, aren't you?" Three distinct voices suddenly resonated within the hall. Tang Chun was taken aback. Chapter 8. The absurdity of the Wild Peak lineage. These individuals of unknown status seemed to be in a heated argument. Tang Chun kept his head bowed, remaining silent. The council hall, which even the Elder Protector, a formidable figure, could not enter, hinted at the terrifying status of these voices' owners at such a moment. Maintaining silence seemed the wisest choice. "Are you all about to cause a ruckus again?" The middle-aged voice, known as Gamang, spoke again, his tone no longer calm but laced with anger. His voice boomed like thunder, causing the entire council hall to tremble slightly. Such volatility was hardly surprising. No wonder the disciples of the Battle Peak lineage were referred to as brutes. An elderly voice, tinged with mockery, responded, "If you are dissatisfied, then let us battle," Mang scoffed, "though I have yet to break through. I can still tear you apart, old man." As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp sigh echoed. "Go Peak Master, quell your rage. We are also considering the balanced development of the sect. Feiyu sect has over 10,000 disciples, and your Battle Peak lineage alone occupies over 4,000, which is already severely imbalanced. This is truly inappropriate." At that moment, a third heavy voice chimed in, "I concur." Although unclear about the specifics, Tang Chun could vaguely glean some insights from their conversation. Within Feiyu sect, several factions coexisted. The formidable individual named Gamang led the Battle Peak lineage, which had become overwhelmingly powerful, causing dissatisfaction among the others. Moreover, their dialogues hinted that it wasn't simply about competing for disciples. It seemed that grudges had existed for a long time. It appeared that Feiyu sect was not as united as it seemed. Tang Chun silently reflected. While he contemplated, Gamang spoke again, coldly rebuking. "This young fellow's talent is not particularly extraordinary. The transmission left in the floating life token is known to you all. He is merely someone Elder Zheng happened upon, with no significant connection between them. It was merely a casual suggestion to have him join my lineage. Why must you all insist on contesting with me?" Tang Chun rubbed his nose, as expected. His assumptions were largely correct. Elder Zheng had only intervened due to a command from Xiaoling Yun and had not intended for Feiyu sect to pay him any special attention. "Who said we are competing with you?" The elderly voice sneered. "As long as he does not join Battle Peak. Which lineage he joins has nothing to do with me." The sharp male voice calmly added, "I share the same sentiment. My suggestion is to have him join the Wild Peak." The heavy voice suddenly declared, "The Wild Peak has the fewest disciples. It is in dire need of fresh blood." Upon these words, an eerie silence fell over the hall. Good. After a long pause, Gamang's mocking laughter suddenly erupted. "I say, what do you all mean? So this is your scheme? Joining the Wild Peak is akin to being discarded. Although this boy's qualifications are not particularly remarkable, he is still a good seed. Are you all not afraid of the Sect Master's wrath for doing this?" The elderly voice responded indifferently. "Just an ordinary disciple. The Sect Master will not take notice." Listening to their conversation, Tang Chen's heart tightened. The Wild Peak lineage. The term wild carries connotations of desolation and barrenness. The name itself does not bode well. Moreover, judging by Gamang's words, entering the Wild Peak would equate to being cast aside. It seemed he was becoming a pawn in the power struggles among these formidable figures, though he harbored such thoughts. Tang Chun did not voice any rebuttal. Firstly, he held little influence. Any objections would only provoke these powerful individuals. Secondly, with the Source Dao decision, the indestructible sword body, and the time-space ancient tower already at his disposal, entering any lineage would not significantly impact him. "Jiangming, why haven't you expressed your stance?" The furious Gamang barked. "That madwoman from the Pill Peak is not involved in this. Do you also wish to remain uninvolved?" In a fit of rage, Gamang's voice reverberated, and the fifth distinct voice finally broke the silence. It was a slow, gentle male voice. "It has nothing to do with me. Do not drag me into this." A simple statement followed, and then silence returned. Utter nonsense. Gamang was visibly irritated. He snorted coldly before falling silent. "Since there are no objections, then it is settled." The elderly voice spoke calmly. "Tang Chun, from now on, you shall be a disciple of the Wild Peak lineage. The Elder Protector will escort you to Wild Peak." "Excellent. That sounds wonderful." The other two echoed in agreement, and the council hall fell into complete silence. Tang Chun slightly bowed, no longer lingering, and turned to leave the hall, leading Tang Shui with him. Just as they stepped out, the Elder Protector looked over. Tang Chun could distinctly feel the gaze upon him, filled with regret, compassion, and helplessness. What a pity. Elder who, hesitating to speak, ultimately shook his head gently with a sigh. Tang Chun respectfully said, "Elder, please enlighten me." Although he was open to any destination, he wished to clarify the situation. not wanting to unwittingly become cannon fodder in the conflicts of the sect's prominent figures. After a prolonged silence, Elder Who finally spoke. "Are you aware of the factional divisions within our Feiyu sect?" Tang Chun shook his head in response. Feiyu sect comprises 7 branches, also known as the 7 peaks. They are the Fu Peak, Qi Peak, Dan Peak, Fa Peak, Zhan Peak, Shou Peak, and the Arid Peak which you're about to enter. The Fu Peak, as the name suggests, primarily focuses on the crafting of spiritual talismans. While ordinary cultivators can only forge such talismans upon reaching the spirit infant realm, Fu Peak possesses unique methods, allowing its disciples to create talismans even at the acquired stage. Thus, talismans serve as the principal means of combat for Fu Peak disciples. Elder Who elaborated. The Qi Peak, Dan Peak, and Fu Peak are quite similar, mainly dedicated to the forging of spiritual treasures and elixirs, respectively. As for the Shou Peak, its disciples are adept at taming various demonic beasts for their own use, typically relying on powerful spirit beasts to confront foes. After a brief pause, he continued. Next are the Zhan Peak and Fa Peak. The Zhan Peak specializes in various physical combat techniques, and its disciples excel in close-quarters combat, making it the most combative faction within the sect. I hail from the Zhan Peak myself. The Fa Peak, on the other hand, primarily practices diverse magical techniques, excelling in employing spells and formations in battle, characterized by their grandeur and splendor. Elder Who spoke slowly. Due to their differing systems and philosophies, these two factions have been at odds since the establishment of the sect, perpetually clashing and harboring mutual disdain. Tang Chun listened attentively, silently committing these insights to memory. Finally, we come to the Arid Peak, he added, and at this point, Elder Whose tone took on an unusual quality. This is the faction with the fewest members within the sect. Tang Chun, intrigued, inquired. Fewest? How many? Elder Who exhaled slowly. 6 that stunned. Tang Chun exclaimed. Only 6 disciples. No, Elder Who clarified, shaking his head. This count includes you, the Peak Master, and the Elder of the Arid Peak. If we disregard your presence, there are merely 3 disciples. Tang Chun felt somewhat bewildered. With so few members, what purpose could this faction serve? Sensing his confusion, Elder Who offered a wry smile. You are not alone in your thoughts. Throughout the 5 centuries since the founding of Feiyu sect, countless individuals have raised this very question. However, this faction cannot be dissolved, for the Master of the Arid Peak is the younger brother of the sect leader and is renowned as the second strongest in the sect, second only to the leader. Tang Chun was increasingly perplexed. The second strongest is simply that. Why is there a legendary prefix? The use of legendary stemmed from the fact that the Master of the Arid Peak has been missing for 480 years, with his fate unknown. After a moment of silence, Elder Who explained, according to the historical records preserved in the sect's library, he is deemed the second strongest. Tang Chun nodded slightly, grasping the situation. Elder, I have another question. Since the Master of the Arid Peak is so formidable, this faction should be quite popular. Yet why are there so few members? No sooner had he posed a question than Elder Who interjected. Because this faction is... He hesitated, a look of difficulty appearing on his chiseled face as his brows furrowed. It seemed he struggled to find the appropriate words. After a lengthy pause, he finally managed to articulate 2 words. Very outrageous. Tang Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he leaned in to listen intently. Yet, Elder Who did not continue, but instead posed a question of his own. Let me ask you, what is the function of a cultivator's spiritual awareness? Its primary function is detection and perception, Tang Chun replied without hesitation. The first major realm a cultivator traverses is the acquired realm, which focuses on unblocking the body's meridians and acupoints, refining the physical form. Regardless of the grade of cultivation method, the first step involves unblocking the acupoint located between the eyebrows, known as the Nirvana Palace. Once this acupoint is unblocked, one is deemed to have entered the first level of the acquired realm, a common knowledge among all cultivators. Once the Nirvana Palace is opened, the cultivator gains intangible spiritual awareness. Initially weak and difficult to control, this awareness strengthens as one's cultivation progresses, typically upon reaching the 5th level of the acquired realm. A cultivator can actively extend their spiritual awareness. By extending their awareness, they can effectively use it as a third eye to examine their surroundings or sense the cultivation level of others. The reason Tang Chun was able to perceive the intense heat upon entering Feiyu City was due to the activation of his spiritual awareness. However, aside from these auxiliary functions, spiritual awareness offers no other utility. It possesses no offensive capability and cannot be used in combat. Could it be? Tang Chen's mind raced as he suddenly realized something. Seeing the change in his expression, Elder Hu nodded lightly. You guessed correctly. The Arid Peak specializes in the cultivation of spiritual awareness. In their philosophy, spiritual awareness can be honed into a means of offense, potentially surpassing spiritual power in strength and lethality. Tang Chun was left utterly astounded, his mind swirling with a singular thought. Heretical. The cultivation world is well aware that spiritual awareness possesses no offensive capability beyond its auxiliary functions. Yet the primary tenet of the Arid Peak is to cultivate awareness into a weapon for combat. Is this not heretical? No wonder Elder Hu described the Arid Peak as outrageous. That moment, Tang Chun found himself in complete agreement with his assessment. Indeed, it is outrageous. Chapter 9. This senior brother is unusual. The existing rules of the cultivation world are truths derived from the practices of countless generations of cultivators. Yet, the individuals of the Arid Peak dare to challenge and overturn these established norms. Tang Chun found himself at a loss for how to evaluate such boldness. After a moment of contemplation, he posed another question. Elder, aside from the legendary Peak Master, how do the other 4 disciples of the Arid Peak fare in terms of strength? The strongest among the Arid Peak disciples is the second disciple, Fu Yun. Upon mentioning her name, a hint of admiration surfaced on Elder Hu's otherwise impassive face. At just 25 years of age, she has already reached the 3rd level of the spirit infant realm. Her talent surely ranks among the top 10 in the younger generation of the entire sect. Tang Chun nodded thoughtfully. He was 23 years old, and before his cultivation was stifled, he had achieved the pinnacle of the 4th level of the spirit infant realm. Fu Yun's 3rd level at 25 indeed marked her as exceptionally gifted. Although she belonged to the Arid Peak, her character and fighting style closely resembled those of the disciples from the Zhan Peak. Such a pity. Elder Hu shook his head slightly, his tone laden with regret. After a brief pause, he continued, following Fu Yun is the eldest disciple, Zhou Shun. His talent is also quite commendable. He is a 30-year-old cultivator at the life and death realm. Next is the 3rd disciple, Yuan Xiao, who possesses ordinary qualifications, blending in with the masses. Just as Tang Chun intended to express his gratitude, he suddenly paused, realizing something was amiss. Elder, you mentioned that Fu Yun is the current strongest of the Arid Peak. Elder Hu nodded affirmatively. Tang Chen's confusion deepened. Then what about the elder of the Arid Peak? Shouldn't he be the master of Fu Yun and the other 3 at the mention of this individual? Elder Hu's expression darkened. That fellow is named Gu Hualong, infamously known as the most useless elder. Tang Chun was taken aback. The most useless elder? He was perpetually unproductive, engrossed in the absurd study of that outrageous spiritual awareness cultivation method. Most skilled at leading disciples astray. Was he not the very definition of useless? Among the 100 elders of the sect, he was the only one at the innate realm. How could he not be deemed the most useless? Elder Hu scoffed. He relies solely on his status as the only disciple of the Arid Peak Master to secure an elder title. He is nothing but a disgrace to Feiyu sect. He seemed to harbor significant resentment towards this Arid Peak elder, his breath growing somewhat agitated as he spoke. If Fu Yun had joined the Zhan Peak and not been hindered by that good-for-nothing, she would likely already rank among the top 3 in the younger generation of the sect. Elder Hu declared coldly. Tang Chun was left speechless, uncertain of how to respond. Soon, Elder Hu regained his composure, reverting to his typical stoic demeanor. Well, since I see potential in you, I have shared this information. Among the 7 branches, the Zhan Peak stands unrivaled, while the Fu Peak, Qi Peak, and Fa Peak maintain amicable relations. The Master of the Shou Peak is a congenial individual who avoids conflict, and the Master of the Dan Peak often retreats into seclusion, rarely participating in sect disputes. This is why you have been assigned to the Arid Peak. I have said all that needs to be said. Let us proceed. Though Tang Chun still wished to inquire further, he could see that the other party was unwilling to continue the conversation. So he had no choice but to relent and bow in gratitude. The elder protector, summoned his spiritual power, enveloping both him and Tang Shui in a radiant glow as they soared away into the distance. The scene before them transformed at a breathtaking pace. Peering down, Tang Chun beheld the complete silhouette of the Feiyu sect. A towering mountain, resembling an inverted feather, loomed majestically at the heart of the sect. Surrounding this remarkable peak were 7 other mountains, arranged in a formation akin to 7 stars encircling the moon, enveloping the Feiyu mountain in a protective embrace. Beyond these 7 mountains lay several areas of varying sizes. This constituted the grand layout of the Feiyu sect, sprawling and magnificent. Tang Chen's gaze settled on one of the peaks guarding Feiyu Mountain. This particular peak was a mere 100 zhang high. Without even comparing it to the nearly 1,000 zhang tall, awe-inspiring Feiyu Mountain, it paled in comparison to the other 6 peaks, appearing particularly diminutive and shabby that it would be more appropriate to call a hill rather than a mountain. The other 6 peaks not only soared high, but were also adorned with clusters of exquisite buildings, showcasing beautiful scenery to in stark contrast. This mountain was desolate, with wild grass and scattered stones, utterly devoid of human presence. Only a few small courtyards were sparsely situated at the summit. Without the Elder Protector's words, Tang Chun could already surmise that this mountain must be the Desolate Peak. Truly, a name that fit perfectly. At the foot of Desolate Peak, the Elder Protector spoke with a hint of indifference. "I shall leave you here. Tang Chun, your aptitude is commendable. Should you wish to join the Sect Guardians, you may report to the Internal Affairs District at any time. Joining the Sect Guardians will entitle you to receive additional spirit stones, elixirs, talismans, and contribution points each month." Tang Chun clasped his hands in thanks. "Thank you, Elder. I will give it serious consideration." The Elder Protector nodded slightly, refraining from further words, and swiftly departed, seemingly eager to leave. After his departure, Tang Shui tugged at Tang Chen's sleeve, pointing at the small hill before them. "Brother, is this where we will live from now on?" Tang Chun nodded. Tang Shui glanced around at the towering mountains, blinking a few times. "It's so small. As long as we can live here, that's enough," Tang Chun replied with a wry smile. He had never anticipated such misfortune. Upon entering the Feiyu sect, he had become a pawn in the disputes of several peak masters and was assigned to this place. Fortunately, with treasures such as the ancient Tower of Time and the primordial Tao decision at his disposal, he was not overly anxious to ask for the absurd spiritual awareness cultivation method of the Desolate Peak lineage. He could merely practice it casually, treating it with indifference. Having made his plans, Tang Chun took Tang Shui's hand and made their way toward the summit of Desolate Peak. The mountain's desolation was evident. There was not even a proper path, and the small animals they encountered along the way appeared particularly emaciated and pitiable. Tang Chun shook his head at the sight. This desolate peak was even more barren than he had imagined that in less than half an hour. The two had ascended the 100 zhang tall hill. The summit was equally desolate, overgrown with weeds, and eerily silent. Unlike the other peaks with their grand clusters of buildings, only a few small courtyards made of blue stone were scattered in the distance. Just as Tang Chun was about to lead Tang Shui over to visit, a vague and peculiar voice suddenly called out from above. "Oh, this broken place actually has visitors. Brother, you wouldn't happen to be lost, would you?" The sudden voice startled Tang Shui, while Tang Chen's nerves instantly tensed as he looked up. Intertwined branches of a gnarled old tree loomed overhead, but instead of a human figure, a scrawny monkey perched upon them. This monkey was exceedingly thin, its body little more than skin and bones, and it was staring intently at the two that stopped staring. "I'm talking to you too." Confirming that the monkey could speak, Tang Chun was taken aback, his shoulder twitching as he drew his sword with a clang. In the same motion, he shielded Tang Shui behind him, bracing for a potential threat. On the vast expanse of the Zhongshuan star, the most numerous beings were not the human race, but countless demon beasts. Outnumbering humans by millions, these demon beasts could also cultivate, with realms comparable to those of human cultivators. However, only after crossing the bridge of life and death, returning to the other shore, and transcending their mortal forms to officially enter the spirit infant realm, could demon beasts awaken their intelligence and speak. Thus, upon seeing the yellow-furred monkey speaking, Tang Chun felt a surge of tension. The atmosphere grew almost suffocating. The two humans and one monkey found themselves in a standoff. Tang Chen rapidly contemplated his options. The scrawny monkey suddenly broke into an awkward grin, one even more grotesque than a cry that "You're so tense. You're making me nervous. We're on the same side here." Just now, someone from the Internal Affairs District came over to relay a message. "A new disciple is coming to report, and that must be you, right?" The monkey scratched its head while pointing at Tang Chun. Tang Chun dared not lower his guard, nodding in acknowledgement and preparing to speak. Yet, the monkey suddenly emitted a tragic howl. Then, to the astonishment of both Tang Chun and Tang Shui, it lifted its paw and slapped its own monkey face with great force. Ow! The force of the slap was substantial, causing it to emit another strange cry and nearly tumble from the tree. Immediately afterward, it muttered to itself, "Damn it, you unruly monkey. I controlled you more than once or twice. Why won't you listen?" It sounded as if it were scolding itself. What was going on? Tang Chun gripped his sword tightly, increasingly perplexed. "Wait a moment, junior brother." The scrawny monkey glanced at him, revealing another disconcerting grin. Soon, a figure clad in black robes hurriedly approached from a nearby blue stone courtyard. Tang Chun turned to look. This was a youth of similar age, with flowing long hair and strikingly handsome features, more beautiful than most women. However, the smile on his handsome face appeared oddly lewd. Ow! Upon seeing the newcomer, the scrawny monkey suddenly howled, leaping from the tree in a frenzy, claws bared as it lunged at the youth. Yet before it could get close, the youth swiftly subdued it, lifting it by its tail. "You unruly monkey, still trying to scratch me? Get lost!" The youth cursed as he kicked the scrawny monkey away, then adjusted his clothing and hair before turning to Tang Chun. "Junior brother, greetings. My name is Yuan Xiao. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Yuan." The youth rubbed his hands together and greeted Tang Chun. Yuan Xiao, the third disciple of the Desolate Peak lineage. Tang Chun finally relaxed his guard. Sheathing his sword, "I am junior brother Tang Chun." After a brief pause, he pointed to the scrawny monkey, which was standing there with a face full of rage, baring its teeth and throwing stones at Yuan Xiao, seemingly harboring deep resentment towards him. "What just happened was, oh, don't be alarmed, I was merely practicing, honing my spirit control technique." Yuan Xiao casually picked up a stone and accurately hit the scrawny monkey on the head. Grinning, "That unruly monkey was under my control, and it was I who was conversing with you just now." Tang Chun stared blankly at Yuan Xiao, who was now playfully tossing stones at the scrawny monkey. Suddenly feeling that his third senior brother seemed a bit unhinged, Chapter 10. Spirit Control Technique, Spirit Body Technique. "Don't look at me like that. I'm not a fool." Yuan Xiao noticed Tang Chen's unusual gaze and immediately adopted a serious expression. Tang Chen's heart raced. Could it be that this senior brother's so-called spirit control technique allowed him to read others' thoughts? Just as he was feeling a bit startled, Yuan Xiao, with a face full of indignation, declared, "Everyone who meets me for the first time says the same thing. You are all simply envious of my good looks." Tang Shui poked Tang Chun and whispered, clearly frightened, "Is this brother a fool?" Tang Chun subtly nodded. Indeed, he was quite handsome, but he was also undeniably foolish. "Forget it, I won't stoop to your level." Yuan Xiao tossed his head back and waved his hand nonchalantly. "Come, let's head inside. We can sit for a bit. The old cripple and the senior brothers and sisters probably won't arrive for a while." "Thank you, brother," Tang Chun nodded, leading Tang Shui to follow. The three soon entered one of the blue stone courtyards. As soon as they stepped through the gate, Tang Chun and Tang Shui instinctively frowned in unison. The reason was simple. The environment here was exceedingly filthy and foul-smelling. The small courtyard was cluttered with all sorts of debris, and animal droppings were visible everywhere, emitting a nauseating stench that attracted swarms of flies. Even more outrageous, the roof of the small house made of blue stone was littered with rotten vegetable leaves. Spoiled fruit and stinking eggs, seemingly thrown there by someone. It was hard to imagine that this seemingly polished and glamorous third senior brother was, in private, so utterly slovenly. Upon sensing the disdainful gazes of Tang Chun and Tang Shui, Yuan Xiao's face flushed with embarrassment. However, he quickly regained his composure and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Do not pay too much attention to it, that I diligently practice the spirit control technique every day. And I have likely offended nearly every creature, great and small, on this desolate peak." Yuan Shio casually kicked a few rotten fruits off the path and grumbled, "You know, junior brother, those hairy beasts hold grudges the most. Hence they hurl rotten vegetables and stinky eggs at me daily. Even the animals disdain me." Tang Chen nodded, feeling somewhat numb to the situation. With a swift motion, Yuan Shio clapped a storage pouch and produced several clean garments. Laying them on the stone table and bench, he then retrieved a fruit platter and a jug of fine wine, exclaiming, "Junior brother, little sister, please take a seat. These fruits are sweet and delectable, and the wine is my painstaking brew. Do have a taste." As Tang Chen settled down, he instinctively glanced at Tang Shui. This little girl had recently developed an insatiable appetite, constantly proclaiming her hunger. Tang Shui's bright, round eyes fixated on the vibrant platter of fruits, seemingly engaged in an intense internal struggle. Moments later, her small mouth pouted in grievance. "Brother, I'm not hungry, not hungry. Are you afraid to eat?" Tang Chen silently scoffed, feeling somewhat awkward. It wasn't just Tang Shui. He himself had no desire to partake. After all, this Yuan Shio was rather unkempt. Who could ascertain the origins of these fruits and wine? Yuan Shio, however, appeared unfazed, boldly biting into a wild fruit. Once he had calmed his emotions, Tang Chen took the opportunity to inquire, "Senior brother, as I am new here and still unfamiliar with our lineage, I would appreciate your guidance." Yuan Shio grinned broadly and nodded. "Speak up. What do you wish to know?" After a moment of contemplation, Tang Chen replied, "I heard the elder protecting the sect briefly mention that our lineage primarily cultivates spirit awareness, but I still do not fully grasp the specific methods of cultivation that," Yuan Shio said nonchalantly. "Our lineage differs from the others. We do not have an array of flashy techniques to choose from. We solely practice a technique called spirit formula. Once you survive the critical period and successfully condense the spirit seed within the Naiwan Palace, you will officially embark on the path of spirit awareness cultivation. After condensing the spirit seed, the old cripple will provide you with the most suitable cultivation direction based on your innate talents." Tang Chen exclaimed in astonishment. "The same technique can have different cultivation directions?" "Indeed," Yuan Shio affirmed proudly. "The spirit formula was exclusively created by our Peak's master, the second strongest individual in the sect and a genius. Its power and mystery are unparalleled in the world." He seemed to hold profound admiration for the legendary master of the Desolate Peak, his eyes sparkling with excitement at the mention of this figure. Clearing his throat, Tang Chen asked, "What specific cultivation directions are there?" "3 paths, 3 distinct methods of cultivation," Yuan Shio elaborated. "The first is the spirit control technique, which I practiced. By cultivating this technique, one can invade the Naiwan Palace of demonic beasts with their spirit awareness, commanding them to fight on their behalf. Those who master spirit control can even command beasts several realms above their own, rendering them incredibly formidable. Let me ask you, if you are merely a stellar extreme realm cultivator and suddenly find yourself pursued by a group of death realm experts, wouldn't your only option be to flee, possibly to no avail?" "No, I would slay them all," Tang Chen silently retorted, but nodded in agreement. Yuan Shio was pleased with his reaction and continued enthusiastically. "But if you cultivate the spirit control technique, the outcome would be different. If your spirit awareness is sufficiently strong, you could command a legion of death realm beasts to fight for you, instantly turning the tide. If one reaches an advanced level in spirit control, one could even control spirit infant realm beasts." Yuan Shio spoke with great yearning. In dire situations, having a beast of a higher realm appear unexpectedly, and under your command to effortlessly slay the enemy. Just imagine how exhilarating that would be. "Indeed, that does sound thrilling, but..." Tang Chen hesitated, perplexed. "But if that's the case, how does it differ from the Beast Peak's methods?" Yuan Shio suddenly froze, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Tang Chen. "The Beast Peak? You dare compare those inept fools to spirit control?" Yuan Shio's face contorted with disdain, and he spat on the ground, declaring, "Compared to spirit control, the Beast Peak's methods of beast taming are nothing but trash. Their techniques are merely the most superficial means. Although the beasts may seem to serve them, they possess their own thoughts and cannot be truly tamed." After deriding the Beast Peak, he abruptly shifted his tone. "However, our spirit control fundamentally dominates the beasts. Once you exert spirit control over a beast, it essentially becomes an extension of yourself. What it sees, smells, And here's, you too can perceive. You can speak through it, fight through it, and even unleash its innate martial skills. Upon hearing this, Tang Chen's heart trembled. Unlike humans, all beasts are born inheriting their race's unique innate martial skills. Innate martial skills are typically the most powerful combat techniques of a beast. If Yuan Xiao's claims were not exaggerated, then spirit control indeed possesses a fundamental difference from the beast peak's methods, being extraordinarily terrifying. After all, if a beast has its own consciousness, it would instinctively protect itself during battle, never fighting with full effort. There is even the possibility of it turning on you at a critical moment. However, if one could control it fundamentally, they could not only utilize their own combat experience, but also unleash the beast's full fighting potential without fear of injury or death if it perishes. One could simply control another beast, so what do you think? Isn't spirit control mighty? Yuan Xiao observed Tang Chen's astonished expression, basking in his triumph. Tang Chen nodded. Indeed, it is quite formidable. May I ask what realm of beasts you can control now? How many can you command simultaneously? Upon hearing this question, Yuan Xiao's expression stiffened. Just as Tang Chen wondered why he was silent, a gentle male voice came from outside the courtyard. His current realm is innate 5th stage, and at most, he can control one postnatal 5th stage beast. Tang Chen turned to see a middle-aged man in a gray robe. Smiling as he walked in, he appeared to be in his early 30s. With a stout and honest visage, his square face adorned with a faint smile. However, his complexion was somewhat pale, and he bore heavy eye bags, giving him a feeble and drained appearance. You must be the new junior brother. Tang Chen, the middle-aged man, said with a smile, I am Zhou Xinji, the eldest disciple of the Desolate Peak. Greetings, senior brother Zhou. Tang Chen promptly rose, clasping his fists in respect. Senior brother, did you have to expose me? Yuan Xiao grumbled with annoyance. Do you think spirit control is as simple as your spirit body technique? This technique is immensely powerful, and the difficulty of cultivation is exceedingly high. After shooting Zhou Shunji a glare, he confidently asserted, just wait. One day, I will master spirit control. By then, I will be able to command hundreds, even thousands of beasts that are a whole realm above me, achieving unparalleled combat prowess. Keep at it. Senior brother, I look forward to witnessing it. Zhou Shunji responded with a smile. Looking honest, yet your words are rather sarcastic, Yuan Xiao muttered under his breath. Forget it. This is a buzzkill. Senior brother, since you are here, please introduce the spirit body technique to him yourself. Zhou Shunji, unfazed, turned to Tang Chen with a smile. The spirit body technique is the second cultivation direction of the spirit formula. Tang Chen eagerly leaned in to listen. Having heard the elder's remarks prior, he had arrived with some preconceived notions, deeming the Desolate Peak's approach to spirit awareness cultivation rather absurd and heretical. However, after Yuan Xiao's introduction of spirit control, he found himself intrigued by the spirit formula. The spirit body technique, in simple terms, involves using one's spirit awareness to delineate an avatar within the Naiwan Palace, Zhou Shunji explained. Once the avatar is successfully condensed, one can nourish and enhance it with spirit awareness day after day, allowing it to grow stronger continually. During combat, this spirit awareness avatar can be unleashed to participate in the battle. Furthermore, the avatar can merge with the main body, which allows for a temporary increase of 1 to 2 realms in cultivation, resulting in a dramatic rise in combat power. Tang Chen gasped in astonishment at Zhou Shunji's words. As one progresses in cultivation, the disparity between realms becomes increasingly pronounced. Sometimes, even a minor realm difference can lead to a significant gap in combat power. The ability to merge the nourished spirit awareness avatar with the main body to achieve an instant increase of 1 to 2 realms. Though it may only be temporary, such an ability is exceedingly terrifying. As Tang Chen stood in awe of the formidable power of the spirit body technique, the bystander Yuan Xiao suddenly let out a cold chuckle. Junior brother, do not be deceived by the senior brother's grandstanding. Tang Chen, taken aback by the remark, pondered. Chapter 11. Cultivating the spirit technique can be fatal. Deceiving? Could it be that Zhou Shunji was exaggerating, and that the spirit body technique was not as powerful as it seemed? Yuan Xiao's words filled Tang Chen's heart with doubt. Yuan Xiao teased, senior brother isn't lying. The spirit body technique is indeed formidable, but it can only be powerful once in a lifetime. Tang Chun was momentarily stunned. What do you mean? Yuan Shio replied. It means that if you try it, you will perish. He continued, the spiritual consciousness manifested through the cultivation of the spirit body technique is fundamentally the essence of the practitioner. Once the spirit body is used up, it will completely dissipate, which signifies that when the spiritual consciousness is exhausted, the consequence is the explosion of the mud pill palace. Ordinary cultivators fare better. Upon reaching the spirit infant realm, the life soul merges with the spirit infant, and even if the physical body shatters, as long as the spirit infant remains intact, one will not die. However, after cultivating the spirit body technique, both the life soul and the spirit infant must merge with the spiritual consciousness. When the spirit body dissipates, it means both the life soul and the spirit infant are lost, leaving no chance of survival. Tang Chun fell silent, instantly extinguishing any thoughts of cultivating the spirit body technique. Did it turn out to be a one-time skill? Once used, one would die. The purpose of cultivating various techniques in martial arts is to use them in battle. But if using them leads to one's demise, what is the point of practicing them? Tang Chun could not help but glance at Zhou Shinji, whose expression was one of sincerity, filled with deep confusion. Zhou Shinji remained silent, his demeanor somewhat awkward. I know what you're thinking. Junior brother. Yuan Shio laughed heartily. Senior brother has a kind and honest character, never stirring up trouble. To put it nicely, he is Zen-like. But to put it bluntly, he is cowardly. Thus, he will likely never use the spirit body technique in his lifetime, that if he is ever forced to use it, he might as well explode in a final burst. Taking someone down with him, that's the thought process of senior brother and the old cripple. Does master also tread the path of the spirit body technique? Tang Chun asked in surprise, realizing that the old cripple Yuan Shio referred to his elder Gu Hualong of the Huangfeng sect, who would also be his future master. Indeed, the old cripple is just like senior brother. Both are cowards. Yuan Shio nonchalantly nodded. Zhou Shinji frowned. Junior brother, you should refrain from calling master that way. If he finds out, he will not let you off easily. Yuan Shio waved his hand, laughing. What is there to fear? That old rascal spends every day either researching spirit techniques or peeping at the female elders while bathing. He has no time to care about this. Before he could finish, a whooshing sound suddenly erupted that a staff pulsating with spiritual energy soared in from outside the courtyard, striking Yuan Shio squarely in the chest with astonishing speed. Bang! He let out a scream. Sent flying back, crashing into a pile of debris. You little rascal! Speaking ill of me again! A cold voice rang out as an elderly man, slightly hunched with a head full of silver hair, stepped into the small courtyard. It was Elder Gu, the old cripple. He wore a beige robe, his silver hair casually draped over his shoulders, and he appeared rather disheveled, limping slightly on his right leg. His expression was similarly wan, with heavy bags under his eyes and dark circles, resembling Zhou Shinji quite closely. Tang Chun speculated that this must be related to their cultivation of the spirit body technique. The spirit body technique requires continuous nurturing of the manifested consciousness, which is closely tied to the practitioner's vitality and spirit. When the consciousness remains in a weakened state for an extended period, a person appears listless and hollowed out. Master, Zhou Shinji's countenance grew serious as he quickly bowed in respect. Tang Chun also did not fall short, collecting his thoughts and slightly bowing. Disciple Tang Chun pays respects to Master. You are the one who defeated dozens of sect guards at the mountain gate today. Elder Gu inquired while reaching out to summon his flying staff back to his hand and taking a seat beside Tang Chun. It is I. Tang Chun nodded, not denying it. What possessed you to provoke those brutes? Elder Gu glared. You stirred up trouble and ended up being stuffed into the hands of Lu Yidao, the protector elder of Huangfeng, who already has a bone to pick with me. Are you trying to bring me trouble? Tang Chun felt slightly embarrassed. Just as he was about to speak, Yuan Shio's mournful voice echoed. Master is always peeping at the female elders while bathing. He has already been caught by the protector elder more than once. Bang! Elder Gu hurled his staff again, striking Yuan Shio on the head as he had just gotten up. A scream resonated through the courtyard once more. Noisy! Elder Gu snorted before turning his attention back to Tang Chun. Seventh layer of the acquired realm? Tang Chun nodded. Defeating dozens of acquired guards is commendable, but you are of similar age to Yuner. Yet your realm is so lacking. Your aptitude is somewhat subpar. Elder Gu scrutinized Tang Chun, slowly speaking. Disciple is dull-witted. Tang Chun offered no further explanation, although the individual from Huangfeng did not seem malicious. There were certain matters he preferred to keep to himself. Very well. Elder Gu waved his hand. Since you have joined Huangfeng, from this day forth, you shall be my disciple. They have introduced you to the spirit manipulation technique and the spirit body technique. Correct? Tang Chun replied. Disciple is already aware, but the third cultivation path has yet to be disclosed to me by the two senior brothers. Elder Gu nodded. The third path is called the battle spirit technique, which is a method practiced by your second senior sister, Fu Yun. Battle spirit technique. Tang Chen's eyes brightened. That'd be why its name. This technique seemed related to combat. You are correct, Elder Gu affirmed with a slight nod. The essence of the battle spirit technique is quite similar to the cultivation of the acquired realm. The acquired realm refines the entire body as acupoints and meridians with spiritual energy, while the battle spirit technique transforms spiritual energy into spiritual consciousness. IT uses spiritual consciousness to refine each acupoint and meridian, flesh and bone, until every inch of one's body is imbued with spiritual consciousness. Tang Chen asked, what is the special aspect of the battle spirit technique? Every punch and kick is imbued with spiritual consciousness attacks, capable of directly affecting the opponent's life, soul, and spirit infant. Elder Gu proclaimed proudly, lightly, it can cause the opponent to become disoriented temporarily, losing their combat ability. Severely, it can cause their life soul to explode and their spirit infant to shatter. Tang Chun gasped in astonishment. The battle spirit technique sounded incredibly powerful. Are there any side effects? He hurriedly inquired. T, least in his current understanding, both the spirit manipulation technique and the spirit body technique had their drawbacks. Practicing the spirit body technique meant one could only use it once in a lifetime, and using it would result in immediate death. Meanwhile, practicing the spirit manipulation technique could lead to becoming as eccentric as Yuan Xiao, attracting the enmity of animals and beasts. Elder Gu was about to respond when Yuan Xiao interjected again. The battle spirit technique requires the use of spiritual consciousness to refine the entire body inch by inch, which is both time-consuming and labor-intensive. The protector elder often mentions that second senior sister's aptitude could have ranked her among the top 3 in the younger generation of the sect, but she was severely delayed by the battle spirit technique. You little rascal, be quiet. Elder Gu, furious, prepared to throw his staff for the third time. Almost simultaneously, a whooshing sound pierced the air as a dazzling, icy stream of light swept in from afar. The light moved with incredible speed, swiftly landing in the courtyard. Tang Chun focused his gaze. It was a young woman, her features exquisite and beauty unparalleled, rivaling that of Lu Shiren from Qiang sect. Yet she did not possess the ethereal aura of Lu Shiren. Her long hair was tied high at the back, wearing a light blue form-fitting outfit, her expression cold and indifferent, exuding a sense of distinctiveness compared to ordinary female cultivators, embodying both beauty and vigor. What drew Tang Chen's attention the most was the massive sword slung across her back. That IT was no ordinary sword, but a terrifying giant blade that was almost as long as a person. With a broad blade, the combination of an extraordinary female cultivator and a heavy giant blade created an absurdly striking aesthetic. Fu Yun, the second disciple of Huangfeng, was also regarded as a super genius with exceptional aptitude by Lu Yidao. The protector elder, Tang Chen, cautiously extended his spiritual consciousness to probe her, only to feel as though a radiant sun was blazing before him, overwhelming him with heat. This Fu Yun was indeed formidable. Senior sister, upon seeing Fu Yun, Yuan Xiao hurriedly concealed his previously nonchalant smile. Appearing quite respectful towards her, Fu Yun remained silent, her expression impassive as she casually raised her arm and waved. Swish! An icy blue thread of spiritual power shot forth from her fingertip, darting towards Yuan Xiao with lightning speed. The next moment, why is it always me that gets hurt? Yuan Xiao wailed, as a thick layer of ice instantly formed around his body, nearly freezing him solid. Because of your loose tongue, Zhou Shunji, Tang Chun, and Tang Shui all silently thought in unison, if I hear you speaking out of turn again, I will freeze you for 3 days and nights. Fu Yin coldly dropped a remark before turning her gaze towards Tang Chun. Yet, in the next instant, Her attention shifted to Tang Shui, and the slight frown on her delicate brows began to gradually relax. "Brother," Tang Shui tugged at Tang Chen's sleeve and whispered, "I feel so familiar and close to the aura of this sister." "Is she your sister?" Fu Yun asked calmly. Tang Chen nodded. "Little girl, come here to your sister." Fu Yun inclined her head slightly and then gently bent down, beckoning to Tang Shui. After a brief moment of surprise, Tang Shui dashed over to her side. Fu Yun affectionately ruffled her hair, and a hint of a smile unexpectedly appeared on her icy, beautiful face. Observing the inexplicably close bond between the two women, Tang Chan was momentarily taken aback, a thought suddenly crossing his mind. It might be related to Tang Shui's peculiar illness. Fu Yun's spiritual power bore an icy hue, indicating her exceptional proficiency in ice attribute spiritual power, while the terrifying icy force surged within the little girl's body during the outbreak of her strange illness. Perhaps that was the reason for their affinity, given that Fu Yun rarely displayed such warmth. This scene left Zhou Shunji and Gu Hualong in awe. Moments later, Gu Hualong regained his composure and turned to Tang Chen. "Now that you have met your senior brother, senior sister, and master, you have truly entered our Huangfeng lineage. Next, I shall impart the spiritual formula to you." Just as Tang Chen was about to express his gratitude, his expression suddenly turned serious. "However, before we begin, I must caution you on one matter." Tang Chen was taken aback. He suddenly recalled something Yuan Xiao had mentioned earlier when introducing the spiritual formula. Surviving the perilous phase and condensing the spiritual seed within the Naiwan Palace would mark the commencement of one's path in spiritual awareness cultivation. Perilous phase? As this thought flickered in his mind, Gu Hualong's somber voice echoed in his ears. Practicing the spiritual formula could be fatal. Chapter 12. Refining Spiritual Awareness. In earnest cultivation practices, what perilous phase exists? Upon hearing Gu Hualong's grave words, Tang Chen's heart sank. He suddenly felt that the scarcity of talent in the Huangfeng lineage might not be without reason. "Junior brother, do not worry, I am the 500 years since the establishment of our Huangfeng lineage. Only about 100 disciples have fallen during the perilous phase. The mortality rate is not high." Yuan Xiao trembled as he shook off the ice shards clinging to him. This time, Gu Hualong surprisingly did not refute him. "It is not as terrifying as it sounds that if you feel you cannot endure, you can abandon it at any time to save your life." Zhou Xinji also spoke up, and although it seemed like he was comforting Tang Chen, the underlying meaning was clear to all. Cultivate the spiritual formula. One must endure this perilous phase and accept the risk of death. If you wish to avoid death, I'm afraid the spiritual formula will be beyond your reach. Tang Chen suppressed his thoughts and smiled as he nodded. "I humbly ask for your guidance, Master." Not only was he unafraid, but the fact that even a fool like Yuan Xiao could succeed instilled him with confidence. Moreover, while the spiritual formula initially seemed absurd, upon closer examination, it became evident that each of the three cultivation directions possessed its formidable strengths. Eager to grow stronger, Tang Chen was willing to embrace this risk. Seeing Tang Chen glance at him before agreeing, Yuan Xiao mistakenly believed his presence had motivated him, and a look of delight spread across his face. "Junior brother, go for it. You can do it." Zhou Xinji and Fu Yun exchanged glances and shook their heads slightly. They could only imagine the expression on this fool's face if he knew Tang Chen's true thoughts, with Tang Chen determined to cultivate the spiritual formula. Gu Hualong also ceased to hesitate. With a casual wave, a stream of jade-colored light shot out of his storage bag and landed in Tang Chen's hands. Gu Hualong stated matter-of-factly, "This jade slip contains the method for condensing the spiritual seed. Follow the steps to cultivate it." Tang Chen nodded and carefully stored away that moment. Zhou Xinji also produced a jade slip and handed it to Tang Chen. "This jade slip contains some knowledge related to the sect. You may find it useful." Tang Chen accepted it gratefully, bowing in thanks. "The small stone courtyard in the west is uninhabited. It will be your cave dwelling from now on." Gu Hualong added, "Go ahead. I wish you good fortune." This statement left Tang Chen with a peculiar expression. Practicing the sect's secret arts, yet his master wished him good fortune, anyone would feel uneasy. However, his curiosity about the mysterious spiritual formula outweighed his concerns. After bidding farewell to the four, He departed with Tang Xu as soon as they left. Yuan Xiao, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, peered outside to confirm Tang Chun had gone before suddenly inquiring. Master, senior brother, and senior sister, shall we follow the usual custom? The other three turned to him in unison. Yuan Xiao grinned. I think Tang Shidi is promising. How about we bet not on whether he can succeed this time, but rather on how long he can endure? Zhou Shunji agreed. That sounds excellent. Yuan Xiao boasted. I managed to persist for a full 10 days back then. No matter how talented he is, he cannot surpass me. Yuan, I bet he won't last more than 10 days. I'll wager 5 mid-grade spirit stones. After contemplating briefly, Zhou Shunji replied earnestly, I believe Tang Shidi can last more than 10 days, but not less than 12. I wager 6 mid-grade spirit stones. Yuan Xiao shot him a disdainful look. Senior brother, didn't you last 12 days? Zhou Shunji smiled amiably, revealing his pearly white teeth. Alas, our sect is unfortunate. How did I end up with such unruly disciples who indulge in these underhanded bets? Gu Hualong sighed, his face etched with sorrow. 2 mid-grade spirit stones. I bet on a full 10 days. After placing their bets, the three turned their attention to Fu Yun. 15 days or more. Fu Yun pondered for a moment before stating expressionlessly, I wager 1 top-grade spirit stone. What? The three men exchanged incredulous glances, doubting their hearing. Sister, you can't possibly have forgotten how difficult the perilous phase is. Yuan Xiao hastily remarked, you, a super genius, only managed to endure for 16 days. How could Tang Chun compare? Zhou Shunji and Gu Hualong remained silent, yet their expressions betrayed their thoughts. The aptitude for cultivating with spirit stones was an intangible concept, with no tangible evidence of strength or weakness. Yet Fu Yun was already considered the pinnacle of talent. How could Tang Chun, who appeared rather ordinary, possibly surpass her? Fu Yun shook her head slightly. He possesses an aura strikingly similar to mine. What kind of aura? Masculine aura. Yuan Xiao irreverently interjected. Slap. His yelp echoed through the courtyard as Fu Yun sent him flying with a swift strike, turning to stride towards the courtyard exit. Her voice drifted back. The scent of blood. It is an aura only possessed by cultivators who have endured countless slaughters. Those with such experiences typically possess immense willpower. Zhou Shunji was momentarily taken aback, while Gu Hualong appeared contemplative. In the bluestone courtyard at the westernmost edge, comparable in size to Yuan Xiao's dwelling, Tang Chun entered with Tang Shui. After a cursory glance at the surroundings, he found it quite satisfactory. Though the place was barren apart from a bed and a table, it was certainly preferable to sleeping under the stars. The little girl, curious about the unfamiliar environment, greeted Tang Chun before scampering outside to play. Tang Chun then sat cross-legged on the bed, retrieving the jade slip containing the spiritual formula. The jade slip was palm-sized and warm to the touch, seemingly inscribed with a unique formation, with spiritual lights swirling continuously. Tang Chun focused and closed his eyes, channeling his spiritual power into Itidapa as the spiritual power flowed in. The jade slip gradually radiated light, and a voice, laden with authority and solemnity, resonated in his mind. In this world, countless cultivation methods exist, each varying in strength and weakness, yet their essence remains unchanged. They are all methods for the cultivation of spiritual power. If spiritual power can be cultivated, why not spiritual awareness? I have sought knowledge far and wide, scoured innumerable ancient texts, faced countless failures, and narrowly escaped death on numerous occasions, ultimately creating the method for spiritual awareness cultivation. This method is profoundly mysterious and unparalleled throughout history. I name it the spiritual formula. A commanding voice reverberated, laden with an unmistakable pride. Upon hearing it, Tang Chun felt an involuntary surge of fervor, as if a vivid scene unfurled in his mind. An exceptionally powerful elder, amid the scorn and skepticism of countless onlookers, boldly presented a revolutionary method for cultivating spiritual awareness that would echo throughout history. He devoted himself to studying ancient texts day and night, relentlessly experimenting upon himself. And despite enduring myriad hardships and life-threatening crises, he never wavered until last. One fateful day, he succeeded in pioneering a new path, creating his own spiritual technique. After a considerable time had passed, As the voice faded, Tang Chun finally regained his composure. The owner of this voice must surely be the legendary master of the Huangfeng peak point. One cannot help but admire this formidable figure, whose innate talent is indeed extraordinary. After a moment of reflection, Tang Chun began to peruse the spiritual technique. However, before long, his eyes widened and an odd expression crossed his face. The method for condensing spiritual seeds recorded within this technique was most peculiar. In essence, it could be summarized by a single word: endure. Literally, it meant to forego sleep, to persevere relentlessly until one could no longer hold on, according to the records of the spiritual technique. The longer one endured, the greater their aptitude for cultivating spiritual awareness. Furthermore, to perceive and control the existence of this power clearly, one must enter a state known as void. Only by pushing one's spirit to its limits can one attain this state. At that moment, Tang Chun finally comprehended why Gu Chonglong had warned that practicing the spiritual technique could lead to death. He spoke no falsehood. Indeed, foregoing sleep could be fatal. However, here, the term person refers to ordinary individuals and cultivators of the three realms of mortal flesh. Once one transcends the bridge of life and death and steps into the realm of spiritual infants, it signifies a departure from mortality, a transformation beyond the ordinary, entering the three realms of spiritual laws, and thus does not qualify as an ordinary person. The limit for an average person without sleep is approximately 6 days. Typically, by the third day, symptoms such as dizziness, memory loss, mental disarray, and irritability manifest. Although cultivators possess bodies far superior to those of ordinary individuals, the excessive vitality they harbor leads to a staggering consumption of energy daily. Beyond the 6-day threshold, the negative effects of sleeplessness on cultivators multiply exponentially. Consequently, the limit for cultivators of the three realms of mortal flesh typically hovers around 7 to 8 days. This marks the first perilous phase of practicing the spiritual technique. Additionally, there exists a second perilous phase, which occurs when one perseveres to the limit, enters the void state, and compresses their spiritual awareness to condense spiritual seeds. At that juncture, the sensation of fatigue intensifies. However, entering the void state is akin to releasing an arrow. There is no turning back. Should one succumb to sleep at that moment, the mud ball palace would shatter, resulting in immediate death. Only by enduring and successfully condensing one's spiritual seeds can the danger be entirely alleviated. Gazing at the records within the spiritual technique, Tang Chun furrowed his brow slightly. He harbored concerns that if his talent in cultivating spiritual awareness were excessively strong, prolonging the duration might hinder his progress. For once he reached the later stages of endurance, his body would inevitably be in a state of extreme fatigue, making it challenging to focus on elevating his realm. As he pondered this, a thunderous realization struck him, and his mind brightened. The ancient time-space tower. This extraordinary spiritual treasure seemed capable of accelerating the process. Within the first layer of the ancient time-space tower, time flowed at a decelerated pace. Although time outside remained unchanged within the tower's confines, his body would genuinely experience the passage of time. 3 days inside equated to 1 day outside. With this thought, Tang Chun finally felt at ease. He slowly exhaled a breath of stale air and withdrew his consciousness from the jade slip. Bang! The self-destruct array inscribed upon the jade slip activated, instantly shattering it into numerous fragments, erasing the records of the spiritual technique entirely. All the content had already been imprinted in his mind. With a casual gesture, Tang Chun shattered the jade slip fragments into dust. The preliminary cultivation of refining spiritual awareness and condensing spiritual seeds had commenced at that very moment. Chapter 13. Understanding and planning in the period that followed, Tang Chun resolved not to sleep. He was also curious to discover his own limits. How many days could he endure? Only upon successfully condensing his spiritual seeds could he officially begin practicing the spiritual technique. Therefore, Tang Chun temporarily set aside the spiritual technique and retrieved the jade slip gifted by his senior brother, Zhou Shinji. This slip contained an overview of the Feiyu sect, akin to an encyclopedia of the sect. Now that he had become a disciple of the Feiyu sect, it was indeed necessary to familiarize himself with its general aspects. Tang Chun swiftly immersed his mind in the jade slip. Sect division. The entirety of the Feiyu sect was divided into 7 distinct regions. Feiyu Mountain, the Seven Peaks District, the Trading District, the Secret Realm District, the Treasure Storage District, the Internal Affairs District, and the Battle District. The Feiyu Mountain region is the central area featuring a peculiar mountain resembling an inverted feather, serving as the residence for the Seven Peaks Master, as well as the Sect Master and Vice Sect Master. Among other high-ranking officials, the Seven Peaks District refers to the 7 mountains representing the sect's major factions, where the disciples of each lineage reside. The Secret Realm District contains the various secret realms of the sect, while the Treasure Storage District serves as the sect's treasury, housing various techniques, martial skills, spiritual herbs, and treasures. The Trading District operates as a marketplace where Feiyu sect disciples can barter and exchange items, as well as convert resources into spiritual stones. Additionally, there are various shops established by the sect, including entertainment venues and brothels, offering higher quality services than those found in the outside Feiyu city, provided one has sufficient spiritual stones or contribution points to spend. However, for most disciples of the Feiyu sect, the most significant location within the Trading District is a building known as the Trial Pavilion. The Trial Pavilion serves as the task release hub of the sect. Here, the sect or individuals can publish various tasks. Upon accepting and completing them within the stipulated time frame, one can earn contribution points. Gold and silver are the universal currency for ordinary mortals. Spiritual stones serve as the medium of exchange among cultivators. While contribution points are the currency within the Feiyu sect, contribution points hold great utility within the sect. They can be used to purchase items in the Trading District, exchanged for spiritual stones, gold, and silver, among other things. The conversion rate stands at 10 contribution points, equating to 1 high-grade spiritual stone, 10 medium-grade spiritual stones, or 100 low-grade spiritual stones. Furthermore, contribution points can be exchanged for qualifications to enter secret realms for cultivation or to acquire needed treasures from the Treasure Storage District. The remaining 2 regions are the Internal Affairs District and the Battle District. The Internal Affairs District handles the sect's finances, diplomacy, and internal matters, with the council hall situated therein. The purpose of the Battle District is succinctly encapsulated in one word: battle. The Feiyu sect encourages its disciples to engage in combat and sparring, thus housing numerous arenas reinforced with special arrays. Personal grievances and sparring can all be resolved here, after comprehending the regional divisions. Tang Chun continued to delve deeper. The content recorded within the Jade Slip was exceedingly detailed, covering various aspects of the Feiyu sect. He scanned through swiftly and soon found sections of particular interest. Notable figures within the sect. This document listed many well-known individuals within the Feiyu sect. Foremost among them was a name: Peijin Shan, the current sect master of the Feiyu sect and the 4th sect master since its founding. His exact realm remains undisclosed. However, it is rumored that shortly after Peijin Shan assumed the role of sect master a century ago, he effortlessly slain several ferocious beasts of the spiritual aspect realm in the Chiri Mountain Range. If he could easily dispatch such beasts back then, what terrifying might must he possess after nearly a century? The mere thought is awe-inspiring. Following sect master Peijin Shan, the 7 Peaks Masters are listed: Himeng of the Battle Peak, Gao Yuan of the Law Peak, Hong Wui of the Rune Peak, Wang Yun of the Artifact Peak, Yin Ryu of the Pill Peak, Jiang Ming of the Beast Peak, and the long-vanished master of the Huangfeng Peak. Wei Yong. The specific cultivation levels of these 7 individuals are likewise unspecified, but it is speculated that they all reside at the pinnacle of the spiritual aspect realm. Beneath the 7 Peaks Masters are the 100 Elders of the Feiyu sect. As Tang Chen's gaze swept across the names, although most were unfamiliar, he recognized 2 notable names. The first was the Guardian Elder Liu Yi Dao, hailing from the Battle Peak lineage, possessing a realm of spiritual aspect 5th layer. One of the pinnacle experts within the sect. The second was his own rather unassuming master, Gu Changlong, the sole disciple of the master of the Huangfeng Peak, currently serving as an elder of Huangfeng. Reaching the peak of the innate realm. After the introduction, it was particularly noted: this old man is timid and lecherous, fond of peeking at the female elders and disciples of the sect while they bathe. All women are advised to keep their distance. Upon reading this conspicuous line in the Jade Slip, Tang Chun was left speechless. This master certainly brings a fair amount of embarrassment. with a helpless shake of his head. He refrained from further scrutinizing the elders' profiles and instead directed his attention to the list of a younger generation's prodigies within the sect. There were 2 lists in total, the Feiyu list and the top 100 of the 3 realms. The Feiyu list comprises 100 positions, exclusively open to disciples of the Feiyu sect who are at least at the Death Realm level and under 50 years of age, the top-ranked powerhouse. Known as Lan Xian, hails from the Battle Peak lineage and is the direct disciple of Himeng, the Peak Master of Battle Peak. At the age of 28, he is at the 7th level of the Spirit Infant Realm. With unparalleled talent and combat prowess, lauded as the foremost genius of the Feiyu sect. Su Muzhou, ranked 2nd, also a direct disciple from the Law Peak lineage, is 30 years old and equally terrifying in combat strength. Serving as Lan Xian's arch-nemesis, Lin Qing, ranked 3rd, also from the Battle Peak lineage, is 30 years old and at the 6th level of the Spirit Infant Realm. Lu Mo, ranked 4th, comes from the Pill Peak lineage, is 27 years old and at the 6th level of the Spirit Infant Realm. Tang Chan soon spotted his 2nd senior sister, Fu Yun, on the list. Fu Yun, ranked 9th, hails from the Wilderness Peak lineage, aged 25 and at the 3rd level of the Spirit Infant Realm. The earlier statement from the Protective Elder regarding her qualifications, placing her among the top 10 in the sect, certainly holds merit. This 2nd senior sister's talents are indeed formidable. In contrast, his eldest senior brother, Zhou Shunji, ranked considerably lower, almost at the tail end of the Feiyu list. Zhou Shinji, ranked 99, also from the Wilderness Peak lineage, is 32 years old and at the Death Realm level. After perusing the Feiyu list, Tang Chun began to browse the top 100 of the 3 realms. This list encompasses 100 individuals who are under 30 years old and possess a cultivation level within the 3 realms of ordinary bodies. The top position is held by Jin Yin, emerging from the Talisman Peak lineage, renowned as the strongest among the ordinary body cultivators, aged 24, at the 8th level of the Star Extreme Realm. The descriptions of the disciples listed in the top 100 of the 3 realms are significantly more detailed than those on the Feiyu list, even outlining the combat styles in which these prodigies excel. As a disciple of Talisman Peak, Jin Yin specializes in the art of spiritual talismans. It is said that he possesses exceptional talent in this field, and although he is at the Star Extreme Realm, he is capable of crafting talismans with lethality equivalent to that of the Death Realm. This alone is sufficient to make him look down upon the majority of Star Extreme cultivators. As Tang Chun continued down the list, he noticed that the top 70 talents in the top 100 of the 3 realms had all entered the Star Extreme Realm, while only those ranked from 70 to 100 remained in the Innate Realm. Even at the very end, a disciple named Fan Yun from Talisman Peak boasts a cultivation level at the 6th level of the Innate Realm. As for his 3rd senior brother, Yuan Xiao, he was conspicuously absent from the list. Tang Chun had not held any illusions about seeing that individual among the ranks. To encourage the disciples of the Feiyu sect to strive for excellence in their cultivation. The sect also offers rewards to those who make the list. The top 100 of the 3 realms is divided into 10 tiers, with the first tier covering positions 1 to 10, receiving an additional reward of 10 contribution points per month. The second tier, positions 11 to 20, receives 9 contribution points, and so forth. Even the last tier, ranks 91 to 100, will receive an additional contribution point monthly, equivalent to 10 low-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, the top 3 disciples on the list receive special bonuses. The 3rd-ranked disciple is rewarded with 1 opportunity to enter the Spirit Chi Secret Realm each month, a low-grade Mystic Martial Technique, and a low-grade Mystic Spiritual Treasure. The 2nd-ranked disciple receives 2 opportunities to enter the Spirit Chi Secret Realm, a mid-grade Mystic Martial Technique, and a mid-grade Mystic Spiritual Treasure. The 1st-ranked disciple enjoys 3 opportunities to enter the Spirit Chi Secret Realm, a high-grade Mystic Martial Technique, and a high-grade Mystic Spiritual Treasure. The top 100 of the 3 realms is updated monthly, and if a disciple retains their ranking after an update, the top 3 will receive additional rewards, such as special pills that reduce the difficulty of cultivating in the Death Realm, known as life and death pills, as well as powerful talismans crafted by Talisman Peak. In summary, the rewards are exceedingly generous, leaving Tang Chun thoroughly intrigued. What is most essential for cultivation? Resources, even for exceptionally gifted super geniuses. A substantial amount of cultivation resources is necessary. When resources are abundant, strength ascends swiftly. When resources are scarce, even the most extraordinary talents struggle to realize their full potential. Thus, it is imperative to ascend the top 100 of the three realms. While contemplating, Tang Chun quickly examined the Jade Slip and soon found a specific challenge rule for the rankings. Upon entering the innate realm and possessing more than 10 contribution points, one may challenge a member of the top 100. Each challenge requires a wager of 5 contribution points that, if successful, the challenger replaces the challenged disciple in the ranking and receives the total of the wagered contribution points. If unsuccessful, the challenged disciple's ranking remains unchanged, and they receive the total of the wagered contribution points. After a long while, Tang Chun finally finished reading the entire content recorded in the Jade Slip and let out a sigh of relief. It seems imperative to quickly reach the innate realm and devise a way to accumulate 10 contribution points. He shook his head slightly, thinking to himself, although he is currently capable of battling against cultivators at the second level of the innate realm, he does not yet qualify to challenge the top 100 of the three realms. The conditions of entering the innate realm and 10 contribution points are prerequisites for challenging the list. The requirement of entering the innate realm is not particularly difficult. With the support of the ancient Tower of Time and Space, Tang Chun is confident he can break through within 3 days at most. However, the stipulation of 10 contribution points is not so straightforward. Disciples at the postnatal level receive only 1 contribution point from the sect each month. Even upon reaching the innate realm, they can only earn 2 contribution points monthly, aside from trading and buying. The quickest way to obtain contribution points is singular: to visit the trial pavilion and accept tasks. After deliberating, Tang Chun promptly established his plan for the forthcoming period. He would refine his spiritual awareness while swiftly advancing to the innate realm, then take on tasks at the trial pavilion to earn sufficient contribution points. Subsequently, he would make a concerted effort to challenge the top 100 of the three realms. However, before doing so, he had a few matters to attend to. First, he needed to head to the internal affairs area and the secret repository to collect his sect uniform and benefits for new disciples. Every newcomer to the sect is entitled to a free uniform and a suitable spiritual treasure of their own. However, collecting the uniform is merely a formality. Acquiring the spiritual treasure is the focal point. Each newly initiated disciple receives one opportunity to enter the spiritual treasure secret realm. Tang Chun had also perused the information regarding the spiritual treasure secret realm within the Jade Slip. As the name implies, this secret realm is filled with countless unclaimed spiritual treasures. However, to obtain these treasures, one must ascend a staircase within the secret realm known as the Suspended Treasure Steps. This staircase is enhanced by a mystical formation, which, once stepped upon, applies dual pressure to the cultivator's physical body and soul. The higher one climbs, the greater the pressure becomes. Correspondingly, the quality of the spiritual treasures acquired also increases, according to the recorded information. The current foremost genius of the Feiyu sect, Lan Xian, holds the record for the suspended treasure steps since the sect's inception. This individual managed to ascend a full 368 steps. Naturally, the rewards were substantial. He ultimately obtained a pinnacle-grade spiritual treasure, garnering the envy and admiration of countless individuals. 368 steps, Tang Chun mused, the number igniting a sense of anticipation within him. How far could he climb? What quality of spiritual treasure could he obtain? Previously, he possessed a high-grade spiritual sword. However, after being expelled from the Qiang sect, all his belongings were confiscated, including that sword. The highest-tier spiritual treasure he currently possesses is the low-grade fish intestine short sword obtained from Fan Hai. Yet, now residing in the Feiyu sect, he is hesitant to use it, fearing complications should any acquaintances of Fan Hai recognize it. Thus, he is in urgent need of a suitable spiritual treasure. With these thoughts in mind, Tang Chun hesitated no longer. He stowed away the Jade Slip and stepped out of a small room in the courtyard. Tang Shui was joyfully playing with Fu Yun. The icy energy emanating from Tang Shui seemed to hold great allure for her, prompting this otherwise stoic ice beauty to engage in such playful antics. Tang Shui clung to Fu Yun like an octopus, and, upon noticing Tang Chen's arrival, her eyes narrowed into crescent shapes. "Brother, Sister Fu smells so nice," Tang Chan instinctively turned his gaze toward the sound, just in time to see the little girl speaking while rubbing her face against Fu Yun's chest. The noticeable curve shifted with her movements. Fu Yun's gentle smile immediately stiffened, and she cast a frigid, suffocating glare at Tang Chun. I saw nothing. Tang Chun hastily averted his gaze, resolutely walking forward to Schwer. If you're tired from playing, go inside and rest for a while. I'm stepping out, Dado. Tang Xuan nodded cheerfully. Are you prepared to venture into the Lingbao secret realm? As they passed by, Fu Yun's cold voice suddenly resonated. Tang Chun paused momentarily and nodded slightly. The pressure of the suspended treasure ladder would impose a significant burden on both the living soul and the Niwen Palace. Fu Yun gently reminded, know your limits. Do not overexert yourself, lest it hinder the refinement of your spiritual seed to your current realm. The significance of the Lingbao is not as substantial. There's no need to force it. Once you accumulate enough contribution points, you can redeem another opportunity to enter the Lingbao secret realm. Tang Chun was slightly taken aback, somewhat surprised, but soon expressed his gratitude softly. Thank you for the reminder. Senior sister, Fu Yun merely acknowledged with a faint HM and did not engage with him further. After bidding farewell to the two women, Tang Chun departed from the Huanga Peak and made his way towards the Internal Affairs District. The Feiyu sect was vast beyond imagination. Even at his pace, it took nearly half an hour to reach his destination. Unlike the bustling atmosphere of other areas, the Internal Affairs District was eerily quiet, with scarcely a soul in sight. Following the guidance of the Jade Slip, Tang Chun quickly located the Welcome Pavilion. The pavilion was overseen by an elder of the sect, who was over 60 and dozing in a rocking chair when Tang Chun arrived. Typically devoid of visitors, the elder initially displayed great enthusiasm upon seeing a guest. His spirits lifted. However, upon learning that Tang Chun had joined the Huanga lineage, his expression shifted to one of astonishment, followed by a series of sighs, as if he had suddenly lost interest in further conversation. After adhering to protocol by providing Tang Chun with a uniform and an identity token, he promptly closed the door, signaling the end of their interaction. The disciples of the Seven Peaks donned uniforms of varying colors based on their respective sections. For instance, the disciples of the Fufeng wore white robes, while those of the Huanga lineage donned black robes. This robe also served as a defensive spiritual treasure, albeit of low rank, merely a low-grade yellow-tier spiritual artifact. It offered decent protection against ordinary blades and elemental forces, yet provided little defense against attacks from postnatal cultivators. Despite its low rank, the robe was exquisitely crafted. Upon donning it, Tang Chun was enveloped in deep black, which harmonized well with his demeanor. As for the identity token, it bore a striking resemblance to the one he had previously received from Fan Hai. Crafted from jade and entirely emerald green, with the characters Fufeng replaced by Huanga. Having obtained his uniform and identity token, Tang Chun did not linger in the Internal Affairs District, but proceeded directly to the Secret Repository District. However, along the way, he encountered numerous disdainful and contemptuous glances, all due to the black robe representing the Huanga lineage. Though Tang Chun felt irked, he could do little about it, as the Huanga lineage was the least favored. Fortunately, the distance between the Secret Repository District and the Internal Affairs District was not great, and soon he stepped into the expansive repository. Before him lay an immense black stone plaza, despite its size. The plaza was largely empty, save for 7 luminous portals arranged in a row at its center. Not far from these portals, 2 sect elders were seated in meditation. Tang Chun approached and bowed respectfully. New disciple Tang Chun greets the 2 elders. The elders slowly opened their eyes and regarded him. Both were white-haired and bearded, appearing quite aged, yet their gazes were sharp and brimming with vitality. Under their scrutiny, Tang Chun felt exposed, an unsettling sensation. Huanga lineage. Upon noticing Tang Chun's black robe, the elders exhibited surprise. Point 1. A lean elder remarked incredulously, Huanga has a new disciple. Tang Chun nodded slightly. It has been over 3 years since that peculiar Huanga disciple visited here. Hasn't it? Inquired the shorter elder, expressing curiosity. Without needing to think, it was clear that the peculiar Huanga disciple referred to Yuan Xiao. The lean elder nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, it has been a while. Quite the rarity. Indeed, the shorter elder mused, scrutinizing Tang Chun with a furrowed brow. After a moment, he shook his head and sighed. Vigorous bloodline and decent aptitude. Such a pity. The lean elder sighed as well. Alas, it seems the recent disputes among the peak masters have taken a toll. This lad is truly unfortunate. Let us not dwell on this matter. Old Wu, please attend to him. With that, he closed his eyes once more, ending the conversation. Why must I always attend to ordinary disciples? When those sect geniuses arrive, you are more enthusiastic than anyone. Elder Wu grumbled as he rose, turning his attention to Tang Chun. You should already be aware of the requirements for entering the Lingbao secret realm. Correct? He seemed disinterested in further pleasantries and got straight to the point. Tang Chun nodded to ascend the suspended treasure ladder. Good to know, Didi, oh your utmost. Elder Wu replied, casually, if you cannot endure, simply select a spiritual treasure to acknowledge, and the teleportation array within the secret realm will activate. Understood? Tang Chun bowed in thanks. Elder Wu wasted no more words, walking to the second luminous portal, raising his hand to perform a series of gestures. A mark of spiritual energy swiftly formed before him, then struck the center of the portal. With a hum, the portal trembled slightly and burst forth with radiant light. Elder Wu beckoned, young one, step inside. Tang Chun hurried forward, entering the portal, his form disappearing amidst the swirling spiritual light. After a brief sensation of weightlessness, Tang Chun felt a sudden brightness before him. In the next moment, he found himself in a space brimming with spiritual energy. This area was not large, with the most prominent feature being a set of suspended azure stone steps ascending into the air, the suspended treasure ladder. On either side of each step, numerous ethereal light orbs floated and shimmered, emanating waves of spiritual energy. Gazing around, the countless orbs resembled a vast expanse of stars, a truly magnificent sight. The Qiang sect possessed no similar secret realms, and Tang Chun was filled with curiosity. As he observed, he approached the suspended treasure ladder. After a brief moment, without lingering too long, Tang Chun stepped onto the first tier of the ladder. He felt nothing unusual, as if climbing an ordinary staircase. He continued to ascend rapidly, reaching the 50th tier in the blink of an eye. However, the moment his foot landed on the 50th step, a tremendous pressure suddenly manifested in the void, bearing down upon him. Tang Chun's form sank slightly, and the Naiwan palace at the center of his brow trembled gently. Yet this sensation lasted but an instant before dissipating. For Tang Chun, this initial pressure had little effect. Without hesitation, he continued his ascent. With each step he took, the invisible pressure grew increasingly heavier. 52, 53, 54, 55. Tang Chun pressed on, unceasing in his climb. Having entered the secret realm, his objective was to obtain a spiritual treasure of satisfactory rank. Below the 50th tier, all treasures were mere low-grade yellow-tier artifacts, akin to refuse. Starting from the 51st tier, the treasures on either side of the ladder transformed into mid-grade yellow-tier artifacts. However, this still fell short of Tang Chun's expectations. The sound of his footsteps echoed throughout the Lingbao secret realm. Tang Chun's ascent was incredibly swift, and in no time, he reached the 100th tier. At this level, the pressure surged to a new intensity, and the treasures flanking the ladder had now elevated to high-grade yellow tier. Chapter 15. A pleasant surprise. Tang Chun continued his relentless climb. However, upon reaching the 100th tier, the significantly heightened pressure caused his speed to wane. It was at this moment that he truly comprehended the sensation of simultaneous pressure on both his physical body and living soul. Not just his back, but every part of his flesh and bone felt as though it had been infused with metal, rendering him considerably heavier than before. Even the slightest movement required several times the effort compared to his usual state. The pressure on his living soul primarily stemmed from the Naiwan Palace. Located at his brow and housing the essence of the human soul, Tang Chun ascended. The pressure on the Naiwan Palace intensified, causing it to tremble slightly. Each tremor felt like a fine silver needle piercing into his skull. Though it was not painful, the persistent sensation proved rather irksome. Nonetheless, none of this approached the limits of what Tang Chun could endure. He stood upon the 100th level of the azure stone steps, pausing for a brief moment to catch his breath. Once his body had fully acclimatized to the exertion, he resumed his ascent. During his climb, Tang Chan attentively observed the ethereal treasures suspended on either side of the stone staircase. It appeared that for every 50 levels ascended, the quality of the spiritual treasures correspondingly advanced. Regardless of their tier, the emanations from these treasures were formidable, with most being significantly superior to those circulating in the external market. Even within the same grade, the potency of spiritual treasures varied due to the cultivator's skill, the materials employed, and the methods of refinement. For instance, a mid-level yellow-grade spiritual treasure crafted by a renowned master would undoubtedly surpass one produced by an ordinary artifact refiner. Evidently, the treasures within this mystical realm were forged by the Qifeng lineage, boasting a quality superior to those found outside. As he pondered, Tang Chan ascended to the 151st step. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure enveloped him, causing his knees to buckle momentarily before he straightened himself once more. The intensity here was such that even a typical postnatal 9th-tier cultivator might struggle to endure it, feeling the weight of the pressure. Tang Chan mused to himself. The postnatal realm is primarily about tempering the physical body. However, even among cultivators of the same realm, the strength of their bodies can differ significantly. For those with weaker physical fortitude, performing large movements on this step would likely prove challenging. Nevertheless, this was of little concern to Tang Chan. Once the most gifted disciple of the Qiyang sect, his innate talent and the resources at his disposal far surpassed those of ordinary cultivators. Thus, his physical strength already exceeded that of the average practitioner. Although his cultivation had been crippled and his body marred with scars, his solid foundation remained intact. Now, having reforged his postnatal realm, his physical prowess had advanced even further. He quickly adapted to this level of pressure. With discomfort fading, he turned his gaze toward the treasures floating on either side of the staircase. Among the shimmering orbs, an array of spiritual weapons, swords, spears, halberds, axes, and hooks radiated a faint glow. These treasures were still of a yellow grade, yet their quality was evidently superior to those found between levels 100 and 150. This must be what is referred to as peak yellow-grade treasures. Tang Chan concluded after a moment of observation. Typically, artifacts crafted by ordinary refiner practitioners are categorized into low, medium, and high tiers. However, a sufficiently skilled artisan can create treasures that reach the pinnacle of their respective tier. Such treasures, while not comparable to those of the next tier, represent the zenith of their own. These pinnacle treasures can, under the right circumstances, unleash power rivaling that of low-grade treasures from the subsequent tier, making them a coveted possession for ordinary cultivators. Even the most exceptional disciples of the Feiyu sect, upon entering the mystical realm, often acquire treasures of this caliber. As for the higher-tier grade treasures, they are predominantly within the grasp of the most talented disciples who rank among the top 100 in the three realms. Yet for Tang Chan, such treasures were insufficient, but he yearned for more. Contemplating this, he took a slow step forward. Creak! As his foot landed, a cacophony of cracking bones echoed throughout his body. The invisible needle piercing his Niwen palace seemed to thicken, causing even him to wince in pain. Yet, in the next instant, he steadied himself and resumed his ascent. Meanwhile, outside the spiritual treasure realm, Elder Wu, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and gazed at the portal representing the entrance to the mystical realm. The portal shimmered with light, yet no figure emerged. Elder Wu furrowed his brow and murmured to himself, "Time is nearly up. Why hasn't that lad from the Huangfeng lineage emerged yet?" Beside him, Elder Chan, without opening his eyes, replied calmly, "At this point, he is likely stalled at the 150th level." Elder Wu nodded in understanding. Every ordinary disciple entering the mystical realm typically spends a considerable amount of time at this step, as the pressure at the 151st level often represents their maximum threshold. However, beyond the 151st step lies the potential for pinnacle treasures. With such treasures within reach, any normal person would strive to attain them. "Old Chun, do you think this lad can push through the 151st level?" Elder Wu inquired with a smile. "Did I just observe his physique? His vitality is robust, considerably stronger than that of ordinary disciples. His aptitude is commendable." Elder Chen casually remarked that he should be able to manage that. "We will know the result in half a stick of incense." All disciples attempting to ascend to the 151st level typically take no longer than this duration. If they exceed that time without reaching the 151st step, it signifies that their efforts are in vain, and they should concede that they have reached their limit at the 150th level. Indeed, Elder Wu nodded slightly. Choosing not to elaborate further, he ceased his meditation and began to patiently wait. After half a stick of incense, once Tang Chun emerged from the mystical realm, he would close the portal. Within the spiritual treasure realm, Tang Chun continued his climb on the seemingly endless staircase. This moment, he had successfully reached the 251st step. Beginning from the 200th level, the number of floating spiritual treasures had drastically diminished. They were all grade treasures. The quantity of treasures between levels 251 and 300 was even scarcer, with only a handful in sight, each a precious mid-tier grade treasure. The spiritual sword Tang Chun had wielded during his time at the Qiyang sect belonged to this category. Among the 18 sects of the Qiyang region, any sect member permitted to wield a mid-tier grade treasure was undoubtedly among the most elite of geniuses. Tang Chun exhaled sharply, beads of sweat forming on his brow as the pressure of this level bore down upon him, causing his complexion to flush. This intensity was overwhelming, even for him. His body bore the marks of strain, with capillaries bursting beneath the skin. Concurrently, the pressure on his Naiwan palace was far greater than before. Tang Chun could distinctly sense his entire Naiwan palace trembling violently. The previous needle now felt akin to a heavy iron rod, relentlessly pounding within his Naiwan palace. Each strike resonated in his mind with a thunderous roar, causing his head to throb painfully. The frequency of these impacts was almost incessant, occurring dozens of times with each breath. How excruciating! Tang Chun grimaced, drawing in a sharp breath. He slightly hunched over, remaining stationary as he frantically circulated his spiritual energy to counteract the external pressure. After a time, it seemed that both his body and Naiwan palace had begun to adapt to this pressure, and the pain was no longer as intense, just as he intended to continue ascending the staircase. A sudden thought struck him, causing him to pause momentarily. Given the immense pressure here, could it be utilized to temper his physical form? The postnatal realm primarily involved the unblocking of the acupoints. From a Naiwan Palace acupoint at the center of his forehead to the Yongquan acupoint at the soles of his feet, there are a total of 365 main acupoints, ordinary cultivators, upon unblocking all 365 acupoints, reach the pinnacle of the postnatal ninth tier and can begin to condense their spiritual sea, ultimately striving for the innate realm. However, in addition to these 365 main acupoints, there are 355 auxiliary acupoints within the human body. Some cultivators with exceptional talent, upon unblocking the 365 main acupoints, endeavor to unblock additional auxiliary acupoints. The more acupoints one unblocks, the higher the quality of the condensed spiritual energy. Ordinary cultivators typically open 365 acupoints. Generally talented individuals usually manage around 415 acupoints. Super geniuses often exceed 500 ACU points. AS for someone like Tang Chun, who is an unparalleled prodigy. He had previously unblocked a total of 660 acupoints at the pinnacle of the postnatal realm. According to the records in the Jade Slip, Lan Xian, the first genius of the Feiyu sect, also unblocked an impressive 658 acupoints during his postnatal cultivation, nearly matching Tang Chen's achievement, given that Tang Chen's 660 acupoints were already interconnected. His current task in re-establishing his postnatal realm is to cleanse the impurities within these acupoints using spiritual energy. Thus, after resuming his cultivation, he has progressed at an astonishing rate this moment. Although he is at the postnatal 7th tier, he has already unblocked a remarkable 400 acupoints. Once he has cleansed all 660 acupoints, he will reach the pinnacle of the postnatal realm and be ready to condense his spiritual sea. Tang Chun initially planned to acquire the spiritual treasures before entering the time-space ancient tower to thoroughly cleanse the remaining acupoints, simultaneously refining his spiritual consciousness and solidifying his spiritual seed. However, feeling the immense pressure here, an idea struck him. With the entirety of his spiritual energy in a state of turmoil to resist the external force, could he control his energy to cleanse the acupoints now? thereby accelerating the process under such pressure. As Tang Chun pondered, his eyes gleamed ever more brightly. The other cultivators, upon reaching this level, found their minds and bodies subjected to a dual torment, leaving them devoid of the energy necessary to harness this pressure for enlightenment. However, he was different. Despite the discomfort he could endure and still had considerable reserves of strength, he felt it was worth a try. Without hesitation, Tang Chun began to channel the primordial Tao Sutra, mobilizing his spiritual energy. With a rush, the spiritual energy, already boiling within him, surged forth under his deliberate control, racing towards an unwashed acupoint. Under the influence of the pressure, the speed at which the energy flowed was more than doubled. In an instant, this acupoint was cleansed, transforming from dullness to brilliance. Yet, diverting his focus to control the spiritual energy only intensified the pressure on his physical form. Tang Chun wobbled, nearly losing his footing. Nevertheless, once this acupoint was cleansed, his body grew stronger in an instant, allowing him to quickly regain his balance. The pressure he experienced physically diminished slightly. That it truly is possible. Tang Chun's eyes shone with a newfound brilliance. Radiating vitality. Chapter 16. Has this lad truly succeeded? Prior to entering the Spirit Treasure Secret Realm, he had never conceived of such a possibility. Now that he had discovered it, he had to make good use of it. Tang Chun made a decisive choice, opting not to continue ascending the suspended treasure steps. Instead, he settled cross-legged upon the 251st step to commence his cultivation, leveraging the pressure of this place to hasten the cleansing of his acupoints and fortify his physique. The sound of surging spiritual energy echoed like a mighty river flowing from within Tang Chun. Teeth an astonishing pace, he continually cleansed one acupoint after another. Outside the secret realm, in the plaza, why hasn't he emerged yet? Elder Wu furrowed his brow, fixated on the entrance of the secret realm. That a considerable amount of time had passed since half a stick of incense had burned, yet Tang Chun still had not exited. Calculating the time, it had already been an hour and a half since he entered the Spirit Treasure Secret Realm. Elder Chun, who had been meditating in silence, finally opened his eyes at this point. He too recognized that something was amiss. Old Wu, what's the situation with that lad? Elder Chun inquired solemnly as he rose. You ask me? How would I know? Elder Wu shot him a glare, clearly irked. Having guarded the secret realm for many years, this was the first time he had encountered such a scenario. Just then, a curious voice broke in. Elders, what has happened? Accompanied by a flurry of footsteps, several disciples clad in white robes approached the entrance of the Blackstone Plaza. They were all disciples of the Symbol Peak. Among them were 7 or 8 individuals, with a particularly handsome and imposing youth at their center, the one who had just spoken. It's Guyu. Seeing this disciple, Elder Chun immediately smiled. This young talent had recently emerged from the Symbol Peak lineage, having reached the innate 4th level at such a young age in the near future. He had a great chance of breaking into the top 100 of the 3rd realm. Elder Chun had always favored the talented disciples of the sect, so he held a favorable impression of Guyu. Elder Chun, Guyu said with a warm smile, bowing respectfully. It's nothing much. Elder Chun waved his hand dismissively. A newcomer has entered the Spirit Treasure Secret Realm, but an hour and a half has passed, and he is yet to emerge. A newcomer? Guyu and his companions were taken aback. Could it be that fellow named Tang Chun who just joined the sect today? One of the crowd murmured. Tang Chun? Guyu's brows furrowed slightly. He had been engrossed in his cultivation and had only recently emerged, unaware of Tang Chun's exploits. That fellow defeated dozens of the postnatal sect guards at the mountain gate earlier today, then produced some token and was taken to the internal affairs area by the sect protector, subsequently joining our Feiyu sect, the disciple explained. After a pause, he scoffed, saying, however, that guy is quite unfortunate. He was directly assigned to the Abandoned Peak lineage. Upon hearing the words Abandoned Peak, Guyu's expression darkened momentarily. Wong Kong, silence. Another disciple from Symbol Peak frowned and interjected. Are you unaware that Brother Gu has a grudge with that useless Yuan Xiao? Why mention that lineage in front of him? The disciple named Wong Kong shrank back, his expression awkward. Brother Gu, it's no matter. Guyu waved his hand, his demeanor regaining calm, though a hint of malice flickered in his eyes. He indeed had a grudge with Yuan Xiao. Yuan Xiao was a gambler who frequently set up betting rings in the battle zone, wagering on the outcomes of arena matches. Months prior, during a sparring session, he had opened betting against Gu Yu, openly betting on his loss. The result? Gu Yu had indeed lost. Since then, it seemed Yuan Xiao had taken to deliberately antagonizing him, always appearing to place bets against Gu Yu whenever he sparred with others. Although Gu Yu had won most of the arena matches, he had been thoroughly disgusted by Yuan Xiao's antics. Everyone believed him to be a genius, but Yuan Xiao seemed to relish contradicting him. In a fit of frustration, Gu Yu had issued a challenge to Yuan Xiao for a duel. However, the sect had regulations stating that apart from cases where someone was challenging for a ranking, one could refuse a challenge without reason 3 times. Only after 3 refusals must one accept the challenge. Moreover, if the challenger was rebuffed, they had to wait 3 days before issuing another challenge. Though the regulations existed, the disciples of Feiyu sect were inherently combative and rarely refused challenges. Nevertheless, Gu Yu had challenged Yuan Xiao twice within 6 days. Both times met with public refusals. Even more troubling was that during this period, Yuan Xiao continued to set up betting rings against Gu Yu whenever he sparred with others. His actions were utterly shameless. Suppressing his anger, Gu Yu forced a smile and said, "Elders, is it possible that this Tang Chun is simply too overconfident and succumbed to the pressure of the suspended treasure steps?" Elders Chun and Wu both paused in surprise at his words that it did seem plausible. Otherwise, how could one explain his prolonged absence? However, if he truly perished under the pressure of the suspended treasure steps, he would be irreparably branded with shame. For since the founding of the sect, such an incident had never occurred. With this thought, Elders Chun and Wu grew restless. Which secret realm do you intend to enter? Come and pay your contribution points. After sending you in, I will investigate the situation of that lad. Elder Wu spoke sternly to Gu Yu and his group. Elder, there's no rush. Gu Yu smiled and waved his hand. You investigate first. We are also quite concerned about our junior brother's situation. He harbored a deep resentment towards the abandoned peak lineage. And if this newcomer named Tang Chun truly perished under the pressure of the suspended treasure steps, it would bring him great satisfaction. The other disciples from Symbol Peak nodded in agreement. Very well. Elder Wu, uninterested in the squabbles among the disciples, focused solely on whether Tang Chun had encountered any trouble. If anything were to happen, both he and Elder Chun, the guardians of the secret realm, would be held responsible and face punishment. Elder Chun. Elder Wu turned to look at Elder Chun. They exchanged a glance and nodded. Under the watchful eyes of Gu Yu and the others, the 2 elders stepped forward to the entrance of the Spirit Treasure secret realm, then began to form seals. 2 handprints materialized in an instant, embedded into the entrance. Buzz, the portal trembled, and in the next moment, a luminous screen coalesced above. Like rippling water, the light shimmered, revealing scenes from within the Spirit Treasure secret realm. The onlookers focused intently. Soon, they beheld Tang Chun seated cross-legged upon the stone steps, seemingly engrossed in meditation. His forehead was lined with veins, his muscles taut, and sweat cascaded down his body, indicating he was enduring immense pressure. Yet he was not dead. Both Elder Wu and Elder Chun let out a simultaneous sigh of relief, their anxieties dissipating. This fellow is likely at the 150th level of the steps, attempting to ascend to the 151 SD. One of the Symbol Peak disciples speculated softly. The secret realm does not allow for precise tracking of an individual's step position, but one can infer it from the climbing speed and elapsed time. It should be. So did Gu Yu interjected, a tone of subtle mockery lacing his words. However, given how long he has taken without reaching the next level, anyone else would have given up long ago. This junior brother is truly persistent. He did not believe that Tang Chun had surpassed the 151st level, for that was typically the limit for ordinary disciples. Brother Gu, I recall that during your first ascent of the suspended treasure steps, you reached the 203rd level, did you not? When the crowd chimed in, Gu Yu nodded slightly, his expression proud. Brother Gu is indeed impressive. After the disciples of Fufeng finished their remarks, one of them pointed at Tang Chun on the luminous screen and sneered, "Look at this worthless fool, lacking the talent of senior Brother Gu. He insists on wasting time here in a futile struggle put it nicely, one might call it perseverance. To put it bluntly, it's simply foolishness." The crowd erupted with laughter, The disciples of Huangfeng have always been like this. Elder Wu and Elder Chun exchanged slight shakes of their heads, finding themselves in agreement with the sentiments expressed by the many disciples of Fufeng. As elders, they ought not to encourage the conflicts among the sect's disciples. Yet this Tang Chun was indeed woefully inadequate. Weakness itself is not terrifying. What is truly alarming is the inability to recognize one's own limitations. Should we bring this boy out? Elder Wu turned to Elder Chun, his tone somewhat irritable. Elder Chun replied coolly, "Let's wait a moment longer and give him one last chance to try." They were unaware of Tang Chen's precise position, but they could never have imagined that he had already ascended to the 251st level. Within the secret realm, on the suspended treasure steps, Tang Chun remained oblivious to the many eyes scrutinizing him from the outside world. At this moment, he was completely absorbed in the exhilarating experience of purging his acupoints. Having cultivated on the 251st level for only a short while, after clearing 20 acupoints, he discovered that the pressure at this level had completely lost its effect. As his acupoints continued to illuminate, the strength of his physical body surged dramatically. With increased strength came diminished pressure. Thus, Tang Chun had no choice but to adopt a mode of climbing while cultivating. Presently, he had reached the 350th step. The luminescent orbs floating on either side were countable with both hands, all being advanced spiritual treasures of the mysterious tier. With a hum, as another acupoint was purged within him, Tang Chun finally opened his eyes. Though weariness filled his gaze, the fluctuations of spiritual energy within him were several times stronger than before he entered the secret realm. At this point, he had successfully cleared a total of 600 acupoints. His cultivation realm had also advanced to the late stage of the innate realm. Just 60 more acupoints needed to be purged to truly reach the peak of the innate realm. Tang Chun gathered his thoughts and silently assessed the pressure of the 350th step. Although the pressure from the Niden Palace remained exceedingly terrifying, he had fully adapted to the pressure from his physical body. At this level, he could no longer accelerate the purging of his acupoints. He had to climb higher. Without hesitation, Tang Chun braced himself against the pressure, slowly rising, and then stepping forward. Bang! The moment his right foot landed on the 351st step. The violent dual pressure descended upon him as expected. In that instant, Tang Chun felt a sharp pain in his head, his mind swirling like a muddled concoction. His body began to crack, blood staining his black robe. His eyes turned crimson as he let out a beast-like roar, enduring the pressure as he moved his left foot once more. After staggering a few times, he finally steadied himself that he had successfully set foot on the 351st step. There was no time for joy. Tang Chun gritted his teeth against the searing pain in his head and began to channel his spiritual energy to purge the remaining 66 acupoints. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, the onlookers, observing the scene on the luminous screen, could not contain their derision that he only managed to reach the 151st level while getting injured. He can't even compare to our senior brother Gu. There's simply no basis for comparison. Truly a waste of space. Chapter 17. A new record, the spiritual sword-broken blade. Guyu sneered as he watched Tang Chun step onto the 151 step on the luminous screen. Within his gaze, a surge of killing intent stirred. Yet he quickly regained his composure, listening to the mocking remarks from those around him, and said nonchalantly, to reach the 151st level and attain a peak yellow tier spiritual treasure. This junior brother Tang's aptitude is indeed commendable. Once he emerges, you all should engage in some sparring with him and offer him some guidance. Among the crowd, several disciples at the innate realm nodded in agreement, a peculiar cold smile appearing on their faces. Sparring? Guidance? Everyone knew that immediately after climbing the suspended treasure steps, one's body and spirit would be at their most fatigued state. Jiuyu's suggestion to find Tang Chun for sparring at this moment was all too evident in its intent. Those who followed Guyu understood his temperament well, narrow-minded and vengeful. Were it not for the sect's rule prohibiting challenges across different realms, he would undoubtedly take the stage himself to guide Tang Chun. Elder Wu, he's about to come out. Prepare. Elder Chun began, intending to instruct Elder Wu to close the spiritual treasure's secret realm. However, before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in shock, his words abruptly halting. Almost simultaneously, Everyone else fell silent, their expressions filled with disbelief. For on the luminous screen, Tang Chen actually lifted his foot once more, preparing to ascend. Damn it, he truly is a fool. A disciple of Fufeng snapped back to reality. Sneering, the pressure of the suspended treasure steps increased with each level. If the transition from the 150th to the 151st was so arduous, how could this fool possibly think he could ascend further? It was utterly beyond his capabilities. Elder Wu and Elder Chen also found the situation somewhat amusing. They had guarded the secret realm for centuries, yet this was the first time they encountered someone so single-minded. No, it was beyond mere single-mindedness. It was sheer stubbornness. A smile reappeared on Gu Yu's handsome face as he mockingly remarked, "Let us not jump to conclusions too soon. What if junior brother Tang manages to break through his limits once again?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than Tang Chen's trembling right foot landed on the step. Following that, he stood firmly atop it, though the screen displayed only images without sound. Everyone felt as if they could hear the thud of his footfall echoing in their minds in that moment, including the two elders. Everyone was left utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? The pressure at the 152nd level was undoubtedly stronger than that of the 151st. That fellow had taken so long to transition from the 150th to the 151 SD. How could he so easily step onto the 152nd level? Could it be that he truly benefited from Gu Yu's good words? His aptitude is indeed commendable. Everyone instinctively turned to Gu Yu, their expressions strange. Gu Yu's face turned a shade of iron, feeling an intense heat flush across his cheeks, as if he had been dealt a series of stinging slaps. Damn it! When this fellow emerges, he must be dealt with. He roared silently within his heart. In the realm of spiritual treasures, after stepping onto the 352nd step, Tang Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Although the pressure here was somewhat stronger than before, the increase was scarcely significant. As the purging of acupoints progressed, the resistance grew more formidable, and the additional pressure was no longer sufficient to hasten his progress. I must continue to climb. Tang Chen made a swift decision. He had no intention of leaving until he had purged all 660 acupoints. Creak! With a sound of cracking bones, he once again slowly raised his foot. Though it was arduous, his resolve remained unwavering as he continued to ascend the suspended treasure steps. Outside, what the hell? He still wants to climb. Is he insane? The onlookers were utterly astonished. Having all climbed the suspended treasure steps themselves, and with most halting at the 150th level, they were acutely aware of the immense pressure it exerted on both body and spirit. Did the difficulty lessen for Elder Gu after the 151st level? Someone quietly posed a question. Gu remained silent, his expression darkening. Observing his demeanor, the crowd already grasped the answer. Elder Chen, what on earth is going on with this boy? Elder Wu gazed at the luminous screen where Tang Chen was laboriously lifting his foot, frowning in inquiry that I cannot discern. Elder Chen shook his head slightly, murmuring at this speed he shouldn't have been stuck at the 150th level for so long. Before he could finish, his eyes widened in astonishment. Just moments ago, a fleeting image had flashed across the luminous screen. Due to the rapidity, no one, including Elder Wu, had noticed it, save for him who caught a glimpse in an instant. Yet in that fleeting moment, he questioned whether he had seen it correctly. How could that knife-shaped spiritual treasure appear at over the 150th level? Elder Chen's expression remained calm, but his heart thundered with shock. He suspected he had misjudged. Yet, the fleeting image of that spiritual treasure, a peak mysterious tier treasure crafted by Wang Yun, the master of Qifeng, was indelibly etched in his memory. If I recall correctly, that knife-shaped spiritual treasure was placed on the 352nd step. Elder Chen pondered, a terrifying thought surfacing in his mind. But the next moment, he vehemently dismissed it. Impossible! How could that be? It's utterly inconceivable. That was the 352nd level. It is worth noting that the sect's number one genius, Lan Xian, had barely managed to reach the 368th level, and even then, he had taken an entire day to painstakingly ascend. Yet now, how long had it been since Tang Chen entered the secret realm? Barely 2 hours. Elder Chen, who previously thought Tang Chen was taking too long, now felt it was far too short. Elder Chen, what is the matter with you? Elder Wu discerned that something was amiss in his expression and casually inquired. Elder Chun, shaken from his reverie, abruptly realized his indiscretion and instantly restored his composure. It's nothing. Perhaps I was merely imagining things. He dared not believe what he had seen, ultimately finding solace in that thought. Amidst the ethereal glow suspended in the air, Tang Chun continued his ascent. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he managed to scale yet another step, though each movement appeared precarious, as if he might plummet at any moment. He ultimately steadied himself, standing firm like a resilient Weeblue. In the vast expanse of the square, silence reigned supreme. Every breath was held, every eye fixated on the luminous screen, eager to discern the limits of Tang Chen's endurance. It hurt. Oh, how it hurt! At the 365th level of the suspended treasure ladder, Tang Chun wobbled, the pain rendering his consciousness hazy. His hair was disheveled, his skin marred by countless lacerations, blood cascading down his body. He appeared as if he had clawed his way up from the depths of hell, a fearsome visage indeed. Within his body, 660 acupoints remained, with only 5 yet to be purified. At this juncture, he had already fulfilled his objective, granting him the option to abandon the climb. The remaining 5 acupoints could easily be opened within the confines of the ancient time-space tower. Yet, having ascended this far, Tang Chun was unwilling to yield. The 368th level was Lan Xian's record, and he was resolute in his belief that he could surpass it. He was not merely battling Lan Xian. He was also wrestling with himself. Confirming that the pressure at the 365th step would no longer allow him to accelerate the cleansing of his acupoints, Tang Chun strained to open his eyes, nearly obscured by blood. Climb, a guttural roar, akin to a wild beast's, erupted from his chest. He thrust his legs forward once more, ascending. The slightest motion felt as though his bones might shatter, and the agony within his dantian was overwhelming. Yet his strides remained slow yet resolute. 366, 367, 368, 369. The moment he set foot on the 369th step, the fissures in his skin widened, blood gushing forth. Yet an exhilarating joy surged within him. Lan Xian's record had been shattered. As for the acupoints, only one remained unpurified. With great effort, Tang Chun lifted his gaze towards the stone steps ahead. At this point, he could muster no sound, only silently affirming in his heart, I, Tang Chun, born without parents, have endured a life of hardship. Yet through my own talent and diligence, I became the foremost prodigy of the Qiyang sect. Subsequently, my dantian shattered. My cultivation was obliterated. I plummeted from the heavens to the depths. Faced scorn from my master, ridicule from the masses, betrayal from my beloved, and was cast out by my sect. All these tribulations did not lead me to despair. Mere steps, what do they truly signify? As Tang Chen's heart roared with determination, he resolutely lifted his leg once more. Bang! At the moment he raised his leg, the flesh of his calf erupted, revealing ghastly bone beneath. Yet he felt no pain. Battling fiercely against the relentless pressure to be why this point, the pain had become numb. He was sustained solely by sheer willpower. In the square, Elder Chun mused, is the pressure truly so immense below the 200th level? Elder Wu frowned, observing the spectacle on the luminous screen, his voice low and contemplative. Elder Chun remained silent, his face twitching uncontrollably at that moment. He was so overwhelmed with excitement that words eluded him. Upon witnessing Tang Chen's calf explode, he was utterly convinced that he had not misjudged. This young man was not beneath the 200th level. He had surpassed Lan Xian, ascending to the 369th level. With a cultivation level of postnatal realm, he had reached this height. A genius, an unparalleled prodigy, perhaps even more formidable than Lan Xian. It was known that Lan Xian had initially entered the spiritual treasure secret realm at the peak of the postnatal realm, having opened 658 acupoints before setting the terrifying record of 368 levels. Yet, Tang Chen's cultivation was merely at the 7th level of the postnatal realm. What kind of monster was this? The mere thought sent tremors through Elder Chen's heart. In the luminous screen, Tang Chen's legs were reduced to nothing but bone from the knee down. Yet his right foot had already found its place upon the stone step. Following closely, his left foot slowly followed suit. Gradually, it settled upon the step. His body trembled violently, on the verge of collapsing under the immense pressure. However, after several stumbles, he managed to stabilize himself. He then slowly raised his right arm, extending his palm. With a whoosh, the solitary sphere of light to the right of the stone step transformed into a stream of brilliance. Drawn into his grasp, as the radiance dissipated, a broken spiritual treasure, a sword with no blade, only half its body remaining, appeared before the eyes of the crowd. Was it the broken blade spiritual sword? The transcendent treasure left behind by the founding patriarch? Wasn't this sword located at the 370th level? On the Blackstone Square, Elder Wu's thunderous roar echoed like a clap of thunder, reverberating throughout the space. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Chapter 18. The challenge, 370th level. Hadn't Tang Chun just been climbing the 151st level? Even if he had ascended an additional 20 levels, he should be around the 170th level. How could he possibly reach the 370th level? Gu Yu and the others were in utter disbelief. Such a feat was simply impossible. Yet, on the other side, damn, I wondered why your expression was off. Old Chun, you must have noticed it long ago, haven't you? Elder Wu's face flushed crimson, unable to contain his exclamation. I didn't dare to confirm, Elder Chun replied, his voice trembling with excitement. At this moment, his heart brimmed with elation. The sect had produced another talent to rival Lan Xian. A monumental occasion indeed. Buzz. Just as the two were conversing, the entrance to the spiritual treasure secret realm suddenly illuminated with brilliance. Simultaneously, a similar portal appeared within the realm. Tang Chun, enduring excruciating pain, lifted his foot to step through, and in the next instant, he found himself in Blackstone Square. The moment he emerged, the tension in his body dissipated, and he stumbled, nearly falling to... In the next moment, Elder Chun appeared behind him, extending a hand to steady him while infusing gentle spiritual energy into his body. Old Wu, where's that tiger saliva healing pill? Hurry up and bring it out, Elder Chun bellowed, nourishing Tang Chen's grievous wounds with his spiritual energy. The mention of the tiger saliva healing pill caused the others to pause momentarily, followed by expressions of envy. This was a top-tier third-grade healing elixir, exceedingly precious. Even for a star-grade cultivator with severe injuries, a single pill could restore them significantly. However, Elder Wu showed no hesitation, swiftly advancing. Here it comes. He clapped his storage pouch and retrieved a palm-sized jade vial. Upon uncorking the vial, an enchanting aroma wafted forth, soothing and invigorating to the senses. Without a moment's pause, Elder Wu poured the tiger saliva healing pill into Tang Chen's mouth. Whoosh! The pill dissolved upon contact, its pure essence enveloped by Elder Chen's spiritual energy, flooding through Tang Chen's entire being in an instant. The efficacy of the third-grade healing elixir was astonishing. The lacerations on Tang Chen's exterior vanished almost instantaneously. Even the internal injuries to his meridians and bones were rapidly mending. The two calves, now mere bones, saw flesh regenerating once again. Thank you, Elders Tang Chun managed to express through gritted teeth, suppressing the agony in his head. Although his physical wounds had healed, the effects of the tiger saliva healing pill could not mend the injuries within his dantian. Upon stepping onto the 370th step, he had felt a tremendous pressure in his brow, nearly causing it to burst. Fortunately, he had endured. Not only had he shattered Lan Xian's record, but he had also acquired a peak-grade spiritual treasure and, through misfortune, ingested a tiger saliva healing pill. The potency of the third-grade elixir was formidable. Even after his injuries were healed, he had consumed less than a third of its power. The residual potency was refined by Elder Chen's gentle spiritual energy stored within Tang Chen's body. For some time, this energy would continue to nurture his physique, proving immensely beneficial. No need. Elder Wu waved his hand, then excitedly inquired, "Did you truly ascend to the 370th level of the suspended treasure ladder?" Tang Chun nodded slightly. Upon exiting the secret realm, he had seen the luminous screen hovering above, aware that everyone had been closely monitoring his progress, thus felt no need for concealment. "How many acupoints have you opened?" Elder Chun, equally exhilarated, could not help but ask that in truth, with his cultivation level, he could have forcefully probed Tang Chen's condition, but he deemed such an action disrespectful. After a brief contemplation, Tang Chun replied candidly, 660 acupoints out on the Blackstone Square, and instant silence descended. Everyone, including two elders, stood dumbstruck. 660 acupoints opened, two more than Lan Xian. It was only at this moment that elders Wu and Chun realized that Tang Chun had already reached the pinnacle of the postnatal 9th level, merely a step away from the innate realm. From the time he entered the secret realm until now, only 3 short hours had passed. He had surged directly from the postnatal 7th level to the 9th level pinnacle. Even the two elders, well-versed in the ways of the world, were left speechless and parched from shock. Elder Chen opened his mouth, eager to inquire, "How did you achieve such rapid breakthroughs within such a brief period?" However, after exchanging a glance with Elder Wu, he ultimately refrained from speaking. Every cultivator harbors their own secrets, especially one as monstrous as this. Meanwhile, on the other side, Senior Brother Gu, should we still confront him? Wang Kong, a disciple of the Symbol Peak, gazed at Tang Chun, unable to suppress a gulp. Stammering his question, the Guyu's face darkened, almost dripping with resentment. How could this be? He was merely a waste who had entered the wild peak. What right did he have to open 660 acupoints? What right did he have to ascend 370 levels? What right did he have to possess a pinnacle mystic-grade spirit treasure? What right did he have to be fed the tiger saliva suspension pill by Elder Wu? At this moment, Gu Yu's heart brimmed with intense anger, resentment, and jealousy. Should we, or should we not? He ground his teeth, enunciating each word. You are also at the 9th level pinnacle. Yet he opened 660 acupoints. Wang Kong murmured that in the postnatal realm, the more acupoints one opens, the stronger the physical body becomes, and the greater the combat powered. And one knew how formidable a postnatal 9th level with 660 acupoints was, nor did they wish to test it. Fools! Gu Yu's eyes blazed crimson as he quietly rebuked. He has just broken through. His realm is not yet stable. Moreover, the suspended treasure ladder does not solely target the physical body, but can also inflict injuries on the soul. He is likely still dazed. What is there to fear? Wang Kang's heart remained filled with trepidation. What if he refuses to fight? At this moment, would he? Gu Yu coldly retorted. Everyone was taken aback, then quickly grasped his meaning. Though reluctant to admit it, Tang Chun was indeed a peerless genius, and everything that transpired today would surely spread throughout the sect swiftly. The suspended treasure ladder was his stage for fame. At this peak of glory, he would undoubtedly wish to avoid any rumors of cowardice or reluctance to battle. In other words, Gu Yu's actions effectively placed him in a perilous situation. He had no choice but to accept the challenge. How utterly insidious. Observing Gu Yu's contorted expression, the crowd shared a collective thought. Yet, they had to concede that such tactics were often the most effective against a genius. Very well. Wang Kong gritted his teeth. Immediately agreeing, he then stepped forward, directing his gaze at Tang Chun. Tang Chun, disciple of the Symbol Peak, challenges you to a duel that you dare to accept. Tang Chun, intending to examine the spirit treasure he had acquired, paused in surprise at the words and looked in the direction of a voice, that he soon spotted Gu Yu and his group glaring at him with bitter resentment. Who are the two elders? Tang Chun inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. The disciple of the Symbol Peak is named Gu Yu. He has a grievance with your senior brother, Yuan Xiao. Elder Wu's words enlightened Tang Chun. Absurd. Tang Chun has just ascended the suspended treasure ladder. It is unwise to engage in battle. Elder Chun admonished sternly. He favored geniuses and viewed Gu Yu as mere refuse in comparison to Tang Chun, naturally wishing to protect the latter. Furthermore, he understood the immense pressure of reaching the 370 levels of the suspended treasure ladder on the body and spirit. While Tang Chen's physical injuries had healed, his spirit was likely in a weakened state, rendering his combat power nearly non-existent. Elder, is there any issue with Wang Kong challenging under normal procedures? Gu Yu coldly countered. Are you suggesting that the elders should interfere in disciples' duels? Although he was reluctant to offend the elder guarding the secret realm, he knew that if he did not incapacitate Tang Chen now, he might never have the chance again. Elder Chen's expression darkened. He could find no retort. Jiu Yu and his companion's actions, though despicable, did not violate any regulations, and he could not prevent them. Refuse. Elder Wu's voice resonated in Tang Chen's ear. They are goading you. If you fall into their trap, they will undoubtedly strike with lethal intent. Elder, can disciples challenge each other with lethal force? Tang Chun suddenly inquired. Elder Chen replied coldly, as fellow disciples. When engaged in battle, there is no such thing as holding back. Injuries and fatalities are common occurrences. Even if someone dies, it merely results in a slight punishment that I see. That is acceptable. Tang Chen nodded at this. Then turned to Wang Kong. I accept the challenge. The expressions of Gu Yu and the others instantly brightened with delight. Kid, have you lost your mind? Elder Chun exclaimed anxiously. You have just emerged from the spirit treasure secret realm, and your soul is gravely injured. How can you fight? It does hurt quite a bit, Tang Chun replied, pinching his still painful forehead, his face growing increasingly pale. Yet in the next moment, a smile suddenly bloomed on his ashen face. But they're openly declaring their intent to kill me. Must I simply endure it? Elder Chin's urgency heightened. You can choose to avoid the fight. Thank you for your kindness, Elder, but it is unnecessary. Tang Chun waved his hand dismissively. Dealing with these individuals is still manageable. After casually stowing away the pinnacle mystic-grade spirit treasure, he walked towards Wang Kong and the others. His soul was severely injured, and the pain was intense, causing him to stumble slightly as he walked. Yet his tone remained remarkably nonchalant. Foolish! Elder Chun, infuriated, could only glare impotently. Tang Chen's disdainful words also reached Gu Yu and the others' ears. Their expressions darkened immediately, their eyes filled with a desire to see him suffer. However, Tang Chen's feeble appearance brought them a sense of hidden joy. It seemed that the pressure from the 370 levels of the suspended treasure ladder had indeed inflicted unbearable trauma on this fellow's soul. As they contemplated, Tang Chun staggered closer. Without glancing at Wang Kong, his gaze fell directly upon Gu Yu. You wish to kill me, don't you? It was evident that the disciples of the Symbol Peak were led by Gu Yu. Gu Yu feigned surprise, then smiled gently. What are you saying, Junior Brother Tang? We have never seen a peak genius with 660 acupoints. Out of curiosity, we merely wish to spar and see the extent of our differences. Tang Chun scoffed, choosing not to elaborate further, and directly strode towards the exit of the Blackstone Square. But the moment they brushed past each other, Gu Yu's smile vanished in an instant. Following this, his voice, thin as a mosquito's buzz, reached Wang Kang's ear. Use all your strength. Kill him. Afterward, I will repay you threefold for the sex punishment. Chapter 19. I'm sorry. I can't hold back. Wang Kong was momentarily stunned. Then greed gleamed in his eyes as he nodded emphatically. Observing Tang Chen's state, it appeared his soul was gravely injured. Under such circumstances, even if the opponent was a genius with 660 acupoints, his combat power would be severely diminished. He felt he had a substantial chance of killing him. Gu Yu departed first, hastening towards the battle zone, followed by the others in tow. Elder Chun, what should we do? Elder Wu inquired solemnly, watching the departing figures. Tang Chen's talent rivals that of Lan Xian. We must not suffer any losses. Elder Chen pondered for a moment before gritting his teeth. You guard the secret realm. I will go to Feiyu Mountain and report this matter to the Peak Masters. Elder Wu nodded in agreement. All right. Without further ado, Elder Chun transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the central Feiyu Mountain. In the battle zone, as soon as Tang Chun stepped into the area, he felt the rampant fluctuations of spiritual energy and the surging bloodlust in his ears. The sounds of shouting, clashing metal, and the explosive crack of air resonated continuously. Gazing around, on the hundreds of enormous platforms, many disciples of the Feiyu sect were engaged in sparring, creating a considerable commotion. Junior brother, what brings you here? A familiar voice rang out, and Tang Chun turned to see Yuan Xiao approaching with a look of delight. He held a bulging storage bag, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Someone challenged me to a duel, Tang Chun replied casually. Yuan Xiao was momentarily taken aback. A duel? Who would be so malicious as to seek trouble right after you join the sect? Tang Chen's expression remained calm as he gestured towards the entrance of the battle zone. Yuan Xiao glanced over and immediately saw Gu Yu and his group approaching with a fierce demeanor. His expression shifted dramatically. Damn, it's that scoundrel. What grievance do you have with him, senior brother? Tang Chun inquired curiously. Elder Chun had merely mentioned their conflict without elaborating, that it's nothing much, really that I just outplayed him a few times during his challenge and refused to duel him twice. Yuan Shio curled his lips slightly, shifting the subject. How could they possibly seek you out for a duel? I'm not quite certain, Tang Chen replied nonchalantly, but they have been present ever since I emerged from the Lingbao secret realm. Upon hearing Lingbao secret realm, Yuan Shio was taken aback, only then noticing the pallor of Tang Chen's face, which looked alarmingly weak. He urgently inquired, "Your complexion is concerning. How many levels have you climbed on the Xianbao ladder to sustain such severe injuries?" Tang Chan waved his hand dismissively. "Not very high. It's nothing serious. Even so, it must have affected your vitality. You can simply refuse the challenge," Yuan Shio insisted solemnly. "That scoundrel Gu Yu is vindictive and not to be trifled with. His intention in sending someone to challenge you is undoubtedly malicious, especially in your current state." Tang Chan interrupted him directly. "I have already accepted the challenge." Yuan Shio was taken aback, then shook his head repeatedly. "Junior brother, what a folly! Why engage with them when you claim to be unscathed? It would be far better to refuse the duel and seek vengeance later once your skills have matured." Tang Chan shook his head slightly, choosing not to elaborate. There was no animosity between him and Gu Yu's group, yet they were clearly intent on eliminating him. In such circumstances, both parties had become mortal enemies. "Are you also here, you waste?" Gu Yu's gaze fell upon Yuan Shio, his handsome face suddenly contorting with malice. "The battle arena isn't your family's estate. If you can come, why can't I?" Yuan Shio retorted coldly. Gu smirked. "That's just fine. I can enjoy watching you, junior brother, perish. Wang Kong, take the stage," he commanded, as Wang Kong behind him nodded and swiftly ascended the arena. Peering at Wang Kong, who stood at the pinnacle of the postnatal 9th layer, Yuan Shio discerned. "Gu Yu, my junior brother, is merely at the 7th layer. You're being rather presumptuous." His words faltered as he caught a glimpse of Tang Chun, who, to his astonishment, had somehow advanced to the peak of the postnatal realm. What astounding speed! Yuan Shio was momentarily stunned, but then burst into laughter, a 7th layer battling a 9th layer. "I had little faith in you, Tang Chun, but now I feel somewhat reassured." Regardless of the outcome, at least his junior brother was on equal footing with his opponent. "This time, I shall wager on your victory," Yuan Shio declared with a cold smile directed at Gu Yu. In the next moment, his voice resonated throughout the arena. "Ladies and gentlemen, the wager is open." Damn, that despicable scoundrel. Gu Yu's resentment toward Yuan Shio stemmed from this very moment. Now, witnessing his opponent's ploy, he felt an intense surge of rage. Yet, this fury swiftly transformed into exhilaration. That fool is still oblivious to what Tang Chun has endured. His expression when witnessing Wang Kang's victory will surely be priceless. With this thought in mind, Gu Yu sneered, "I wager 50 contribution points on Wang Kang's victory." The sheer magnitude of this figure left the onlookers astounded. Contribution points distributed monthly by the sect were pitifully low, and the quickest way to earn them was through undertaking tasks in the trial pavilion, most of which only rewarded 1 or 2 contribution points. Accumulating 50 points would take an eternity. Gu Yu was essentially wagering his entire fortune. Yuan Shio was taken aback by this proclamation. He then glanced at Tang Chun, who was staggering onto the stage, his expression darkening. He felt that Gu Yu was evidently prepared and seemed certain that Tang Chun would lose. "What, afraid to wager?" Gu Yu questioned with a sly grin. "I have no desire to play games with you, you treacherous scoundrel. I shall not wager." Yuan Shio's mind was increasingly troubled, after pondering for a moment. He gritted his teeth and said, "Junior brother, something is amiss. You should refuse the duel." On the arena, witnessing the concern on Yuan Shio's face, Tang Chun felt a warmth swell within him, though this junior brother was somewhat misguided. His character was commendable. Grinning at him, Tang Chun waved his hand. "It's fine." Thus the junior brother seemed quite confident. Yuan Shio was momentarily torn. After some deliberation, he gritted his teeth and urged, "Then I shall trust you this time. You must show some spirit." As his words fell, he turned to Gu Yu, declaring coldly, "I am opening the wager for 50 contribution points." Gu Yu's delight intensified at this declaration. Not only could he eliminate Tang Chun, but he could also profit handsomely from this wager against Yuan Shio, a splendid two birds with one stone scenario. The surrounding disciples, drawn in by the spectacle, began to place their bets, while many were willing to wager in the battle arena. A substantial wager of 50 contribution points was a rarity. Meanwhile, upon the stage, Tang Chun gritted his teeth against the searing pain in his head and steadied his stance. Across from him, Wong Kong had also ascended the arena. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew forth his storage pouch and unleashed 10 spirit talismans that soared forth like beams of light. Buzz. The brilliance erupted as the 10 talismans transformed into massive palm prints, crashing toward Tang Chun from all directions with tremendous force. The spectators below the arena were left aghast, their expressions changing dramatically. Each talisman released a surge of spiritual energy equivalent to a full-force strike from the postnatal ninth layer. Wong Kong had lost his mind, unleashing 10 talismans at once. Not to mention the value of those 10 talismans, it was evident he intended to kill. Yuan Xiao was utterly bewildered, his complexion turning ashen. What had Tang Chun done to provoke Guyu? After unleashing the 10 talismans, Wong Kong did not pause, stopping the ground as he lunged toward Tang Chun. Another talisman appeared in his palm. Foolish one, why venture into the Huangfeng lineage? He sneered, releasing the talisman, which coalesced into a fierce phantom of a tiger, lunging toward Tang Chun's head. With a total of 11 talismans, all avenues of retreat for Tang Chun were sealed. The talismans flew at breakneck speed, nearly arriving before him in the blink of an eye. However, in the face of such a brutal onslaught, Tang Chun's expression remained eerily calm. Wong Kong had no understanding of what level of enhancement awaited him after opening the 660 acupoints. But Tang Chun was acutely aware, for he had once attained that level. The situation he faced now was strikingly similar to that fateful day when he had just connected the 660 acupoints and stepped into the postnatal ninth layer. The difference lay in the fact that on that occasion, he had confronted a primal beast, the Chiwe tiger, at the third layer of the innate realm. The end result was that he had not used a shred of spiritual power. With sheer physical strength, he had torn the Chiwe tiger asunder. As Tang Chun pondered, the 11 talismans descended upon him, enveloping him entirely. The terrifying ripples of spiritual energy exploded outward from his body, engulfing the surroundings in a cloud of dust and debris. Gasps of astonishment erupted. Both Wong Kong on the stage and Guyu below wore cold smiles. Yuan Xiao, however, was devoid of color, staring blankly at the swirling dust on the arena. Unable to utter a single word, Guyu felt an exhilarating rush, casting a gleeful look toward him. Waste, you may now relinquish your contribution points. However, before he could finish his sentence, boom, the resounding thud of a stomp erupted from the arena. A black arrow pierced through the billowing dust, hurtling toward Wong Kong with a speed that left all breathless. Banged, he had no time to evade. The arrow struck him squarely in the chest. Crack! The sickening sound of bones fracturing resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Wong Kong's form flew backward like a tattered sack, crashing down onto the arena, a horrifying blood hole gaping in his chest. The hole was transparent from front to back, with his heart reduced to nothing but pulp. Wong Kong had not even uttered a cry of despair before he met his demise. Silence fell around the arena. Countless gazes mechanically shifted to the spot where Wong Kong had just stood, only to realize that the arrow that had shot forth with blinding speed was none other than Tang Chun himself. His black robe was torn in multiple places, hanging in tatters. Yet, the flesh exposed through the rips bore no wounds, only streaks of crimson that he had withstood the 11 talismans. In the eerily silent surroundings of the arena, someone trembled and spoke, their tone dazed. On the arena, Tang Chun calmly withdrew his bloodied hand. Rubbing his throbbing forehead, he fixed his gaze upon a certain individual, Guyu, who stood surrounded by numerous disciples. His complexion ashen. In the next moment, a smile crept across Tang Chun's lips. My apologies, I couldn't restrain myself. Chapter 20. A breakthrough on the spot. Battling Guyu. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying with it a faint scent of blood. Gazing at the horrifying blood hole in Wong Kang's corpse, the surrounding crowd fell silent, paralyzed by fear. Tang Chun's casual tone, akin to swatting a fly, sent chilling tremors through all who heard it. Though the doctrine of the Feiyu sect advocates for disciples to engage in sparring and combat, it is indeed rare for such encounters to result in fatalities within the arena. Even on the few occasions it has occurred, it was typically due to the unpredictable nature of martial arts, where one simply could not restrain their strikes. Yet, who would believe Tang Chen's claim of lacking control? Moreover, Wang Kang's immediate release of 11 spirit talismans upon stepping onto the stage clearly indicated his intent to eliminate Tang Chun. It was his own inadequacy that led to his tragic demise. Thus, although the spectators felt a pang of fear, none dared to cast blame upon Tang Chun. They were merely awestruck by his formidable prowess. To withstand 11 talismans, each equivalent to the full force of a peak innate 9th-level strike, not only unscathed but also to dispatch Wang Kong in a single move, was a testament to a terrifying achievement. Could the once-renowned Lan Xian have accomplished such a feat? Below the stage, Yuan Xiu gazed at Tang Chen's silhouette, his expression one of utter astonishment. He felt no joy at having earned contribution points. Aside from sheer shock, trepidation consumed him. Wang Kang's death was indeed deserved, and the sect would not impose severe penalties for such occurrences. However, the Talisman Peak lineage was known for their protective nature. Additionally, Wang Kong was evidently under the influence of Guyu. Who was Guyu? A newly ascendant genius of the Talisman Peak, currently regarded as the most promising disciple with hopes of entering the top 100 of the 3 realms. Tang Chun had brazenly slapped him in the face, and it was certain Guyu would not let this transgression go unpunished. Furthermore, there was Tang Chen's background to consider. He hailed from the Desolate Peak, the least favored lineage within the sect, with no one to back him up. Contemplating these matters only deepened Yuan Xiu's anxiety. Indeed, as soon as his thoughts took shape, Guyu's furious voice echoed throughout the area. Tang Chun, how dare you openly murder a fellow disciple? Wang Kong merely wished to spar with you, yet you resorted to such lethal force. On your very first day in the sect, have you no regard for the Feiyu sect? His face was ashen, his voice a series of furious roars. You had initially planned for Wang Kong to be replaced by another challenger if he were to lose, even with a rotational combat approach. He intended to wear Tang Chun down. However, he could never have anticipated that Tang Chun, having opened 660 acupoints, would possess such terrifying combat prowess, instantly slaying Wang Kong. The entire plan was in disarray. The only course of action now was to play the villain first, seizing the moral high ground. On the stage, Tang Chun looked down at the enraged Guyu, his expression calm as he stated, "I've already said, it was merely a matter of not restraining my hand. Whatever punishment the sect imposes, I shall accept. However, before any punishment is administered, I would like to fulfill Senior Brother Gu's wishes first." Tang Chen's words left everyone momentarily stunned. Hadn't Senior Brother Gu mentioned that several of his junior brothers were eager to spar with him? Tang Chen's gaze slowly swept across Guyu and his companions. Then he beckoned with a curl of his finger. "Come forth again. This time I assure you it will be merely a friendly exchange." As he spoke, a strange smile emerged on his pale face, instilling a profound sense of dread in the onlookers. You, or perhaps you." Tang Chun extended his hand, pointing at several disciples of the Talisman Peak standing beside Guyu. The faces of those selected changed dramatically, instinctively taking a step back. What a joke! Wang Kang's corpse lay nearby on the stage, still warm. A peak innate 9th level with 660 acupoints was overwhelmingly powerful. Even if their souls were wounded, they were not a match for him. A mere ordinary disciple. "I don't wish to." Tang Chun shook his head slightly, appearing dissatisfied. The next moment, his gaze locked onto Guyu. "In that case, Senior Brother Gu, how about you?" The crowd erupted in astonishment. At this juncture, it was evident that Guyu and his entourage harbored a grudge against Tang Chun. Yet, it was not enough for Tang Chun to have slain Wang Kong. He was now openly provoking everyone near Guyu. This was utterly audacious. Though Tang Chun was formidable, Guyu was a strong, innate 4th-level practitioner and a recently celebrated genius of the Talisman Peak. His combat strength was far beyond that of ordinary practitioners of the same realm. Challenging such an individual, Tang Chun seemed to be courting disaster. As these thoughts swirled in the minds of the spectators, a hint of trepidation appeared on Guyu's ashen face. In the next moment, he straightened his chest and sneered. The sect has regulations that require challengers to be of the same realm. You have merely just stepped into the peak of the innate ninth level. You are not qualified to challenge me." A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. The crowd stared in disbelief at his words. They had anticipated that, in the face of Tang Chen's blatant provocation, Guyu would unleash a torrent of fury. However, they never expected him to invoke the difference in realms as a reason. While Guyu's statement held a grain of truth, it was evident he was backing down, feeling the peculiar gazes of those around him. Guyu's complexion shifted from ashen to a deep shade of black. He yearned to retort fiercely, yet having witnessed Tang Chen's ferocity firsthand, he lacked the confidence to do so. Yet, the scrutiny from the crowd was unbearable. Ultimately, he coldly added, "I, Guyu, am not afraid of you. I simply do not wish to bully the weak. Come challenge me when you break through to the innate realm. I will respond to any challenge. What is there to fear?" He calculated meticulously. Tang Chun had just ascended to the peak of the innate ninth level and would not likely reach the innate realm in the near future. During this interval, he could intensify his training. He was already on the verge of breaking through to the innate fifth level. If he could surpass Tang Chun first, he would possess ample confidence to eliminate him. No matter how strong Tang Chun was, it was impossible for him to defeat Guyu across 5 small realms. Upon hearing this, the crowd understood. It turned out that Guyu was not backing down, but rather sought to defeat Tang Chun within the same realm. Talents are often proud, and it was not unusual for him to think this way. He was not afraid, but disdainful. The expressions of those gazing at Guyu shifted from contempt to understanding. "Senior brother Gu speaks rightly." Beside Guyu, a talisman peak disciple chimed in mockingly. "Unless you, a worthless fool, break through to the innate realm right now, you won't even have the qualification to challenge him. I advise you to consider how to explain Wang Kang's death to the sect." Before he could finish, Tang Chin suddenly sat cross-legged on the stage, closing his eyes. His actions left the crowd in a state of bewilderment. Suddenly, a faint aura of spiritual light emanated from Tang Chin's body, accompanied by the sound of rushing water echoing from within him. This was the sound of spiritual energy flowing. Initially, the sound was faint, barely audible. Yet, within mere moments, it rapidly intensified, ultimately transforming into a deafening roar reminiscent of a raging river. Boom! Within Tang Chun, it seemed as if great rivers were concealed, causing those who heard it to turn pale. Guyu was taken aback, instinctively sensing an ominous premonition that moment. The air above Tang Chen's head began to warp, and a visible transparent vortex quietly took shape. As the vortex emerged, the surrounding spiritual energy began to stir, then surged wildly towards it. The natural spiritual energy was swiftly refined into spiritual power by this vortex, accumulating in ever greater quantities. Drip. Once the spiritual power reached a certain density, it coalesced into a droplet of spiritual liquid, dripping into Tang Chen's body from above. Drip, drip, drip. As the sound of the spiritual liquid falling grew increasingly rapid under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the vortex overhead continued to refine spiritual power into liquid. This was an extraordinary phenomenon experienced by a perfected practitioner of the innate realm upon entering the innate realm and condensing their spiritual sea, as the droplets of spiritual liquid flowed into his body. Tang Chen's aura grew stronger and stronger. After approximately half an incense stick's worth of time, the overhead vortex quietly dissipated. Tang Chen opened his eyes and rose slowly. His complexion remained pale, as the pressure from the suspended treasure ladder still inflicted pain upon his soul. However, the aura surrounding him had multiplied in strength, rapidly ascending. Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tang Chun stretched his limbs. A series of cracking sounds echoed from his bones. That moment, the surging aura finally settled at the strength of the innate first level. "Senior brother Gu." Tang Chun turned his neck and once again regarded Guyu. His calm voice shattered the oppressive silence. "As a genius of your caliber, I trust you won't easily back down. Will you?" The crowd was left dumbfounded, the single exclamation of "damn" echoing in their minds. Having just stepped into the peak of the innate ninth level, he had now advanced to the innate realm. Such a rapid pace of cultivation was simply absurd. Guyu's face stiffened, his lips twitching, Yet he could not utter a single word of tea that moment. He wished he could slap himself several times. The disciple who had previously mocked him also turned ashen. Filled with regret, T.O. break through just like that. Was he even human? Senior Brother Gu, Tang Chun fixed his gaze on Gu Yu, his brow slightly furrowed. You wouldn't dare refuse, would you? Hundreds of gazes, accompanied by a weighty pressure, fell upon Gu Yu. The latter's complexion fluctuated between shades of green, white, and black. After several breaths, he finally gritted his teeth and spoke. I accept the challenge. Tang Chun couldn't help but laugh, watching Gu Yu ascend the arena with a solemn expression. A surge of murderous intent welled up deep within his eyes. From the moment this individual incited Wang Kong to challenge him, a bitter enmity had been forged between them. For such adversaries, he had always believed in striking decisively, showing no mercy. Bang! Gu Yu slapped his storage pouch, and two gleaming steel forks appeared in his hands. These two low-level mystical treasures possessed extraordinary power and were his strongest artifacts. Immediately, he produced a black spiritual talisman and pressed it against his chest. Boom! The moment spiritual energy surged into it, the talisman transformed into a layer of spiritual armor, manifesting around him. This was the most formidable talisman he could currently forge, capable of withstanding 3 full-force attacks from a practitioner at the 4th stage of innate cultivation. Once these preparations were complete, Gu Yu finally regarded Tang Chun with caution. Just as he lifted his head, Tang Chun's ethereal chuckle resonated in his ears. It is merely a sparring match. Brother Gu is being overly cautious. In the next moment, boom! The sound of his foot striking the ground reverberated as Tang Chun transformed into a black arrow, charging fiercely toward Gu Yu. Chapter 21. Killing Gu Yu. The battle commenced in the blink of an eye. Hundreds of disciples gathered below the arena, focused intently on the spectacle. Who do you think will emerge victorious in this clash? It goes without saying, it must be Gu Yu. Tang Chun has just broken through, whereas he is at the 4th stage of innate cultivation. I too support Gu Yu. However, I believe that Tang Chun is not without his chances. His physical prowess seems to surpass that of ordinary practitioners who have opened all 360 meridians. As the crowd debated, Tang Chun had already reached Gu Yu. Throwing a punch, boom! The fist descended with blinding speed, producing a piercing sonic boom. Gu Yu dared not be negligent, channeling his spiritual energy into the dual forks and thrusting them fiercely upward. Clang! The impact of fist and fork resonated, the clash of metal ringing out as both combatants were forced to retreat several steps. Tang Chun glanced down his right fist, noting the red mark left by the fork. However, no wound had appeared. His intention in using his fist was to ascertain just how formidable his physical body had become after his breakthrough. To withstand the full force of a practitioner at the 4th stage of innate cultivation wielding low-level mystical treasures, he found this level of resilience quite satisfactory. Onward! Tang Chun bellowed, launching another wave of attacks with his fists and feet. His strikes were executed with astonishing speed, fists and feet coalescing into a torrential downpour that enveloped Gu Yu. Being a disciple of the Talisman Peak, Gu Yu was not adept in close combat, and his reaction speed paled in comparison to Tang Chun's, leading to a breach in his defenses. Bang! 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 Tang Chun's fists and feet relentlessly hammered against Gu Yu, striking the armor formed by the talisman. Although he did not shatter the armor's defenses outright, he forced Gu Yu into a state of utter disarray. This scene left the onlookers utterly stunned, igniting a fervor among the disciples of the Battle Peak, their scalps tingling with excitement. Despite the disparity of 4 minor realms, here was a pure physical confrontation against mystical treasures and talismans. This is what true close combat looks like. No wonder he had vanquished numerous postnatal guardians before joining the sect. With such formidable close-quarters combat skills and terrifying physical strength, few among the over 4,000 disciples of the Battle Peak could rival him at the same level. Boom! Following another close-range elbow strike, Gu Yu staggered backward, nearly reaching the edge of the arena. His expression was grim, his vital energy swirling tumultuously. The black armor formed by the talisman was riddled with cracks, its light dimming, seemingly on the verge of shattering. Tang Chun stood his ground, panting heavily, his fists and feet marked with red welts. His complexion growing increasingly pale, he was fatigued, his dantian nearly bursting. Yet he felt exhilarated. Since resuming his cultivation, this was his first taste of such a thrilling battle. Damnable waste. Despite holding a 4 minor realm advantage, Guyu found himself in such a predicament. His embarrassment boiling over, he let out a low growl, retrieving a talisman from his storage pouch and casting it forth. Boom! The talisman expanded with the wind, coalescing in midair into a lengthy spiritual blade, several meters long, aimed directly at Tang Chun for a vicious strike. As the blade descended, Guyu continuously struck his storage pouch. Talismans flaring to life. Blades, spears, swords, halberds, fists, feet, and fingers. Guyu unleashed nearly 20 talismans in one breath, transforming them into various attacks aimed at Tang Chun. Rumble. The spiritual energy in the heavens and earth erupted in response to this terrifying display. The spectators at the periphery changed countenance, and some disciples at the fourth stage of innate cultivation or higher wore grave expressions. The talisman onslaught was the signature combat style of the talisman peak. They mentally envisioned themselves in the fray, questioning whether they could withstand Guyu's barrage. Yet a bitter smile soon surfaced on their faces. Such a terrifying assault of talismans would leave even an ordinary fifth-stage practitioner as mere rubble. Be careful, Junior. If you cannot withstand it, you may concede. Yuan Xiu's expression was extremely serious as he repeatedly called out warnings that, in terms of cultivation level and the potency of his talismans, Guyu had surpassed Wang Kong by a considerable margin. Tang Chen's expression finally turned somber. Despite Guyu's repugnant nature, there was a reason he was labeled a genius. These talismans were all crafted by his own hands, capable of obliterating practitioners at the fifth stage of innate cultivation. Resisting them purely with physical strength was no longer feasible. That if he attempted to endure, he might not die, but he would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. While contemplating, a sudden thought sparked in Tang Chen's mind. In the next moment, he flipped his wrist, and a mystical treasure materialized. It was an ancient, pitch-black broken sword, severed in half, adorned with numerous intricate patterns. This was the pinnacle mystical treasure he had acquired at the 370th level of the ascending treasure ladder. That is the broken blade? The appearance of the broken sword elicited gasps from the crowd below. What is that? A pinnacle mystical treasure obtainable only at the 370th level of the ascending treasure ladder. This sword once belonged to the founding ancestor of the sect, and it was said to have been a mid-level earthly treasure that was broken during a great battle. Its power diminished, thus falling to the level of a pinnacle mystical treasure. Many recognized the origins of this broken blade. The founding ancestor's sword, in its complete form, was a mid-level earthly treasure. This information was already explosively sensational. However, what astonished everyone even more was that Tang Chun had actually climbed to the 370th level of the ascending treasure ladder. He had shattered the record of the sect's first genius. Lan Xian, Yuan Xiu listened to the astonished and shocked murmurs of the crowd, recalling Tang Chen's remark of not high when they had met earlier, and suddenly felt as if the world had turned upside down. A whirlwind of emotions culminated in an exclamation. Damn, just what kind of prodigy is this suddenly emerged junior brother? How does he seem even more formidable than second senior sister Fuyun? On the arena, Tang Chan was also aware of the origins of the mystical treasure in his hand. However, with Guyu's talisman attacks approaching, he had no time to ponder further. Spiritual energy surged from within him, erupting into the broken blade. The patterns on the blade glowed with arcane light. Immediately, a torrent of spiritual energy erupted from the fissure of the blade, coalescing into a golden, radiant blade edge. The spectators below were astounded. Once activated, the broken blade seemed to imbue the very air with a sharpness that stung the skin of those nearby. Tang Chen's eyes sparkled with intensity as he raised the sword and swung it horizontally. At the moment the blade was swung, the intent behind it coalesced instantaneously. Unyielding and razor-sharp, it embodied the absolute sword intent capable of cleaving through all things. Boom! A golden sword chi, stretching dozens of meters long, erupted from the broken blade, slicing through the oncoming talisman attacks. The arena, fortified by the array crafted by the formidable practitioners of the Law Peak, would not shatter even during battles involving those at the Star Extremity realm. However, at this moment, as the golden sword chi surged forth, the entire arena trembled. Soon, a transparent protective array materialized around the arena, shielding the dispersing shards of sword chi. If left unchecked, it was likely that some spectators would perish on spot. In the next instant, the golden sword chi collided violently with the talisman attacks. At that moment, all the spectators surrounding the arena were rendered mute. This was due to the activation of the arena's array. When the clash between the two combatants became excessively loud, the array would activate, isolating all sound, leaving only the visual spectacle. Yet even so, it seemed everyone could still feel the tremendous roar emanating from the arena. For both Tang Chun and Gu Yu, blood flowed from their ears. A dazzling golden light erupted, enveloping the entire arena in a resplendent hue, rendering the figures of the two combatants indistinct at that moment. The hearts of the spectators tightened in anticipation. Yuan Xiao craned his neck, his face etched with anxiety, desperate to catch a glimpse of the unfolding events within. After a brief interlude, the golden radiance finally dissipated. As dust swirled in the air, the silhouettes of Tang Chun and Gu Yu gradually came into focus at either end of the stage. Leaning on his sword, Tang Chun's broken blade glimmered dimly at its tip, seemingly on the verge of shattering. His complexion was ghastly pale, and his black robe bore numerous tears, riddled with wounds inflicted by fine sword chi on the opposite side. Gu Yu's spiritual talisman armor lay in ruins. His robe, equally tattered, his left arm had been severed at the shoulder by the violent golden sword chi, reduced to mere powder, with blood gushing forth from the wound. This was the result of the residual power after the golden sword chi shattered all spiritual talismans. Gu Yu's aura was diminished to its nadir, his footing unsteady, as if he were about to collapse at any moment. The crowd fell silent, their faces a tapestry of shock, seemingly unable to comprehend the reality before them. Yet, despite their disbelief, the outcome of the battle was glaringly evident that Jiu Yu had been defeated. This newly emerged genius of the Talisman Peak, a congenital fourth-layer powerhouse with aspirations to ascend the top 100 rankings of the three realms, had been bested by a cultivator who had only just stepped into the innate realm. At that moment, Tang Chun sheathed his broken blade, suppressing the agonizing pain in his dantian, and took a decisive step forward. He intended to eliminate Gu Yu completely. A look of terror flickered across Gu Yu's pale face. "I admit defeat." He attempted to cry out, but before the words could escape his lips, Tang Chun was already upon him. Delivering a heavy punch to his visage, bang! Gu Yu staggered, his shattered teeth mingling with saliva and blood, flying in all directions. "I want to admit defeat." Bang! "You bastard!" Bang! Gu Yu desperately tried to proclaim his surrender. But Tang Chun relentlessly pummeled him, each blow violently interrupting his pleas. Within mere moments, Gu Yu's cheeks bore multiple horrifying indentations, rendering his once handsome face unrecognizable. All of his teeth had been obliterated. Tang Chun's expression remained icy as he grasped Gu Yu's neck with his right hand, preparing to exert force and snap it. In the next instant, a chorus of urgent shouts echoed from the distant horizon. "Stop! No!" Three streaks of spiritual light darted toward them with astonishing speed from the towering Feiyu Mountain. It was Elder Chun, the master of the Battle Peak, and the master of the Talisman Peak. The crowd gasped in disbelief. This battle had drawn the attention of two peak masters. Tang Chun glanced at the rapidly approaching figures before returning his gaze to the barely breathing Gu Yu. "You're finished." Gu Yu's face twisted into a ghastly smile, his words slurred and filled with venom. With the master of the Talisman Peak intervening, he believed his life was no longer in peril. Moreover, since Tang Chun had killed Wang Kong and severely injured him, that protective nature would surely not let Tang Chun off lightly, even if he were a genius capable of opening 660 acupoints. What of it? Coming from the barren peak, lacking any backing, he was nothing more than prey for the slaughter. However, in the next moment, a voice dripped with disdain echoed, full of Gu Yu's terror, and the crowd's astonishment mounted. Tang Chun simply closed his palm. Crack! The crisp sound of bones fracturing reverberated through the air as Gu Yu's throat shattered, leading to his immediate demise. Tang Chun released his grip, and Guyu's lifeless body slumped to the ground, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. In that instant, the world seemed to fall into a profound silence. Chapter 22. The Lord's Command. Who dares defy? Gazing upon Guyu's corpse on the arena, the surrounding multitude was left utterly stunned. And no one could fathom that Tang Chun had managed to kill Guyu. Even fewer could comprehend that after the master of the Talisman Peak, Hong Weia, had issued a command to halt the violence, Tang Chun still dared to act. In the 500 years of Feiyu sect's history, no disciple had ever acted so recklessly. Almost simultaneously with Guyu's execution, the three streaks of light descended upon the arena. One of them was Elder Chun, who had hurried to summon reinforcements for the sect. The other two were a slender, middle-aged man, clad in dark golden robes, adorned with an ornate spiritual crown, and a robust man in black combat attire, with short, steel-like hair resembling an iron tower. They were Hong Wuya, the master of the Talisman Peak, and He Mang, the master of the Battle Peak. Elder Chun was somewhat familiar to the disciples, given his responsibility for guarding the secret realm's entrance. However, the two peak masters were of such exalted status that few had ever seen their true forms. The fact that two innate realm disciples duel had summoned two peak masters was unprecedented since the founding of the sect. At this moment, Hong Wuya and He Mang stood upon the arena like two blazing suns. Even the pressure they emanated instilled fear in the hearts of the disciples. These two formidable figures were not far from the pinnacle of the spiritual aspect. After silently gauging their auras, Tang Chun formed a conjecture in his mind. "You wretched scoundrel." Hong Wea's gaze fell upon Guyu's corpse, and anger surged within his already dark countenance. He spoke in a cold, sharp voice, amplified by his powerful spiritual energy, resonating like thunder that suddenly erupted. The disciples, including Tang Chun, felt a sharp pain in their eardrums, and an uncontrollable urge to kneel surged from their very souls. Slaughtering a fellow disciple, disregarding my orders. "You shall pay for this." Hong Wea's frigid voice rang out successively. In the next instant, a tremendous rumble echoed as the surrounding spiritual energy surged violently, materializing a colossal spiritual finger several dozen feet long, aimed at Tang Chun with ferocious intent. As the spiritual giant finger manifested, Tang Chun felt as though he were trapped in a quagmire, utterly unable to move. Yet he did not succumb to fear. His expression remained composed. Though he had erred, his transgressions did not warrant death. Just as the spiritual finger was about to crush him, He Mang's powerful voice erupted. Buzz! Above Tang Chun, a thick, earthy yellow wall of spiritual energy took shape. The instant the giant finger collided with the wall, a wave of soul-chilling resonance radiated outward. The faces of the 100 disciples turned pale, their expressions filled with abject horror. The clash of the two peak masters was beyond anything they could withstand. At the moment when the terrifying wave threatened to envelop everything, Hong Weia let out a cold snort, flicking his fingers lightly at the crown upon his head. With a mere gesture, the giant finger and the wall of spiritual energy dissolved into nothingness. The oppressive force that had weighed upon the crowd vanished in an instant. The disciples, drenched in cold sweat, finally regained their senses and promptly knelt, offering their respects in unison. Tang Chun's expression remained as unperturbed as a deep well, and he followed suit. Though his impression of Hong Weia was far from favorable, he recognized the need to adhere to certain protocols as a disciple of the Feiyu sect. "You slaughter a disciple of my peak before my very eyes. How can your crimes not warrant death?" Hong Weia fixed his gaze upon He Mang. His voice I see why "Oh, not assume I am unaware of your thoughts," He Mang replied, hands clasped behind his back. A scoff escaping his lips, Tang Chun has ascended to the 370th step of the suspended treasure ladder, his physical gifts rivaling those of Lan Xian. He is destined to join my battle peak. Your pretense of protection is merely a guise to eliminate a genius and weaken my battle peak's strength. The moment these words left his mouth, the crowd was set abuzz. Many had already suspected as much when they witnessed Tang Chun wielding the spiritual treasure-broken blade. However, hearing the confirmation from the master of the battle peak was profoundly shocking. Moreover, He Mang's intentions were clear. He aimed to preserve Tang Chun and facilitate his transfer to the battle peak. The fact that a peak master personally intervened was an enviable privilege. As for Himang's assertions, they did not surprise the crowd. The ongoing rivalry among the seven peaks of Feiyu sect was common knowledge. Tang Chen's gaze remained devoid of emotion. The reason he had remained calm when Hong Wuya had acted was precisely because he had anticipated Himang's intervention, which had emboldened him. Utter nonsense. Hong Wuya retorted with a cold snort. What right does extraordinary talent have to indiscriminately slay fellow disciples? At this moment, his heart brimmed with murderous intent. The sheer strength of Tang Chen's gifts was indeed formidable. As Himang had stated, if he joined the battle peak, he would undoubtedly rise to become a second Lan Xian in no time. The thought of the battle peak growing even stronger was something Hong Wuya could not abide. Old Hong is not wrong. This child shows no regard for sect rules. He must die. Two additional voices, one aged and the other robust, echoed forth almost simultaneously at that moment. Two figures materialized beside Hong Wuya. One was an elderly man in white robes with a goatee, and the other was a burly middle-aged man with a square face. They were the masters of the Law Peak, Gao Yuan, and the Artifact Peak, Wang Yun. Greetings to the two peak masters. The disciples trembled in fear, utterly astonished. Another peak master had arrived. Aside from the long-absent master of the Barren Peak, the reclusive master of the Pill Peak, and the neutral Beast Peak master, all four peak masters had come in person. As Gao Yuan and Wang Yun suddenly appeared, their somber gazes fixated on Tang Chen with unwavering intensity, and a brief glance exchanged between them revealed a mutual flicker of astonishment in their eyes. This young lad, Tang Chen, possessed an unexpectedly formidable physical prowess. Just a few hours prior in the council hall, they had scrutinized his condition, and aside from his exuberant vitality, there had been no other remarkable traits. Yet within these mere hours, not only had he ascended to the pinnacle of the postnatal ninefold realm, but he had also opened 660 physical acupoints. How had he achieved such a feat? Even for beings as powerful as they. It was utterly incomprehensible. However, at this juncture, comprehension was no longer necessary. Tang Chen had already exhibited an alarming level of talent. Sparing his life would undoubtedly lead him to ascend the battle peak. This young man must be eliminated. The surrounding disciples, witnessing the scene, could only sigh in resignation. In the years when the sect leaders still resided within the sect, the rivalry among the seven peaks was far less severe. It was during that time that prodigies like Lan Xian, Su Muzhou, Lin Qing, and Lu Mo had emerged. However, since the departure of the sect leader, infighting within the sect had escalated dramatically. Tang Chen's emergence had come at an inopportune moment, and his consecutive slayings of Wang Kong and Gu Yu had provided ample justification for the several peaks to take action against him. Today, he was likely to face dire consequences, observing the three peak masters. Himang's expression darkened to an alarming degree. Did they not fear the sect leader's return and subsequent retribution for their actions? Hong Wuya spoke sternly. In the battle zone, although there's a saying that fists and feet are blind, this young man continued to act after I had spoken, clearly intending to deliberately harm his fellow disciples. The master of the Law Peak, Gao Yuan, snorted coldly. We are acting according to sect rules. Do you intend to disrupt the regulations, you barbarian? Three peak masters. A sudden voice interjected. The crowd turned to see Elder Chun, his head bowed, respectfully clasping his fist. It was Gu Yu and his entourage who provoked first and struck with lethal intent on the arena. Both Wu Shan and I can testify to this. Upon his declaration, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Gao Yuan's expression darkened immediately. Elder Chun hailed from the Law Peak lineage, under Gao Yuan's scrutinizing gaze. Elder Chen's complexion paled slightly, yet he did not retract his statement. He valued talent more than anyone else and could not bear to see a genius like Tang Chen perish due to the internal strife among the seven peaks. Tang Chen, who had remained silent, looked at Elder Chun, feeling a warm current surge within him. Excellent, Himang, elated by the turn of events, exclaimed, Did you all hear that? It was the brat from the Symbol Peak who struck first. Gao Yuan cast a cold glance at Elder Chun before retracting his gaze. And what of it? The deceased are two disciples of the Symbol Peak, not him. Himang sneered. They were simply outmatched and fell to retaliation. After a moment of contemplation, Hong Wuya spoke softly. If that is the case, then perhaps I have been narrow-minded. He then shifted his tone. But while death may be avoided, the punishment for living cannot escape. What will you propose? Himang's smile faltered, his eyes narrowing. The master of the instrument peak, Wang Yun, gruffly interjected, deprive him of his cultivation and expel him from the sect. That would suffice. Both Hong Waya and Gao Yuan nodded in agreement. Outrageous! Himang's hair bristled, his face turning ashen. In the end, these three old scoundrels still aim to extinguish the future backbone of the battle peak. Master Hong, you shall enforce the law, Gao Yuan stated coolly. As Hong Waya nodded, a resounding rumble echoed through the air, and a colossal finger of spiritual energy began to coalesce once more. Enraged, Himang attempted to intervene, but Wang Yun coldly remarked, 3 votes against 1. Does Master He intend to violate sect rules as well? Veins throbbed on Himang's forehead, but the momentum he had built up dissipated in an instant. Indeed, before the sect leader's departure, he had established a regulation that significant matters within the sect were to be resolved by the 7 peak masters. With the minority yielding to the majority, above, the colossal finger of spiritual energy loomed ominously closer. Tang Chun gazed up at the terrifying spectacle, slowly exhaling. With the Source Tao scripture, a transcendent technique, he was not concerned about his cultivation being obliterated. Worst case, he would simply start anew. Yet, a chill gripped his heart. He had not anticipated encountering such a predicament so soon after leaving the Qiyang sect. The atmosphere around him felt almost suffocating. A massive shadow enveloped Tang Chun entirely. Under the scrutiny of countless complex gazes, the colossal finger of spiritual energy came crashing down upon him. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted from the horizon. And in the next instant, the sound of something slicing through the air resonated in everyone's ears. The golden streak of light surged forth, colliding with the impending colossal finger of spiritual energy. The terrifying force of the spiritual energy was shattered in an instant, dispersing into a myriad of spiritual essence that exploded outward. As myriad gazes fixated upon the scene, the golden light gradually converged, transforming into a feather-shaped token. The 4 peak masters, Himang and the others, instinctively turned their attention towards the token that hovered mid-air, their pupils contracting sharply. That was the sect leader's order. Tap, tap. Simultaneously, the sound of a cane striking the ground echoed at the entrance of the battle zone. With his silver hair and tattered robes, Gu Chonglong limped forward, leaning on his cane. Trailing closely behind him was the furtive Yuan X Iu Chonglong's expression was icy as his gaze swept over Hong Waya and the other 3 peak masters. His voice resonated throughout the battle zone. With the sect leader's order in hand, who dares to defy? At that moment, although Gu Chonglong appeared hunched and somewhat disheveled, his demeanor and tone carried an air of superiority, more commanding than the 4 peak masters combined. As the crowd's confusion mounted, the sound of knees hitting the ground rang out in unison. The disciples turned to witness, to their shock, that both Himang and Hong Waya, along with the other peak masters, were now kneeling on one knee. The sect leader's order was akin to the sect leader himself being present. Even the peak masters had to bow before the bearer of the order. The holder of the sect leader's order could enact decisions in the name of the sect leader, and no one was permitted to oppose them. Yet, how had this old scoundrel Gu Chonglong come to possess the sect leader's order? Whispers spread through the crowd, revealing the origins of the sect leader's order and the doubts lingering in their hearts. Gu Chonglong approached the arena. His expression remained impassive, one hand resting behind his back. Casting a sideways glance at the 4 peak masters kneeling before him, resembling a true transcendent figure. Within the battle zone, an eerie silence reigned. Everyone, including the 4 peak masters, awaited his words. However, as seconds turned into minutes, Gu Chonglong maintained his stance, saying nothing. Ahem, master, you're not the sect leader. Don't overdo it. Yuan Xiao, unable to restrain himself, quietly prodded him. Though his voice was not loud, everyone could hear it clearly. The expressions of the 4 peak masters grew increasingly frigid, and the gazes of many disciples turned peculiar. Silence! Gu Chonglong, irritated by the interruption, struck Yuan Xiao with his cane. Amidst the latter's cries, he cleared his throat, glanced at Tang Chun, and then slowly spoke, Tang Chen's slaying of the Symbol Peak disciples, Gu Yu and others, was in response to their provocation and initial aggression, constituting a rightful counterattack. With the sect leader's order in hand, I declare Tang Chen innocent and subject to no punishment. Obey the sect leader's command. The Four Peak Masters lowered their heads, speaking in unison, their voices echoing throughout the Feiyu sect. Boom! The moment their words fell, the feather-shaped token hovering in mid-air exploded with a thunderous roar, the golden light completely dissipating. Only at that moment did the Four Peak Masters rise, their faces still grim. That old thief Wei Yong actually entrusted this sect leader's order to you. You worthless thing. Hong Waya glared at Gu Changlong, gritting his teeth. His words left the crowd in a state of realization that the owner of this sect leader's order was the master of the Wild Peak. Gu Changlong was his only disciple, which made his possession of the order somewhat justifiable. That Gu Changlong reverted to his usual irreverent demeanor, chuckling. What can I say? I'm the only favored disciple, so don't hold it against me. Esteemed Peak Masters, Hong Waya scoffed, transforming into a streak of light and departing the scene. Gao Yuan and Wang Yun exchanged glances, their expressions grim. Yet, now that Gu Changlong had produced the sect leader's order, his prior command could not be contravened, and despite their dissatisfaction, they had no choice but to relent. Without further ado, they swiftly exited. Thus, the crisis was thoroughly averted. Tang Chen exhaled a sigh of relief internally. Although he was unafraid of having his cultivation stripped, starting over would consume time and involve numerous uncertainties. Thankfully, all was well. His seemingly unreliable master had proven invaluable at a critical moment. Thank you. Master, Tang Chen said sincerely, bowing to Gu Changlong. Junior brother, the one you should thank is me. Yuan Xiao, still nursing his injury, grinned widely and waved his hand dismissively. No need, no need. It's just a small matter. Yuan Xiao replied, his joy evident. Rebellious disciple. Be quiet. Gu Changlong casually struck him aside with his cane, turning to Tang Chen, his tone filled with astonishment. You have ascended to the 370th level of the suspended treasure stair? Tang Chen nodded. Seeing his acknowledgement, Gu Changlong's lips could not help but curl upward in a grin, though he quickly composed his expression. Nonsense. The suspended treasure stair exerts immense pressure on the Naiwan Palace. You are currently refining your spiritual consciousness. How can you afford to squander your time climbing the stair for such trivial pursuits? The crowd present murmured in discontent at his words. Ascending to the 370th level and acquiring a peak-level spiritual treasure is surely more reliable than your incomprehensible methods of spiritual consciousness cultivation from the Huangfeng lineage. Disciple acknowledges his error. Tang Chen played along with his act, feigning a remorseful expression as he clasped his hands. However, I assure you, Master, that my focus remains unwavering and will not impede my spiritual cultivation. HMM.Gu Changlong nodded slightly. When you return to my cave, I shall bestow upon you several elixirs to nourish the Naiwan Palace. As his words fell, he turned and departed, exuding an air of nonchalance. Yet after only a few steps, the voice of Himeng, the master of the Battle Peak, unexpectedly rang out. Tang Chen, would you be willing to join my Battle Peak lineage? Gu Changlong stumbled momentarily, nearly losing his footing. His nose crinkled in displeasure. Just as he had spoken, Himeng boldly sought to recruit Tang Chen into the Battle Peak, a blatant affront to his authority. Yet without the sect master's decree, he remained the most ineffectual elder. Although he was furious, he found himself powerless against Himeng. After all, the latter was the peak master at this moment. Not only Himeng, but also many onlookers among the disciples fixated their eager gazes on Tang Chen, awaiting his response. The Battle Peak was undoubtedly the most suitable lineage for him. Should he choose to join, he would undoubtedly become the second rising star after Lan Xian. Thank you for your kind offer. Peak Master, but I must respectfully decline. Tang Chen was quite straightforward in his refusal. Firstly, his cultivation would remain unaffected regardless of where he trained. Secondly, Gu Changlong had just expended a precious sect master's decree to rescue him. He could not possibly turn around and join the Battle Peak immediately. Are you certain? Himeng pressed, a hint of urgency in his voice. Gu Changlong has paid a considerable price, yet remaining in Huangfeng. Your talents will be utterly buried. Tang Chun shook his head slightly, his demeanor speaking volumes. The light in He Meng's eyes dimmed entirely, and he let out a heavy sigh. One could tell Tang Chen's character from his decisive actions in swiftly eliminating Gu Yu and his companion. He was resolute and unwavering in truth, from the moment Gu Changlong had produced the sect master's decree to save him. He Meng had realized that his chances were slim. Yet, he could not help but ask again, unwilling to concede defeat. After being turned down, he relinquished all hope, for he, too, was a man of temperament who could understand Tang Chen's choice. Take care of yourself. With a resigned sigh, He Meng left behind a final remark before vanishing in a flash of light. The moment he departed, the entire battle zone erupted into a frenzy. There were those who expressed jealousy, others lamented, and some scoffed. The crowd began an animated discussion on the arena. I knew you wouldn't leave. Junior brother, my ability to discern character has always been exceptional. Yuan Xiao rushed over, laughing as he playfully punched Tang Chen's shoulder. A smile also graced Gu Changlong's aged face, filled with satisfaction. This lad is quite remarkable. His efforts were not in vain for using the precious sect master's decree to save him. Yet, soon he recalled something, and his expression quickly turned grave. Tang Chun, during this period, be vigilant. Although Hong Waya and his 3 old coots are restrained by the sect master's decree and cannot act against you, they will certainly not let this matter rest. Gu Changlong cautioned in a serious tone. Disciple understands. Tang Chun nodded, aware of this fact. The sect master's decree merely absolved him of the crime of killing fellow disciples. It did not prevent him from punishment altogether. However, if the 3 peak masters, including Hong Waya, were determined to target him, they would certainly have numerous methods at their disposal. Caution was imperative. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the peak master's cave in the Fu Peak, Hong Waya returned with a grim countenance, stepping inside. The moment he crossed the threshold, his icy voice reverberated in the ears of all Fu Peak disciples. Send someone to the trial pavilion to keep a constant watch on Tang Chun. The moment he accepts an external mission, pursue him and eliminate him. Those who slay Tang Chun or cripple his cultivation shall receive personal rewards from me. Simultaneously, disciples from the Fa Peak and Qi Peak also receive instructions from Gao Yuan and Wang Yun, urging them to do whatever it took to eliminate Tang Chun. After collecting a complete set of black robes from the newcomer pavilion in the Internal Affairs District, Tang Chun followed Gu Changlong and Yuan Xiao back to Huangfeng. Master, about the elixirs you mentioned to nourish the Naiwan Palace. Gu Changlong rolled his eyes in exasperation. That was merely polite talk. Did you truly expect me to provide them? Elixirs that nourish the Naiwan Palace and cultivate the soul are far more precious than ordinary healing or restorative elixirs. He was utterly impoverished and truly lacked such elixirs. Moreover, he wished to ascertain Tang Chen's limits, whether his talent in spiritual cultivation was as formidable as that in physical cultivation, if he could endure the terrifying pressures of the 370th level of the suspended treasure stair for nearly 10 days. It would indicate that Tang Chun possessed not only exceptional physical cultivation talent, but also extraordinary aptitude in spiritual cultivation. With anticipation in his heart, Gu Changlong quietly departed. Indeed, this was his true nature. Watching his surrogate master depart, Tang Chun shook his head slightly as twilight descended. Tang Chun refrained from wandering about and returned to his small courtyard. Tang Shui seemed to have exhausted herself playing with Fu Yun, sprawled out on the bed, sleeping soundly. Not wishing to disturb her, Tang Chun quietly sat cross-legged beside the bed. His body and soul had endured dual pressures on the suspended treasure stair, leaving him utterly fatigued, yearning for a good night's sleep. Yet he was currently at a critical juncture in refining his spiritual seed and could not afford to sleep. As he contemplated, a look of astonishment crossed Tang Chen's face. The ancient time-space tower concealed within his body had just trembled. The second level of this extraordinary spiritual treasure had been unlocked. Chapter 24. Enhancing body and soul, the first level had a time flow rate 3 times that of the outside world. What marvels awaited on the second level? Tang Chun was filled with anticipation, his mind unoccupied by other thoughts as he promptly locked the door and sat cross-legged on the bed. With a mere thought, The golden ancient time-space tower manifested before him, slowly rotating in the void. Tang Chun focused intently and quickly noticed the differences, although the first level of the ancient time-space tower also emitted brilliant golden light. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the first level shone much brighter than the 8 levels above. Now, both the first and second levels radiated light. The runes flowing across the tower's body seemed to have increased in number, appearing more profound than before. All signs indicated that the second level had indeed been unlocked, with a mixture of trepidation and excitement. Tang Chun closed his eyes. The golden radiance emanating from the tower suddenly intensified. The next moment, his figure vanished in an instant. Upon stepping into the second level of the ancient time-space tower, a wave of chilling cold wind rushed at him. This wind was so frigid that it seemed to penetrate to the very marrow of his bones and soul. Even with Tang Chun's robust physique, he could not help but shudder. He held his breath and scanned his surroundings. The first level space was a vast expanse of white, seemingly boundless. However, the second level was the complete opposite. Endless darkness as he gazed around. All he could see was blackness, as if he had plunged into an abyss, filled with mystery and the unknown. Only a dimly lit space of about 10 feet in length and width provided a glimmer of light. The moment Tang Chun's gaze fell upon this small space, he was taken aback. There was something before him, .2 grinding wheels. Their appearance was similar to the grinding wheels used in ordinary rural households, the only distinction being the intricate array of complex carvings etched upon them. They stood quietly, emanating a heavy, ancient aura. What are these grinding wheels doing here? Tang Chun's mind was filled with confusion. He stepped forward slowly, emerging from the boundless darkness, gradually approaching the 2 grinding wheels. The closer he got, the more alarmed he became, for he noticed that the grinding surfaces and grooves of these wheels were stained with dark red blood. This blood appeared to have existed for countless ages, long since dried. Yet upon closer inspection, one could sense the boundless might and oppressive aura contained within that it was a pressure emanating from the depths of the bloodline, causing Tang Chun's very soul to tremble. Whose blood is this? Why is it so terrifying? The presence of blood on the grinding wheels raises the question. Did the owner of this blood get ground to pieces by these 2 wheels? The blood, having dried for who knows how many years, exudes such a fierce and overwhelming aura. How powerful must its owner have been? If they were so formidable, how could they have met their demise at the hands of these seemingly innocuous grinding wheels? In that moment, a multitude of questions and uncertainties surged within Tang Chun's heart. Yet he found himself utterly at a loss, unable to conceive of any answers or leads. The only thought that crossed his mind was that the masters of these 2 grinding stones might very well be the owners of this ancient tower of time and space. This second layer of space, shrouded in impenetrable darkness, bore no difference in the flow of time compared to the outside world, and the spiritual essence of heaven and earth here was far less abundant than in the first layer. The sole peculiarity of this place seemed to lie in these 2 grinding stones. What purpose did they serve? Tang Chun's curiosity intensified, prompting him to draw closer. In the next moment, he extended his hand to rest upon the right grinding stone made of blue stone. The instant his palm made contact, a thunderous sound erupted. In the boundless darkness, a tremor resonated. The next moment, as if awakened, the blue stone grinding stone began to revolve, its surface adorned with countless ancient runes that started to circulate. Tang Chun was taken aback and hastily tried to withdraw his hand. However, a bizarre and overwhelming force emanated from the blue stone, ensnaring his flesh and blood, rendering him utterly unable to escape. Creak, creak. Tang Chun watched in horror as his right hand was gradually drawn into the stone, inch by inch, starting from his fingertips. An agonizing pain surged through him. His right hand, arm, shoulder, and body, within moments, his entire physical form was consumed. The grinding stone turned, mercilessly pulverizing his flesh, bones, meridians, and acupoints. Tang Chun stood rooted in place, his corporeal form fading into a semblance of ethereality. This moment, he possessed no physical body. Only his soul remained. This blue stone, grinding stone, seemed to target the physical form specifically. Strangely, even though his body was gone, Tang Chun still felt an excruciating pain, a torment that made him wish for death. Even when his dantian had been destroyed and his meridians severed, the pain he experienced then was but a fraction of this agony. Yet, even more perplexing was that despite the unbearable suffering, his soul remained intact, and his consciousness was remarkably clear that he cast his gaze upon the black stone grinding stone situated on the ground his right. If the blue stone grinding stone was designed for the physical body, then the black stone grinding stone was likely intended for the soul. Tang Chun remained in place, contemplating for a moment before enduring the pain, slowly placing his ethereal hand upon the black stone grinding stone. Thunderous vibrations resonated once more. The entire space trembled again as the black stone grinding stone began to rotate. His soul was drawn into it, inch by inch. The excruciating pain from his very essence surged like a tidal wave. In the next instant, Tang Chun completely lost consciousness. Before his awareness faded, the last thought that crossed his mind was not about pain or his own safety, but rather a stark realization. It was over. He was currently in the phase of tempering his spiritual awareness, unable to fall asleep, and mustering his spirit to the utmost to condense his spiritual seed. Would losing consciousness be considered sleeping? The spiritual technique recorded that if one were to succumb to sleep before reaching their limit, no matter how many times they tried to restart the process, it would be exceedingly difficult to enter the void state again. Without entering the void state, what hope was there of refining the spiritual seed? At that point, the path of the spiritual technique would be irrevocably severed. However, the pressure exerted by the black stone grinding stone was overwhelmingly terrifying. Tang Chen's soul felt like a tiny ant swept away by a torrential flood, instantly consumed. After 3 breaths, a humming sound resonated. The black stone grinding stone, specifically targeting the soul, abruptly ceased its rotation. The runes that had been flowing upon its surface and the flickering black light dissipated in an instant. The youth's somewhat ethereal soul suddenly reappeared at the location he had previously occupied. After a brief moment of confusion, Tang Chen finally regained his senses. The first thing he did was to check his Naiwan palace. Moments later, he let out a long sigh of relief, a look of gratitude flickering in his eyes. The Naiwan palace remained in a taut state, and that momentary loss of consciousness had not interrupted the tempering of his spiritual awareness. But soon, Tang Chun was left in a state of astonishment. He realized that his soul seemed to have solidified somewhat compared to before. The acupoint in his Naiwan palace, which had sustained significant injury on the suspended treasure ladder, appeared to have recovered considerably. Although there was still a sense of pressure and pain penetrating deep into his soul, it was far more comfortable than before he had entered. This state was truly remarkable. If he were to liken his spiritual awareness to a silk thread, then its suppleness had evidently increased significantly. Could this be the effect of the black stone grinding stone? Tang Chen's gaze fell upon the now silent black stone grinding stone. The soul being ground by this enigmatic artifact seemed to bear no detriment. On the contrary, it appeared to enhance the strength of the soul and spiritual awareness. If the black stone grinding stone targeted the soul, then could it be that the blue stone grinding stone? Tang Chen's brow furrowed as he glanced towards the left, where the blue stone grinding stone still spun incessantly. Creak, creak. The blue stone grinding stone glimmered with a radiant azure light, continuing its rotation. Logically, once the soul departs from the physical body, it should no longer perceive the 5 senses inherent to the body. Yet, even in his current soul state, Tang Chun could still feel the intense pain emanating from his physical form with each rotation of the blue stone grinding stone. How astonishing! Tang Chun gazed at the spinning blue stone grinding stone, murmuring to himself. After waiting for a considerable time, the speed of the blue stone grinding stone's rotation finally began to decrease, ultimately coming to a complete halt. Humming, the blue stone grinding stone trembled slightly, and the azure light enveloping its surface along with the flowing runes vanished instantaneously, mirroring the earlier black stone grinding stone. In the next moment, Tang Chun felt a subtle tremor coursing through him, sensing the return of his physical form. The pain in his body rapidly diminished, then vanished entirely. Tang Chun raised his hand to poke his cheek, feeling a distinct sensation of flesh and blood, seemingly confirming that all was well. Given that his soul had gained strength after being ground by the black stone grinding stone, he suspected that the blue stone grinding stone might similarly enhance the physical body. To verify his conjecture, Tang Chen quickly sank his consciousness into his body, preparing for internal observation. However, just as he began, he was suddenly jolted. Everything within his body appeared normal, with the opened acupoints scattered like brilliant stars across the vast expanse of his being, akin to a dazzling night sky. The strength of his flesh, meridians, and bones had indeed increased noticeably, but this alone did not shock Tang Chen. What truly astonished him were the changes in the acupoints. The human body contains a total of 720 acupoints. Most postnatal cultivators have opened around 360, while geniuses can open even more. For instance, Lan Xian, the foremost genius of the Feiyu sect, had opened 658 acupoints. And Tang Chen himself had opened 660. Acupoints can only be opened during the postnatal stage. Once one breaks into the innate realm, the body becomes permanently fixed, and no further acupoints can be opened. Furthermore, the maximum number of acupoints opened is closely tied to one's innate talent. Once one reaches their limit, no matter how hard they strive, they cannot open even a single additional acupoint. These are all common knowledge in the cultivation world. Yet at this moment, Tang Chen was horrified to discover that he had inexplicably opened 3 new acupoints. His previous count of 660 had transformed into 663, and he was clearly aware that he had successfully condensed his spiritual sea and entered the innate realm, which should have precluded any further opening of acupoints. Hiss! After a moment of dazed disbelief, Tang Chen suddenly realized something, drawing a sharp breath as he looked toward the blue stone grinding stone. A wave of ecstatic joy surged in his eyes. This blue stone grinding stone, specifically targeting the physical body, not only increased its strength through grinding, but also helped him continue to open acupoints. Such an effect was utterly astonishing. It must be noted that acupoints are of immense significance to cultivators, regarded as foundational as the dantian. The more acupoints one opens, the stronger the physical body becomes, and the more robust one's spiritual power, directly correlating to combat prowess. This influence can even persist into future realms. For instance, in the innate realm, cultivators with more open acupoints have a denser spiritual sea than those with fewer. Furthermore, in the star extreme realm, the cultivation process involves the fusion of the spiritual sea and the physical body. Those with more acupoints will integrate faster and more thoroughly than those with fewer. All of these factors can directly impact combat strength. Many cultivators, due to insufficient talent or lack of patience, open too few acupoints during the postnatal stage, severely affecting their future combat capabilities. However, once one enters the innate realm, they can no longer open acupoints, and by then, it is too late for regrets. Yet this blue stone grinding stone could defy the established norms of cultivation. Even in the innate realm, one can continue to open acupoints. What does this imply? It signifies that as long as there is sufficient time, this artifact could potentially produce individuals with all 720 acupoints open, unparalleled talents in the physical realm. It is rumored that if all 720 acupoints are connected, the body's potential will be maximized, resulting in an unimaginable transformation. Yet throughout countless years, no such unparalleled talent has emerged. Even the most powerful talent in the history of Zhangxian Star, recorded in historical texts, only managed to open around 710 acupoints, falling short of full completion. It is highly probable that Tang Chen could become the first cultivator in the history of Zhangxian Star to achieve full acupoint opening. What sort of transformation would his body undergo then? The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Upon entering the second layer of the time-space ancient tower, he was initially met with an overwhelming darkness and 2 inexplicable grinding stones, which left him feeling a tinge of disappointment. However, now, Tang Chen was filled with immense excitement. With a mere thought, he withdrew from the second layer of space, absorbing the time-space ancient tower into his being to contemplate the results of his recent cultivation. Chapter 25. A group of eccentrics. It was unclear how much time had passed when Tang Shui, with a beaming face, bounced up to Tang Chen's door, knocking eagerly. "Brother, stop your cultivation and come out to eat." Only then did Tang Chen realize that the sky outside had already darkened. Unbeknownst to him, he had spent the entire afternoon cultivating in the second layer of the time-space ancient tower. "What are we having?" he inquired, rising to stretch his limbs, a smile gracing his face as he looked at Tang Shui. Roast chicken! A gigantic roast chicken! Tang Shui exclaimed, flailing her arms in excitement. Tang Chun raised an eyebrow. Allowing the little girl to tug at his sleeve as they stepped out of the quaint stone courtyard. As they exited the courtyard, they spotted bright flames flickering from Yuan Xiu's yard not far away. The air was filled with the rich aroma of barbecued meat wafting on the breeze. Following Tang Xuan to the yard, they found a massive bonfire blazing in the center, surrounded by Zhou Xinji. Fu Yun, Yuan Xiu, and Gu Changlong all gathered together. Yuan Xiu, with a broad grin, was grilling something over the fire. The moment Tang Chen caught sight of the food cooking, his eyes widened in shock that it was a plucked, glistening roast chicken, but its size was extraordinarily immense, measuring nearly 2 zhang from head to tail. Is this a chicken? Tang Chan questioned incredulously. It clearly resembles a spirit beast. It's a chicken. Yuan Xiu swallowed hard. Chuckling, just a celestial fourth realm monster. The purple feather chicken. This magnificent bird had been stealthily acquired from Beast Peak with the aid of second senior sister Fu Yun. Tang Chun finally understood. Given Fu Yun's capability as a spirit infant realm expert, it was indeed not difficult for her to procure the purple feather chicken without anyone noticing. Yet he found himself perplexed as to why she would conspire with Yuan Xiu, a character of questionable integrity, to commit such an act. Just as he pondered this, Fu Yun, with her beautiful eyes wide open, spoke in a flat tone. Beast Peak Chu Fei has repeatedly insulted our arid peak lineage. This is merely a slight retribution. Chu Fei was likely the owner of this purple feather chicken. This was an overt act of revenge. Indeed, the saying that women are often petty held true in this instance. Aren't you worried about being discovered with such a commotion? The bonfire was immense, and the aroma of the roast chicken wafted for miles. It was impossible for any cultivator to overlook it. Do not fret. The senior brother has brought back a set of formation arrays from the trading area. Yuan Xiu replied, his eyebrows raised in triumph. Unless the elders from Beast Peak come personally. Ordinary disciples simply won't notice anything unusual outside Arid Peak. Tang Chan was left speechless, gazing at the steadfast Zhou Xinji, whose square face bore an honest smile. As always, the Arid Peak lineage may have the fewest members, yet each was a peculiar character. As the night deepened, the bonfire continued to burn brightly. The 6 individuals sat around, savoring the delectable roast purple feather chicken, creating a wonderfully relaxed atmosphere. As Tang Chun indulged in the feast, he suddenly noticed Gu Changlong staring at him intently. His eyes filled with astonishment, as if he had something to say. Master, Tang Chun inquired, setting down the piece of chicken in his hand. Jiu Changlong furrowed his brows slightly. Fourth, speak the truth to your master. Have you not continued refining your spiritual awareness? Tang Chun was momentarily taken aback. What I mean is, have you been sleeping? Gu Changlong questioned, his gaze fixed on him. Tang Chun shook his head. I cannot sleep until the spiritual seed has coalesced successfully. I have been strictly following the method recorded in the spiritual technique. Upon hearing this, Gu Changlong's expression grew increasingly perplexed. That doesn't make sense. The pressure from a suspended treasure ladder on the Naiwan Palace is no laughing matter, especially at level 370. Yet how can you? He paused, his confusion evident. How could you appear so energetic? As he spoke, Zhou Xinji, Fu Yun, and Yuan Xiu turned their attention towards him. They had not noticed until now, but upon closer inspection, they realized something was amiss at that moment. Tang Chen looked more vibrant than when he had first arrived at Arid Peak, his eyes sparkling and his demeanor exuding vitality. How could he possibly resemble someone who had just ascended the suspended treasure ladder at level 370? Fourth, Gu Changlong mused after a brief moment. If you slept, there's no need to conceal it from your master. Refining spiritual awareness is a painful process, and considering you climbed the suspended treasure ladder to level 370, the suffering would only intensify, which your master would understand. However, he continued, once one falls asleep during the refinement process, it becomes exceedingly difficult to enter a state of emptiness again, hindering the condensation of the spiritual seed. Jiu Changlong shook his head in regret. Never mind. You possess exceptional talent in physical cultivation, far beyond what Yin can compare to. Since you cannot practice the spiritual technique, then focus solely on physical cultivation. You are still one of us at Arid Peak." As Gu Changlong spoke, his mood grew increasingly somber, his face clouded with disappointment that he firmly believed that Tang Chun must have slept to appear so invigorated. However, the real source of Gu Changlong's melancholy was the realization that he had lost the bet. After imparting the spiritual technique to Tang Chun the previous day, Yuan Xiao had opened a betting pool on how long Tang Chun could endure. He had wagered 2 medium-grade spiritual stones. And now, merely a day later, Tang Chun had seemingly abandoned the effort, resulting in the loss of his 2 spiritual stones. The IT was a heart-wrenching blow. Zhou Xinji, Fu Yun, and Yuan Xiao quickly discerned his expression and, after a brief moment of surprise, understood what had transpired. Zhou Xinji's affable smile vanished from his face. He had wagered 6 medium-grade spiritual stones, betting that Tang Chun could last over 10 days, at least 12. Fu Yun, though still expressionless, subtly trembled as she stroked Tang Shui's little head. Her loss was the greatest, having bet 1 high-grade spiritual stone on Tang Chun enduring more than 15 days. The most exuberant of the group was undoubtedly Yuan Xiao, who had wagered that Tang Chun would not last 10 days. The thought of a substantial influx of spiritual stones into his pocket made him unable to suppress his laughter, his grins stretching from ear to ear. Observing the varied expressions of the 4 disciples, Tang Chun felt increasingly bewildered. What were these 4 thinking? He had indeed not slept. His Niwen palace remained tense, and his refinement of spiritual awareness had not ceased. Even at this moment, his Niwen palace was in a state of pain. The reason he appeared so spirited was entirely due to the black stone grinding disc in the second layer of the time-space ancient tower. "Master, I did not sleep," Tang Chun said, unable to bear Gu Changlong's heartbroken expression. That Jiu Changlong sighed heavily, then feigned nonchalance as he waved his hand. "Even if you did sleep, it would not matter." "I truly did not sleep," Tang Chun insisted earnestly, reiterating, "After climbing the suspended treasure ladder yesterday, my Niwen Palace's acupoints were indeed severely injured. However, after meditating, I felt much better." Everyone fell silent, but Jiu Changlong's face was filled with skepticism. "Didn't he sleep?" "Exactly," Zhou Shunji chimed in, leaning closer. "Are you certain?" Tang Chun shook his head. "That I assure you, I did not." Yuan Xiao suddenly stood, his expression grave. "Junior brother, it is ill-advised to lie. If I had slept, I would have perished immediately," Tang Chun replied, exasperated, and swore an oath. Seeing his earnest expression, the 4 fell silent once more, enveloped in a prolonged quietude. Soon after, Gu Changlong's frown began to ease. Zhou Xinji's square face resumed its characteristic honest smile. And Fu Yun's frosty demeanor softened, a hint of amusement gracing her features as she resumed stroking the little girl's hair. Only Yuan Xiao remained despondent, muttering to himself, "It's only been 2 days. There are still 8 days left." Tang Chun grew increasingly perplexed. What was this talk of 2 days and 8 days? "Everything is fine." Gu Changlong waved his hand exuberantly, laughing heartily. "Just 1 night of meditation has allowed your Niwen Palace's injuries to recover to this extent. Fourth, it seems your talent for spiritual awareness is quite remarkable as well. The revival of our Arid Peak lineage is truly within reach." His spirits soared. Gu Changlong stroked his beard and laughed heartily. "Third, bring out the wine. Right away." Yuan Xiao clapped his storage pouch and produced several sealed jars of wine, lining them up on the stone table. Jiu Changlong casually grabbed a jar, opened it with a flourish, and exclaimed, "Disciples, tonight let us indulge in a hearty drink." As he spoke, he raised the jar and drank deeply. Fu Yun, Zhou Xinji, and Tang Chun exchanged glances at the jars of wine on the stone table, their brows furrowing in hesitation. It was not that they were unwilling to drink. Rather, they were apprehensive. Who knew how Yuan Xiao, that scruffy fellow, had brewed this wine? Indeed, after Gu Changlong indulged in a few hearty drinks, his weathered face suddenly stiffened. "Old 3, why does this wine have a hint of foulness?" Yuan Xiao, taking a jug of wine, expressed his confusion. "I brewed this from wild fruits from the mountain. It should be bursting with fruity fragrance. How could it be foul?" As he spoke, he took a sip, Upon tasting the wine and smacking his lips twice, his expression instantly changed. That rascally monkey must have urinated in the mash. Unruly disciple. Gu Changlong erupted in fury, darkening his countenance as he sent Yuan Xiao flying with a single palm strike. As the night deepened, everyone felt a sense of joy, even in the absence of wine. Their spirits remained high as they feasted merrily. That a colossal roasted purple-feathered chicken lay picked clean, with only the bones remaining. The night breeze wafted gently, carrying a slight chill. Tang Chun gazed at the contented Tang Shui, whose little belly was round and full, and then at his master and fellow disciples, feeling a mix of relaxation and introspection. How many years had it been since he had felt this at ease? In his youth, he had begged on the streets for scraps to feed Tang Shui, even competing with wild dogs for food. After entering the Qiang sect, he dedicated himself to relentless training to acquire ample spiritual materials and medicines to help his sister suppress her affliction. Countless days and nights of arduous cultivation, coupled with life-and-death battles, had propelled him to become the foremost genius of the Qiang sect. Following a calamity, with betrayal from a beloved, expulsion from the sect, and pursuit by his peers, he had been constantly on the run. His nerves were perpetually taut. A faint, bitter smile appeared at the corner of Tang Chen's mouth as he suddenly realized that he had never experienced such a leisurely life. Yet at this moment, on this desolate and dilapidated hill, he felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. This sensation was reminiscent of home. There were no deceptions, intrigues, or bloodshed from the cultivation world. Only comfort, joy, and ease. Yuan Xiao, idly picking at his teeth, lazily inquired, "Junior brother, in just 2 days, the annual primordial contest will commence. Are you interested in participating?" The primordial contest? Tang Chen paused at the mentioned IT was an event specifically organized by the sect to motivate disciples of the primordial realm. Zhou Xinji, standing nearby, smiled and explained to Tang Chen. The primordial contest will take place in the Qingyan Mountain Secret Realm. Disciples aged 30 and under, from Primordial 1 to Primordial 9, are eligible to participate. If one secures the top position in the contest, they will receive substantial rewards. Tang Chen raised an eyebrow. What kind of rewards? The fixed rewards include contribution points and a demon core from a spirit beast, known as Fan Hai Jiao. Fan Hai Jiao. Tang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Unlike humans, whose essence resides in their dantian, spirit beasts possess demon cores, which encapsulate all their essence and spiritual richness. Most demon cores can be used for alchemy, artifact crafting, and talisman creation, while some rare ones exhibit extraordinary effects. For instance, the demon core of the Fan Hai Jiao. Tang Chun had heard of its benefits. After refining and absorbing it, one could rapidly expand their spiritual sea, thereby accelerating the cultivation speed of primordial realm practitioners. In addition to fixed rewards, there are also variable prizes, such as spiritual treasures, talismans, or spiritual medicines. Zhou Xinji continued, for example, the reward for the first place 2 years ago was a high-grade spiritual treasure of the Xian rank. Last year's first-place prize was an attack talisman capable of delivering a strike equivalent to the power of a life-and-death realm expert. Tang Chen's eyes sparkled with increasing intensity. It must be said that these rewards were indeed quite generous. Securing a good position could elevate his strength significantly in a short period. The flame seal left on Tang Shui's brow by Elder Zheng could only last for 3 years, if he failed to find a means of salvation in the North Pole ice domain within that time. Tang Shui's life would be in jeopardy. To reach the North Pole ice domain, one must traverse the perilous meteorite storm sea. That sea is fraught with danger, and across it, one must at least be at the spirit resonance realm. Within 3 years, he must break through to spirit resonance realm. During this time, Tang Chun would not miss any opportunity to enhance his strength. However, he refrained from sharing these thoughts with Gu Changlong and the others. But for you, the primordial contest is exceedingly perilous, Gu Changlong said, his brow furrowed as he spoke solemnly, clearly disapproving of Tang Chen's participation. The path of cultivation is already fraught with thorns and dangers. Tang Chen replied calmly, if one forgoes opportunities due to danger, then what is the point of cultivating? Is it not better to live as an ordinary person, leading a simple life? Junior brother, I suspect you are indirectly alluding to senior brother and master. They are indeed quite timid. Yuan Xiao muttered softly from the side. In the next moment, bang, he was sent flying by Gu Changlong's dragon-headed cane. What do you know, you unruly disciple? This is called prudence. Gu Changlong grumbled, retracting his cane. After a moment of contemplation, he finally nodded slowly. Old four, since you were so determined to participate, I shall not impede you. Just remember to exercise caution once you enter the secret realm. Zhou Xinji, unusually serious, added, Junior brother, if you find it too challenging, be sure to shatter the secret realm wristband at the first opportunity. Sometimes, temporarily relinquishing a pursuit is not a bad thing. Zhou Xinji's earnestness was palpable. Fu Yin offered no objections, turning to leave while leaving behind a chilling remark. Beware of Lan Bei. Lan Bei. Tang Chen quietly committed this name to memory. Is he truly formidable? Although his talent does not match that of his brother. The War Peak's Lan Bei is impressively strong, ranking 73rd in the Three Realms Top 100 with a cultivation of Primordial 7. Gu Changlong spoke in a deep voice. He has slain those at the Primordial 9 level. He is indeed a ruthless individual capable of overcoming adversaries of higher realms. Tang Chen nodded, feeling a sense of clarity. Previously, while perusing the jade slip Zhou Shunji had provided, he had taken special note of the Three Realms Top 100 list. The ranks from 70 to 100 were all Primordial Realm practitioners, undoubtedly the pinnacle of genius disciples beneath the Star Extremity Realm. For Lan Bei, to secure a position among the top 3 of these 30 individuals is indeed a testament to his strength. Now that he had resolved to participate, it was time to prepare diligently. Gu Changlong ceased further discussion. Rising with his cane in 2 days, the primordial contest shall commence. In the following 2 days, Tang Chen refrained from undertaking tasks at the trial pavilion. Instead, he devoted himself entirely within the time-space ancient tower. Most of his time was spent cultivating in the first layer, while during his leisure, he would enter the second layer to hone his physical body and soul using the green and black grinding stones. 2 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. On the morning of the 3rd day, within his room, the time-space ancient tower radiated a soft golden glow, hovering nearby at a certain moment. The golden light flickered, and Tang Chen's figure emerged from the tower, stepping lightly out of his room. He faced the rising sun, stretching his limbs. The series of crackles echoed from his joints as a powerful wave of spiritual energy gradually emanated from his body. After briefly assessing his cultivation state, a faint glimmer of joy appeared in his somewhat fatigued eyes. His physical body had become significantly stronger under the grinding of the green stone, having opened a total of 680 acupoints. Simultaneously, the resilience of his spiritual consciousness had also grown. During these 2 days, he had spent the majority of his time in the first layer. Though it was merely 2 days, he had effectively cultivated for nearly 6 days. This meant he had refined his spiritual consciousness for 7 days without rest. Had it been before, after sustaining injuries to his mud pill palace and acupoints on the mystic treasure ladder, he would have been utterly exhausted by now. However, with the assistance of the black stone, although his soul felt immense pain, his consciousness remained remarkably clear. The refinement of his spiritual consciousness had not yet reached its limit. As for his cultivation, his primordial 1 realm had been thoroughly stabilized, and the spiritual sea within him had expanded considerably. The first level of the undying sword body, sword intent, had also been mastered. Compared to 2 days prior, his combat prowess had risen yet another tier. Junior brother, let us go. We must first gather at the secret realm square. Yuan Xiu's voice called out. He would accompany Tang Chen to participate in the primordial contest. Feiyu Sect, Secret Realm District, Secret Realm Square. As the sun rose, this vast black stone square had already gathered a considerable number of individuals, disciples of the primordial realm from various sects, white-clad for the symbol peak, yellow for the beast peak, blue for the war peak, purple for the law peak, red for the Dan peak, and green for the artifact peak. Among the crowd, blue robes were the most numerous, creating a bustling sea of over 500 individuals. Purple robes followed closely, also teeming with people. The numbers of the remaining 4 peaks were relatively equal. As time progressed, the number of individuals arriving at the Blackstone Square continued to increase. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, nearly 3,000 disciples of Feiyu Sect had gathered in the square, their vitality exuberant and waves of spiritual energy surging. all of them at the primordial realm. Su Xiang, it has been many days since we last met, and I have missed you dearly. Come over here, Zhu Feng. How dare a waste like you, who is merely at the 4th level of innate talent, participate in the competition? If you're able to come, why should I not? As expected of senior brotherly, it seems you have made considerable progress in your cultivation during our brief separation. The Blackstone Plaza is alive with the sounds of voices, bustling with activity. Amidst the nostalgic chatter and competitive banter, a sudden voice of astonishment emerges from the crowd. Oh, who is that? Everyone turns to the source, and soon spots 2 young men clad in black robes approaching the entrance of the plaza. Black robes, from the Huangfeng lineage. Is that the useless Yuan Xiao, who only keeps company with beasts? The other is Tang Chun. Has this guy also come? How can someone at the 1st level of innate talent dare to participate in the competition? Is he seeking death? This young man possesses formidable talent and can contend against those at higher levels. But so what? He can only surpass 2 or 3 levels at most. Those participating in the competition are not limited to just the 3rd and 4th levels of innate talent. The moment Tang Chun and Yuan Xiao appear, whispers of discussion ripple through the crowd. Beyond mere ridicule, there is scorn. Many disciples from the symbol, law, and artifact peaks, upon seeing Tang Chun, have their eyes light up with a mix of greed and astonishment. This fellow truly dares to participate in the innate competition. While this competition is termed an event, it is, in reality, incredibly brutal, with numerous disciples meeting their demise each year. They had thought that Tang Chun, having just offended the leaders of the 3 peaks, would not show up. They never anticipated his audacity. However, his participation is indeed a boon for them. Disciples above the 5th level of innate talent from the symbol, law, and artifact peaks, due to concerns about public opinion, are reluctant to challenge Tang Chun within the sect. But in the secret realm, it is a different matter altogether. There are no rules, no constraints, and they can act freely. With this thought, many gaze at Tang Chun with increasing greed. This is an excellent target. Junior brother, it seems I have been implicated by you. Yuan Xiao murmurs, feeling the peculiar glances directed at them from all around. Are you afraid? Tang Chun asks with a hint of a smile. Afraid? I'm not the eldest senior brother or the old cripple. How could I be afraid? Yuan Xiao retorts, brimming with bravado. Regardless, every disciple entering the secret realm will be randomly teleported to different locations. With my luck, there is no way I will be sent to the same place as you, the harbinger of misfortune, in a way. He reassures himself in his heart. Tang Chun slightly shakes his head, choosing not to engage further with Yuan Xiao, his gaze drifting forward. Despite the palpable aura of hostility and avarice surrounding him, he remains composed. Upon deciding to participate in this innate competition, he had already prepared himself mentally. You are Tang Chun? A figure clad in green, exuding an air of arrogance, stands before him, casting a sidelong glance as he speaks. This is Lan Bei. Yuan Xiao's expression darkens, and he quietly warns, be careful. Tang Chun nods slightly, acknowledging, yes. Lan Bei licks his lips, a dangerous glint flashing in his narrow eyes. So you're the one who broke my brother's record on the suspended treasure ladder? Tang Chun affirms with a nod. Then prepare to meet your end. A sinister smile creeps across Lan Bei's lips, his murderous intent unabashedly displayed. Tang Chun raises an eyebrow, scrutinizing him for a moment before dismissively turning his gaze away. Are you worthy? His voice, cool and indifferent, resonates in the A.I.R.T. that instant. The onlookers are taken aback, their faces contorting in surprise. Yuan Xiao, standing beside Tang Chun, is struck with astonishment, although Lan Bei's innate talent may not match Lan Xian's. His personality is even more brazen and domineering. Tang Chun's words are bound to incite trouble. As expected, no sooner had Tang Chun spoken than Lan Bei raises his hand, fiercely striking towards Tang Chun's chest. Despite being at the 7th level of innate talent, his spiritual power is terrifyingly potent. Yet Tang Chun remains unafraid, poised to retaliate. Suddenly, a tremendous force erupts from behind Tang Chun and Yuan Xiao. It is second senior sister Fu Yun, not a bolt of icy blue spiritual energy, like lightning, hurtles towards Lan Bei. You madwoman, how dare you attack a junior brother of the innate realm so brazenly? Another cold voice chimes and a tall figure in a green robe materializes before Lan Bei. With a swift motion, he effortlessly crushes the formidable, icy blue energy. Brother, you are here. Upon seeing this person, Lan Bei's face lights up with excitement. It is Lan Xian, the sect's most talented disciple. Lan Xian, heralded as the first genius of Feiyu sect, a powerful figure at the 7th level of the spirit embryo realm. Only 28 years old. Gasps of astonishment ripple through the crowd. For ordinary disciples, the name Lan Xian is akin to that of a deity. Their surprise, they can witness him in person today. Lan Xian disregards the crowd's exclamations, his handsome face adorned with a subtle smile as his hawkish eyes fixate on Tang Chun and Yuan Xiu. As the crowd follows his gaze, they soon spot Fu Yun, clad in black, with a striking figure, approaching slowly while wielding a massive blade. It is Fu Yun from the Huangfeng lineage, ranked 9th on the feathered rankings. Immediately, someone recognizes her. Senior sister, why are you here? Tang Chun and Yuan Xiu hurriedly greet her. I was concerned for your safety, so I came to check on you. Fu Yun's expression remains indifferent, her gaze fixed not on the two, but rather locked on Lan Xian. You allow your useless brother to engage in battles against fellow sect members outside the battle zone. Fu Yun's voice is frosty. Lan Xian chuckles and nods. It appears I've been remiss. As he speaks, he turns to Lan Bei. Do you remember your senior sister's teachings? Do not engage in combat with fellow disciples outside. Brother, I remember. Lan Bei replies with a slight smirk, then shifts gears. Then I shall make sure to eliminate them both within the secret realm. He points at Tang Chun and Yuan Xiu, a chilling smile on his face. Boom! Fu Yun's expression turns frigid, her aura surging explosively. Lan Xian steps forward, his own aura intensifying to a level far surpassing Fu Yun's, forcefully suppressing her energy. Those are my brother's words, not mine. Madwoman, why are you still so temperamental? Lan Xian chuckles lightly. Moreover, isn't the Huangfeng lineage supposed to be on par with the others? Lan Bei is merely speaking out of turn. Why be so anxious? Or could it be? A wicked smile spreads across his face. Are you genuinely afraid they might be killed? Fu Yun's expression darkens as she prepares to respond, but Tang Chen's calm voice suddenly rings out from behind her. It is Lan Bei, correct? The crowd is taken aback, all eyes turning towards him. Under the scrutiny of countless astonished gazes, Tang Chen's demeanor remains unflappable as he coolly states, I remember you, that if I survive this time. Upon leaving the secret realm, you shall be the first I hunt down. He pauses, then glances at Lan Xian, raising an eyebrow. And you, clean your neck and wait. His words echo through the air. The entire Blackstone Plaza plunges into a profound silence. Chapter 27. The competition begins. Who is Lan Bei? Ranked 73rd on the 100-strong list of the Three Realms, one of the most formidable talents within the innate realm of the Feiyu sect. His brother, Lan Xian, is revered as the first genius of the sect, a formidable figure at the 7th level of the spirit embryo realm at just 28 years of age. Both brothers are so powerful that they seem unattainable. Yet Tang Chun, a mere newcomer to the sect who has just entered the innate realm, dares to proclaim he will kill them. The crowd is initially stunned, but soon erupts into unrestrained laughter. An overreaching fool. Does he truly believe that breaking Lan Xian's record on the suspended treasure ladder elevates him to the same level? To kill Lan Xian and Lan Bei, he must first survive the Qingyan Mountain secret realm. In an instant, the sounds of mockery flood the air like a tidal wave. Lan Bei and Lan Xian share a knowing smile, both regarding Tang Chun as a mere joke, his earlier declaration utterly ludicrous. Fu Yun, is your junior brother's brain not functioning properly? Lan Xian remarks, amusement dancing across his face. Fu Yun remains silent, staring intently at Tang Chun. For reasons unknown, she finds no humor in his words. Instead, she feels a strange belief and an undercurrent of anticipation. Very well, I shall await that day. Fu Yun's expression remains composed as she addresses Tang Chun coolly. Exercise caution upon entering the secret realm. Tang Chun nods in acknowledgement. Fu Yun says no more, turning her attention to Yuan Xiu. You too. With that, she spins on her heel and departs without a backward glance. I suppose being cautious applies to me as well. Right? Yuan Shio scratches his nose, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Why do I feel that senior sister treats you differently? Tang Qin shrugged nonchalantly. Is it possible that it's because you are more annoying to her? Yuan Shio was momentarily speechless, at a loss for words. This remark struck deep. As Fu Yun departed, Lan Xian also chose not to linger, quietly slipping away. The storm had settled. However, the gazes of the disciples from the various peaks in the square turned increasingly scornful as they regarded Tang Chun and Yuan Shio. Not only had they provoked the disciples of Sanfeng, but now they had irreparably torn their relationship with Lan Bei. These two were doomed. The chill was palpable. High above, amidst the flying clouds, it was indeed a sight to behold. Hong Weio withdrew his contemplative gaze, a broad smile gracing his features. Indeed. Gao Yuan stroked his goat beard, casting a teasing glance at the visibly displeased Imang on the other side. The peak master he was striving to protect Tang Chun. Yet should that young man meet his end at the hands of his disciples, it would indeed be a grand absurdity. Ha ha ha. Imang's face darkened further, yet he found himself at a loss for words to counter. The Lan brothers, Lan Xian and Lan Bei, were endowed with exceptional talents and possessed a notoriously domineering nature. If Tang Chun had truly provoked them, he was likely in grave peril. Old Chun, do you think that young man might perish within the secret realm? Elder Wu nudged Elder Chun beside the entrance of the secret realm, whispering his inquiry. I do not know. Elder Chun replied, shaking his head slightly as he gazed at Tang Chun, who was seated in meditation at a distance. His expression complex, he yearned to assist Tang Chun, yet felt utterly powerless to do so. But I hope your luck holds. Elder Chen silently wished. Time continued to pass. After another incense stick's worth of time, all the disciples registered to participate in the celestial competition had gathered at a total of 3,042 individuals from the 7 peaks. The Blackstone Square was teeming with people. Let us commence, Elder Chun announced gravely after glancing at the time. Elder Wu nodded solemnly, channeling his spiritual energy as he gradually ascended into the air. Silence. His authoritative voice, amplified by spiritual power, echoed throughout the Blackstone Square in an instant. The square, which had been abuzz with chatter, fell silent immediately. Over 3,000 gazes turned in unison towards him. Elder Wu's eyes swept over the crowd as he cleared his throat and spoke earnestly. Esteemed disciples, the celestial competition is about to begin. Before we commence, I must explain the rules of the competition, important considerations, and the rewards to be granted afterward. The disciples straightened, all ears attentive. First, the rules are quite simple. Utilize every means at your disposal to remain in the Qingyun Mountain secret realm for as long as possible. The last one to exit will be declared the champion of the competition, Elder Wu declared solemnly. Once you all enter the secret realm, the boundary at its edge will gradually contract towards the center. The longer you stay, the faster it will shrink. Shortly, I will distribute the secret realm wristbands to you. The special energy within these wristbands will allow you to endure for a brief moment outside the safe zone. But time is limited, and as the safe zone diminishes, the energy will deplete more quickly. Should you fail to enter the safe zone before your energy runs out, you will be expelled from the secret realm by the teleportation force, losing your qualification to compete. Do you understand? Over 3,000 disciples responded in unison. Understood. Very well. Elder Wu nodded slightly. Next, let us discuss important considerations. First, upon entering the secret realm, you may choose to act independently or form teams. There are no restrictions. However, I must caution you. Never trust others lightly, even your teammates or allies. Many in the square displayed anxious expressions upon hearing this. Elder Wu paid them no mind and continued. Secondly, be wary of the beasts within the Qingyun Mountain secret realm. The expanse of the secret realm is vast, comparable even to our sect, and it is home to a range of creatures from ordinary beasts to spirit infant realm monsters. You may freely hunt these beasts. Any skins or cores you collect will belong to you, but I do not wish for anyone to overestimate their abilities. The beasts are ferocious and will not show mercy when lives are at stake. If you find yourself in mortal peril, crush the wristband immediately and leave the secret realm without delay. Elder Wu surveyed the crowd, speaking gravely. While our sect encourages competition among disciples, We do not wish for you to perish foolishly at the jaws of beasts. Do you understand? Understood. The square erupted with fervent voices. Lastly, let us discuss the rewards for this celestial competition. After a brief pause, a smile graced Elder Wu's face. The rewards for this session remain generous. The champion will not only receive the standard Sea Transcending Serpent Core, but also a high-level Xian Tier martial technique and 100 contribution points. The 2nd to 5th places will receive a mid-level Xian Tier martial technique and 50 contribution points. The 6th to 10th places will receive a reward of 20 contribution points. Beyond the 10th place, there will be no rewards. His words ignited anticipation among many disciples. The allure of obtaining 100 contribution points as the first prize was already enticing, and additionally receiving a high-level Xian Tier martial technique was even more appealing. More importantly, the Sea Transcending Serpent Core was a tremendous boon for cultivators of the innate realm. No cultivator of the innate realm could resist such temptation. Enough talk, Old Chun, Elder Wu concluded, looking toward Elder Chun. The latter nodded slightly. In the next moment, both raised their hands simultaneously, tapping their storage pouches at their waists. Whoosh! Countless brilliant lights erupted from their waists, soaring towards the disciples of the 7 peaks in the square. Tang Chun reached out to catch one. It was a jade wristband, intricately engraved with arrays, emanating a faint spiritual light. This was indeed the secret realm wristband Elder Wu had mentioned. Infusing it with spiritual energy, he inputted his name and peak affiliation. Elder Chen remarked casually, "If you need to exit the secret realm, simply crush it." The crowd followed suit. Once all participants had registered their information, the 2 elders wasted no time and approached the entrance to the Qingyun Mountain secret realm together. Upon arriving at the portal, the 2 summoned their spiritual power and began to form seals. In an instant, 2 spiritual handprints materialized, rushing toward the portal. Buzz! The portal trembled. In the next moment, a teleportation array, capable of accommodating nearly 100 individuals, appeared in the center of the Blackstone Square. "You may enter," Elder Chun announced. "You will be randomly transported to various locations within the secret realm." Elder Wu's cheerful voice followed closely behind. "The gates of the Qingyun Mountain secret realm are now open for the prodigies of Feiyu sect. Strive for your future, and give it your all." His words set the hearts of over 3,000 disciples of Feiyu sect ablaze. After a brief moment of silence, thud, 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 the sound of footsteps echoed as figures rushed toward the teleportation array. The instant they entered, they vanished without a trace. Boom! The ground of the square began to tremble as disciples from the Beast Peak rode enormous guardian spirit beasts into the secret realm, creating a spectacle of grandeur. "I await your arrival to slay me." Lan Bei turned to Tang Chun, revealing a wicked smile. After mimicking a throat-cutting gesture, he stepped into the teleportation array, disappearing completely. "Junior brother." "Take care." Yuan Xiao, shedding his usual playful demeanor, entered the teleportation array, and no sooner had he departed than dozens of figures, filled with resentment, hurriedly followed suit. These individuals were likely all enemies Yuan Xiao had made in the past. However, it seemed that Tang Chun had even more foes than him. Tang Chun sighed softly, surveying his surroundings, that a myriad of greedy and murderous gazes immediately shifted toward him, although the teleportation array would transport each participant to different locations. These individuals still desired to enter alongside Tang Chun. Perhaps they could be teleported together. Tang Chun paid them no heed, extending his right hand, clang. The spiritual sword wand materialized in an instant, firmly grasped in his hand. Infusing it with spiritual energy, a blade of spiritual power extended from its broken edge, radiating brilliantly. With his mind slightly tensed, Tang Chun no longer hesitated and stepped directly into the teleportation array. "Follow him!" Upon witnessing this, the hundreds awaiting his departure surged forward, all rushing inside. The figures on the Blackstone Square dwindled. Moments later, all 3,042 disciples had entered, leaving only Elder Chun and Elder Wu behind. The 2 exchanged glances and formed seals once more. Buzz! A massive curtain of spiritual light appeared above the entrance portal to the secret realm. After rippling like water, it swiftly unfolded. Unlike the previous light curtain that had glimpsed into the treasure realm, this curtain could not reveal the specific scenes within due to the vastness of the Qingyun Mountain secret realm. Instead, it displayed a significantly reduced map of the Qingyun Mountain Secret Realm. At that moment, on the map, red dots rapidly emerged in various corners. Before long, the entire map was dotted with red points. Each red dot represents a disciple of the Feiyu sect. The competition for innate supremacy has officially commenced. Chapter 28. Sowing Discord in the Secret Realm of Qingyun Mountain. Although this is a secret realm, it is exceedingly vast, even larger than the territory occupied by the Feiyu sect. Mountains, forests, rivers, and hills. Various terrains abound. At this moment, numerous small teleportation portals have emerged in various corners of the secret realm, as the disciples of the Feiyu sect participating in the competition enter in succession. Some fortunate ones are directly transported to expansive, uninhabited areas. However, others less fortunate find themselves teleported alongside others. Boom. Less than 10 breaths after the competition officially begins, battles erupt in rapid succession throughout the secret realm. Moreover, a few unfortunate souls, the so-called Heavenly Calamity Lone Stars, are directly sent to the lairs of terrifying beasts. Encountering weaker beasts is manageable, as they can simply be slayed. Yet when facing formidable beasts beyond their capabilities, they can only shatter their wristbands in a desperate bid for survival. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Shortly after the competition commences, the number of red dots on the luminescent map begins to dwindle. Many disciples wear dejected expressions, having been expelled from the secret realm. Curse it, I was teleported right next to a five-fold innate green-scaled giant python. If it weren't for my quick reflexes, I would likely have perished. How did you manage to escape? I encountered a group of rascals from the Law Peak. They sought my demise. Do you know Li Xiang from the Symbol Peak? Yes, at the 8th innate realm. I witnessed him being teleported right into the jaws of a terrifying beast, a tiger, and his head was crushed in an instant. That tiger is likely a ferocious beast of the life and death realm. The eliminated disciples gather in the Blackstone Plaza, engaging in fervent discussions. Some are relieved, others are indignant, some are furious, while a few appear utterly despondent. Yet having been eliminated, there is no remedy, and they must wait another year. The brutality of the innate supremacy competition is evident. Strength and luck are both indispensable. Meanwhile, at the western edge of the Qingyun Mountain Secret Realm, within a towering forest, swish, Tang Chun swings his broken blade, cleaving a ferocious wild boar that charges at him in two, blood spraying forth that he swiftly dissects the carcass, extracting the beast's core before hastily departing from the scene. His fortune is a mixed bag. On one hand, the location of his teleportation is far too distant from the center of the secret realm. Upon entry, he found the boundary of the secret realm less than 10 zhang away. He must expend a considerable amount of time traversing the distance. On the other hand, the area is relatively safe, devoid of terrifying beasts, mostly inhabited by ordinary wildlife. The wild boar he just encountered was the most formidable creature he faced. Merely at the five-fold acquired realm, posing no threat to him whatsoever, as he continues forward. Having slain a few more beasts, Tang Xin finally reaches the edge of the dense forest. Just as he prepares to dart out, several mocking voices suddenly ring out. TSK, TSK, look who it is. I never expected to encounter this brat here. What a delightful surprise. Hiss, the sound of rushing wind is heard as 4 figures burst forth from the right side of the forest, landing before Tang Chun. Tang Chun furrows his brow, focusing intently. The 4 individuals before him are clad in purple robes, all disciples of the Law Peak. The leader, tall and slender, possesses an exceptionally unattractive appearance. Yet he is the most powerful among them. Tang Chun employs his spiritual sense to probe. Although he cannot discern his exact realm, he can estimate based on the intensity of the spiritual energy fluctuations. This individual is at the 6th innate realm. The other 3 beside him are at the 5th innate realm. Realizing the strength of this quartet, Tang Chun feels a sense of unease. If it were a one-on-one battle, he would be confident in defeating a 5th innate realm opponent and even dare to challenge the 6th. However, this is not a duel, but rather a 1-against-4 scenario. Engaging them head-on is unwise. In that fleeting moment of confrontation, Tang Chun has already made his decision. The only option now is to flee for his life and then seek opportunities to defeat them one by one. The instant this thought crosses his mind, bang, Tang Chun stomps his foot heavily, his figure transforming into an arrow released from a bow, shooting eastward with tremendous speed. Don't let this brat escape, pursue him. The unattractive disciple at the sixth innate realm barks an order and charges forward, with the other three following closely behind the light body technique. The command echoes, and all four disciples unleash their spiritual energy, their speed surging dramatically. This is a unique martial technique of the Law Peak, capable of significantly enhancing speed for a short duration, suitable for both escape and pursuit. Tang Chen's expression turns grim as he channels the primordial path technique. As his internal spiritual energy surges, he too maximizes his speed. His form becomes akin to a black sword, racing through the thicket. When confronted with brush and ancient trees, he no longer evades, but instead relies on his formidable physical strength to charge through. Crash, crash, crash. The sound of splintering wood fills the air as towering ancient trees are shattered by Tang Chen's relentless advance, sending clouds of dust swirling. Brother Ian, how can this brat's speed be so astonishing? One of the fifth innate realm disciples of the Law Peak furrows his brow, asking coldly, and no matter how fast he is still merely at the first innate realm, with a limited spiritual sea and finite spiritual energy. The ugly cultivator known as Brother Ian scoffs. Once his spiritual energy is depleted, he will be easily captured. The other three nod in agreement. That is indeed the case, in a pursuit where speed is comparable. The outcome hinges on the richness of spiritual energy. Whoever possesses a more abundant reservoir of spiritual energy can sustain their speed longer. Although Tang Chen is a prodigy in physical prowess, capable of slaying those at the fourth innate realm at the first, he remains constrained by his realm. In terms of spiritual energy, the four of them can easily overpower him. With this realization, they cease their impatience and simply trail behind Tang Chen, waiting for his spiritual energy to run dry. After the span of an incense stick, Brother Ian, have you noticed? The previously questioning disciple of the fifth innate realm swallows hard. This brat's speed hasn't diminished at all. I too have noticed. The distance between us is only increasing. Another disciple agrees, his expression grave. Brother Yin's face darkens, and he falls silent, that he has certainly noticed, after fleeing at such an extreme speed for an incense stick's duration. Even their reserves of spiritual energy are beginning to wane, and their speed has diminished considerably. If a typical first innate realm cultivator were in his position, they would likely have exhausted their spiritual energy and be unable to continue. Yet Tang Chen's spiritual energy seems inexhaustible, his speed unwavering. Consequently, the gap between them continues to widen. If this situation persists, it is highly likely that others will take notice. It is worth noting that there are many hunters eager to eliminate Tang Chen. If others join in, it could spell disaster. Contemplating this, Brother Yin's expression grows increasingly grim. With a clenched jaw, he gestures with his hands. Activate the mud trap binding formation to intercept him. Yes, the other three respond in unison. Hastily forming seals, buzz. As the seals take shape, a surge of spiritual light emanates from the four. In the next moment, their spiritual energy rushes forth, intertwining and merging in mid-air, swiftly coalescing into two massive hands. Each hand spans 2 zhang in length, pitch black as if molded from sludge. The moment they form, they dart toward Tang Chen like lightning. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 colossal hands move with incredible speed, reaching Tang Chen's back in the blink of an eye. And they slam down upon his legs with tremendous force. A sharp pain shoots through his legs, causing his form to momentarily freeze, crashing down to the ground. These hands possess strength beyond mere power. The spiritual energy within them seems imbued with a peculiar adhesive quality. As Tang Chen's legs are grasped, he feels as though he is sinking into a quagmire. The more he struggles, the more difficult it becomes to escape. Bang, 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 bang. Brother Ian and the others catch up, positioning themselves at the 4 cardinal directions, effectively blocking Tang Chen's path of escape. Run. Why aren't you running now? A sinister grin spreads across Brother Yin's unattractive face as he strides toward Tang Chen. The disciples of the Law Peak excel in employing various formations and magical techniques to subdue their enemies. This mud trap binding formation is a martial skill exclusive to the Law Peak disciples and can be executed collectively. The more individuals involved, the longer the binding effect lasts. Did you truly believe we are like those brutes from the battle peak, only capable of mindless pursuit? The other three share mocking smiles, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. The Peak Master has promised rewards for anyone who can slay Tang Chun. If they can secure the Peak Master's favor, even being eliminated immediately would be worthwhile. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echo as Brother Een swiftly approaches. Meanwhile, a sharp spiritual energy spike materializes before him. Don't let this brat move. I will strike him down. Brother Een commands coldly. Yes, three disciples of the innate fifth realm from the Law Peak responded in unison. Crack, crack. Pain surged through their leg bones, which creaked incessantly. Tang Chun could only feel two muddy hands gripping his legs with increasing strength. This terrifying adhesive force spread from his calves to his entire body, rendering him nearly immobile. For the moment, he found it utterly impossible to break free. It's time to set off, Brother Een bellowed, and the spiritual energy spike suddenly activated, ruthlessly aiming for Tang Chun's head. To prevent Tang Chun from crushing the bracelet and fleeing, he was prepared to deliver a fatal blow. Do you truly intend to share the spoils with those three useless fools? Tang Chun's cold laughter echoed suddenly. What did you say? Brother Een was taken aback, the swiftly descending spiritual energy spike abruptly pausing mid-air. If you kill me, the Law Peak's master should reward you, correct? Tang Chun glanced at him and spoke indifferently. There are four of you. Should the reward be equally divided, or will you take it all for yourself? His voice was not loud, yet all four Law Peak disciples could hear him. Upon hearing this, Brother Yin's pupils constricted sharply. Indeed, they had four individuals on their side. Who would receive the reward for killing Tang Chun? Were they truly supposed to share it equally? To be frank, he was unwilling. The other three were merely innate fifth realm disciples. What right did they have to share with him? The other three Law Peak disciples, upon hearing Tang Chun's words, were likewise taken aback. They too had many thoughts. They understood Brother Yin's character very well. Erratic, irritable, and selfish. Would he really be willing to share the spoils with them? The moment these thoughts surfaced in their minds, the three began to waver. The binding strength of the two muddy hands gripping Tang Chun's calves also began to subtly weaken. Tang Chun felt a flicker of joy within and began to control the spiritual energy within him, silently channeling it into the spiritual, sword-broken blade held in his right hand. Chapter 29. The Decisive Counterattack. Brother Een sensed something was amiss, his heart tightening, and hurriedly shouted, "Do not be swayed by this brat's deceitful words." However, Tang Chun's words had already taken root in the hearts of the three, and their thoughts could not be easily dispelled. Brother Een, is what he says truly your genuine intention? A short-haired disciple of the Law Peak asked coldly. The other two also fixed their piercing gazes upon him, waiting for his response. Three fools. Brother Een felt a surge of irritation within, yet could not confront them directly. He had no choice but to halt his actions and speak in a deep tone. That is pure nonsense. He was captured and killed by the four of us together. Everyone has contributed. Why would I think of monopolizing it? Rest assured, after we exit, I will explain the situation to the master. You will not be shortchanged. Before he could finish, Tang Chun scoffed. Do you truly believe that, with his cultivation level, if he were to launch a surprise attack, who among you could withstand it? After killing me, he could strike you when you are off guard. One death is inevitable, and if luck is bad, at least two of you will be instantly killed. Tang Chun looked at the three Law Peak disciples and said calmly, in the end, what difference does it make if only one person remains? We are fellow disciples. How can I turn against my own junior brothers? Brother Een scolded angrily. He was genuinely anxious. This brat had accurately deduced all his thoughts. He had originally planned to quietly eliminate the other three after capturing Tang Chun. The reward given personally by the master would undoubtedly be extraordinarily generous, and he did not want to share it with anyone else. These three were not worthy of sharing. You know in your heart whether that is the case, Tang Chun replied in a tranquil tone. Brother Een turned to the three. You must trust your senior brother. It's not that we don't trust you, senior brother, the short-haired disciple said solemnly. Elder Wu also advised us before the competition, do not trust anyone in the secret realm, though we are fellow disciples. Hearts are hidden behind the belly. None of us know what you are truly thinking. Unless you swear an oath with the cautious words law, another interjected an agreement. The cautious words law was also a unique martial technique of the law peak lineage. To swear by the cautious words law meant that if one violated the oath, they would suffer a backlash from the spell, resulting in severe injuries or even death on the spot. Brother Yin's ugly face sank completely. He, of course, was unwilling to swear by such a method. At this moment, he wished he could slay both Tang Chun and these three with a single sword strike. One dares to speak, and three dare to believe. A group of fools. Are you not plainly expressing your distrust of me, your senior brother? Brother Yin gritted his teeth. The short-haired disciple shook his head slightly. If it were under normal circumstances, we would naturally believe you, but interests stir the heart, and we must be cautious. Upon hearing this, a fierce light flashed in Brother Yin's eyes. He decided not to say anything further and planned to directly eliminate Tang Chun. The time had already dragged on too long. Who knew what unforeseen circumstances might arise if he continued to argue with these three? It was better to kill him first and then discuss these matters. He let out a low roar, and the suspended spiritual energy spike reactivated, piercing through the air and ruthlessly stabbing towards Tang Chen's head. In his pupils, the spike rapidly approached. A cold smile suddenly blossomed on Tang Chen's lips. Regardless of whether the four truly harbored any discord, he had achieved his goal of sowing discord and buying time. The spiritual, sword-broken blade in his hand had already amassed tremendous power. Boom! Tang Chun shouted lowly, and spiritual energy surged violently. The two muddy hands binding his legs, already weakened, were directly shattered by his force. Clang! The broken blade rang out, cleaving horizontally. A terrifying sword momentum erupted, shattering all in its path. Sharp and unstoppable, Tang Chun had comprehended the first level of the indestructible sword body, the sword momentum realm, to great perfection, and after prolonged accumulation, the power of this sword was brought to its zenith. The spiritual energy spike that Brother Yin had gathered was instantly shattered by the sword strike, and the residual force of the broken blade viciously cleaved towards his chest. Damn it! Cries of anger erupted as Brother Yin retreated while simultaneously conjuring a spiritual energy wall in front of his chest. Bang! The spiritual light surged upon the broken blade, crashing violently against the spiritual energy wall. The force dispersed. The wall shattered with a loud bang. Brother Yin was forced to retreat, his hands continuously forming seals as layer upon layer of spiritual energy walls materialized. Bang! 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 After consecutively shattering 4 layers of spiritual energy walls, the brilliance of the broken blade finally dimmed. Sizzle! Ultimately, the sword energy tore through Brother Yin's robe, splattering blood. A deep wound, visible to the bone, was left on his chest before dissipating silently. Failing to kill him in one strike, Tang Chun had no desire to linger in battle. He turned and fled. Without the constraints of the mud trap binding formation, his speed was astonishing, and he vanished into the dense forest in the blink of an eye. Brother Yin's chest wound was horrific, blood continuously flowing, his complexion pale and ashen. Damn it! Damn it! Why are you still standing there? Chase him! He clutched his chest and roared at the other 3 disciples. However, the short-haired disciple and the other 2 exchanged glances, yet did not make a move. Brother Yin's heart sank, and he retreated several steps. What are you all doing? Doing nothing. The 3 of them almost simultaneously advanced towards him. A cold voice echoed in his ears. We simply cannot bear to let you suffer from your injuries, so we wish to send you on your way. Whoosh! 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 The 3 of them summoned their spiritual energy in their palms, simultaneously launching an attack on Brother Yin. Brother Yin's eyes widened in fury. He countered one of the attacks with a palm strike, shattering it, and roared, "Do not harm your fellow disciples. Tang Chun is our target." "That's what we think too, but you, Yin are too greedy and do not see us as equals," the short-haired disciple replied coldly, his offensive unrelenting. Bang! After shattering the second attack, Yin was completely out of strength. Having already sustained heavy injuries from Tang Chen's surprise attack, he could not possibly fend off 3 innate 5th realm disciples attacking simultaneously. Boom! The palm imprint conjured by the short-haired disciple slammed heavily against Yin Wei's chest. Crack! A sound that made one's teeth ache echoed as Yin-Wei's chest caved in significantly, sending him flying like a ragged sack. "Kill him. Then we will chase after Tang Chun," the short-haired disciple declared. His eyes filled with murderous intent. Soon as he finished speaking, the three charged towards Yin-Wei once more. Suddenly, whoosh, a chilling glimmer of light erupted from the dense forest, accompanied by an overwhelming sword momentum that cleaved fiercely towards them. The short-haired disciple, being the closest, became the primary target. Faced with the sudden, dazzling sword strike, he momentarily lost his composure, his body momentarily freezing. However, it was this very instant that became his fatal flaw. Buffed, the sword light descended, cleaving the short-haired disciple in half. Blood spraying and intestines flying, he did not even have time to crush the bracelet of the secret realm. Tang Chun swiftly reached out and seized the storage bag without a hint of hesitation. Turning to flee, the remaining two disciples stood in shock, frozen in place. This brat was supposed to have escaped. How did he appear again? Who gave him the audacity to launch a counterattack? Ha ha ha! I proclaimed, "You are nothing but three fools." Yin-Wei bore witness to this scene, and after a moment of stunned silence, he suddenly erupted into wild laughter. Simultaneously, he completely abandoned any thoughts of pursuing Tang Chun. That lad not only possessed formidable talent, but also exhibited a terrifying level of combat intelligence. Whether it was the previous act of sowing discord, taking advantage of the moment to launch a surprise attack and escape, or the recent counterstrike, such feats were beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. This ruthless decisiveness and audacity were qualities he had never observed in any of his fellow disciples from the Feiyu sect. With this realization, he no longer hesitated and directly shattered the secret realm bracelet on his wrist. The instant the bracelet shattered, a unique force erupted, and a portal of transmission suddenly appeared behind him. Without a moment's pause, Yin-Wei dashed inside, leaving the Qingyun Mountain's secret realm. From Tang Chun's sudden return to slay the short-haired disciple with a single stroke, to Yin-Wei crushing his bracelet to flee. Only a few breaths had passed. It was only after Yin-Wei vanished that the remaining two disciples from the Law Peak regained their senses, a look of terror etched across their faces. Who am I? Where am I? What just transpired? The two were utterly bewildered. That moment, buzz. The sound of a sword echoed sharply, and a terrifying wave of sword energy sliced through the dense forest once more. The two disciples were alarmed, scrambling to conjure a wall of spiritual energy to defend themselves. Bang. The wall of spiritual energy shattered, their garments torn as they were sent hurtling backward. In the next instant, Tang Chun appeared, his figure akin to a cannonball, enveloped in an overwhelming aura of murderous intent as he lunged toward one of them. The broken blade in his hand sang with a resonant clang. Sword energy surging forth as Tang Chun unleashed his full combat prowess. Swish! With a single stroke, blood gushed forth, and one disciple's head was sent soaring into the air. Even in his final moments, his face bore an expression of horror and disbelief. The other, sensing the dire situation, attempted to shatter his bracelet to escape. Tang Chun's expression turned icy as he swiftly hurled his broken blade. Thud! The razor-sharp edge of the spiritual weapon cleanly severed the right arm of the disciple still wearing the bracelet. Tang Chun landed, stomping down with force. Bang! The severed limb exploded beneath his foot, flesh and blood scattering everywhere. "Spare me!" A heart-wrenching scream erupted. The Law Peak disciple's face twisted in despair as he pleaded for mercy. "I can give you all my contribution points, and I have spiritual stones, many spiritual stones. The Law Peak intends to deal with you. I can provide intelligence. I will do anything you ask, just don't kill me." He stumbled backward, his eyes bloodshot as he continued to scream. Tang Chun remained composed, silent and unyielding as he advanced with the broken blade in hand. He never showed mercy to such individuals. Damn it. Damn it all. The Law Peak disciple fell into utter despair, his voice trembling with sobs. That moment, he regretted every decision he had made. Why did he foolishly team up with Yin-Wei and the others? Why did he allow greed to compel him to attack the calamity that is Tang Chun? Why? Thud. With a swift motion, Tang Chun plunged the broken blade directly into his forehead. Immediately, he gestured, muttering incantations as he reached towards the three corpses. extracting 3 translucent souls, each the size of fist, from the bodies. Without hesitation, he clenched his fist. Bang! The souls of the 3 Law Peak disciples were crushed, utterly obliterated. Chapter 30. Surviving, having completely dealt with the 3. Tang Chen's taut nerves finally relaxed a fraction. It was a pity, however, that he had not been able to slay the innate 6th-level disciple named Dean. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and swiftly collected the remaining 2 disciple storage bags before departing the area. In the Qingyun Mountain Secret Realm, lingering too long in one place was highly inadvisable. Not to mention the ruckus of battle that could attract other cultivators. The scent of blood released during a killing spree could easily draw a multitude of wild beasts and demonic creatures. After half a stick of incense's time, Tang Chan emerged from the dense forest. Beyond the thicket lay a vast expanse of jagged hills, overgrown with weeds and utterly deserted. Scanning the surroundings, only a few small creatures could be seen foraging for food. As Tang Chan slightly released his spiritual energy, they were startled into flight. After locating a relatively secluded cave, he paused to assess the time present. Approximately half an hour had passed since the competition commenced. Given the speed at which the perimeter barrier of the secret realm contracted, it would still be several dozen hours before it shrank to his current location. There was ample time. Moreover, crossing this hilly terrain would bring him much closer to the central position of the secret realm. At that time, the influx of disciples arriving from all directions would increase, inevitably leading to more complications. After some contemplation, Tang Chun resolved to remain here for a period of quiet cultivation. Once the barrier's contraction approached this location, he would then devise a plan. In the remaining hours, if he practiced on the first floor of the Time-Space Ancient Tower, it would be equivalent to 3 days of cultivation in the outside world. 3 days was sufficient for considerable improvement. With this thought in mind, Tang Chin no longer hesitated. He crouched into the cave, casually moved a few stones to seal the entrance, and sat cross-legged on the ground. He first retrieved the storage bags of the 3 Law Peak disciples to tally his spoils. These 3 were ordinary disciples, not the likes of the prodigy Guyu, and their possessions were not particularly affluent. The total amount of spiritual stones in their storage bags, when combined, amounted to only 42 mid-grade spiritual stones. In addition, there were a few first- and second-grade elixirs, as well as several spiritual talismans. The talismans were of the strength corresponding to the innate 3rd level, which held little value for Tang Chan at this stage. What truly piqued Tang Chen's interest was the discovery of 2 sets of formation flags among the 3 disciple storage bags. Formation flags are employed to set up various formations, which are common means of combat used by the Law Peak. Although they cannot be activated instantaneously like most martial techniques and require prior arrangement with somewhat complex steps, their power should not be underestimated. If used properly to ensnare an opponent within a formation, one could easily defeat multiple foes with fewer numbers. Each set of flags came with a jade slip detailing the method of use. Tang Chan first picked up the first set, channeling spiritual energy into the jade slip. Soon, relevant information surfaced in his mind. This formation was relatively simple, requiring only 4 flags to be set in a specific manner to activate it. Its name was Spirit Suppression Formation, which, as the name suggests, is meant to suppress the opponent's spiritual power. Enemies within the formation would experience a significant slowdown in the circulation of their spiritual energy, with both recovery speed and martial technique power considerably weakened. The stronger the cultivator setting up the formation, the greater the range and effect of the formation. The second set of formation flags was named Elusive Maze Formation, compared to the Spirit Suppression Formation. This one was considerably more intricate, requiring 10 flags to trigger it. However, correspondingly, its effects were quite formidable. Enemies stepping into it would feel as if they were engulfed in fog, with their senses dulled and spiritual awareness rendered ineffective, making it difficult to discern direction. Moreover, what was most impressive was that this formation could even affect cultivators 2 realms higher than the one who set it. However, the duration would be significantly reduced. If the enemy's realm was lower than that of the person setting the formation, the flags would remain standing and the formation would persist. If the enemy and the person setting the formation were of the same realm, the formation would last for half an hour. If the enemy's realm was higher, it would only last for the duration of a single stick of incense if the disparity in realms was too vast. The formation would be ineffective and could be instantly dispelled. Overall, the elusive maze formation had numerous restrictions, but if utilized adeptly, it could yield unexpectedly advantageous results. After silently committing the methods for arranging both formations to memory, Tang Chan stored all the spoils in his storage bag. He then closed his eyes to focus, summoning the time-space ancient tower from within him and instantly entering it, following the customary route to the second layer. He ground his physical body and soul on the azure and black stone, grinding wheels a few times before entering the first layer to begin his cultivation. Meanwhile, in a direction entirely opposite to Tang Chen's, within a valley adorned with vast stretches of grassy land, numerous goats with single horns lowered their heads to graze on the grass. These creatures, known as unicorn goats, are docile demonic beasts with weak bloodlines, capable of reaching a maximum strength of only the peak of the innate 9th level. Within this valley, nearly 30 unicorn goats were leisurely munching on the grass. Yet one particularly slender goat was restless. Its glistening black eyes were especially lively, constantly scanning its surroundings while it grazed. Its behavior was peculiar. After nibbling a few mouthfuls of grass, it would turn its head to spit them out, seemingly filled with disdain. Puffed, this grass tastes absolutely dreadful. After spitting out 2 more mouthfuls, the little unicorn goat suddenly opened its mouth, muttering softly, as the sound resonated. The other grazing goats lifted their heads in confusion, staring blankly at it. What are you looking at? Why must you indulge in such unpalatable fare, preferring to graze upon grass, while I, too, must suffer alongside you? Truly, this is a travesty. The little unicorn goat flicked its ears, grumbling in discontent. Meanwhile, not far beneath the grassy surface, in a burrow barely large enough to accommodate a single person, Yuan Xiu's face was a mask of indignation. That peculiar little unicorn goat, capable of uttering human speech, was under his control through the art of spiritual manipulation. Fortunately, he had experienced a stroke of luck. Upon entering the secret realm of Qingyun Mountain, he had been transported to a central location, not too far from the periphery of the realm, yet still with some distance to the core area. In many respects, this location was considered an ideal teleportation point by the participating disciples, as it eliminated the need for hasty travel and provided a relative degree of safety. However, Yuan Xiu was exceedingly cautious. The moment he entered, he sought refuge, and then employed his spiritual manipulation to command some beasts and relatively weaker demonic creatures to scout the surroundings for him. If he detected the presence of others, he would remain hidden and motionless until he confirmed the area was secure before seeking the safest route forward. Through this method, Yuan Xiu encountered no dangers within half an hour. It must be said that within this secret realm of Qingyun Mountain, the seemingly trivial art of spiritual manipulation he had previously deemed useless proved unexpectedly effective, just as he was reveling in this success. A foul odor wafted into his nostrils. Yuan Xiu switched his perspective to the little unicorn goat he controlled and realized that another unicorn goat was urinating right beside him. The foamy liquid trickled across the grass, soaking the very patch the little unicorn goat was nibbling on grass. Upon realizing this, Yuan Xiu's face turned a vivid shade of green while hidden in his burrow, due to the unique nature of spiritual manipulation. He could share the 5 senses with the controlled demonic beast. This ability was immensely powerful, indeed far more sophisticated than the beast taming techniques of the Beast Peak lineage. However, it had its drawbacks, as was evident now. Yuan Xiu felt an overwhelming stench in his mouth, akin to having swallowed a mouthful of goat urine. This grass is meant for consumption, so why must you relieve yourself indiscriminately? The little unicorn goat bellowed in frustration at the urinating goat. The latter paused for a moment, a cold glint flashing in its eyes. Although it could not comprehend the words of its fellow goat, it could still sense its emotions. How dare this weakling, merely at the 3rd level of the acquired realm, express anger towards it? Infuriated, the urinating goat raised its hind leg and delivered a powerful kick. Bang! The force of the blow sent the little unicorn goat sprawling. Yuan Xiu, hidden in the burrow, clutched his forehead, grimacing in pain. First, he had been doused in urine, and now he had been kicked by a goat. What a profound humiliation! Yuan Xiu's face flushed with fury, yet he dared not act rashly. Let it be. Let it be. With gains come losses. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have made it this far, that I shan't stoop to the level of these brainless beasts. He consoled himself in his thoughts, then turned his mind to Tang. Chun, I wonder how my junior brother is faring now, as that group of ruffians seems to be searching for him like mad. It would be good if he could shatter his bracelet and leave soon. Yuan Shou murmured to himself in the cave. Time past. 10 hours had elapsed since the commencement of the innate competition. The once desolate Blackstone Square was now bustling with numerous figures, all disciples who had been eliminated from various peaks, that a total of 3,042 disciples had participated in this competition, yet now nearly 1,000 had gathered in the square. In just over 10 hours, almost a third had been eliminated, not counting those who had perished within the secret realm. The brutality of this competition was evident. Tang Chun has yet to emerge. I wonder if he has met his end within. Elder Wu's gaze swept over the crowd as he spoke in a low voice. Elder Chen replied, with his abilities, he should not have encountered any mishap. As soon as he finished speaking, a hint of concern creased his brow. He genuinely hoped that young lad, Tang Chun, could exit the secret realm swiftly, for as time progressed, the safe zones within the realm would gradually diminish, making encounters with others inevitable. Disciples from the Law Peak, Symbol Peak, and Weapon Peak, as well as Lan Xian from the Battle Peak, and some of his close brothers, were all potential threats. The number of those wishing to eliminate Tang Chun was simply incalculable. This meant that the longer he remained within the secret realm, the greater his peril. Elder Chen fervently wished for the survival of a talent like Tang Chun, which is why he hoped for his early departure from the realm. His gaze turned towards the luminous map suspended in mid-air. On the map, nearly 2,000 red dots were dispersed in all directions, slowly advancing towards the central area. Among all these dots, which one was he? Elder Chen couldn't help but become lost in thought. Meanwhile, in the stony hills, within the cave, the ancient Tower of Time and Space hung quietly, its golden light suddenly intensifying. In the next moment, a somewhat weary-looking Tang Chun materialized. Chapter 31. A secret meeting in the woods. Tang Chun gazed around in bewilderment, and after a moment of confusion, his eyes swiftly regained clarity. Channeling his spiritual energy, he shook off the dust clinging to him. 10 days have passed, he mused, calculating the time. Since the competition commenced, over 10 hours had already elapsed. During this period, he had been cultivating within the first layer of the time and space tower, equivalent to 3 days in the outside world. While participating in the innate competition, he had already tempered his spiritual consciousness for 7 days, and with these additional 3 days, a full 10 days had gone by. Were it any ordinary cultivator, 10 days without sleep, coupled with combat and intense training, would likely have proven unbearable. Yet, with the aid of the Blackstone Millstone, Tang Chen's spiritual resilience had continuously strengthened, and he now felt merely a slight fatigue. Setting aside the weariness, he found no other abnormalities. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Tang Chun focused on sensing his changes. First, there was his physical body. During these 3 days, he had occasionally entered the second layer of the time and space tower to refine his physique using the Azure Stone Millstone. The number of acupoints within him had increased from the original 680 to 692. Tang Chun clenched his fist, feeling the sinewy muscles in his AS. He sensed the surge of strength from the additional acupoints. A smile spread across his face. With the increase in acupoints, the strength of his body had undergone a significant enhancement. His current physical prowess could even disregard attacks from those below the 5th level of the innate realm. If he were to confront that ancient jade now, he would not even need to summon his spiritual sword, Broken Blade. He could tear it apart with sheer physical strength. Next was his realm. The spiritual sea within him had expanded considerably, nearing the limits of the 1st level of the innate realm. Based on Tang Chen's calculations, he would likely break through to the 2nd level of the innate realm within 2 days. Finally, regarding his martial techniques, he had already mastered the 1st level of the undying sword body, sword intent realm. Now, even if he casually struck with a sword, it would carry a terrifying sword intent, capable of cleaving through all things in existence. My current combat power should be sufficient to slay most cultivators at the 6th level of the innate realm, and I could even match those at the 7th level. Tang Chun murmured, assessing his overall combat capability. Obi capable of slaying those at the 6th level and contending with the 7th was indeed a formidable feat, considering he was merely at the 1st level of the innate realm. However, after a moment of silence, Tang Chen shook his head slightly. It is still not enough, though Lan Bei is at the 7th level of the innate realm. His exceptional talent allows him to similarly face stronger foes. He has even achieved remarkable victories over those at the 9th level of the innate realm. According to Tang Chen's estimations, an ordinary cultivator at the 9th level should not pose a threat to him. His current combat power is still far from adequate. Buzz. Strange fluctuations resonated from outside the cave. Peering through the crevices in the rock, Tang Chen observed that the boundary of the Qingyun Mountain's secret realm was now alarmingly close. Less than 10 zhang away, the transparent barrier occasionally rippled with wave-like distortions, beyond which lay a pitch-black void. Moreover, it was gradually contracting. I can no longer linger here. I must press onward. Tang Chen made a swift decision. First, he would distance himself from the boundary, and once he ventured deeper and located a second safe zone, he would then retreat into seclusion for a period of cultivation. Resolute in his determination, the tension he had initially relaxed transformed into heightened vigilance. Gently pushing aside the stones blocking the cave's entrance, he darted out like an arrow, vanishing into the tumultuous rocky hills in an instant. Before the rocky hills lay a vast expanse of mountains, the Qingyun mountain range. The terrain here was complex, with towering ancient trees providing shade, and the rich spiritual energy nurturing countless precious materials and fierce demonic beasts. From the weakest ordinary beasts to formidable spiritual infant realm giants, everything could be found here. This mountain range was also known to have the highest mortality rate for disciples of Feiyu sect during each innate competition. Not long after entering, Tang Chen encountered several skeletal remains, the unfortunate former disciples of Feiyu sect who had perished in past secret realms. However, despite the decay of their corpses, the standard long robes they wore remained intact as low-grade spiritual treasures of the yellow tier. Purple robes, white robes, yellow robes, disciples from various peaks had all perished. Gazing upon these unattended remains, Tang Chen could not help but shake his head slightly, his heart heavy with sorrow. Such is the brutal reality of the path of cultivation. Whether one is a genius or a mediocrity, once fallen, all is lost. Wealth, cultivation, treasures, everything accumulated in life turns to dust, and even the bones will go unclaimed. Moreover, it was evident that these corpses had been disturbed. Their personal storage bags and spiritual treasures had vanished, clearly pilfered by later passers-by. Perhaps this was the last vestige of their worth in this world. Would there come a day when he, too, would become nothing more than a withered skeleton, to perish in some secluded corner, his bones devoured by beasts, his possessions taken by others, and the world would forget him entirely? Such thoughts surged repeatedly in Tang Chen's mind. Yet soon, he shook his head, casting aside these disjointed musings. Now was not the time for such concerns, at the very least. Before he helped his sister cure that strange ailment, he could not afford to die. With renewed determination in his eyes, Tang Chen steadied his emotions and set forth once more. After traversing an ancient forest and crossing several small hills, a narrow gorge, resembling a sliver of sky, suddenly came into view. Just as Tang Chen was about to enter, he felt a sudden twitch in his ears. Strange sounds emanated from the ancient forest ahead. The moment these noises reached him, Tang Chen held his breath and activated the turtle breathing technique. The fluctuations of spiritual energy around him vanished in an instant, all sounds reduced to a minimum. The turtle breathing technique is a skill that nearly all cultivators possess, allowing them to temporarily conceal their presence and avoid detection. After concealing himself, Tang Chen stealthily slipped into the ancient forest, moving as silently as a nimble wildcat. Following the peculiar sounds, he soon located their source. In the next moment, Tang Chen was momentarily taken aback. In a relatively open area of the ancient forest, a man and a woman were entwined on a massive flat stone, lost in passionate embrace. Tang Chen was speechless for a long time. In such dire circumstances, how could they indulge in such fervor? While others were preoccupied with escaping and surviving, these two were engrossed in intimate wrestling. The male disciple donned a white robe, Clearly hailing from the Symbol Peak lineage, the woman entwined with him wore a fiery red robe, belonging to the Pill Peak sect. Tang Chen's expression turned peculiar. It was said that the Pill Peak's leader, Yin Ryu, was indifferent to worldly matters and consumed by cultivation. Her disciples were similarly influenced. Yet, it appeared that this was not entirely the case. Tang Chun had no peculiar inclinations and was disinterested in the couple, intending to slip away unnoticed. However, just as he was about to depart, their hushed conversation drifted to his ears. "Brother Gua, good brother, you are truly amazing. Kiss me. Hurry and kiss me." The Pill Peak female disciple fluttered her eyelashes seductively, clinging tightly to the head of the male disciple from Symbol Peak, rubbing her soft, fair chest against him. "Sister Ling, don't be so impatient. How did you fare with the tasks I assigned you?" The young man, Gua, gasped, inquiring. "Here you are, risking discovery to meet with me, and you immediately ask about other matters." The Pill Peak female disciple's charming face turned cold. Gua, with a mischievous grin, pinched her chest playfully, saying, "First, let us handle the important matters, then we can attend to you. It won't delay anything." The critical area being assaulted caused the Pill Peak female disciple to let out a soft moan, her body going limp in his embrace, the coldness in her expression vanishing in an instant. "You bad person." After shooting him a fierce glare, she smiled and replied, "How could I dare to neglect what Brother Gua has instructed? Before we set off, I mixed the detoxification pills they need with the spirit-clearing powder. No one will discover it." Gua's eyes brightened, his expression filled with joy. "What about Yin Qin? You're still thinking about that little vixen?" The Pill Peak female disciple huffed. "Of course. I added it to hers as well. Her detoxification pill contains not only the spirit-clearing powder, but also the flower allure powder you specifically requested. The area surrounding the Thousand Illusions Beast lair is filled with poisonous miasma. They will inevitably consume the detoxification pills, and the effects will manifest quickly." "Good. Excellent," Gua exclaimed, overjoyed as he squeezed the Pill Peak female disciple's curvaceous form. "I knew you wouldn't let me down. However, let me make this clear," the Pill Peak female disciple said, her tone suddenly serious after a few playful sounds. "Once everything is settled, we must clean up thoroughly and leave no trace. Yin Qin is the leader's granddaughter. If we leave any clues, we will both be doomed." Gua nodded with a cold smile. "You need not worry about that. Also, the contribution points, spirit stones, and talismans you promised me must not be lessened," the Pill Peak female disciple added. "Additionally, you must accompany me for one night every 3 days. No need to worry. With a beauty like Sister Ling, I would gladly spend every day and night with you. How can I go back on my word?" Gua grinned in agreement. The Pill Peak female disciple's face blossomed into a smile, pressing her body against him once again. "Now is not the time. After the deed is done, I will reward you properly." Gua pushed her away, saying, "In half an hour, the poisonous miasma outside the Thousand Illusions Beast lair will thin out. You should enter at that time. Don't waste any more." "Understood." Though reluctant, the Pill Peak female disciple nodded. After adjusting her attire, the two parted ways, swiftly disappearing in different directions. From his concealed position, Tang Chun retracted his gaze, his expression complex. From the conversation he had just overheard, he had pieced together some information. The young man named Gua and the Pill Peak female disciple were conspiring together against a group of Pill Peak disciples. Among their targets was none other than Yin Ruiyu's granddaughter. To his surprise, he had inadvertently stumbled upon such a plot. Furthermore, they mentioned the Thousand Illusions Beast lair. The name suggested it was some sort of beast, yet Tang Chun had never heard of it before and found it quite unfamiliar. However, judging by Gua's demeanor and the determination of the Pill Peak disciples to enter despite the miasma, it must be something of great value. After a moment's reflection, Tang Chun made his decision. He must intervene. Firstly, he was curious about what treasures lay within the Thousand Illusions Beast lair that could entice so many. Secondly, he recalled the words of Fu Yun before his departure, who had specifically advised him to team up with the disciples of the Pill Peak when entering the Qingyun Mountain's secret realm. Moreover, Gulong had also mentioned that Yin Ruyu seemed to have an unusual relationship with Wei Yong, the leader of the Wild Peak. At that time, Tang Chun had speculated whether there was some hidden romantic history between the two powerful figures. In any case, the Pill Peak factions could be considered as allies. Now that Yin Ryu's granddaughter, Yin Qinqin, was about to be endangered, Tang Chun could not remain idle. He needed to investigate the situation thoroughly. After pondering for a moment, he silently departed from his hiding place, heading in the direction the young man Gua had taken. Moments later, Tang Chun found the hiding place of Gua and his group of Symbol Peak disciples. Concealed by the turtle breathing technique within the dense forest, he peered through the gaps in the trees. There were 6 individuals in total, all clad in white robes, disciples of Symbol Peak. Among them were 3 at the 5th stage of innate cultivation and 2 at the 6th stage. Gua appeared to be the leader of this group, boasting the highest cultivation level at the 7th stage of innate. Gua Yuan, what's the situation? Upon Gua's return, the 5 waiting disciples quickly rose. And a burly disciple at the 6th stage of innate cultivation hurriedly inquired, "It's all settled? Oh, simple." The group was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in joy. Gui Yuan's lips curled into a smug smile. "That vixen Hongling was no match for me." Upon hearing this, everyone looked at him with envy. Brother Gua is impressive. Brother, I heard Hongling is known as the Ice Queen of Pill Peak. Rarely even glancing at men. How did you accomplish this? Teach us. Yes, we would like to have a few Pill Peak beauties too, The group clamored for Gui Yuan's guidance, showering him with flattery. Gui Yuan seemed to revel in the attention, basking in their admiration for a moment before he began to speak. These discussions about men and women were devoid of substance, yet Tang Chun remained patient, concealed in his spot. Nearly half an hour passed. All right, let's save the chatter for later. Gui Yuan calculated the time and immediately halted the conversation, shifting the topic. The toxic miasma at the periphery of the Thousand Illusion Beast lair should have begun to dissipate. The women from Dan Peak will soon take action, and we must also proceed. Make sure to wear your breath-concealing hats tightly. As he spoke, he clapped his storage bag, retrieving a white hat to don, obscuring his features completely. Brother Gua, since we are to act first and kill later, why must we disguise our faces? Inquired a disciple at the innate 5th level, perplexed. You fool, Gui Yuan scolded with an exasperated tone. I've always emphasized the importance of being cautious in our endeavors. Have you never taken heed? The terrain here is intricate. Who knows if there are spies lurking in the shadows? We are dealing with the granddaughter of the Dan Peak's master. Better safe than sorry, the disciple nodded, somewhat disheartened. In no time, all 6 of them had donned their hats, concealing their faces thoroughly. The white hats they wore appeared to be inscribed with a special formation, capable of blocking spiritual perception. Let us move swiftly, Gui Yuan called out, and the 6 of them sprang into action, darting toward the narrow canyon ahead. After they had departed for 10 breaths, Tang Chun swiftly emerged from the dense forest, trailing behind them at a distance. Before long, the entrance to the narrow canyon appeared in his line of sight. Gazing around, he found the canyon to be desolate, consisting solely of rocks and weeds, devoid of any so-called Thousand Illusion Beast lair. While Tang Chun pondered this perplexity, Gui Yuan charged directly towards a massive, peculiar rock without looking back. The moment his figure made contact with the stone surface, a hum resonated. The ancient rock, covered in moss, rippled as if disturbed by water. Following this, half of Gui Yuan's body vanished into it. Tang Chun's pupils constricted. This boulder was an illusion. Had it not been for Gui Yuan's action, he would not have detected anything amiss. The toxic miasma had considerably thinned. Moments later, Gui Yuan poked his head out and exclaimed, "Where are the detoxification pills I prepared for you? Take them before entering." The 5 disciples responded in unison, retrieving porcelain vials from their storage bags and pouring out several jade-sized pills. It was at that moment. A thought struck Tang Chun, and he casually picked up a stone, tossing it towards a specific location. Thud. The stone hit the ground, producing a sound that was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough to be heard clearly by Gui Yuan and the others. The 5 preparing to enter, along with the half-in, half-out Gui Yuan, froze in place. What was that sound? Brother Gua, I will go take a look, a disciple at the innate 6th level said, frowning and speaking in a low tone. Just as Gui Yuan was about to nod, a slight movement emanated from the massive stone. His expression darkened instantly. Clearly, the disciples from Dan Peak had begun their actions. Damn it, why must there be disturbances at this time? Guo Yuan cursed inwardly, his face shifting through various emotions before he directed his words to the last disciple in the group, an innate fifth-level cultivator. Ma Sheng, go check the situation. The rest follow me into the stone. Ma Sheng was the disciple who had previously urged Guo Yuan to teach him. After a moment's hesitation, Ma Sheng nodded, "Be quick," and returned swiftly. The toxic miasma of the Thousand Illusion Beast lair is potent, and we can only enter when it is at its weakest. Seeing this, the other 5 disciples wasted no time, offering a brief reminder to Ma Sheng before they hurriedly entered the massive stone, their figures disappearing rapidly. "Damn it! Why must I do all the dirty work?" Ma Sheng muttered indignantly after Guo Yuan and the others had left. Bang! He stomped his foot on the ground and rushed toward the source of the earlier noise. Moments later, he arrived at the location, scanning the surroundings but finding nothing out of the ordinary. It was probably just the sound of some animal. "No need to be so tense," Ma Sheng scoffed. Just as he prepared to turn back, a figure appeared before him, standing silently. Ma Sheng's pupils constricted, his body bristling with alarm. But the next moment, upon recognizing the figure's black robe, he was taken aback, swiftly replaced by an expression of wild joy. The person before him was clad in black robes, the disciple of the desolate peak, Tang Chun. He was also the target of the bounty issued by the master of the symbol peak. If he could slay him, the rewards would be substantial. Overcome with excitement, Ma Sheng unleashed his spiritual sense to probe Tang Chun. The instant he sensed Tang Chun's realm, the last shred of tension within him vanished completely. An innate first level, pitifully weak. In Ma Sheng's eyes, this was akin to a walking reward from the master. I wondered who it was. Turns out it's junior brother Tang from the desolate peak. Ma Sheng sneered, simultaneously slapping his waist storage bag. A glowing spiritual talisman emerged in his hand. "Since you've come, you might as well stay and chat with your senior brother." His greedy laughter echoed through the forest as Ma Sheng flicked his hand, sending the talisman flying. Buzz as the spiritual light flickered. The talisman transformed into an incredibly resilient rope, seemingly imbued with life, racing toward Tang Chun. At the same time, Ma Sheng stamped his foot and charged forward, holding a palm-sized spiritual mirror that would record everything about to unfold. He aimed to capture Tang Chun as swiftly as possible and eliminate him in this manner. Even if Guo Yuan and the others returned, they would find nothing amiss. Once the innate competition concluded, he would report the news to the master and enjoy the rewards all to himself. The thought of the generous reward personally bestowed by the master of the symbol peak made Ma Sheng tremble with excitement. Calmly observing the approaching rope and Ma Sheng, Tang Chun remained unfazed. He had gleaned from the earlier conversation between Hong Ling and Guo Yuan that the disciples from Dan Peak would act within half an hour. Thus, he had chosen to strike when Guo Yuan and the others were on the verge of entering the Thousand Illusion Beast's lair to divert their attention. Now it seemed his plan had indeed succeeded. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the rope formed from the talisman was nearly upon him, attempting to bind him. With a slight shift in thought, the appeared in Tang Chen's hand. The blade of spiritual energy took form as he swiftly slashed backward. A mere ant shaking a tree. Ma Sheng laughed derisively upon seeing this. His binding rope could subdue even an innate fifth level for half an incense stick's time. How absurd for Tang Chun. An innate first level. To think he could struggle. Yet the next moment, his expression suddenly froze. Swish! The blade of the released a fierce sword aura, cleaving through the rope with an overwhelming force that made Ma Sheng tremble in fear. It severed the talisman's binding rope into numerous segments. Ma Sheng exclaimed in shock. How could? Before his words could escape, Tang Chun had already sheathed the stomping down with force. His figure transformed into a black streak, instantly closing the distance to Ma Sheng. With spiritual light surging in his palm, he delivered a horizontal strike. Ma Sheng, startled, instinctively raised his hands to defend himself. Bang! Crack! The moment Tang Chen's palm struck Ma Sheng's arm, the sound of bones shattering echoed. Ma Sheng felt as though his arm had been struck by a massive hammer, the bones fracturing instantaneously, overwhelming pain coursing through him. This is bad, at this moment. That was the only thought racing through his mind. In his recollection, Tang Chun had struggled immensely to kill the innate fourth-level Guyu. He believed he could easily subdue Tang Chun at the innate 5th level. Yet merely a few days had passed since Gu Yu's death. How could this fellow's combat prowess have undergone such a drastic transformation? While Ma Sheng was perplexed, Tang Chun offered him no time to ponder. Rumble, the air above exploded with sound. Tang Chun engaged in hand-to-hand combat, his fists and feet transforming into a tempest that engulfed Ma Sheng entirely. Moments later, thud, the battered body of Ma Sheng crashed to the ground. Covered in wounds, kicking up clouds of dust, Tang Chun landed right after, stepping firmly on his chest. Ma Sheng, filled with terror, found himself utterly powerless to escape. "Let us discuss this in detail," Tang Chun said, gazing down at him with an expression of calm indifference, as if he were looking at a trivial insect rather than an innate 5th-level cultivator. Ma Sheng stared intently at Tang Chun, trembling uncontrollably, fear reaching its zenith. What manner of monster is this? Just days prior, though he had managed to slay Gu Yu, it had been evident that he had struggled somewhat, ultimately resorting to the peak-grade spiritual treasure to achieve victory. Yet merely days had passed, and his combat strength had soared to this level. Through the brief exchange, Ma Sheng could distinctly perceive that he was no match for Tang Chun. It was a one-sided brutality. To think that he, an innate 5th-level cultivator, surpassed Tang Chun by 4 whole levels. Such an alarming leap in cultivation was something even the so-called first genius of Feiyu sect, Lan Xian, could not achieve. The more Ma Sheng pondered, the more terror gripped him. In the midst of his thoughts, a loud crash echoed. With a sudden surge of force, the foot pressing against the chest let out a crisp sound of bones fracturing once more. Ma Sheng coughed up blood, wailing in agony. I had no intention of repeating myself. A flash of impatience flickered in Tang Chun's eyes. I said. Ma Sheng pleaded, "I've told you. Spare my life." Tang Chen's lips curled into a sinister smile. "Are you trying to bargain with me?" "No, I wouldn't dare," Ma Sheng replied, his face ashen, shaking his head repeatedly. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. "That enormous stone was merely an illusion. It is in fact the entrance to the lair of the 1,000 Illusions beast. We ventured inside to obtain its demon core." Tang Chun gazed at him with a smile that was neither genuine nor mocking. "Is that all?" "No." Ma Sheng's words were abruptly cut off. Crack! Another rib shattered. "What the Danfeng disciples? Speak the truth, or I shall send you on your way," Tang Chun said coldly. Hearing this, Ma Sheng's face turned pale, devoid of any will to resist. Clearly, Tang Chun was already aware. He could not deceive him. It was all that bastard Gui Yuan's idea, Ma Sheng said with a bitter smile, recounting the events in detail. During the previous innate competition, a disciple from Danfeng discovered the lair of the 1,000 Illusions beast, but it was a terrifying creature at the 8th level of innate strength. That group of Danfeng disciples not only failed to subdue it, but also suffered considerable casualties. "Wait," Tang Chun interrupted. "What makes the 1,000 Illusions beast so special?" "The flesh and fur of the 1,000 Illusions beast are excellent materials for alchemy and artifact crafting, and its demon core is a unique type, akin to the sea-devouring flood dragon," Ma Sheng replied earnestly. "The beast possesses a special, innate martial skill called 1,000 Illusions, which grants it the ability to transform into anything in the world. Unless one possesses a higher realm of strength, it is exceedingly difficult to see through its disguise. If a human cultivator refines its demon core, they can obtain a simplified version of the 1,000 Illusions technique. Although it cannot match the 1,000 Illusions beast's ability to transform into anything, it can easily alter one's appearance and physique, and can only be seen through by someone at least one major realm above the user, making it an exceptional art of transformation," Ma Sheng continued. "Furthermore, the elixirs and talismans crafted from its demon core possess similar capabilities." Listening to Ma Sheng's explanation, Tang Chun's eyes brightened swiftly. Indeed, it was a treasure of great value. No, it was simply an exquisite item for traversing the cultivation world, a means for killing and seizing treasures and framing others. This was far superior to any turtle breath technique. Now he understood why the disciples from Danfeng and Fufeng would risk their lives to enter. The 1,000 Illusions beast's demon core could also be used for alchemy and talisman crafting. Such high-level, transformative abilities in elixirs and talismans, once successfully refined, would undoubtedly be sought after by countless individuals. Continue, Tang Chun urged, his heart filled with excitement, yet his expression remained calm. A Sheng nodded, enduring the excruciating pain. Although the Danfeng disciples suffered heavy losses and failed to capture the Thousand Illusions beast, they managed to plant a special tracking mark on it for future pursuit. This time, it has proven useful. The granddaughter of the Danfeng Peak Master, Yin Qinxin, is personally leading the team to capture the Thousand Illusions beast. Tang Chun frowned slightly. What is Yin Qinxin's cultivation level? She is at the 5th level of innate strength. Ma Sheng replied after a moment of contemplation. Upon hearing this, Tang Chun's frown deepened. That Thousand Illusions beast was already at the 8th level of innate strength a year ago. Even if it hasn't advanced in the past year, its combat power is surely stronger than before. Yin Qinxin, at the 5th level of innate strength, dares to provoke it. Ma Sheng hastily explained. A year ago, the Danfeng disciples discovered that this Thousand Illusions beast was pregnant. According to the timeline, it is due to give birth today, a time when the beast is at its weakest. Its combat power will be diminished to a mere fraction. Tang Chun immediately understood. Such an act was akin to taking advantage of a beast in peril. Then why are you resorting to theft instead of merely capturing the treasure? Tang Chun continued to inquire. Yin Qinxin is the granddaughter of the Danfeng Peak Master. Do you not fear the consequences? He was indeed aware of everything. Ma Sheng felt relieved that he hadn't lied. Otherwise, he would not be alive now. Brother Tang, I've told you, it was all Guiyuan's idea, Ma Sheng said with a bitter smile. Most of the Danfeng disciples are female, each possessing delicate beauty. And Yin Qinxin is the brightest jewel of Danfeng. Guiyuan and his crew are all gluttons for beauty. Mere treasure wasn't enough for them. He paused, hesitant to continue. Tang Chun comprehended fully. They sought both treasure and lives. One could not deny that Guiyuan's group was audacious beyond measure. However, Ma Sheng, now before him, was attempting to shift the blame entirely onto Guiyuan's group. An act Tang Chun found utterly unconvincing, even somewhat amusing. After all, he had overheard clearly in the forest when Ma Sheng was the first to suggest seeking guidance from Guiyuan. Tang Chun remained impassive, continuing to question, what are the respective strengths of both parties? Aside from myself, there are 5 others from Fufeng, Ma Sheng replied immediately. Guiyuan is the leader at the 7th level of innate strength. While among the remaining 4, 2 are at the 6th level and 2 at the 5th level. The robust 6th level cultivator is named Du Qi, and the other is called Zhu Yin, both of whom possess formidable strength. He briefly introduced only Guiyuan and the 2 6th level cultivators, merely mentioning the 2 5th level cultivators, knowing that for Tang Chun's strength, dispatching them would be a trivial matter. Tang Chun nodded slightly. What about the Danfeng disciples? The leader of the Danfeng disciples is named Hong Ling, also at the 7th level of innate strength, and is Guiyuan's accomplice, someone who has been providing us with intelligence and secretly cooperating. Below Hong Ling, there are 3 6th level and 3 5th level disciples, with Yin Qinxin among them, and no wonder they resorted to such despicable means as poisoning. The overall combat strength of the Danfeng faction is significantly superior to Guiyuan's group. However, he had never anticipated that this woman named Hong Ling would be the leader of the Danfeng disciples. After the initial shock, he felt a sense of lamentation that it was evident that the leader had colluded with outsiders. It would be a miracle if Yin Qinxin and the others did not encounter misfortune. Indeed, internal traitors are always the most dreadful. Seeing Tang Chun lost in thought, Ma Sheng's heart grew increasingly anxious. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and asked, Brother Tang, I have shared all that I know. May I? Tang Chun snapped back to reality and nodded. Sheng was overjoyed and was about to express his gratitude when a chilling, murderous intent suddenly erupted in Tang Chun's eyes. I have come to send you on your way. As soon as the words left his mouth, a surge of spiritual power coursed through his foot. Bang! The overwhelming force shattered Ma Sheng's heart meridian in an instant. Ma Sheng's eyes widened in agony, yet he could not utter a sound. His body trembled for a moment before he completely lost his vitality. Tang Chun formed a hand seal, then reached out. Grasping the soul from the corpse, with a firm grip, he crushed it. Bang! Ma Sheng's soul was annihilated, utterly dispersing. Tang Chun's expression remained calm, devoid of any emotion, regardless of the grievances between the disciples of Fufeng and himself. Ma Sheng, Guiyuan, and their ilk's actions and conspiracies were utterly deserving of death. While scoundrels who could not be forgiven, he bore no psychological burden in slaying such individuals. The Thousand Illusions Beast's demon core was indeed a valuable item, and Yin Qinshin would likely seek to intervene. Tang Chen's thoughts raced as he quickly reached a decision: to rescue the person and take the Thousand Illusions Beast's demon core as a reward. Having made up his mind, he wasted no time, swiftly stripping Ma Sheng's corpse of its garments and donning them himself, then placing his white hat atop his head. Buzz! The moment the white hat rested on his head, spiritual energy surged forth. Tang Chun felt a blur before his eyes, and his features were instantly concealed. This concealment hat was indeed a spiritual treasure, inscribed with a formation that proved quite effective. After completing these preparations, Tang Chun tidied up Ma Sheng's corpse, taking the storage pouch, and quickly retraced his steps. Moments later, he arrived at the enormous blue stone. Searching through Ma Sheng's storage pouch, he soon located a vial of detoxification pills. After consuming one, Tang Chun stepped forward towards the blue stone. Buzz! The surface of the blue stone rippled with waves. Tang Chun's figure completely vanished within. Beyond the blue stone lay an entirely different world. A vast cave, the very lair of the Thousand Illusions Beast. The cave was shrouded in darkness and dampness, and at this moment, a faint green mist permeated the air, carrying an exceedingly acrid scent. Tang Chun could distinctly perceive that the color of this poisonous miasma was gradually intensifying. This, he silently mused, must be what they referred to as the deadly miasma. Although he had preemptively ingested an antidote pill, he could still feel a sense of dizziness creeping into his mind, a testament to the potency of the miasma, even in its weakest form. After a brief period of acclimatization to the environment, Tang Chun disguised himself as Ma Sheng and swiftly ventured deeper into the cave. Before long, he caught sight of a group of 5 figures stealthily advancing ahead. It was none other than Guiyuan and his companions. Ma Sheng, what is the situation outside? Upon seeing Ma Sheng return, the group turned their attention towards him, with Guiyuan inquiring in a low voice. It's nothing to worry about. Merely the sounds of beasts in the forest. Tang Chun replied nonchalantly. He infused his voice with spiritual energy to mimic Ma Sheng's tone. Unless one listened closely, it would be difficult to discern the difference. Chapter 34. The mantis stalks the cicada. Unaware of the aureole behind, that is quite reassuring. Guiyuan nodded, showing no signs of suspicion. Keep up the pace. The women from Danfeng have already entered the lair, and the effects of the Hualing San will soon take hold. Tang Chun complied, closely trailing behind the group. Ma Sheng, what are we planning to do next? A lewd chuckle echoed in his ears as a robust cultivator at the 6th stage of the innate realm patted Tang Chun on the shoulder, raising an eyebrow with a grin. This individual was likely the Du Qi that Ma Sheng had mentioned. Tang Chun felt a surge of disdain within, yet he forced a compliant smile onto his face. Senior brother, that question seems a bit redundant. Of course, we are here for the women. As soon as he spoke, a perplexed expression crossed Du Qi's face. Guiyuan and the other 4 turned their heads in unison, their gazes laden with curiosity. The sudden attention left Tang Chun momentarily stunned, and his heart sank. This was bad. It seemed he had misspoken. However, Guiyuan and his group were indeed quite clear about their intentions, either acquiring the demon core of the Qianhuan beast or indulging in carnal pleasures. He had merely echoed their forthcoming actions. What could possibly have gone awry? While Tang Chun was engulfed in confusion, he began to silently gather his spiritual energy. Should Guiyuan and the others detect any anomalies, he would act immediately. However, the anticipated scenario did not unfold. After a brief moment of shock, they all broke into mischievous laughter. Ma Sheng, why are you so eager? Has your impotence been cured? Another cultivator, named Zhu Yan, cast a sidelong glance at Ma Sheng's lower region, scoffing in jest at a disciple at the 5th stage of the innate realm chimed in. Perhaps. A few days ago, I saw this fellow in the trading area secretly purchasing items like demon tiger bones for enhancing virility. It may have truly worked. His comment elicited another round of laughter from the group. Whether it has or not is none of your concern. Tang Chen's expression darkened, and he spoke coldly. Look, he's getting anxious. Du Qi and the others laughed even more heartily. Tang Chen's face turned ashen, and he refrained from further comment, his eyes brimming with irritation. Junior brother Ma, they are merely jesting with you, Gui Yuan said with a smile. Perhaps you are not ill, but simply have yet to encounter a woman who stirs your heart. How about this? Once I have had my way with Yin Qin, I shall let you take your turn. That woman is as beautiful as a celestial being. She might just ignite your desires. Tang Chen's heart leaped with joy at those words. Then I must thank Senior Brother Gua. Just a small matter. Gua Yuan replied with a grin, gesturing for silence. All right, let us maintain our composure. We are almost there. The group nodded in agreement, falling silent. Observing this exchange, Tang Chan felt a sigh of relief wash over him. He had narrowly avoided exposure. It was a close call. After relaxing, he was left with a lingering sense of dread. What a useless fool Ma Sheng was, he inwardly cursed. How could someone afflicted with impotence have been so eager to seek advice from Gui Yuan in the dense forest? It was as if he had no self-awareness. Thankfully, his quick thinking had allowed him to deceive Gui Yuan and the others, after traversing the cave for the duration of half a stick of incense. The narrow, dim passage suddenly brightened, and visibility expanded. We have arrived, Gui Yuan signaled, prompting the group to halt and peer ahead. Tang Chen followed their gaze. In the vast center of the cavern lay an enormous beast, coiled in slumber. The creature's body measured an impressive 10 lengths, resembling a fox, yet instead of the soft fur typical of its kind, it was encased in a layer of crystalline shell. The shell was a deep purple, shimmering with ethereal light, giving it an enigmatic appearance. Its long tail was similarly enveloped in crystal, occasionally swaying gently. The Qianhuan beast, it appeared to be in a deep sleep, its snores echoing throughout the cavern. Meanwhile, just a few dozen meters from the entrance, 6 slender women clad in crimson robes were advancing cautiously. The leader among them was none other than Hong Ling, the woman Tang Chun had encountered in the forest not long ago. At this moment, her delicate face bore no expression, exuding an air of noble elegance from head to toe. The contrast to her flirtatious demeanor when with Gui Yuan was striking. Tang Chen's gaze shifted to the remaining female disciples of Dan Feng following her. In the next moment, his attention fixated on one particular cultivator at the 5th stage of the innate realm. This female cultivator was exquisitely shaped, her skin fairer than snow, and her features were flawless. Such beauty could easily overshadow Lu Shiyan of the Qiang sect and was nearly on par with Xia Lingyun. So this is Yin Qin. No wonder Gui Yuan coveted her so, Tang Chen thought. Suppressing his astonishment, the group of Danfeng female disciples stopped cautiously, their expressions alert as they approached within close proximity of the Qianhuan beast. Not be anxious. Hong Ling reassured them with a gentle smile. It is about to give birth, making it exceedingly vulnerable at this moment. Its combat power is reduced to almost nothing, which explains why it has yet to notice our presence. Yin Qin and the others nodded. Though one voiced their concern, Sister Hong, what is the cultivation level of this Qianhuan beast? It should be at the 9th stage of the innate realm, but its aura is currently weakened. Together, we can easily subdue it. Hong Ling replied with a smile. That is excellent news. Her words finally assuaged their concerns, but we must also thank the previous generation of sisters who participated in the innate competition. Without their markings, we might not have found this creature, one of them remarked. Soon after, the melodious laughter of Yin Qin rang out, her face radiant with joy. We must also express our gratitude to Sister Hong. Had it not been for her leading the way, we would never have made it here. Junior sister, you are too kind. Hong Ling smiled, though a glint of coldness flickered in her eyes. You little wretch. What are you pretending for? When Brother Gua and the others arrive, you will have your moment of despair. The thought of Yin Qin's impending misfortune brought Hong Ling immense satisfaction. Watching this scene, Tang Chan inwardly sighed. Despite Yin Qin's enchanting beauty, she seemed rather dim-witted. She expressed gratitude to Hong Ling, unaware that she had already been sold out. Time is of the essence. Shall we make our move now? Hong Ling inquired, her tone turning serious. At the same time, she twirled her hand, producing a serpent skin whip from her storage bag. The formidable aura of a seventh-stage innate cultivator was immediately unleashed. Excellent. Yin Qin and the others nodded in agreement, dispersing as they began to channel their internal spiritual energy. The 7 innate realm cultivators simultaneously activated their spiritual power, creating quite a commotion. The Qianhuan beast twitched its ears, finally roused from its slumber, slowly opening its fiery red eyes, filled with pain and weakness. Roar! Upon seeing Hong Ling and the others, it let out a mournful cry, panic and fury flashing across its fox-like visage. It then began to struggle to rise. Attack! Hong Ling cried out, launching the first strike as her whip darted towards the Qianhuan beast, swiftly ensnaring its right foreleg. Sizzle! Almost simultaneously, 2 more sharp whips sliced through the air. The other 3 female disciples of the 6th stage of the innate realm also activated similar whips, binding the remaining 3 limbs of the Qianhuan beast. Roar! The Qianhuan beast roared in fury, thrashing about. Yet due to its impending childbirth, its belly was swollen and its aura weakened, rendering it incapable of breaking free from its restraints. Junior Sister Yin, you 3 should activate the control spirit Dan to put it into slumber. Hong Ling cast her gaze upon Yin Qin and the other 3 disciples of the innate 5th realm, her voice low and solemn. Yin Qin responded promptly, rushing forward alongside her 2 fellow female disciples, positioning themselves directly before the 1,000 illusion beast. In the next moment, all 3 simultaneously struck their waist-bound storage pouches, retrieving 3 pills that emanated a fragrant aura, suffused with spiritual energy. Under the catalyst of their spiritual power, the 3 pills swiftly transformed into a liquid, which soon vaporized into a mist, rapidly drifting towards the visage of the 1,000 illusion beast. The smoke, generated by the spirit-controlling pill, was quickly inhaled by the beast. It shook its massive head repeatedly, letting out a series of cries that gradually diminished in volume. After a few breaths, a thunderous crash resounded as the beast's limbs buckled, its colossal body crashing heavily to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust that caused rocks in the cave to tumble down. Although its eyes remained open, its breath had dwindled to an almost imperceptible level, devoid of even the strength to wag its tail. Success! The faces of Yin Qin and her companions lit up with joy, but their expressions suddenly changed in unison. They felt an overwhelming weakness wash over them, their heads throbbing as if their energy had been siphoned away in an instant. Even the ability to channel the spiritual energy within their bodies eluded them. Bang, bang, bang! Within mere breaths, all 7 disciples from the Pill Peak collapsed to the ground, rendered immobile. Sister Hong, what is happening? Yin Qin's face turned pale as she struggled to voice her concern. Similarly, Hong Ling, also on the ground, wore an expression of fear, shaking her head in confusion. She had, of course, not ingested the spirit-dispersing powder. It was merely an act, though Yin Qin and the others had lost their ability to move and would soon be silenced. She prudently refrained from revealing her true condition. What is happening? Clearly, something sinister was afoot. Suddenly, a mocking laughter echoed through the cave. The female disciples from Pill Peak were taken aback, glancing towards the cave entrance. Yin Junior Sister, it has been a while. You still look as enchanting as ever. Gui Yuan strode in confidently, followed closely by Du Qi and 4 others, their faces twisted with lewd grins. People from the Symbol Peak? The moment they appeared, Yin Qin's complexion drained of color, her expression one of sheer horror. Who are you? Why are you plotting against us? Gui Yuan and his companions wore hats that obscured their faces, making it impossible to discern their identities. We merely wish to indulge in your beauty, Yin Junior Sister. There's no need to be so harsh with your words. Gui Yuan licked his lips, a beaming smile adorning his face. As he spoke, he rubbed his hands together and strode towards Yin Qin with purpose. You scoundrel! Yin Qin realized what was about to unfold, her eyes turning red with fury. Though she yearned to resist, her body betrayed her, and all she could do was cry out desperately. Do you know who my grandmother is? If you dare to touch me, if I were afraid of your grandmother, I wouldn't be here now, Gui Yuan sneered, his laughter ringing out as he shouted. Brothers, let the enjoyment commence, swift and decisive. Chapter 35. Breaking the symbols with force. Gui Yuan's words ignited the powder keg of tension. The disciples from Symbol Peak glimmered with excitement, akin to ravenous wolves pouncing on sheep, each one lunging towards the female disciples of Pill Peak. They had been waiting for this moment for far too long. Fear washed over the faces of Yin Qinqin and her companions. They wished to curse and struggle, yet the effects of the spirit-dispersing powder had thoroughly permeated their systems, rendering them unable to utter a word, only able to blink frantically. Their beautiful eyes reflected the depths of their helplessness. Senior brother, may I observe from the sidelines? Tang Chun feigned embarrassment as he addressed Gui Yuan. The group paused for a moment before erupting into raucous laughter. I knew it. You still can't handle it. They jeered that we're about to charge in a battle. And you want to observe? Ha ha. Ignoring their mockery, Tang Chun merely gazed at Gui Yuan. Senior brother, very well. Stand by my side and witness how I bring pleasure to this young lady. Gui Yuan, a rather deranged individual, laughed heartily in agreement. Tang Chun felt a flicker of joy in his heart as he nodded vigorously, positioning himself beside Gui Yuan. Yin Qinqin trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes reddening as tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. She cast a glance at Tang Chun, her gaze brimming with hatred and fury, nearly overflowing. Hatred to the core. To be humiliated while someone watched. This brazen request from this scoundrel shattered her last psychological defenses. Junior brother Ma, look at her weeping like a pear blossom. It truly evokes pity, Gui Yuan remarked, taking his time, fixated on the helpless Yin Qinqin, his voice dripping with mockery. Indeed, Tang Chun agreed, though his concealed hand gradually tightened into a fist, silently gathering spiritual power. Suddenly, Yin Qinqin trembled as a layer of pink radiance emerged upon her previously snow-white skin. The pink hue expanded rapidly, soon enveloping her entire body, even the delicate lobes of her ears shimmering with a translucent pink. In her beautiful eyes, hatred and anger were quietly replaced by confusion and desire. Is this the effect of the flower enchantment powder? Gui Yuan's face lit up with delight as he watched Yin Qinqin succumb to the intoxicating allure, his greed intensifying. Yin Qinqin could neither struggle nor speak, only emitting simple sound from her nostrils. Yet in this silence, her state conveyed more than words ever could. Her predicament further incited Gui Yuan's primal desires to their zenith. No, senior brother can't hold back any longer. I must take the lead, Gui Yuan howled, breathing heavily as he lunged towards Yin Qinqin as the imminent threat loomed over her. A fierce killing intent surged in Tang Chen's eyes. Now is the moment. Boom! The fist he had concealed within his sleeve for so long erupted like a cannonball. The shimmering spiritual light enveloped his fist, coalescing into the shape of a golden dragon, roaring as it charged towards Gui Yuan's back. With this strike, the spiritual energy within the cave momentarily spiraled into chaos. Gui Yuan's heart raced with alarm. He sensed the impending danger the instant Tang Chun threw his punch. However, the distance between them was alarmingly close, less than a meter apart. To such proximity, Gui Yuan had no chance to evade, nor time to react. Thud! The fist crashed forcefully into Gui Yuan's spine, the frenzied golden dragon spiraling into his body with overwhelming force. Crack! The sound of splintering bones echoed as Gui Yuan's spine fractured into two segments. Tang Chen's rampant spiritual energy tore through his flesh, creating a gaping, gruesome wound the size of a fist on his back and chest. Uffed! Gui Yuan spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his body trembling violently as he felt his life force and vitality rapidly siphon away through the gaping hole. He struggled to turn his head, his eyes widening in horror as he beheld Tang Chun, his pupils filled with pain, dread, and disbelief. Ma Sheng. Gui Yuan attempted to speak, but blood bubbled ceaselessly from his lips. Why did Ma Sheng turn against him? How could he possess such terrifying strength? After all, there was a significant gap of two minor realms between them, a disparity so vast. Even at such close range, it was impossible for a single strike to be fatal. No, this person is not Ma Sheng. In that instant, a flood of thoughts surged through Gui Yuan's mind. Connecting the dots with Ma Shang's earlier peculiar words, he finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Yet, it was evidently too late. Gui Yuan's pupils dimmed completely as he collapsed, lifeless upon the ground. Tang Chun maintained an impassive expression, effortlessly extracting Gui Yuan's soul and crushing it in his fist, eradicating any lingering threats. Had he confronted Gui Yuan head-on, he might have emerged victorious, yet at a tremendous cost. But at such close quarters, with no warning, the outcome was cleared a single, lethal strike at this moment. Yin Qin, under the influence of the flower enchantment powder, remained ensnared in a state of confusion, oblivious even to Gui Yuan's demise before her. However, the others were rendered utterly dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. The female disciples from Pill Peak merely wondered why this group had turned upon each other. The disciples from Symbol Peak, on the other hand, were acutely aware of the implications, left in a state of utter shock. What just happened? Why did Ma Sheng suddenly attack Brother Gua? And how could a single punch have killed him? After the shock subsided, fury took hold. Scoundrel, what have you done? Damn it. Ma Sheng, this impostor is not Ma Sheng. Attack him! The cavern reverberated with roars as Du Qi was the first to recognize the identity of fake Ma Sheng, shouting in rage. Boom! 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 4 disciples from Symbol Peak lunged into action, unleashing powerful waves of spiritual energy towards Tang Chun. 2 of them were at the innate 6th realm, while the other 2 were at the innate 5th realm. Beneath his hat, Tang Chun's expression remained calm. Among this group, Gui Yuan posed the greatest threat to him. Now that Gui Yuan was dead, the others were no longer a concern. Boom! With a surge of spiritual energy, Tang Chun stomped the ground and charged forward like a bolt of lightning towards the 2 innate 5th-level disciples. His speed reached an extraordinary peak, tearing through the air and producing a series of sonic booms. Without the use of a broken blade, he relied solely on the pure strength of his physical form. The 2 5th-level disciples were taken aback, their faces filled with panic as they hastily fumbled for their storage bags, attempting to activate their spiritual talismans to counter him. However, Tang Chen's velocity was simply too swift. Just as they managed to retrieve their talismans, his fists were already looming before them. Bang! Bang! The dull thuds of impact resounded as Tang Chun brushed past the 2. He planted his foot on the cave wall, twisting his waist to swoop out once more, disregarding the 2 and heading straight for Du Qi and Zhu Yan. In the instant he turned to charge out, a thunderous explosion echoed through the air. The 2 innate 5th-level disciples from Symbol Peak were caught in a standstill, their forms erupting violently, blood and entrails splattering everywhere. This scene filled Du Qi and Zhu Yan with both fury and utmost dread. In a mere encounter, 2 punches had obliterated 2 5th-level disciples, simpler than smashing 2 watermelons. Is this still human? On the ground, Hong Ling's fair face turned pale, her heart racing in disarray. Why had this sudden intruder chosen to intervene? His combat style bore a striking resemblance to the brutish warriors from the Battle Peak. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern that his strikes were even more violent and ruthless than those of the Battle Peak disciples. Who on earth is he? Does he know the inside story of this operation? The more Hong Ling pondered, the more anxious she became, yearning to flee but paralyzed by fear. Heaven knows whether this man would spare the lives of Yin Qin and the others. If Yin Qin and her companion survived, wouldn't her escape now expose her identity? If the Peak Master were to find out, death would be inevitable. Hong Ling's mind raced, her thoughts spiraling into a headache of panic. Meanwhile, the battle raged on fiercely. Amidst flickering spiritual lights, Du Qi and Zhu Yan continuously unleashed various talismans to attack Tang Chun, their momentum colossal. Yet Tang Chun employed no flashy tactics. He relied solely on his fists and feet. A single force to shatter myriad talismans. His power was astonishingly exaggerated. With every punch and kick he unleashed, the cave's spiritual energy became chaotic, accompanied by piercing sonic booms. Du Qi and Zhu Yan's talismans appeared formidable. Yet he shattered them with a single blow. What was even more shocking was that even while bracing against the 2's talisman attacks with his bare body, he sustained minimal injuries, merely some superficial wounds that bled. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing cry of an eagle reverberated throughout the cave. Du Qi and Zhu Yin simultaneously flung a talisman into the air, merging it to transform into a colossal spiritual black eagle that charged fiercely towards Tang Chun. This was their combined attack technique. The battle prowess of this spiritual black eagle had surpassed that of an ordinary innate 6th-level entity, approaching the 7th. A cold smile appeared on Tang Chen's face as he boldly met the challenge. Were this spiritual black eagle a real beast, he might have felt some trepidation. However, as it was merely a manifestation of a talisman, possessing power yet devoid of thought, it was nothing more than a lifeless entity, entirely lacking in combat experience. Such a thing posed no fear to Tang Chun. Boom! Boom! The sounds of collision erupted as Tang Chun engaged in a frenzied struggle with the spiritual black eagle. Chaotic energy spiraling around them. Moments later, with a ripping sound, he tore the spiritual black eagle in half, causing it to explode in a burst of energy. Amidst the rampant spiritual energy, Tang Chun, like a bolt of lightning, surged forward once more towards the two. His body was drenched in blood, but his fighting spirit soared to the heavens. This sight plunged Du Qi and Zhu Yin into sheer terror. I surrender. Spare me. As Tang Chun closed in, Du Qi suddenly bellowed, and in the next instant, he struck Zhu Yin on the back. Zhu Yin let out a muffled groan, staggering towards Tang Chun from the force of the hit. Meanwhile, Du Qi utilized the recoil to retreat at breakneck speed. In a critical moment, he sacrificed his ally to save himself. Tang Chun smirked coldly, raising his fist to strike. Zhu Yin, having already expended much of his spiritual energy and lacking any fighting spirit, stood no chance against Tang Chen's close-quarters assault. In desperation, he attempted to crush the secret realm ring on his wrist. However, Tang Chun was swifter. Just as Zhu Yin made a move, Tang Chun had already seized his right arm, which bore the ring, and yanked it violently. With a squelch, blood sprayed forth, accompanied by a piercing wail. Tang Chun had wrenched Zhu Yan's entire right arm clean off. Thud! As Tang Chen's fist pierced through his heart. He pivoted to charge at Du Qi, who was now raising his left hand, preparing to crush his own ring. Crack! Sizzle! The sounds of the ring shattering and the air ripping apart rang out almost simultaneously. Chapter 36. The method of detoxification. Du Qi found himself in a warped space, but a portal of transmission appeared behind him amidst the spatial turbulence. The secret realm ring had indeed shattered. Simultaneously, Tang Chun barreled forward, his fist exploding through the air, carrying with it an overwhelming intent to kill. Buzz! The portal trembled as a powerful suction force emerged, drawing Du Qi into its depths involuntarily. His eyes were filled with the ecstasy of having survived a calamity as he glanced back at Tang Chun, still hovering mid-air, his face contorted in rage. You scoundrel, regardless of who you are. The Peak Master will make you pay in blood for slaughtering so many of my brothers. Du Qi spat out his threats, half of his body already engulfed by the portal. Suddenly, an overwhelming battle intent surged from Tang Chen's fist. Fierce and fearsome, it was as if this blow could shatter the very sun, moon, and stars. The enormous, barely alive chameleon beast's pupils reflected a glimmer of fear. Except for the dazed Yin Qin, the remaining female disciple from the Pill Peak were rendered speechless. Utterly intimidated, including Hong Ling, who was at the innate 7th level. Within this cave, nearly all living beings felt the impact. Du Qi was no exception. Trembling uncontrollably, his mind a blank slate, he felt as if he were a mere speck in the vast ocean, unable to summon even the slightest thought of resistance in the face of that punch. Simultaneously, buzz! The transmission portal emitted a hum, and the fierce suction force momentarily faltered. The only one unaffected was Tang Chun, still unleashing his punch with unparalleled speed, the spiritual energy coalescing upon his fist growing ever more turbulent. Although this sequence of events felt prolonged, it transpired in the blink of an eye. An instant later, all beings within the cave snapped back to their senses, cold sweat beading on their brows. Du Qi, too, regained his composure. Just as he was about to speak, his pupils widened in horror as he saw the fist rapidly enlarging. Why hadn't the portal yet transported him away? This was Du Qi's final fleeting thought. The next moment, Under the astonished gazes of numerous disciples from the Pill Peak, boom! Tang Chen's fist descended, and Du Qi's head exploded like a watermelon, striking the ground. Red and white matter splattering everywhere. Buzz! The suction force of the transmission portal resumed immediately, and Du Qi's corpse was swiftly drawn within. Subsequently, the portal vanished as if it had never existed. Meanwhile, outside the Qingyuan Mountain secret realm, at the Blackstone Square, thousands of disciples from the Feiyu sect had gathered, all of whom were eliminated participants. They chose to remain, eager to witness the final results of the competition. Buzzing. The air in the square vibrated continuously, with portals of transmission occasionally appearing, sending one eliminated participant after another out of the secret realm. In addition to these individuals, elders for various peaks were also congregated here. Many of the contestants entering the realm were their direct disciples. Thus, the progress of the competition gripped the hearts of these elders tightly. The Symbol Peak's gathering spot. A silver-haired elder with a frail frame scanned the numerous eliminated participants, seemingly searching for something. Lu Tianyang, are you looking for your precious disciple? Another elder from the Symbol Peak inquired with a smile beside him. Indeed. Lu Tianyang sighed, a bittersweet smile appearing on his aged face. That lad Gui Yuan has already reached the innate 7th level. This competition presents a significant opportunity for him, and no need to worry. There are still over 1,000 disciples in the secret realm. Your disciple Gui Yuan possesses commendable talent and strength. Even if he doesn't make it into the top 10, he certainly won't be eliminated just yet. The elder from a Symbol Peak reassured him that, I appreciate your kind words. Lu Tianyang smiled in gratitude, his tense heart gradually easing, after scanning the area several times. He still did not spot Gui Yuan and the others. It was evident they remained within the secret realm. By now, they should have reached the chameleon beast lair, Lu Tianyang mused inwardly. Truthfully, he did not care much for Gui Yuan's safety. What he truly worried about was whether they had acquired the chameleon beast demon core. However, as Gui Yuan and his group had yet to appear, Lu Tianyang had largely set his mind at ease. Everything had been prepared in advance. There should be no issues, as Lu Tianyang pondered. A smile involuntarily crept upon his lips, as long as Gui Yuan could obtain the chameleon beast demon core. This innate competition would be deemed a success, and whether or not they secured a ranking would be of little consequence. In the midst of contemplation, a low hum resonated. Suddenly, another portal materialized in the square. The moment this portal appeared, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the area. Lu Tianyang instinctively turned towards the source of the sound. As his gaze fell upon the scene, he was jolted, his expression frozen in shock. Emerging from the portal was indeed a disciple, but tragically, it was a lifeless body, head shattered, depicting a gruesome demise. Clad in a white robe, it was evident that this was a disciple of the Symbol Peak, and the crowd's attention swiftly shifted towards the individuals from Symbol Peak. That moment, Lu Tianyang's face turned ashen, although the head of the corpse was obliterated, rendering the features unrecognizable. How could he not identify it? This robust physique unmistakably belonged to his second disciple, Du Qi. How could this be possible? The Mystic Realm's wristband could only be shattered by the wearer themselves to manifest a teleportation portal. Yet this individual was deceased. How could the wristband have been destroyed? Unless he had broken the wristband first, only to have his skull subsequently crushed by another. Someone conjectured in a low voice. How could that be? Once the wristband is shattered, the teleportation portal would instantaneously appear, whisking the wearer away in an instant. In such a brief span, how could one manage to commit murder? Indeed, moreover, the residual spiritual energy fluctuations on this corpse were formidable. At least at the 6th level of innate cultivation, how could such a powerful being be instantaneously slain as the portal opened? The crowd buzzed with speculation, their astonishment palpable. The members of Symbol Peak remained silent, their faces shrouded in darkness. Lu Tianyang's expression was exceedingly grim. His second disciple, Du Qi, was the second strongest among the 5 disciples, surpassed only by Gui Yuan. If something had happened to him, what of the others? Where was Gui Yuan? Had he obtained the Thousand Mirage Beast's demon core, or had he already perished? Lu Tianyang was in a state of complete panic, his mind in turmoil, in the depths of the mystic realm. Within the lair of the thousand mirage beasts, Tang Chun slowly retracted his bloodied fist, his demeanor tranquil. The reason that punch had landed successfully was due to his integration of the first realm of the undying sword body, sword intent realm. Into it, his sword intent realm had now reached a consummate state, allowing even a casual sword strike to carry an overwhelming force that was all interconnected, and the same applied to his punches. That previous strike was a manifestation of his understanding of the first realm of the sword intent realm woven into his fist, transforming it into fist intent. Once the sword intent realm is perfected, there is no need for an actual sword. One could unleash it while it could transmute from sword intent to fist intent, blade intent, or spear intent. The terrifying might of the fist just now was so immense that it even affected the speed of the portal's absorption. Thus, Tang Chun was able to seize the moment and deliver a fatal blow to Du Qi. Regrettably, time was insufficient to confiscate his storage bag. Shaking his head, Tang Chun dismissed the thought. With Gui Yuan and the others exterminated, he had achieved his objective. Now, only one individual remained to be dealt with, Hong Ling. Tang Chun focused his mind and stepped toward her that moment. Hong Ling was still feigning unconsciousness on the ground, but as she saw Tang Chun approaching, her heart tightened with fear. Why was this terrifying figure walking towards her? Was it random, or did he truly know something? What should she do? To flee or not? Thoughts raced through Hong Ling's mind. The other female disciples from the Pill Peak gasped in horror as they witnessed Tang Chun's approach. Muffled whimpers escaping their throats. Ignoring their reactions, Tang Chun quickened his pace. Within moments, he transformed his walk into a sprint. With a whoosh, spiritual energy ignited around his fist, and without uttering a word, he hurled his punch toward Hong Ling. In that instant, Hong Ling was certain. He truly knew her identity as the traitor. Damn it. There was no time for further contemplation. She prepared to flee this moment. She could not afford to care about her identity being exposed. Preserving her life took precedence. However, just as she rose to escape, boom! A terrifying fist intent surged forth from Tang Chun's fist once again. Hong Ling was instantly engulfed by a wave of fear. Her fleeting desire to escape drowned in an overwhelming dread that moment. She felt as insignificant as Du Qi had. This momentary daze passed quickly, and Hong Ling snapped back to reality. Unfortunately, it was far too late. Bang! Tang Chun's fist crashed down, caving in her chest. Hong Ling coughed up blood, her breath faltering. Yet being at the 7th level of innate cultivation, she withstood the blow better than Du Qi. This punch merely wounded her severely, not killing her outright. Her beautiful eyes widened in terror. She could no longer afford to speak and desperately attempted to shatter the Mystic Realm wristband. Tang Chun, with a cold expression, directed a kick at her raised left arm. Crack! Her arm instantly shattered, causing her exquisite face to contort in agony. No, you can't. She stopped pretending and screamed in despair. However, in response, all she received was Tang Chun's iron fist. Thud! Tang Chun's fist struck her face directly. This blow contained nearly all his strength, driving Hong Ling's head into the ground. After a few futile flails, Hong Ling fell limp, completely vanquished, under the terrified gaze of the other female disciples from the Pill Peak. Tang Chun slowly lifted his right arm. Blood dripped from his clenched fist like a steady stream. Shaking the blood off his hand, he turned his gaze towards Yin Qin that moment. She remained unconscious. The effects of the flower charm powder likely at their peak. Her entire being radiated a seductive pink hue, gasping for breath, her long and curvaceous legs tightly pressed together beneath her flowing skirt. Her delicate body moved unconsciously, exuding an irresistible allure. Tang Chun frowned as he approached, grasping her delicate hand and channeling some spiritual energy into her. Yet it yielded no effect. After a brief moment of contemplation, Tang Chun approached another female disciple from the Pill Peak, infusing her with a modicum of spiritual energy. The spirit-transforming powder was different from the flower charm powder. External spiritual energy could dispel its effects, or one could simply wait for the drug's potency to fade. The female disciple trembled slightly. Although she still could not channel her spiritual energy, she regained some strength. upon recovering her ability to act. Her first instinct was to pull her hand from Tang Chan's grasp, retreating a considerable distance with a look of terror on her face. Tang Chan paid her no mind and asked solemnly, "She has been poisoned by the flower charm powder. How can it be resolved?" The female disciple trembled, stammering, "The flower charm powder. There is no antidote. The only way to dissipate its effects is to release one's desires." Tang Chan's expression froze at her words. Chapter 37. Misunderstanding to release one's desires to neutralize the drug. Tang Chen stared at the dazed Yin Qinqin on the ground, his expression growing increasingly rigid. Did this imply engaging in such acts? Although Tang Chan had experienced much, this was the first time he had encountered such a predicament, and he felt a surge of panic in his heart. What would be the consequences of inaction? His throat tightened slightly, and he continued to press the female disciple for answers. If the seductive poison seeps into bones, one could become a waste. Or worse, explode and die, she stuttered. Hearing this, Tang Chun felt a headache coming on. The relationship between the Pill Peak's master and the Wild Peak's master was complex. Rescuing Yin Qinqin was imperative. Yet, this method of salvation was difficult for him to accept. However, judging by the female disciple's words, it seemed there was no alternative. Suddenly, a moist whimper echoed. The effects of the spirit-transforming powder had begun to wane, and Yin Qinqin regained some mobility. She writhed her delicate body, her arms reaching toward Tang Chen's waist. The warmth of her soft skin against him sent ripples through Tang Chan's previously calm heart. "I feel so unwell. Help me," Yin Qinqin murmured unconsciously, her voice soft and enchanting, akin to the most lethal poison in the world. Tang Chan's expression stiffened, the tips of his ears, hidden beneath his hat, flushed slightly. The seductive poison within Yin Qinqin was evidently intensifying. Being this close, Tang Chun could even feel the heat surging within her. After a moment of internal struggle, wasn't she just a woman? Tang Chun gritted his teeth, cursing silently under his breath, and finally made up his mind. In the next moment, he lifted Yin Qinqin into his arms and strode deeper into the cave, under the complex gazes of the remaining female disciples of Dan Feng. Their figures gradually vanished from sight. Shortly thereafter, a high-pitched cry, reminiscent of weeping, suddenly echoed from the depths of the cave. As time passed, the potency of the Hualing sin gradually dissipated, although the 5 remaining female disciples of Dan Feng felt weak. They regained the ability to move. Filled with fear, they wished to leave yet were concerned for Yin Qinqin, forcing them to sit in place, meditating to recover while anxiously waiting. Occasionally, they would turn their heads to glance into the depths of the cave, their expressions a mixture of emotions. After a long while, a faint sound of footsteps suddenly emerged. The 5 were startled and hastily rose to their feet, looking back in unison. There, they saw Tang Chun supporting the disheveled Yin Qinqin as they slowly emerged from the depths of the cave. The pink hue of Yin Qinqin's skin had faded, replaced by an intense crimson. She walked with a noticeable limp, appearing quite unnatural. "Let me go. I want to kill you. Get away from me," she incessantly cursed, struggling to free herself from Tang Chen's support, yet her frail limbs lacked the strength to do so. Tang Chen's face was obscured by a hood, concealing his features and expressions. However, the voice emanating from beneath the hood was calm as still water. "You've just had the poison removed. It's best if you don't move around recklessly." Yin Qinqin was further incensed. "You have no right to meddle. Is that so?" Tang Chen paused, turning his head to regard her. "Get lost," she shouted hoarsely. "Very well." Tang Chen nodded decisively and let go. Bang! Suddenly losing her support, her legs weakened, and Yin Qinqin fell to the ground with a painful cry. "You!" She glared at Tang Chen in fury, struggling to find her voice. "You told me to get lost." Tang Chen shrugged, ignoring her as he swiftly approached the colossal head of the Qianhuan beast. Puff! In the next moment, his palm, enveloped in spiritual energy, shot forth like lightning and pierced directly into the beast's brow. The immense body of the Qianhuan beast trembled slightly before it succumbed to death. Moments later, Tang Chan retrieved a palm-sized, bloodied demon core. Channeling his spiritual energy, he shook off the blood and flesh, revealing the true form of the demon core. This demon core was diamond-shaped, crystal clear, with a kaleidoscope of colors swirling upon its surface. Appearing both magnificent and profoundly mysterious, the demon core of the Qinhuan beast. "You bastard, that's ours!" Yan Qinqin exclaimed in anger, her beautiful eyes wide with rage. Tang Chun paid her no mind, casually placing the demon core into his storage pouch before speaking coolly. "I saved you. Taking this as a reward is entirely reasonable, but we never asked you to save us," Yan Qinqin retorted furiously. "Moreover, you killed Senior Sister Hong, didn't you? Just to eliminate any potential threats beforehand? With Senior Sister Hong dead, no one can pose a threat to you, allowing you to act with impunity, and you claim to have saved us? What a hypocrite! You are even more despicable than those bastards from Fufeng." Yan Qinqin continued to hurl insults, reflecting on her recent harrowing experiences and catching sight of Hong Ling's corpse nearby. Her beautiful eyes glistened with tears that rolled down her cheeks. "Then why did I bother helping you with the poison?" Tang Chen's heart chilled at her words, and he asked coldly, "Helping with the poison? That is merely your excuse to defile me." Yan Qinqin scoffed. "Do you think I don't know? You colluded with those bastards from Fufeng to poison us. And at a critical moment, you turned against them. What a clever plan! Foolish woman!" Tang Chen shook his head slightly, utterly disappointed in her. This woman now harbored deep hatred for him. It was unnecessary to remain here any longer. "The boundary at the edge of the secret realm is about to contract. I advise you to abandon this place and leave the secret realm early, or the consequences will be dire." With that, Tang Chun turned and departed. Inside the cave, silence descended. After a moment, one of the Danfeng female disciples finally spoke up. "Yin Shimi. Who is he?" Yin Qinqin, her rapid breathing from earlier calming down, replied coldly after a brief pause. "Tang Chun." Tang Chun, the other women exchanged puzzled glances upon hearing the name. Moments later, realization dawned upon them, and their eyes widened in shock. "You mean the new disciple from the Huangfeng lineage, Tang Chun?" All of them were filled with disbelief. Just a few days ago, the incident where Tang Chun had slain Gu Yu had become common knowledge within the Feiyu sect, if memory served correctly. He had just recently broken through to the innate realm, although it was shocking to hear someone in the first level of the innate realm slaying someone in the fourth level. It was not entirely unfathomable. After all, someone like the sect's top talent, Lan Xian, could accomplish it. However, the strongest among the Fufeng disciples they had just encountered was clearly at the 7th level of the innate realm. A first-level innate disciple killing a 7th-level innate disciple. Was that even possible? Even considering that a significant part of the reason was a surprise attack, he had subsequently killed 2 5th-level innate and 2 6th-level innate disciples without any tricks. It was pure strength that overwhelmed them. The more they pondered, the more they felt fear and horror. That wasn't it said that upon entering Huangfeng, no matter how strong one's talent, they would become useless? How could this guy be so terrifying? What are you all looking so shocked for? Yan Qinqin said indignantly, "Oh, what if he has exceptional talent? He treated me, in such a beastly manner. He is nothing but a thoroughly despicable scoundrel. Once we leave the secret realm, I will report this to the sect and ensure that my grandmother kills this bastard." Yin Shimi, wait. The earlier female disciple at the 6th level of the innate realm suddenly spoke up. Everyone turned to look at her. "Our movements have been exposed, and we were secretly poisoned with Hualing San. Is it truly his doing in collusion with those Fufeng disciples?" The female disciple inquired solemnly. "Who else could it be?" Yin Qinqin shot back angrily. The 6th-level female disciple countered, "But since we entered the secret realm, we haven't encountered anyone, nor have we met them. How did they manage to poison us?" At her words, everyone fell silent, suddenly struck by realization. Indeed, the two parties had no prior contact. How could they have secretly made us consume Hualing San? It makes no sense. Could there be an insider? As they contemplated this, they suddenly thought of something, their gazes converging on a certain corner. Hong Ling's corpse lay there. Yin Qinqin also froze, murmuring, "We were all affected by Hualing San, and the only thing we collectively ingested was the detoxification pill. The Hualing San must have been hidden in the detoxification pill." Suddenly, she turned to another female disciple, "Who prepared our detoxification pills?" The female disciple's face turned pale, her hand trembling slightly as she pointed to Hong Ling's corpse. It was senior sister Hong. Boom, like a bolt from the blue. The truth was unveiled. The one who poisoned them, colluded with the foofing disciples, and had given Yin Qinqin the flower charm powder was none other than Hong Ling. Why Yin Qinqin looked at Hong Ling's tragically deceased body, her eyes vacant as she murmured in question. She had always regarded Hong Ling as her most trusted senior sister, their relationship the closest. Yet she never expected that the person she trusted the most would treat her in such a manner. Could it be that Tang Chun was truly helping me? Yin Qinqin thought of Tang Chun, her heart a tumult of emotions. After understanding the truth of the matter, she was reluctant to admit it, yet deep down she realized that Tang Chun had most likely been trying to help her and the others. Why didn't that scoundrel clarify things? Why did he have to act so indifferent? Is it because of what I said? Yin Qinqin felt an overwhelming sense of grievance, though his actions were to help her dispel the flower charm poison. Her once pristine reputation was now tainted. Couldn't she express her emotions? Why couldn't he understand and had to act in such a detestable manner? The more she thought about it, the angrier and more aggrieved she felt. Yin shimmy, that Tang Chun might truly mean no harm. You want a Danfeng female disciple cautiously suggested. Even so, he is still a scoundrel. Yin Qinqin retorted angrily. Do not mention that person again, and do not speak of today's events to anyone. The crowd exchanged glances, nodding in silent agreement. Yin Qinqin mustered her strength to rise, unsteadily making her way out of the lair of the Thousand Illusions beast. Within the narrow canyon, ripples suddenly appeared on the massive green stone, from which Yin Qinqin stepped forth. The moment she emerged, her eyes darted around in search of Tang Chen's figure. Yet, the surroundings were desolate. Devoid of any human presence, irresponsible scoundrel, Yin Qinqin murmured, lost in thought. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt a pang of melancholy at that very moment. Chapter 38. Yuan Xiao, truly impressive, at the rear of the narrow canyon. In a secluded, ancient forest, Tang Chun swiftly advanced after shedding his horse-riding attire and donning his black robe. And no wonder there exists a phrase about being big yet brainless. After effortlessly slaying a road-blocking postnatal realm beast, he still felt a twinge of frustration. That woman, Yin Qinqin, was indeed big, and foolish to boot. As these thoughts lingered, the alluring scene deep within the lair of the Thousand Illusions beast resurfaced in his mind. Its slippery, soft touch, the intoxicating fragrance, and the sultry moans that resonated. Normally unperturbed by even the gravest matters, he found himself momentarily entranced. After a brief pause, he shook off the reverie. The allure of desire is perilous. He mused with a bitter smile, pinching his cheek to dispel the distractions. Regardless of Yin Qinqin's thoughts, it was highly likely that their paths would not cross again. There was no need to dwell on misunderstandings. The pressing concern was the ongoing primordial confrontation tournament. 2 days had passed since its commencement. The safety zone of the Qingyun Mountain Secret Realm had shrunk to nearly half its original size. Although the specifics were unclear, it was easy to surmise that many participating disciples had already been eliminated. In the forthcoming days, the boundary of the secret realm would continue to contract, leaving an ever-diminishing safe area. This meant he would encounter increasingly formidable foes. Tang Chen's mind raced. If he continued to present his true self, troubles would only multiply. While he did not shy away from trouble, amassing enemies was hardly advantageous. Fortunately, just as he was about to doze off, an opportunity presented itself. He swiftly tapped his storage pouch, revealing the resplendent core of the Thousand Illusions beast. This item was indeed a treasure, according to Ma Sheng. Refining this beast core would grant him a simplified version of the Thousand Illusions beast's innate martial skill, Thousand Illusions. While it could not mimic all things in existence, it could nonetheless alter the user's physique and appearance at will. Only those a substantial realm above the user stood a chance of discerning the transformation, with the highest participants being at the 9th layer of the postnatal realm. This meant that within the Qingyun Mountain Secret Realm, Thousand Illusions was an absolute concealment technique. No one could see through it. With this thought in mind, Tang Chun wasted no time. After walking a short distance, he sought out a secluded spot to begin refining the Thousand Illusions beast core. Sitting cross-legged, he closed his eyes to center himself. The beast core lay in his hands, resting upon his knees, as he initiated the primordial path technique. The sound of spiritual energy flowing like a river echoed within him, and a faint golden light enveloped his body, converging towards his hands. In the next moment, with Tang Chen's guidance, the spiritual energy surged into the beast core. Buzz, the Thousand Illusions beast's core quivered, instinctively generating a resistance. Within Tang Chen's sea of consciousness, a minuscule phantom of the Thousand Illusions beast materialized, roaring as it charged toward him. This was the residual consciousness of a deceased Thousand Illusions beast trapped within the core. Lacking its own awareness, only by defeating it could he successfully refine the core. Tang Chun maintained a calm demeanor, unafraid to confront it. His spiritual awareness, honed through the grinding of the ancient tower's second layer, had become exceedingly resilient, far surpassing that of cultivators of the same realm. If he could not subdue this remnant consciousness, it would indeed be a joke. As expected, moments later, the phantom of the Thousand Illusions beast howled in agony before ultimately dissipating with a resounding bang. At that instant, Tang Chun felt the beast core in his hand shrink at a visible pace. Soon, it vanished entirely. In the following moment, Tang Chun felt a slight tremor in his mind. A martial skill had been indelibly etched into his consciousness like a brand. The skill was Thousand Illusions. Tang Chun focused intently, scrutinizing the skill. Unlike human martial skills, which required continuous practice to enhance proficiency, he had completely mastered this technique the moment he refined the beast core. His close examination was merely for familiarity. Moments later, a look of delight spread across Tang Chen's face, and Sheng had not lied. The effects of this martial skill were indeed as he described, perhaps even more potent. It was not a simple disguise technique, but rather a method that fundamentally altered the user's appearance. In simpler terms, it shattered flesh and bone, reassembling them into an entirely new form. This surpassed the realm of mere disguise. Upon gaining this understanding, Tang Chun could hardly contain his eagerness to test its effects. A thought crossed his mind, and an image of his rather handsome, yet mischievous third senior brother, Yuan Xiao, instantly appeared in his mind. With that visage in mind, Tang Chun circulated his spiritual energy and began to employ the Thousand Illusions technique. Crack, crack, as spiritual light flickered, the sound of bones cracking resonated from within him. Simultaneously, the features of his face began to melt away. Within a few breaths, he transformed into a faceless entity. His facial features, eyes, nose, and mouth, bare and grotesque. Yet in the next moment, the flesh on Tang Chen's face began to writhe, visibly reconstituting itself. First, his eyebrows emerged, followed by his eyes, nose, and mouth. Concurrently, his stature began to stretch, becoming more elongated. After a few moments, Tang Chun had completely morphed into Yuan Xiao's likeness, down to the last detail. He retrieved a mirror from his storage pouch, examining his reflection with astonishment. This martial skill was nothing short of miraculous. Tang Chun could confidently assert that if the real Yuan Xiao were standing here, he would likely be left dumbfounded that it was truly a perfect match. Even the minutiae, such as the mole at the corner of his eye and the subtle arch of his brow, were strikingly accurate. Moreover, the entire transformation took merely a few dozen breaths, and this was his first attempt, lacking full proficiency. With complete mastery, that speed could undoubtedly increase significantly. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. Suddenly, a voice broke through his reverie. "Isn't this the infamous waste, Yuan Xiao?" A cold sneer echoed from not far away, accompanied by rustling sounds. Soon, four figures emerged from the forest, landing not far from Tang Chun. Narrowing his eyes, Tang Chun observed the four, two in white robes, one in purple, and one in green, representing the symbol Peak, Law Peak, and Weapon Peak, respectively. Judging by the fluctuations of their spiritual energy, all were cultivators of the fifth layer of the postnatal realm. "Who would have thought this waste could venture this deep?" remarked the Law Peak disciple in purple, casting a sidelong glance at Tang Chun, astonished. Perhaps he was merely lucky and got transported here upon entry. The disciple in green from the Weapon Peak scoffed. Otherwise, with this waste abilities, he would have been eliminated long ago. True, the Law Peak disciple nodded in agreement. And no need for idle chatter. Let's capture him and interrogate him about Tang Chen's whereabouts. With a stern expression, a Symbol Peak disciple interjected, "If we can uncover Tang Chen's location, that would be ideal. If not, killing this waste will still yield rewards." Upon hearing this, the others nodded in unison. "Do not give him the chance to shatter the secret realm's wristband. Let us all strike together and finish this quickly." As the words fell, the Symbol Peak disciple swiftly thrust out several spiritual talismans toward Tang Chun. Boom, boom, boom. As spiritual power surged, the other three also launched their attacks simultaneously. Tang Chen's expression remained unchanged, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "I've already killed 2 at the 7th layer. For mere 5th layers pose no challenge." In contemplation, he stomped his foot, propelling himself forward, fist raised to strike. His speed was astonishing, colliding with the oncoming talismans in the blink of an eye. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosive sounds erupted as the talismans barely had time to manifest before being obliterated by Tang Chun. This display left the 4 disciples' faces pale, their expressions shifting into utter shock. Yuan Xiao was merely at the 5th layer of the postnatal realm, and according to legend, he was a waste with little combat prowess. But what in the world was happening? Tang Chun did not allow them a moment to gather their wits. With a single finger pointed, surging spiritual energy shattered the last 2 talismans and struck into the forehead of a Symbol Peak disciple with lightning speed. Uffed, the individual trembled, instantly meeting his demise. Meanwhile, Tang Chun delivered a swift strike with the back of his hand. The torrent of spiritual energy accompanied by a fearsome gust of wind surged forth. The disciple from the Law Peak, still engrossed in forming seals, was caught unawares and struck squarely in the chest, spitting blood as he was sent hurtling backward. Thud! He crashed heavily to the ground, a horrifying crater forming where his chest had been, leaving his fate uncertain. With an overwhelming display of raw power, Tang Chun had effortlessly dispatched 2 opponents in the blink of an eye. The remaining disciples from the Weapon Peak and the Symbol Peak finally regained their senses. Flee! The disciple from the Symbol Peak was utterly terrified and did not hesitate to shatter his bracelet. A portal appeared behind him, drawing him into its depths, vanishing without a trace. Bang! The disciple from the Weapon Peak wore an equally ghastly expression, as if he had seen a ghost, and exploded his bracelet as well. Just as the portal began to materialize, Tang Chun had already closed in. With a swift motion, he reached out and yanked. Blood gushed forth amid a heart-wrenching scream as the left arm of the Weapon Peak disciple was torn from his body. In the next moment, the portal's pulling force ensnared him, and he too disappeared. Watching the rapidly dissipating portal, Tang Chun felt a twinge of disappointment, casually discarding the severed arm. These innate 5th-layer cultivators were truly no match for him. Outside the secret realm, within the Blackstone Square, a low hum reverberated as 2 portals manifested. The disciple from the Symbol Peak and the one from the Weapon Peak, now missing an arm and still wailing, tumbled forth from the portals. The crowd in the square turned at the sound, momentarily taken aback. Both individuals were ashen-faced and trembling, appearing utterly dazed as if they had encountered specters, shaking uncontrollably. What a sight to behold! Disciples from the Weapon Peak and Symbol Peak furrowed their brows and inquired, "What happened? Were you injured by a beast or by other competitors?" After a prolonged moment of trembling, the 2 finally regained their composure, their lips quivering as they spoke. It was the contestant Yuan Xiao. The crowd was flabbergasted. Yuan Xiao from the Arid Peak, the Weapon Peak disciple who had lost an arm to Tang Chun, lamented loudly. "He killed 2 5th-layer cultivators in an instant, and nearly took us down as well. He is incredibly strong, a veritable monster." The moment those words echoed, the entire Blackstone Square fell into a profound silence. Chapter 39. Junior Brother Yuan, show some mercy. Every disciple, Elder Chun, Elder Wu, the elders from various peaks, and even several peak masters positioned in the clouds were collectively stunned. If it had been another peak's disciples, the elders might have been oblivious. However, the Arid Peak had so few members that they could easily count them on one hand, making the name Yuan Xiao familiar to all that he was a prodigy. Rivaling his master, the so-called most useless elder, Gu Changlong, both notorious for their incompetence. What a joke! Huang Xian, are you certain you didn't mistake him for someone else? One elder from the Weapon Peak demanded. Eyes wide. No, it was definitely Yuan Xiao. I saw it clearly. The Weapon Peak disciple's face was pale, shaking his head repeatedly. Just a second before being whisked away by the portal, he had lost his arm to a brutal tear. At that moment, he had been in close proximity to that person, even able to discern the pores on his face, that he was certain it was Yuan Xiao. Another disciple from the Symbol Peak nodded, trembling in affirmation. The horrific scene had left an indelible mark on their memories, a haunting shadow they would carry for a lifetime. The Blackstone Square descended once more into utter silence. It was one thing for an individual to make a mistake, but the likelihood of two people erring simultaneously was slim. Yet how could that waste of space, Yuan Xiao, be so formidable? To slay two innate fifth-layer cultivators while also frightening one away and tearing the arm off another. Such feats were beyond even those in the sixth or seventh layers. In an instant, the expressions of the crowd grew exceedingly peculiar. Even in the corner, Gu Changlong, Zhou Shunji, and Fu Yun exchanged bewildered glances. 3 faces, all equally dumbfounded. Yuan Xiao was their junior brother, their disciple, and no one understood him better than they did. Although he was not the waste others claimed him to be, he was hardly the powerhouse described by the Weapon Peak disciple. Yuan Xiao practiced spirit manipulation, and his limits would only allow him to control beasts at the 5th layer. His combat prowess was notably weak, placing him at the bottom of his tier. Winning in his class was already a challenge, let alone achieving instantaneous kills against 4 opponents, 2 of whom he had dispatched in such a terrifying manner. What are your thoughts? Gu Changlong stroked his beard, speaking slowly. Zhou Xinji pondered briefly before responding earnestly. I believe they did not encounter our junior brother. It is likely that they mistook another disciple from a different peak, who disguised himself as Yuan Xiao to frame him. Gu Changlong nodded slightly, agreeing with Zhou Xinji's conjecture. He then turned his gaze toward Fu Yun. That I concur. It cannot possibly be that lad, Fu Yun stated, her expression devoid of emotion. The 3 were strangely unanimous in their opinions. Then this impersonator must be rather foolish, Gu Changlong sighed, shaking his head. Why disguise oneself as him? Who would believe such a story? Zhou Xinji and Fu Yun wholeheartedly agreed, both puzzled. It was indeed rather foolish. Regardless, it does not concern us. Let us not dwell on it. Gu Changlong sighed in relief, then shifted the topic. What do you think about those 2 youngsters now? The innate competition has been underway for quite some time, and the number of eliminations has exceeded expectations. Yet Tang Chun and Yuan Xiao have yet to make an appearance. Junior brother need not worry, Zhou Shunji opined. Though his combat ability is average, his spirit manipulation techniques are unparalleled. No one can easily detect him. Moreover, given his temperament, he is unlikely to place himself in peril. Indeed, Gu Changlong replied with a wry smile. I have no concerns regarding that lad, but I do worry for Tang Chun. The moment Tang Chen's name left his lips, Zhou Shunji fell into silence, and Fu Yun's delicate hand, concealed within her sleeve, tightened slightly. Tang Chun was indeed their greatest concern. Although he possessed commendable combat skills, he had recently broken through to the 1st layer of the innate realm, placing him at the lowest tier among the competitors. Furthermore, he was in a unique phase of refining his spiritual consciousness and condensing his spiritual seed, leaving him physically and mentally exhausted. Simultaneously, he was the target of pursuit by disciples from the Symbol Peak, La Peak, and Weapon Peak. Prior to entering, he had also offended Lan Bei from the Battle Peak lineage. All these factors combined rendered him a prime target. To be frank, the 3 harbored doubts that Tang Chen's absence was due to cunning concealment. Rather than an unfortunate encounter, it was possible he had met with disaster. The mere thought of this possibility caused their hearts to clench in unison. Although Tang Chun had only recently joined the Arid Peak, he held an exceptionally significant place in their hearts. Words failed them, and silence prevailed. After a long while, Fu Yun's icy voice suddenly broke the stillness, that if he were to perish, I would seek out his murderer and avenge him personally. Zhou Xinji's stern expression conveyed seriousness as he nodded slightly. What nonsense! Gu Changlong suddenly chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. That lad may be audacious, but he is still reliable when it comes to matters. And he hardly resembles a doomed soul. There is no need for concern. He feigned nonchalance, yet a barely perceptible cold glint flickered in his eyes. Should this disciple truly fall within the confines of the Qingyun Mountain's secret realm, He would ensure that the perpetrator paid dearly, regardless of which lineage they belonged to. As the Blackstone Square buzzed with excitement over Yuan Shio's incident, within the Qingyun Mountain secret realm, in a grove laden with fruit. Among the branches heavy with wild fruits, numerous lively monkeys frolicked about, that on one particularly massive fruit tree. A slender little monkey was voraciously devouring a bright red wild fruit. Damn, this is delightful. These wild fruits are far tastier than hay. The little monkey, drenched in juice, patted his round belly in utter satisfaction. This monkey was none other than Yuan Shio. The grove lay in close proximity to the central area of the Qingyun Mountain secret realm. After breaking away from a herd of one-horned goats, he had skillfully employed spirit manipulation to control various beasts and demon creatures, successfully disguising himself along the way. Although he encountered several other participants, he managed to evade detection without incident. Ultimately, he had successfully made it to this point. The boundary of the secret realm continued to contract relentlessly, but it would likely take another 3 or 4 days to reach this area. If he could endure for just a few more days, he estimated he could secure a position among the top 100 in a burrow beneath the fruit tree. Yuan Shio sat cross-legged, basking in the joy of his thoughts. His initial expectation had merely been to survive the secret realm. Now, with the prospect of entering the top 100, he felt immensely satisfied. His only worry was for his junior brother, Tang Chun. The young man had only recently joined the sect when he managed to offend disciples from the Four Peaks. Fu, Fa, Qi, and Zhan, whose ability to stir up trouble surpassed even his own. One could only wonder how he fared now. Leaving the secret realm would be ideal, as long as he wasn't captured and killed. That would suffice as for how long he could remain. Yuan Shio had never harbored any expectations. Although Tang Chun possessed the capability to combat foes of higher ranks, he could at most deal with those at the 4th level of the innate realm, which was woefully inadequate in this competition among the innate. Yuan Shio sighed, silently praying for the young man's safety. Suddenly, as he pondered, the small monkey he controlled received a sharp smack to its head. Turning around, he found a much larger old monkey squatting behind him, scratching its ears and staring intently. The old monkey began to screech and gesticulate wildly upon noticing the little monkey. After mastering the language of beasts through the spirit control technique, Yuan Shio immediately grasped the old monkey's intent. It was signaling for him to help remove its lice. "Curse you," Yuan Shio grumbled, but before he could finish, the old monkey swung another paw at him. Glaring fiercely, the blow left him dizzy. After silently comparing their sizes, he swallowed the rest of his words. "One must bow when under the eaves." Reluctantly, he tossed aside the half-eaten wild fruit and turned to assist the old monkey. A moment later, the old monkey stretched contentedly, patting Yuan Shio's head in approval for his efforts. As soon as it spoke, the other monkeys in the nearby fruit trees turned their eager gazes toward them. "This lad has improved his lice-catching skills." The old monkey gestured. "I want to try too. Come help me." Others chimed in, forming a queue on the fruit tree where Yuan Shio stood. Before long, a long line had formed before him, all waiting for his assistance in lice removal. The first old monkey clapped Yuan Shio on the shoulder, shouting enthusiastically that if he served well, he might receive extra treats in return. Oh, hell with that. Yuan Shio exploded in rage, cursing furiously. In his life, he had never endured such humiliation. Being kicked by goats and doused in urine was one thing, but now these little monkeys were lining up to bully him. What did they take him for? These monkeys were mere wild beasts. Dealing with them would take much time and should go unnoticed. With such thoughts racing through his mind, he could no longer contain himself and burst forth from the ground, determined to teach these insolent monkeys a lesson. However, just as he revealed himself, 2 disheveled figures in white robes suddenly sprang from the fruit grove ahead. They were disciples from the Fu Peak, appearing disoriented and terrified, as if they had just encountered something dreadful. Yet the intensity of their spiritual energy radiated at the 6th level of the innate realm. The moment their gazes met, the air seemed to freeze. "This is it." Yuan Shio felt his entire body stiffen, his face draining of color. He struggled against opponents of the same realm, let alone against 2 at the 6th level. Flee. The thought raced through his mind, and instinctively he reached for his secret realm wristband to shatter it. But then, something unexpected happened. The Tufu Peak disciples wore expressions of sheer terror, trembling uncontrollably, nearly collapsing to the ground. After fleeing so far, how had this brat caught up with them? They exchanged a glance, despair etched on their faces. Yuan Shixiang, please spare us. We'll leave, we'll leave. They trembled, pleading as Yuan Shio stared in dumbfounded disbelief. With a resounding bang, they unhesitatingly shattered their secret realm wristbands. Chapter 40. Seizing opportunities. The space trembled as a teleportation portal coalesced in an instant. The Tufu Peak disciples fled without hesitation, even after the portal vanished. Yuan Shio remained in a daze, utterly bewildered. What just happened? These two sixth-level disciples had seemed to fear him greatly, calling him Yuan Shixiang and begging for mercy. Am I dreaming? He raised his hand and slapped himself hard. Ouch, this is no dream. But what on earth was going on? Had my reputation in Feiyu sect reached such heights without me realizing it? That doesn't make sense. Despite his overwhelming confidence, Yuan Shio was still somewhat aware of his standing. Though he was somewhat notorious within the Feiyu sect, it was primarily for his infamy. He was akin to a rat scurrying across the street, subject to everyone's disdain. The more he pondered, the more perplexed he felt. It was utterly absurd. While he was lost in thought, a sound caught his attention. Startled, he barely had time to react when a massive creature, resembling a small mountain, burst forth from the dense forest nearby. It was a four-eyed, cloud-patterned leopard of the 5th level of the innate realm. On its back rode a disciple from the Beast Peak, whose cultivation was at the 6th level of the innate realm. However, both the man and the beast appeared utterly disheveled. The disciple's clothes were torn, bloodied, and his hair was unkempt, resembling a madman. The four-eyed leopard fared worse, its body riddled with wounds, as if it had just crawled from a bloodbath. With its right front leg completely gone, exposing a bone. Tian Cheng, upon seeing this pitiful duo, Yuan Shio's expression changed drastically. He recognized this Beast Peak disciple. They had long harbored animosity due to past gambling disputes. And he had threatened more than once to find an opportunity to kill Yuan Shio, that he never expected to encounter his nemesis here. Yuan Shio couldn't even defeat the leopard that served as Tian Cheng's guardian spirit, and thus prepared to flee. Yet, Tian Cheng was even more terrified. Not long ago, while traveling, he had encountered Yuan Shio and, overjoyed, had attempted to take revenge. Little did he know, it was the beginning of a nightmare. In merely 10 breaths, Yuan Shio had defeated him, and within 3 moves, he had severely injured the four-eyed leopard. The missing leg of the leopard had been torn off by Yuan Shio, who had even boasted about roasting it for a meal. Tian Cheng had wanted to shatter his wristband to escape the secret realm, but Yuan Shio had snatched away. He couldn't even run away. That guy was simply a terrifying madman. In desperation, Tian Cheng had summoned a trump card spirit talisman to barely escape. But just an hour after his escape, he encountered Yuan Shio again. He couldn't fathom how Yuan Shio had gotten ahead of him. As Yuan Shio lifted his leg to retreat, the four-eyed leopard, missing a leg, suddenly trembled and knelt before him, its eyes filled with fear and pleading. Yuan Shixiao, no, brother Yuan, please. Tian Cheng scrambled to the ground, begging, I was wrong before. Please spare my wretched life. As he spoke, his head struck the ground repeatedly, creating a loud thud, while tears streamed down his face. With no way to escape, having lost his wristband, he knew he would meet his end if he didn't plead for mercy. Yuan Shio stared at the pitiful sight before him, feeling as though he were in a dream, the situation utterly surreal. Yet at the same time, he felt an immense sense of satisfaction at an old enemy kneeling before him. Begging for mercy, who wouldn't feel elated? Regardless of the circumstances, he decided to relish the moment. Are you genuinely pleading for mercy? He asked with a sly smile, eyeing Tian Cheng with a sidelong glance. Tian Cheng trembled, banging his head even louder. Yes, brother Yuan, what did you call me? Yuan Shio's eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint flashing within them. Tian Cheng's expression turned to one of terror. Not brother Yuan. I meant Grandmaster. Please, spare my life. Yuan Shio felt a surge of delight within while maintaining a calm facade. Killing someone like you is beneath me, but simply letting you go would leave my heart unsatisfied. I understand, Tian Cheng exclaimed with joy, hastily removing the storage pouch from his waist and trembling as he placed it on the ground. Scram! Yuan Xiao finally waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. "Thank you, Grandmaster," Tian Chung exclaimed gratefully, quickly scrambling onto the back of the four-eyed leopard and fleeing in a panic. Yuan Xiao released his spiritual sense and, confirming their departure, his face erupted into a broad smile. He strode forward, picked up the storage pouch, and inspected it closely, his heart soaring with delight. It was akin to a pie falling from the sky, as the two successive groups of individuals exhibited such behaviors. Yuan Xiao ultimately confirmed that he was not hallucinating, that he was not foolish. After careful contemplation, he deduced the general situation. Tian Chung and the others must have mistaken him for someone else, that it was possible that a formidable figure was impersonating him. Who could it be? Yuan Xiao murmured, yet he could not fathom the answer, no matter how hard he tried. After pondering for a while, he chose to abandon the thought. Why bother? A fool does not seize an opportunity. Gritting his teeth, Yuan Xiao ceased to conceal himself, directly sitting cross-legged beneath the fruit tree, awaiting the next unfortunate soul to arrive, that he no longer aspired to enter the top 10 of the competition. Obtaining a windfall here would suffice. Meanwhile, in another location within the Qingyun mountain range, a low hum resonated through the air. Tang Chun pointed out with unparalleled speed. With a swift thrust, a disciple from the Fa peak, armed with a sword, had no time to react before his brow was pierced, his sinister grin abruptly freezing. Tang Chin's expression remained impassive as he withdrew his finger, drawing forth a spray of blood. The disciple, who was at the 5th level of the innate realm, collapsed lifelessly to the ground. After collecting his storage bag, Tang Chun lifted his gaze, expressionless, towards the several contestants observing from a distance. The moment their eyes met, the 7 or 8 contestants trembled in fear, their expressions filled with dread. The entire sequence from the disciple's attack to his demise had transpired in merely 2 breaths. This Yuan Xiao is terrifyingly powerful. Should they flee, or should I take action? Tang Chun spoke in a nonchalant tone. Though his voice was calm, it echoed in the ears of the onlookers like the whispers of a demon. Despite their reluctance, the contestants dared not hesitate any longer, each hastily shattering their respective wristbands that a portal of transmission materialized, and the 7 or 8 individuals were immediately drawn into it, eliminated from the competition. Tang Chun withdrew his gaze, glancing at the corpse, blood pooling around it, and shook his head slightly. Foolishness, he did not kill indiscriminately. He only targeted those who attacked him first. Nonetheless, even under the guise of Yuan Xiao, he had already slain over 30 contestants in the span of nearly 2 days. One can only imagine how frenzied these individuals would become if he revealed his true form. In these past 2 days, the boundary of the secret realm had shrunk considerably. The safe zone within the Qingyun Mountain secret realm was now less than 1/3 of its original size. This signified that the current innate competition was entering its concluding phase. During this time, Tang Chun had not encountered any contestants below the 5th level of the innate realm. It was evident that at this stage, the 5th level of the innate realm had become the minimum threshold. Based on his estimations, there were likely fewer than 300 contestants remaining in the Qingyun Mountain secret realm. Among these 300, he suspected he was the only one below the 5th level of the innate realm. Tang Chun exhaled softly, gazing ahead. There, a towering peak loomed, piercing the clouds, a tranquil yet formidable presence, the very heart of the Qingyun Mountain secret realm. It would undoubtedly be the battleground of the fiercest confrontations in this innate competition. As the boundary of the secret realm contracted, the available space for contestants dwindled, increasing the likelihood of encounters. It would not be long before all contestants of the 5th level of the innate realm were eliminated, followed by those of the 6th and 7th levels. The remaining survivors would only grow stronger. Not long ago, Tang Chun had gleaned some information from a disciple of the Fa peak in each innate competition. There was an unwritten rule. When the boundary of the secret realm shrank to the foot of Qingyun Mountain, the remaining contestants would initiate a cleansing operation. When this operation commenced, all contestants of the 9th level of the innate realm would first enter Qingyun Mountain, seizing the most critical positions. Following them would be the 8th level contestants, and the outermost circle would belong to the 7th level contestants. At that point, the 7th level would become the new minimum threshold. Contestants below the 7th level would have no choice but to exit the secret realm voluntarily unless they fought their way into Qingyun Mountain. Once all contestants beneath the 7th level were eliminated, the 7th level contestants could commence their assault on the intermediate zone designated for the 8th level contestants. The strong would remain, while the weak would be cast aside. Subsequently, the middle zone would initiate an offensive against the core area. The rules would remain as before. Ultimately, only 10 individuals would remain within the entirety of Qingyun Mountain, marking the top 10 of this innate competition. These 10 contestants would engage in a final chaotic battle in the most central region. The last to leave the secret realm would be crowned the first place in this innate competition. The competition is indeed fierce, Tang Chun mused, his gaze rapidly solidifying with determination. The forthcoming battles would be relentless, and he must be thoroughly prepared. After 2 days of conflict, he had successfully ascended to the 2nd level of the innate realm. His physical acupoints, honed by the grinding of the greenstone mill, had now been opened up to a total of 700, leaving only one step remaining to achieve the grand completion of 720 acupoints. At present, he was capable of battling with the 6th level innate realm cultivators using only his physical prowess. And with all his strength, he could slay ordinary 7th level innate realm cultivators. His combat power had soared to a terrifying level. However, to participate in the final cleansing operation, he still felt somewhat inadequate. Tang Chun swiftly contemplated in his mind that he needed to elevate his combat power once more in a short span of time. Currently, there were only 2 possible avenues for enhancement. The first was successfully condensing a spiritual seed to practice spiritual techniques. The second was advancing to the 2nd stage of the indestructible sword body, the realm of sword intent. Chapter 41. Those who often walk by the river will surely get wet shoes since Tang Chun began refining his spiritual sense. Only about 10 days had passed. However, when considering the time spent in the first layer of the time and space ancient tower, the situation was markedly different. In reality, he had persisted without rest for nearly 16 days, surpassing the record held by Fu Yun. Yet, even so, he had not reached his limits. Although he felt considerably more fatigued and weary compared to when he first entered the Qingyun Mountain secret realm, it had not reached a level that would affect his combat effectiveness. Tang Chun estimated that, based on his current physical condition, he would likely only reach his limits after a month of relentless effort. This indicated that the path of rapidly enhancing his combat power through condensing a spiritual seed was temporarily unfeasible. He could only focus on the indestructible sword body, sword intent. Tang Chun murmured softly. The 2nd realm of the indestructible sword body is known as the realm of sword intent. The first realm, sword might, essentially involves condensing an invincible sword might, emphasizing the wielder's prowess. Once the invincible sword might is solidified, he could dare to wield his sword against any opponent, significantly amplifying its power while instilling fear in his adversaries. In contrast, the 2nd realm, sword intent, focuses on the sword itself. This stage necessitates the wielder to continually nurture the sword in hand. It is only when the sword develops its own consciousness that one officially enters this realm. At that point, the sword would possess a spirit, and the power of the strike would vastly surpass previous levels. Moreover, the sword spirit would resonate with the wielder's intentions, allowing for a seamless execution of strikes without any sense of obstruction. According to the records within the indestructible sword body, if this realm were mastered, the sword in the wielder's hand could even autonomously engage enemies, exhibiting formidable might. However, how one might nurture the sword to give birth to a sword spirit was not explicitly documented in the martial arts techniques. Save for 4 words: follow the true heart, follow the true heart. Tang Chun murmured to himself, his brow furrowing deeper. What could these 4 words, so cryptic, possibly mean? After much contemplation, he could not arrive at a conclusion. He decided to take out the spiritual sword broken blade and attempt to infuse it with spiritual energy for nurturing. However, once the spiritual energy entered, it merely sharpened the blade's edge without producing any other noteworthy changes. This approach was ineffective. Tang Chun then tried to communicate with the broken blade using his spiritual sense, yet still received no response. Still no success. What should he do? Tang Chun pondered over the broken blade in his hand. His expression one of confusion. After a long while, he sighed. Very well. There will surely be a way when the cart reaches the mountain. For now, he would continue moving forward, but he gently shook his head, stowing away the broken blade, temporarily abandoning his attempts. The path of cultivation is profoundly enigmatic. Many matters cannot simply be resolved through relentless effort, but rather require a certain opportunity. The current lack of clarity may simply indicate that the opportunity has not yet arrived. While lost in thought, Tang Chen's ears perked up as he caught distant sounds emanating from the forest. More contestants were approaching. A slight smile crept onto Tang Chun's lips, since he could not make headway at the moment. He might as well engage in other endeavors. For instance, before the boundary of the secret realm shrinks to the foot of Qingyun Mountain, he should eliminate all contestants below the 7th level. One must be aware that those harboring ill will towards him were not limited to disciples from the Fu, Fa, and Qi peaks. Many from the Dan Peak, Beast Peak, and Battle Peak also posed a significant threat. Their thoughts were quite straightforward. Eliminate or behead Tang Chun, and then trade with the disciples from the 3 peaks of Fu, Fa, and Qi to obtain benefits. Human hearts are inscrutable. Tang Chun found it exceedingly difficult to discern who bore ill will towards him. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to conduct a sweeping purge indiscriminately. He resolved to expel all participants below the 7th level of cultivation from the Qingyun Mountain secret realm, allowing him to engage in the impending cleansing operation with a singular focus on his adversaries. With this in mind, Tang Chun hesitated no longer. With a firm stamp of his foot, he surged towards the direction of the sound. After the passage of half a stick of incense, he swung his sword, cleaving a disciple of the Fu Peak, who was at the 5th level of innate cultivation. In 2. Yuan Xiao, do you not fear the troubles that may arise after the competition ends from your reckless slaughter? Exclaimed the 2 disciples accompanying the fallen one, their voices laced with terror, that he sought to kill me first. Hence, I acted in self-defense. Tang Chun replied coolly, extracting his bloodied sword from the corpse. Moreover, the competition lacks rules. What of it if I slay him? To avoid revealing his identity, he had refrained from using his broken blade, opting instead for a mid-tier spirit sword of the mysterious grade. The other 2 disciples fell momentarily silent, at a loss for how to retort, for Tang Chen's words held undeniable truth. Boom! As their faces paled, a violent surge of spiritual power erupted. Tang Chen ceased his words and charged forward, sword in hand. The remaining 2 disciples of Fu Peak turned ashen, and though unwilling, they had no choice but to shatter their hand rings, fleeing the secret realm to save their lives. Upon landing, Tang Chun casually obliterated the lingering soul of the fallen. After retrieving the storage bags, he contemplated briefly before turning to hasten towards the barrier at the edge of the secret realm. Since he intended to cleanse, he would begin from the outermost fringes, specifically targeting participants below the 7th level of innate cultivation. Simultaneously, in the orchard, Yuan Xiao, hand behind his back, surveyed the 3 participants before him with a frosty gaze. Leave your storage bags behind, and I may spare your lives, he declared. The 3 trembled uncontrollably, having barely escaped his clutches not long ago, yet they dared not entertain any rebellious thoughts. The sheer terror of his combat prowess had left an indelible psychological scar upon them. They deftly unfastened their storage bags and tossed them to Yuan Xiao, their motions skillful to the point of eliciting sympathy. Yuan Xiao weighed the 3 bags with a satisfied smile before dismissing them with a wave. The trio exchanged bewildered glances, their confusion deepening. Something about Yuan Xiao seemed off, but they could not pinpoint what had changed. Suddenly, they crushed their secret realm hand rings, disappearing into the teleportation portal with haste. These fools, Yuan Xiao chuckled, collecting his spoils with a radiant smile. He had lingered in the orchard for an entire day, amassing a total of 49 bulging storage bags, a bountiful harvest indeed. He mused that these individuals appeared somewhat dim-witted, as they could have easily shattered their rings and escaped instantly, yet none chose to do so. Instead, they willingly surrendered their bags. Were they not a bunch of simpletons? Had Yuan Xiao been privy to their thoughts, he would have faced their indignation. Many had attempted to flee, yet after witnessing him tear apart 2 who had dared to escape through the portal, fear had gripped their hearts. He was simply too powerful. Even shattering the secret realm hand rings posed a risk. Thus, for the sake of their lives and fortunes, they had resolved against fleeing upon encountering him again. Yuan Shio remained blissfully unaware of this. His sole focus was on accumulating wealth and lives, leaving all else aside. As Yuan Shio hummed a cheerful tune and returned to the orchard, he noted that as the barrier at the edge of the secret realm continued to constrict, the intervals between the unfortunate souls arriving in the orchard grew shorter. Sure enough, in less than 3 sticks of incense, 2 more participants stumbled into view. They were disciples of Fa Peak, both at the 6th level of innate cultivation, utterly bloodied and in a pitiful state. Upon entering the orchard and spotting Yuan Shio seated cross-legged beneath a fruit tree, their already pale faces drained of color entirely. Yuan Shio, having grown accustomed to such sights, rose with his hands clasped behind his back, sauntering toward the two. Well, what a coincidence, he remarked coolly, causing them to shudder. Surrender your storage bags, and I may spare your lives. His tone was nonchalant as he recited the well-worn phrase. At that moment, one of the bald disciples felt his eyes redden with fury. Chao Ergu, do not act rashly. We are no match for him, the other disciple cautioned, alarmed by his companion's expression. The latter was a hot-headed youth, stubborn to a fault. Had it not been for the exhaustive use of his most potent talismans to drag this fool to safety, he would have been prepared to confront Yuan Shio head-on. Having narrowly escaped, they had not anticipated encountering him again. Enduring humiliation once was bearable, but being subjected to it a second time was intolerable. Brother, I refuse to accept this, Chao Ergu shouted, his eyes ablaze with rage. Paying to save my life now is no different from offering my face for him to trample upon. This is sheer audacity, his elder brother, nearly frantic, urged him in a hushed tone. Ergu, your life is paramount. Do not seek death. To hell with it. I no longer care for my life. Chao Ergu's fury surged, and heedless of his brother's protests, he charged at Yuan Shio, seeing the raging disciple barreling toward him. Yuan Shio was momentarily stunned. What the hell? Why is he not adhering to reason? Knowing there's a tiger in a mountain, he still chooses to march into its den. Under normal circumstances, Yuan Shio would have admired such tenacity. But now he could only curse under his breath. This fellow was at the 6th level of innate cultivation. He was no match for him. Boom! The air trembled as Chao Ergu formed a hand seal, conjuring a colossal spiritual hand that hurtled towards Yuan Shio. Clenching his teeth, he bore an expression of resignation, prepared to meet his end with this final strike. Yuan Shio, desperate to evade, found the opponent's speed too formidable. Leaving him no time to escape, in a last-ditch effort, he threw a punch to counter. Bang! The moment their strikes collided, the air erupted with a deafening boom. The next instant, a sharp crack echoed as Chao Ergu and his brother stared in disbelief. Yuan Shio's right arm shattered, blood spewing from his mouth. His body flew backward like a ragged sack, crashing heavily to the ground. Gazing upon Yuan Shio's wretched state, his brother stood in shock. Chao Ergu was equally dumbfounded, his mind a blank slate. Not long ago, he had fought Yuan Shio and had been defeated in less than 3 exchanges. How had it come to this? Chapter 42, A Path of No Return. After the initial shock wore off, Chao Ergu's first reaction was to conclude that Yuan Shio was merely feigning weakness. If he were not pretending, how could he fail to withstand a single blow? The realization ignited his fury anew. This was an affront to his dignity. I wager my life against you, yet you do not even extend the basic respect. Seething with rage, Chao Ergu roared. Damn it. Just because I cannot defeat you, it does not mean you can triumph over me. As he charged at Yuan Shio like a wild beast, Yuan Shio cursed internally, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain in his arm. He scrambled to his feet and fled without a moment's hesitation. Chao Ergu paused momentarily, then his fury intensified. What? Do you think killing me would soil your hands? Kill me, then grant me a swift end. His spiritual energy surged violently as he pursued Yuan Shio, his anguished screams echoing through the orchard, sending the local monkeys into a frenzy. At a dramatically absurd scene unfolded. 2 figures raced through the orchard, one desperately fleeing while the other, bloodied and battered, yelled for his demise. The brother of Chao Ergu stood rooted in place, staring at the frantic pair, utterly dumbstruck. Such an extraordinary spectacle was beyond his experience. Reflecting on the situation, he pondered how Yuan Xiao, who possessed overwhelming combat power capable of easily dispatching both of them, would choose to flee. As his thoughts raced, a sudden realization struck him. Wait, just now. When Chao Ergu and Yuan Xiao clashed, the latter's arm shattered. Yet in their previous encounter, Yuan Xiao's physical prowess had instilled fear in them, appearing almost superhuman. How could this be? Did he employ some unique technique to temporarily enhance his strength and resilience? Now that the effect has worn off, has he reverted to his original capabilities? The senior brother's eyes widened in realization. Yes, it must be so. If that is the case, then the incident where Yuan Xiao's arm was shattered after receiving a strike from Chao Ergu can be explained. This truly reflects his authentic combat prowess. The senior brother's gaze suddenly ignited with fervor, a glimmer of greed swiftly manifesting upon his countenance. At this moment, he cared for nothing else. All he desired was to acquire the secret technique wielded by Yuan Xiao. The technique that could catapult one's combat strength and physical resilience to astonishing heights. If even a waste like Yuan Xiao could become so formidable after employing it, how powerful could he become if he were to use it? The more the senior brother contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Junior brother, I shall join as well, he bellowed, rushing forward with eyes aflame, joining the pursuit of Yuan Xiao. What madness is this? Yuan Xiao thought, sensing a second surge of spiritual energy rushing from behind. His expression shifted once more. This day, he remained perplexed as to what had provoked these two rascals. Boom! 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 The air thundered with explosive sounds as three figures desperately chased and fled through the orchard. Crashing through countless ancient trees, a cloud of dust rising to the heavens. In mere moments, the trio burst forth from the grove, drawing ever closer to the towering Qingyun mountain that stood resolute in the central expanse. However, Yuan Xiao's fifth-level cultivation still left him at a disadvantage. As time passed, his spiritual energy waned, and the distance between him and Chao Ergu's duo continued to diminish. Boom! Chao Ergu roared as he unleashed another strike. His spiritual energy surging forth, striking Yuan Xiao squarely in the back. Yuan Xiao let out a muffled groan, propelled into a low hill, stones cascading down in a shower. Junior brother, finish him off? Chao Ergu's senior brother exclaimed in delight, his voice laced with urgency. During the chase, he had already communicated his deductions to the former. Though Chao Ergu was brash, he was not devoid of wit, and quickly grasped the situation, nodding in agreement. The two moved with remarkable speed, reaching the base of the hill within moments, poised to enter and eliminate Yuan Xiao. Yet, just as they were about to step forward, a familiar figure suddenly leaped from the nearby thicket. It was none other than the blood-soaked Yuan Xiao. This fool dared not flee and instead approached, seemingly inviting his own demise. Chao Ergu and his senior brother were overjoyed, exchanging no further words. They lunged at him with lethal intent. They aimed to slay him before Yuan Xiao could activate his escape talisman. Tang Chun observed the two assailants rushing towards him, momentarily stunned, that, if memory served him well, he had encountered these two not long ago. One of them possessed a spiritual talisman with the power of a strike from the 8th level of innate realms, which had allowed them to narrowly escape earlier. Tang Chun had assumed they would choose to vacate the secret realm after their escape. Yet here they were, not only remaining but actively attacking him. Had they lost their senses? Tang Chun found this utterly perplexing. Swoosh! As he pondered, the sharp sound of slicing wind filled the air. With expressions of excitement and greed, Chao Ergu and his companion charged from either side. Tang Chun did not shy away. Instead, he stamped his foot, propelling himself like an arrow released from a bow, meeting them head-on. Boom! With two simple punches, an explosive sound resonated, shattering the spells conjured by Chao Ergu and his senior brother in an instant. What? The two were momentarily stunned. Tang Chun offered them no opportunity to think, his fists like two heavy hammers, moving as swiftly as lightning, striking their chests with tremendous force amidst their fearful and bewildered gazes. Thud! Thud! Their chests burst open, flesh and shattered bones scattering, crashing into the earth. Each bore a ghastly hole in their chests, transparent from front to back. Chao Urgu's senior brother convulsed, attempting to utter something. Snap, Tang Chun, emotionless, raised his foot once more, crushing the man's neck while unleashing his spiritual energy to extinguish Chao Urgu's life. With Qingyun Mountain now within sight, he had little interest in why these two had the audacity to attack him. Since they were eager to court death, he would oblige them. Meanwhile, in a concealed spot within the low hill, Yuan Xiao, bloodied and breathless, remained poised, ready to shatter his escape talisman at any moment. Yet, after a prolonged wait, silence reigned. Those two lunatics did not seem to pursue him. Yuan Xiao dared not let his guard down. Using his spirit command technique, he controlled the mouse, cautiously climbing out of the hill to assess the situation. Outside the hill, an eerie stillness prevailed, and a gentle breeze wafted, carrying a faint scent of blood. The little mouse twitched its nose and soon discovered the gruesome remains of Chao Urgu and his companion. They were dead. Yuan Xiao was momentarily taken aback, letting out a long sigh of relief. Yet confusion washed over him. In this perilous moment, who had come to his aid? Could it be that powerful figure impersonating him? Who was slaughtering others? Who was he truly? The little mouse blinked, filled with bewilderment. Yet soon, it scurried away from the scene. Now was not the time for such musings. Yuan Xiao had initially intended to remain in the orchard until the boundary of the secret realm retracted to that location before making further plans. If it became too perilous, he would abandon the idea of entering Qingyun Mountain and simply exit the secret realm. After all, one's life was paramount. However, following that reckless escape, he realized he was now exceedingly close to Qingyun Mountain. The low hill was less than 10 miles from it. Having come this far, he resolved to take one more gamble for a chance at ranking. Yuan Xiao's gaze flickered with determination as he made his decision. Wasting no further time, he retrieved a large handful of medicinal pills from his storage pouch, consuming them all at once to begin healing his injuries. Soon, the boundary would shrink to this area. At that point, all remaining participants would converge near Qingyun Mountain, and chaos was bound to ensue. Yuan Xiao prepared himself to blend into the fray when the time came, outside the secret realm. At the Blackstone Plaza, such a situation had persisted for 3 days. Elder Wu gazed at the pale-faced disciples who had just been expelled from the secret realm, his brows furrowing into a tight knot. The expressions on these disciples' faces resembled those who had encountered unspeakable horrors. It was needless to say. They had crossed paths with Yuan Xiao, for in the last 3 days, the majority of those who exited the secret realm bore such ghostly visages. And without exception, they had all been eliminated by Yuan Xiao. That lad seemed intent on actively seeking out other participants to eliminate them. Elder Wu turned to Elder Chun beside him. The latter nodded slightly. He had already discerned the pattern. Even with the boundary continually retracting, the expanse of the Qingyun Mountain secret realm remained substantial, making encounters among participants improbable, in previous innate competitions. Only on the eve of the purge would such a high rate of elimination occur. Thus, the only explanation was that Yuan Xiao was acting with intent. Why would he engage in such a thankless endeavor? Elder Wu was perplexed. Elder Chen remained silent, unable to fathom this aspect either. However, there were numerous things he had not anticipated. For instance, he had not foreseen that this year's innate competition would be turned upside down by disciples from the Wild Peak lineage. In the high skies, amidst the clouds, several peak masters wore grim expressions as they coldly surveyed the scene below. They had been closely monitoring the competition and were aware of Yuan Xiao's mayhem within the secret realm. Initially, they had paid it no mind. How formidable could the disciples of the Wild Peak lineage truly be? Yet as time progressed and the number of eliminations grew, they found themselves unable to remain complacent. For from the mouths of those eliminated, they learned that many had not even had the chance to flee, but had perished at Yuan Xiao's hands. Among them, the disciples from the Symbol Peak. Law Peak and Weapon Peak constituted the overwhelming majority. Scoundrel, upon witnessing yet another 2 maimed disciples from Law Peak being ejected. Law Peak's master, Gao Yuan, could no longer contain himself and erupted in anger. The Wild Peak lineage must be damned. He Meng remained silent, refraining from countering. For the War Peak lineage had also lost a considerable number of disciples to that Yuan Xiao. Thankfully, the fatalities were not many, which was the only solace he could find. There was no need for concern. Once the purge commenced, others would undoubtedly deal with him. When you think about it carefully, exchanging the lives of these ordinary disciples for two promising talents from the Wild Peak is rather worthwhile. Hong Weio remarked with a cold smirk. Hearing this, Gao Yuan and the others nodded in agreement. This was the sole piece of good news for them during this year's innate competition. None of the eliminated disciples had surpassed the 7th level of innate realms, indicating that Yuan Shio's limits were indeed thus. Such combat prowess would be utterly inadequate within the core of Qingyun Mountain. If one did not flee, they would face certain death. Should he be slain within the secret realm, it would be the best outcome. That if he managed to escape, it would also be inconsequential, for the masters of the Three Peaks had already taken notice of him. They would not allow this potential threat to grow unchecked, employing every means to eradicate it, just as they had done with Tang Chun. At the thought of Tang Chun, cold smirks surfaced on the faces of Hong Wuyo and the others. That little rascal had likely met his end within the secret realm. Chapter 43. It is Tang Chun. Almost 5 days have passed since the commencement of the primordial competition. The luminous map suspended above the teleportation portal indicates that the safe zone within the Qingyun Mountain secret realm has significantly diminished. Moreover, the boundary of the secret realm continues to contract relentlessly. At this rate, it will not be long before Qingyun Mountain becomes the sole sanctuary within the entire secret realm. The number of red dots on the luminous map has also dwindled considerably, plummeting from over 3,000 to fewer than 100. In a corner of the Blackstone Square, as the number of participants eliminated from the secret realm increases, the expressions of Gu Chonglong and his companions grow increasingly grave. Fewer than 100 red dots signify that the top 100 of this year's primordial competition have emerged. Yet until now, Tang Chun has yet to make an appearance. As for Yuan Shio, despite causing chaos in the Qingyun Mountain secret realm, the trio is convinced he is an imposter. This implies that the true Yuan Shio is also missing. To be frank, neither Fu Yun, Zhou Xinji, nor Gu Chonglong believes that these two possess the strength to breach the ranks of the top 100 in the competition. Under such circumstances, their mysterious disappearance weighs heavily upon the three like a colossal stone. Simultaneously, others in the square engage in discussion. Why has Yuan Shio suddenly become so formidable? He must have been concealing his prowess all along, biding his time to strike unexpectedly in the primordial competition. Who would have thought that the most unassuming of the barren peaks would yield 3 prodigies? Fu Yun, Yuan Shio, and Tang Chun. So what? The fact remains that Tang Chun has yet to show himself. He has surely been eliminated within the secret realm. Yuan Shio may be riding high now, but have you not noticed? He has only faced participants below the 7th level of the primordial realm. That is likely his limit. As the extermination operation approaches, those at the 8th and 9th levels of participation are not mere soft targets. Indeed, especially Lan Bei. Should they cross paths, he would certainly not spare Yuan Shio. Exactly. Even if he manages to crush his bracelet and escape by some stroke of luck, can he truly evade the gaze of the Three Peak Masters? He may flee for a time, but ultimately, he is destined for a dead end. It's merely a matter of whether he meets his demise sooner or later. Such analyses cause those around to nod in agreement, their expressions rife with astonishment. In a time when talent is scarce, the emergence of 2 extraordinary geniuses should be cause for celebration. Yet now, with Tang Chun presumably dead and Yuan Shio facing inevitable peril, the lineage of the barren peak mourns its misfortune. As the discussions unfold, a low hum reverberates through the air, and 6 teleportation portals materialize simultaneously. And in the next moment, 6 slender figures clad in crimson robes step forth. They are none other than the disciples of the Dan Peak, including Yin Qin. The moment they appear, the once boisterous square plunges into an eerie silence. All eyes are fixed upon them, brimming with confusion. The recently eliminated participants were predominantly vanquished by Yuan Shio, each of whom shares a common trait: disheveled and, in some cases, missing limbs. Yet the 6 before them, including Yin Qin, appear markedly different, although their expressions reflect indignation. Their attire remains immaculate, and their demeanor composed. Did you not encounter that lunatic? One voice cannot contain its curiosity. Lunatic? Yin Qin and the other 5 are taken aback. Which lunatic? Yuan Xiao. The 6 women are even more bewildered. The name rings a bell, yet they cannot recall who it pertains to, let alone claim to have encountered him. How did you fare in your elimination? One of the elders from Dan Peak, sensing something amiss, presses further. We voluntarily withdrew, believing our strength insufficient. The disciples respond, and understanding dawns upon the crowd. And a wonder. The women grow increasingly perplexed, and Yin Qin cannot help but inquire, why is everyone discussing Yuan Xiao? Well, it is as follows. The elder from Dan Peak sighs, recounting the recent events. Moments later, having listened to the elder's narration, the 6 women stare in wide-eyed astonishment. Yin Qin's emotions become exceedingly complex. This Yuan Xiao is the senior brother of that individual. Elder, if he is truly so formidable, why has he remained obscure until now? A female disciple from Dan Peak queries, her brow furrowed in confusion. The elder shakes her head slightly. It is unclear. He may have intentionally concealed his abilities, waiting for the right moment to unleash them in the primordial competition. The others nod in agreement, recognizing this as the most plausible explanation. However, Yin Qin's heart trembles as a thought strikes her. He only targets participants below the 7th level of the primordial realm, striking with swift decisiveness, and possesses an incredibly robust physique. These are all traits attributed to Yuan Xiao by those who have encountered him. Yet, another figure springs to her mind, Tang Chun. Her fellow disciples from Dan Peak also arrive at this realization, their expressions turning peculiar. They had all witnessed Tang Chun's overwhelming slaughter of the disciples from the Symbol Peak, leaving a lasting impression. The characteristics attributed to Yuan Xiao align almost perfectly. Moreover, Tang Chun had claimed the immensely valuable illusory beast demon core, which can be refined to yield the martial skill illusory transformation, granting the ability to mimic anyone without being easily discerned. The 6 exchange glances, each harboring the same conclusion. The one wreaking havoc within the secret realm is not Yuan Xiao, but rather Tang Chun. It is indisputable. What is wrong with you? The elder from Dan Peak notices the unusual behavior of Yin Qin and her companions, her brow furrowing in curiosity. Nothing. Merely finding it hard to believe. Yin Qin regains her composure, discreetly gesturing for the others to remain silent, providing a casual excuse. The elder remains unconvinced, shaking her head slightly. This Yuan Xiao is indeed a genius, but alas, once the extermination operation commences, he will likely be slain by stronger participants. Even if he manages to escape by stroke of luck, he cannot evade the gaze of the 3 Peak Masters. At this point, she shakes her head in lamentation, whispering, "It is tragic and lamentable that the 2 geniuses from the Baron Peak lineage, with Tang Chun snuffed out before he could blossom, now face certain doom with Yuan Xiao." Given that Dan Peak and Baron Peak share an amicable relationship, her sentiments resonate deeply. Yin Qin and her companions exchange increasingly peculiar glances. What expression would these individuals bear if they knew that the lunatic Yuan Xiao they spoke of was, in fact, Tang Chun? After some time, the group intentionally distances themselves from the crowd. "Junior sister, why did you prevent us from speaking?" A female disciple at the 6th level of the primordial realm exclaims indignantly. "That scoundrel has sullied your reputation. Do you not despise him to the core?" The others nod in agreement, chiming in, "If we expose the truth, the Peak Masters will only intensify their resolve to eliminate him." "That scoundrel!" Silence. Yin Qin's expression turns icy, her voice firm as she silences them. Despite her younger status, she holds a special position as the granddaughter of the Dan Peak Master. Her words command respect. And the female disciples fall silent. Once they comply, Yin Qin's demeanor softens. "This matter is his own. It does not concern us. We must not meddle." The others can only nod in acquiescence. "Very well. Everyone has exhausted considerable energy in recent days. Take the time to recover properly and avoid any lingering repercussions." She seems to harbor some concerns, offering one last reminder before stepping aside, choosing not to elaborate further. The few female disciples from Dan Peak exchange glances, their expressions peculiar. "I suspect junior sister has developed feelings for that Tang Chun, which is why she silenced us." One of the female disciples at the 5th level whispers. The others nod in agreement. As women, they can hardly miss the nuances of Yin Qin's feelings. Even if she does not harbor romantic affection, there is undoubtedly something more. Nevertheless, it must be said that Tang Chun is indeed exceptional. With the cultivation of the second level of the primordial realm, he can effortlessly slay those of the sixth level. Such terrifying prowess in crossing levels to defeat opponents likely surpasses that of Lan Xian, the foremost genius of Feiyu's sect. Any woman would be moved by such talent. In stark contrast to the lively outside world, the Qingyun Mountain's secret realm is currently eerily desolate. The boundary at the edge of the secret realm is perilously close to Qingyun Mountain, now under 10 miles away, and the rate of contraction is accelerating at 8t this pace. Within 1 or 2 hours, Qingyun Mountain will become the only safe haven in the entire secret realm. At this moment, in a particular location, Tang Chun, disguised as Yuan Xiao, stands quietly with a spirit sword in hand, mere feet away from the boundary of the secret realm. Occasionally rippling at the boundary, another disciple of the symbol peak clad in white robes stood nearby. Although this individual exuded the fluctuations of innate energy at the 7th level, he was presently drenched in blood, his hair disheveled, and utterly disheveled. The secret realm bracelet adorning his right wrist emanated a faint glow, resisting the encroaching force of teleportation. However, as time slipped away, the radiance of the bracelet waned. When the energy was completely depleted, the bracelet would shatter, and he would no longer be able to withstand the force of teleportation. Facing instant elimination, Yuan Xiao, must you truly leave no room for mercy? Observing the dimming bracelet, the symbol peak disciple grew increasingly anxious, his expression contorted with rage as he exclaimed, "Why do you obstruct my path?" Half an hour prior, he had encountered Yuan Xiao while on his journey that he had intended to swiftly eliminate him, believing it would not hinder his progress to Qingyun Mountain. Yet it had encountered a setback. For reasons unknown, this fellow's combat prowess had surged to an alarming degree, making him a formidable opponent. In that moment of realization, he had chosen to retreat, seeking to enter Qingyun Mountain directly. Yet Yuan Xiao had clung to him like a stubborn leech, relentlessly pursuing him, driving him to the outer boundary of the secret realm. Had it not been for the bracelet temporarily warding off the teleportation force, he would have been eliminated long ago. Tang Chun remained indifferent, merely gazing at him. "It was my fault for attacking you. I can offer you all my contribution points and spirit stones. Please, let me pass, shall we?" The symbol peak disciple's face turned ashen as he proposed once more. Tang Chun continued to be silent, showing no intention of yielding. As the bracelet began to flicker, signaling the imminent depletion of energy, the former could no longer restrain himself. There was no time to delay. "Damn it, get out of my way!" He howled in fury while swiftly casting a talisman, forcing his way into the boundary. Chapter 44. Finally, someone has arrived. This symbol peak disciple was of the innate 7th level, possessing commendable cultivation. The talisman he hurled forth was formidable enough to reach the realm of the innate 8th level, a truly terrifying display. Hiss! The talisman erupted with spiritual light in midair, swiftly transforming into the colossal phantom of a green-scaled python, flicking its blood-red tongue and whipping its powerful tail towards Tang Chun. This talisman was his ultimate life-saving measure, one he had never before utilized. Yet now, in his desperation to breach the boundary, he employed it without hesitation. Bang! The tail of the green-scaled python phantom was immensely thick, its speed so astonishing that it ruptured the air with explosive force. In an instant, it struck Tang Chun's chest with tremendous impact, radiating brilliant light. Thud! A sound resonated like a bell tolling, and the symbol peak disciple was filled with elation. The green-scaled python conjured by the talisman possessed the combat strength of someone entering the innate 8th level. Such a strike would be too much for an ordinary innate 8th level cultivator to withstand. Yuan Xiao's decision to endure this assault was sheer folly. With this strike he would either perish or sustain grievous injury. Indeed, the luminous energy rapidly dissipated, and Yuan Xiao staggered to the ground with a muffled groan. A horrifying gaping hole had formed in his chest. Blood and shattered bones splattered everywhere, and his breath grew alarmingly feeble. "You fool! Now it's my turn to kill you!" The symbol-peaked disciple cackled maliciously as he charged forward, penetrating the boundary. Yet, as his words fell, a voice laced with mockery rang in his ears. Relying solely on talismans, mere inanimate objects, to fight, it seems that all of you from the symbol-peak lineage are indeed worthless. The moment the voice spoke, the disciple felt the scene before him shift rapidly. The severely wounded Yuan Xiao seemed to evaporate into thin air, vanishing without a trace. Where he had stood, a massive, shattered green stone lay quietly. The disciple's pupils constricted sharply, and before he could utter a word, Tang Chen's voice echoed once more. Above your head. Instinctively, he looked up, only to be met with an exceedingly brilliant flash of sword light in his vision. Puffed. The sound of blade piercing flesh resounded as a sharp longsword plunged into his skull. The symbol-peaked disciple trembled violently, succumbing to death. Even in his final moments, disbelief lingered in his eyes. Tang Chun nonchalantly withdrew the longsword, extinguishing the soul of this individual, and confiscated his storage bag. Then, extending his right palm, he twirled it in the air. Collect! As his command resonated, 10 dazzling beams of spiritual light suddenly surged forth from all directions, eventually hovering before him. These were 10 formation flags. The very array he had acquired from senior brother Yin's group days prior upon entering the secret realm. The illusory maze array. This array was remarkably potent, capable of rendering those who entered it temporarily bereft of their 5 senses and spiritual awareness, disorienting them, while also possessing the ability to create illusions. The scene the symbol-peaked disciple had witnessed earlier of the green-scaled python striking Yuan Xiao had merely been a figment of his imagination. In reality, the python had shattered nothing more than a piece of green stone. Although the illusory maze array was limited to affecting cultivators 2 minor realms below the array's creator, Tang Chun was different. As a cultivator of the innate 2nd level, he could contend with those of the ordinary innate 7th level. Thus, the illusory maze array he had personally crafted could even momentarily affect those at the innate 9th level. Additionally, the symbol-peaked disciple had been overly eager to breach the boundary, causing him to miss the anomaly that in this manner, he was effortlessly slain by Tang Chun. After securing the formation flags, Tang Chun once again turned his gaze toward the boundary of the secret realm. Merely a few moments had passed, yet the boundary had receded considerably. The participants below the innate 7th level should have been largely cleared out. Tang Chun murmured softly. Over the past 2 days, he had been prowling around the outskirts of Qingyun Mountain, specifically seeking out trouble with participants below the innate 7th level. To date, he had eliminated nearly 100 participants, over 30 of whom had been directly killed, without even the chance to crush their bracelets and escape. Consequently, he now bore a markedly different demeanor compared to 2 days ago, his entire being shrouded in the scent of blood, and his gaze brimming with a chilling ferocity. The purging operation is about to commence. Tang Chun raised his head, setting his sights on the nearby Qingyun Mountain. The next moment, he stamped his foot, and his figure transformed into a swift arrow. Shooting forth that it was time to intervene. Qingyun Mountain. While referred to as a mountain, its structure was peculiarly unique, resembling a vast labyrinth of concentric chambers. The outermost circle was the activity zone for participants at the innate 7th level. The middle circle belonged to those at the innate 8th level. The central area was exclusively occupied by the elite of the innate 9th level. The core region remained vacant, belonging to no one. When only the final 2 participants remained within the secret realm, that would become the battleground. At this moment, in the outermost region of Qingyun Mountain, over 60 participants at the innate 7th level were seated in meditation. Patiently awaiting their turn, they were tasked with clearing out all participants below the innate 7th level who ventured into this area. Once the area was completely cleared, they would be able to challenge those in the 8th level zone. However, this area, which should have been the most bustling, was currently unsettlingly silent. In fact, this was not a recent occurrence. Some had been waiting here for 3 days, yet they had not encountered a single participant with cultivation below the innate 7th level. This is strange that a robust participant at the 7th level looked up at the still receding boundary of the secret realm. Based on past experiences, during these 3 days, virtually all remaining participants should have gradually arrived here. What on earth is happening? The others shook their heads in response. They too found the situation perplexing. Could it be that this year's participants are all cowards, too afraid to take part in the purge, opting instead to withdraw? Another voice chimed in as soon as their words fell. Someone else interjected. Unlikely to. I have a bold hypothesis. What is it? The crowd turned their attention toward him. The man swallowed hard, tentatively suggesting, is it possible that, and I emphasize possible, there are no participants below the innate 7th level remaining in the secret realm? Upon hearing this, the others initially deemed it absurd. This year's innate competition had over 3,000 participants. Even if most had faltered and been eliminated, surely some stragglers would have made it here, right? Yet, as they pondered further, a chilling realization set in. The boundary of the secret realm had nearly closed in. Yet no one had arrived. It was implausible that all participants below the innate 7th level were hiding within the area between Qingyun Mountain and the boundary. Thus, the only explanation was as the earlier speaker had suggested. There were simply no participants below the innate 7th level remaining in the secret realm. But why had this occurred? Could it be that the sect had temporarily altered the rules of the innate competition, sending all participants below the 7th level away? That seemed unlikely. Let us remain calm and wait a little longer. The previously robust contestant spoke in a deep voice. In 2 hours, the barrier will shrink to our feet. If no one arrives by then, we shall commence the challenge for the second round. The crowd nodded in agreement, accepting his proposal. Soon, the outer area fell silent once more. However, this tranquility was short-lived, shattered by a voice filled with surprise. Look to the west. Someone is approaching. A wave of excitement swept through the crowd as they turned to see the source of the sound. Their gazes landed upon the receding edge of the secret realm's barrier. Beneath it, a figure clad in black robes, wielding a longsword, advanced with a steady pace. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Black robes? Is this person a disciple of the Huangfeng lineage? Someone exclaimed in disbelief that I believe I recognize him. He is Yuan Xiao of the Huangfeng lineage. Yuan Xiao? That useless fellow who spent his days among livestock. But wait, he is merely at the 5th level of the innate realm. How did he make it here? As some sensed the spiritual energy emanating from Tang Chun, their shock deepened. After employing the martial technique Thousand Illusions, Tang Chen's aura had been disguised to match that of Yuan Xiao, rendering his true level undetectable to the others. If they were to discover he was merely at the 2nd level of the innate realm, it would surely terrify them. Perhaps he is just fortunate. Let us not dwell on that. It is time to act, sneered one, a wicked grin spreading across his face. After such a long wait, the arrival of someone filled them with exhilaration. Gentlemen, allow me to take charge. The previously robust contestant stood, cupping his hands in respect to the crowd. His name was Xiao Qianqi, a disciple of the Zhanfeng lineage and a junior of Lan Xian. The crowd nodded in unison, no one dissenting. Before the competition commenced, everyone had witnessed the confrontation between the Huangfeng lineage and the brothers Lan Xian and Lan Bei, and they were aware that Lan Xian had vowed to take their lives. They had to give face to the number 1 genius of the sect. Thank you, everyone, Xiao Qianqi exclaimed joyfully, bowing once more before turning his gaze towards Yuan Xiao. A greedy and sinister smile crept across his lips. If he were to slay this youth, the brothers Lan Xian and Lan Bei would undoubtedly reward him. You worthless fool! How dare you set foot on Qingyun Mountain? Die! A chilling shout erupted as Xiao Tianqi conjured 2 enormous spiritual hammers in his hands. With a resounding crash, the hammers slammed into the ground, creating 2 terrifyingly deep craters. Utilizing the recoil, Xiao Tianqi propelled himself forward, swinging the massive hammers towards Tang Chun. The air trembled and roared with violent force, the sound of sonic booms echoing incessantly. This overwhelming commotion caused many of the 7-level innate realm contestants behind Xiao Tianqi to pale in fear. Even they dared not confront such a powerful strike head-on. Xiao Tianqi's combat prowess was formidable among those at the 7th level, truly living up to his reputation as a junior of Lan Xian. Yet, in the face of such a terrifying assault, Tang Chen's expression remained unfazed. His pace did not falter. He continued to advance steadily. It was not until the heavy hammers were less than 5 zhong from his head that he suddenly clenched his fists and struck outward. Chapter 45. A Dominant Killing Spree. Who dares to intervene? The golden spiritual light radiated brilliantly from Tang Chen's arms, making them appear as though they were cast from pure gold in the blink of an eye. His fists collided with Xiao Tianqi's hammers. The moment their fists met, a dull sound akin to a drum echoed in the hearts of all present. In the next instant, Tang Chen's face flushed slightly as he retreated 3 steps. With each step, he left a 1-inch deep crater in the ground, demonstrating the immense force of the recoil. Yet his arms remained unscathed. In stark contrast, Xiao Tianqi's hands, gripping the hammers, immediately suffered severe injuries. Blood splattered forth as he lost his grip on the hammers, which flew from his grasp. His body was sent hurtling backward like a kite with its strings severed, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. At that moment, the outer area of Qingyun Mountain fell into an eerie silence. Everyone stared in astonishment at the disheveled Xiao Tianqi, rendered speechless. Although Xiao Tianqi was not as gifted as his senior Lan Xian, he was certainly no mediocre talent. His strength was ranked among the upper tiers of the over 60 contestants at the 7th level of the innate realm present. Yet this seemingly invincible figure had been sent flying by a single blow. More importantly, the one who had struck him down, Yuan Xiao, was merely a weakling at the 5th level of the innate realm. What was happening? Even if Xiao Tianqi had underestimated him, it was inconceivable that he would be so easily defeated. Meanwhile, Xiao Tianqi struggled to rise from the ground, his arm feeling as though it had been torn apart. The palm of his hand drenched in blood, he gazed at Tang Chun in a daze. Disbelief etched on his face. Impossible. Senior brother Lan Xian said that all disciples of the Huangfeng lineage are worthless. How could you be so strong? As his words fell, Tang Chun raised an eyebrow. This fellow's familiarity with Lan Xian suggested they hailed from the same faction. Initially, he had no intention of killing, but in that moment, Xiao Tianqi was marked for death. Without further ado, Tang Chun stomped his foot and charged toward Xiao Tianqi once more. After their previous exchange, Xiao Tianqi dared not underestimate him any longer. He let out a low roar. His spiritual energy surged. His already formidable muscles swelled at a visible pace, with gruesome veins bulging forth. His skin rapidly darkened to a sickly hue. This was the unique martial technique of the Zhanfeng lineage, brawny bull body technique. A murmur arose from the crowd. This technique could rapidly enhance physical strength in a short time. As a disciple of the Zhanfeng lineage, Xiao Tianqi's natural physique was already powerful, and with the brawny bull body technique, his combat strength would likely soar. However, this technique came with side effects. Within 3 hours of use, the practitioner would suffer from severe muscle soreness and sluggish spiritual energy. Had Xiao Tianqi gone mad? To be humiliated before so many after being sent flying by a mere 5th-level innate realm weakling would infuriate anyone. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, the two figures clashed once more. Thud, thud, thud. The moment they made contact, the sound of flesh colliding echoed repeatedly. The bone-crunching noises sent shivers down the spines of those present. Such close-quarters combat was the forte of the Zhanfeng disciples, straightforward and brutally effective. Few would choose to engage a Zhanfeng disciple in such a manner. Was that fellow named Yuan Xiao courting death? As the crowd pondered, the brawl between Tang Chun and Xiao Tianqi intensified. The two became mere blurs, entangled in a frenzied exchange of blows, separating and re-engaging, their speed so rapid that the onlookers could hardly track their movements. Soon, blood was spraying, accompanied by muffled grunts. The fight was bound to conclude swiftly. That Huangfeng brat was likely to be torn to shreds by Xiao Tianqi. One bold soul spoke up, predicting the outcome. Just as others were about to echo his sentiments, a voice filled with shock rang out. No, Xiao Tianqi is the one who is injured. What? As the words fell, the crowd's eyes widened in disbelief, their focus snapping to the battlefield. Many even infused their spiritual energy into their eyes to enhance their vision, desperate to discern the actions of the two combatants. Soon, a chorus of gasps erupted. I saw it. Xiao Tianqi is truly injured. How could this be? That Yuan Xiao's physique is stronger than the enhanced Xiao Tianqi. As the crowd gasped in horror, they took in the sight of Xiao Tianqi, who was in a dire state. His body was marred with numerous varying degrees of indentations, resembling a steel plate that had been mercilessly smashed 1,000 times, sending chills down onlookers' spines. Moreover, the edges of these indentations had begun to crack, blood gushing forth from within. They were all inflicted by Tang Chen's fists. In stark contrast, while Yuan Xiu's hair was disheveled and his clothes tattered, he bore no visible injuries whatsoever. The disparity in strength was evident. "You fool! You utter fool!" Xiao Qianqi howled in anguish, his voice laced with unbearable pain. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with a mix of terror and disbelief. After deploying the brawny bull body technique, his physical strength had surged, and he believed he could easily tear apart a fifth-level innate realm practitioner with sheer might. That he had originally thought that dealing with Yuan Xiu would be a walk in the park. Who would have imagined that the latter's physical strength would be even more monstrous? In the mere span of a few breaths, they had exchanged blows over 100 times. Almost every collision left Xiao Tianqi wounded. Not only were the indentations on his body alarming, but the internal injuries were far worse. Numerous meridians and acupoints had been shattered by Tang Chen's terrifying power, and multiple bones lay fractured. Thud! Another resonant sound akin to a bell reverberated as Tang Chen's fist struck Xiao Tianqi's head, sending him hurtling away. That a fist-shaped indentation marred the left side of his skull, appearing exceedingly gruesome. I concede. The excruciating pain caused Xiao Qianqi to tremble uncontrollably. He had finally been terrified into submission. With a hoarse scream, he reached for the mysterious bracelet on his wrist, given the severity of his injuries. Even survival would render him a shell of his former self. It would be better to grant you a swift end. Tang Chen's cold voice rang out as his figure shot toward Xiao Qianqi like a cannonball. Just as the bracelet was about to be crushed in his grip, he had already appeared above the ladder. A brilliant golden light emanated from his right fist. Under the horrified gazes of all, Tang Chen ruthlessly brought his fist crashing down. Boom! This terrifying blow sent Xiao Tianqi's head crashing into his chest cavity. In that instant, every bone in his body buckled under the strain, shattering into dust. Without skeletal support, he crumpled to the ground like a pile of mire, his life extinguished. Tang Chen shook his fist, casually extracting Xiao Qianqi's soul, cradling it in his palm. Then, with a sudden clenching of his fingers, he formed a fist. Bang! A faint shattering sound echoed as he obliterated Xiao Tianqi's soul. It was only at this moment that the remaining onlookers finally regained their senses. The 60 or so gazes directed at Tang Chen were filled with dread. Since his appearance, it had taken merely half a stick of incense for a formidable innate 7th realm warrior to perish. To be utterly crushed and killed in his own area of expertise was unfathomably terrifying. For a brief moment, the area fell into a profound silence. The 60-odd contestants in the innate 7th realm stood dumbfounded, not a single one daring to utter a word. Tang Chen leisurely collected Xiao Tianqi's storage bag, then lifted his gaze to scan the crowd. His indifferent query resonated in each person's ears. I intend to proceed to the next level. Does anyone object? Upon hearing this, a collective shiver ran through the crowd, quickly followed by a surge of anger. This was a blatant humiliation. Yet, Tang Chen paid no mind, striding directly towards the steps leading to the area of the 8th realm contestants. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Finally, someone in the crowd could no longer contain himself, speaking coldly. Step forward and block me. Tang Chen halted, turning to face the speaker. The man felt his breath catch as he met Tang Chen's gaze. Hesitating instinctively, with a scoff, Tang Chen mocked, "If you don't even dare to stop me, what right do you have to shout?" Useless. His disdainful tone struck the contestant like a slap across the face. The man felt a burning sensation on his cheeks. Unable to endure the humiliation any longer, he leapt from the crowd, charging at Tang Chen. This was a disciple from the Law Peak, donned in a purple robe. Also at the innate 7th realm, his spiritual energy comparable to that of the recently fallen Xiao Tianqi. As he struck, he formed a seal with one hand, swiftly conjuring dozens of ethereal spiritual swords before him. With a whistling sound, the myriad sword shadows sliced towards Tang Chen. Unfazed, Tang Chen met the challenge head-on, still relying solely on his physical prowess. Moments later, amidst the cacophony of explosions, bang, 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 He shattered every spell unleashed by the Law Peak disciple with his overwhelmingly powerful physique. Then, moving with terrifying speed, he closed the distance to the man. The Law Peak disciple, skilled in magical techniques and long-range combat, found his physical strength greatly inferior to Xiao Tianqi's. Tang Chun casually struck out with the palm, crushing the disciple's head as if it were a watermelon. After dispatching his foe, extinguishing the soul, and claiming the storage bag, Tang Chen's movements were seamless. Once finished, he invigorated his spiritual energy, shaking off the blood from his body as he continued onward, completely disregarding the other contestants around him. "I'm coming." Another voice rang out, accompanied by a deafening beastly roar. The disciple from the Beast Peak charged towards Tang Chun, riding a demonic wolf of the same innate seventh realm caliber. Yet mere moments later, the wolf's anguish howls pierced the air. Using a shocking display of brute force, Tang Chun tore off all 4 of its limbs. The spiritual beast was nearly the entirety of the Beast Peak disciple's combat strength. With his guardian beast on the brink of death, he dared not continue the fight, directly crushing his mysterious bracelet and fleeing in panic. In a remarkably short span, Tang Chun had slain 2 and eliminated 1. His dominance was unparalleled. What shall we do? No one dares to stop him. Low murmurs filled the crowd, laced with anger. "Oh, you seek death." Someone scoffed, prompting immediate silence. "This Yuan Xiao is simply too strong, so strong that it extinguishes the desire to fight." As a 5th realm cultivator, he brazenly strides into the 8th realm area. Those individuals will undoubtedly not tolerate this. Rather than risk their lives against him, it would be wiser to let him in and allow those powerful individuals to deal with him. Another voice chimed in. Following this, no one dared to voice dissent. Wherever Tang Chun passed, the contestants instinctively parted, clearing a path for him. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, ascending the stairs towards the 8th realm area under the watchful gazes of those who dared not speak out. Chapter 46. Who Dares to Defy? The staircase was not long. Merely over 50 steps in the blink of an eye, he could reach the end. Yet to the 60 contestants, it felt interminably long. For every moment Tang Chun lingered in this area, their hearts hung in suspense. At last, under the complex gazes of hatred, fear, and resentment, Tang Chun stepped onto the final stair. Not far ahead stood a massive, ancient stone door. Beyond it lay the domain of the innate 8th realm contestants. Tang Chun paused, surveying the stone door from top to bottom. Suddenly, his motion halted, his peripheral vision catching a glimpse of the ground beneath him. The hint of confusion flickered in his eyes, quickly transforming into astonishment, then returning to an unruffled demeanor. This series of changes occurred in an instant, unnoticed by the 7th realm contestants who were still fixated on him, waiting for him to push the door open. However, in the next moment, Tang Chun unexpectedly turned, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before he calmly sat down cross-legged before the stone door. The onlookers were taken aback. "Time will tell when I shall enter. Should anyone have grievances, feel free to challenge me at any moment." Tang Chun's serene expression and calm voice echoed throughout the 7th realm area. The 60-odd 7th realm contestants stood frozen, then erupted in collective fury. As a group of 7th realm powerhouses, conceding to a mere 5th realm cultivator was a profound humiliation. Yet this individual was not satisfied. He sought to single-handedly suppress over 60 of them. "Yuan Xiao, do not overstep. You will offend all 6 peaks with your actions. I advise you to tread carefully." In an instant, the crowd was aflame with indignation, voices raised in protest. Regarding the controversy, Tang Chun's response was simple. He formed a loose grip with his right hand, retrieving a sharp spiritual sword from his storage bag, then thrusting it downward. Thud. The sword pierced the ground with ease, vibrating in place. He did not speak. Yet his meaning was unmistakable. "If you have objections, come and fight. Do not whine from below. If you wish to pass, you must first contend with the sword in my hand." This sword was not only embedded in the earth, but also deeply pierced into the hearts of the crowd. Their expressions shifted dramatically, but ultimately, no one stepped forward. Not only was there a high probability that they would not match him, but even if they could defeat him, it would surely come at a devastating cost. Humans are inherently selfish. No one wishes to gamble their lives for another. The 7th realm area fell into a profound silence. Everyone rendered mute. Tang Xin paid them no further heed, slowly closing his eyes. His decision to refrain from immediately entering the eighth realm area and instead meditating at the stone door was not out of a desire to humiliate them, as they assumed. Rather, it was to maximize his strength before entering. While his current combat prowess was indeed extraordinary, it could only be equated to an average eighth realm cultivator at best, if he were to face a particularly formidable eighth realm opponent. Victory would be uncertain. Against a ninth realm cultivator, there would be no chance of success. Once he stepped through the stone door, fierce battles were inevitable, so maximizing his strength during this time was essential. After several days of intense combat, although he had yet to touch the threshold of the second layer of the unextinguished sword body, the refining of his spiritual seed was still incomplete. His own realm had seen significant advancement. Simultaneously, his physical acupoints had been completely opened, totaling 710, only 10 more remained to achieve the pinnacle of 720 acupoints. It is said that once all 720 acupoints are opened, a profound transformation occurs within the human body. Tang Xin intended to seize this moment before the boundary of the secret realm began to contract. Upon this thought, he no longer hesitated. With a swift clap of his palm against the storage pouch, 10 flags transformed into ethereal lights, soaring outward in all directions and embedding themselves into the ground. A resounding hum echoed as the flags pierced the earth, instantly forming the elusive maze that enveloped the entire region of the sevenfold realm. The 60-odd contestants within the sevenfold realm found their vision momentarily obscured. In the blink of an eye, they were ensconced in a vast expanse of white fog, unable to discern their surroundings. What in the world is this? Voices emerged from the mist, yet no figures were visible. The sound was ephemeral, seemingly emanating from an infinite void, rendering it impossible to pinpoint its source. It is the maze of our peak. That scoundrel Yuan Xiao must have eliminated numerous participants. That a disciple from the Law Peak recognized the formation and spoke coldly. How do we break it? It is exceedingly difficult. Only practitioners who are 2 minor realms above him can dismantle it swiftly. He is merely at the 5th level of the innate realm. We are all at the 7th. Surely, it can be breached, but his combat prowess far surpasses that of the 7th realm, came the reply. Silencing further discussion, that it was evident that they would be unable to escape this maze. After erecting the formation to conceal the crowd, Tang Xin wasted no time and directly unleashed the ancient tower of time and space. Plunging into the second layer of space, he promptly activated the blue stone grinding disc, initiating the process of refining his physical body. Simultaneously, beneath Tang Xin's feet, lay a passageway several dozen feet deep, extending from outside Qingyun Mountain to this very spot, the terminus of the passage. Directly below Tang Xin lay a weary figure, panting heavily. That it was Yuan Xiao. He had waited for quite some time outside Qingyun Mountain, yet no contestants had appeared to challenge him. All the participants of the 7th realm were engrossed in meditation. Any slight disturbance would alert them, leaving him no opportunity to infiltrate their ranks. Just as he was on the verge of giving up, someone finally arrived. It was the mysterious powerhouse disguised as him. The moment this individual appeared, he ruthlessly eliminated several contestants, instilling fear in the hearts of the others, who dared not voice their anger. It was then that Yuan Xiao seized the opportunity to burrow into the earth while everyone was preoccupied. He had been deliberately matching his pace to that of the fake Yuan Xiao, remaining directly beneath him at all times. The contestants of the 7th realm did not dare to probe the fake Yuan Xiao with their spiritual senses, thus failing to detect the presence of this mole. However, just moments ago, it seemed that the fake Yuan Xiao had noticed him, sweeping his spiritual sense briefly underground. Yuan Xiao was terrified, his heart racing. This place was filled with contestants of the 7th realm, while he was merely a weak and helpless practitioner of the 5th realm. If discovered, he would surely face dire consequences. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, the fake Yuan Xiao, although aware of him, appeared indifferent. After that brief examination, no further movement ensued. Could it be that he was using my identity in the outside world, feeling indebted to me, and thus compensating me? Yuan Xiao pondered, finding this possibility quite plausible. Yet, in the next moment, he shook off such thoughts. Whatever the case, As long as no one discovered him, he would continue to hide, savoring every moment he could remain undetected. Nevertheless, this impersonator truly exuded an air of authority, akin to a war god. Alone, he had dispatched over 60 contestants of the seventh realm without inciting any resistance, striking fear into their hearts. Now, he sat cross-legged before the stone gate, exuding both arrogance and dominance. He was currently using Yuan Shio's identity, and, in a sense, it could be considered as him basking in the limelight. Yuan Shio thought to himself, feeling quite pleased that this is how impressive I can appear. Meanwhile, beyond the stone gate, the realms of the 8th and 9th levels were not separated by any gates, but rather connected, marked only by a line drawn with a sword. Crossing this boundary would signify a formal entry into the 9th level. At this moment, nearly 30 contestants stood in the 8th level, all glaring intently at a certain spot in the 9th level. Within the 9th level, 5 figures stood. Among them radiated an overwhelming aura of spiritual power, all being bona fide practitioners of the 9th level. Yet, one youth in green stood apart, emanating an aura incongruent with the others. He was Lan Bei of the 7th level. Lan Bei, on what grounds do you presume to enter early? An irate contestant from the 8th level finally could no longer contain himself, shouting in anger. Although Lan Bei possessed formidable combat strength, allowing him to enter the 8th level prior to the commencement of the purge had already bent the rules. To their astonishment, he had audaciously stepped into the 9th level. I could easily obliterate you, Lan Bei replied, casting a disdainful glance at the speaker. What do you say? Shall we test that? Under the weight of his gaze, the challenger fell silent, cowed by fear that he dared not retaliate. Lan Bei had a remarkable track record of slaying practitioners of the 9th level. He was an opponent far beyond his capabilities. Lan Bei, do not provoke trouble. A tall contestant clad in purple robes from the 9th level interjected coldly. Lan Bei shot him a sidelong glance, smirking derisively. Luo Cheng, you worthless fool, are you attempting to defend your junior brother? Luo Cheng, a powerhouse of the 9th level, ranked 72nd on the list of the top 100 practitioners of the 3 realms. As soon as Lan Bei's words fell, Luo Cheng snorted dismissively, his hand forming a fist. With a resounding boom, an enormous shadow of a blade, measuring 10 feet in length, coalesced in the air, crashing down toward him. Lan Bei grinned fiercely, bellowing as his muscles tensed. And he charged forward, his fists ignited with flames, striking fiercely at the shadow of the blade. The sounds of impact reverberated, wild ripples of spiritual power radiating outward, sending shards flying. Many participants of the 8th level turned pale, instinctively retreating several steps, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. The shadow of the blade represented a renowned technique called Blade of Fate from the Law Peak, a mid-tier profound skill. None of the 8th level practitioners dared to face it head-on. However, in stark contrast to the crashing shadow of the blade, Lan Bei remained steadfast, like an immovable mountain. With a resounding thud, he struck out again that a faint cracking sound pierced the air as the shadow of the blade trembled. Fissures appearing along its length, in an instant. The cracks rapidly spread across the entire blade. Moments later, with a thunderous explosion, the shadow of the blade shattered, dispersing into spiritual energy. The terrifying force of the Blade of Fate had been obliterated by Lan Bei's fists. Most astonishingly, he had not shifted an inch from his original position. As the shadow of the blade shattered, Luo Cheng grunted, his complexion paling slightly. The disdain in his gaze toward Lan Bei transformed into deep-seated apprehension. Lan Bei withdrew his fists, glaring down at the gathered crowd. I stand here. Who dares to oppose? An eerie silence fell over the arena. Everyone rendered mute. Chapter 47. Pre-battle breakthrough. Entering the stone gate. The crowd exchanged glances, each pair of eyes reflecting a mix of fear and astonishment. Lan Bei, ranked 73rd on the list of the top 100 practitioners, had previously made numerous challenges to the 72nd ranked Luo Cheng. Although none had resulted in a definitive victor, he had struggled to defend against Luo Cheng's Blade of Fate back then, finding it far from easy. This signified that, within the short span of a few days during the innate competition, this individual's strength had surged tremendously, Truly, he was a younger brother of the prodigy Lan Xian. While his innate talent might not rival that of Lan Xian, it was more than enough to dominate the majority of disciples from the Feiyu sect. No one dared to question why Lan Bei could enter the 9th level early, for he had silenced all dissent with his overwhelming strength. The 3 other practitioners of the 9th level, besides Luo Cheng, held no objections either. Lan Bei's performance was sufficient for them to regard him as an equal opponent, even the most formidable contender in this innate competition. After asserting his dominance in such an audacious manner, Lan Bei nonchalantly settled into a meditative posture. Beginning his cultivation in the preceding days, he had been on a rampage, spending every moment in battle. The capacity of his spiritual sea had expanded to the limits of the 7th realm. He only required a single opportunity to break through that limit and step into the domain of the 8th level. Once that occurred, his strength would soar once more, not far from Lan Bei. Another Law Peak disciple, with long hair cascading down and strikingly handsome features, wore a grim expression. This individual, named Wang Bing, was ranked 70th on the list of the top 100 practitioners and one of the strongest contenders for the title in this innate competition. Prior to entering the secret realm, Lan Bei had not even been his match. Yet now, Lan Bei's sudden surge in power had made him acutely aware of the grave threat he posed. Alongside Wang Bing, the other 3 practitioners of the 9th level, including Luo Cheng, wore equally dark expressions. Although Lan Bei was indeed formidable and possessed the ability to fight above his level, he was still merely an innate practitioner of the 7th level, and had not been taken too seriously before. Now, however, they were compelled to recognize him as their greatest threat, even surpassing the 70th ranked Wang Bing. For talents like Lan Bei, even the slightest breakthrough would yield a tremendous enhancement in combat strength. The 4 individuals exchanged glances. Though words were left unspoken, they instantaneously comprehended each other's intentions, reaching a consensus. Once the grand battle commenced, they would first unite their efforts to eliminate Lan Bei, and thereafter contend for their rankings. The 2 regions fell once more into a profound silence. All present awaited, anticipating the opening of the stone gate and the entry of the 7-layered realm contestants to initiate their challenges outside the secret realm. At the Blackstone Square, a colossal holographic map hovered in mid-air, its boundaries slowly contracting in half an hour. The edge of the barrier would completely coincide with the perimeter of Qingyun Mountain, which would then become the final sanctuary. This signified that the climax of this innate competition was about to unfold. Who, among the participants, would seize the coveted first place? Disciples within the square engaged in fervent discussion. Needless to say, it will undoubtedly be senior brother Wang Bing. Boasted a disciple from the Law Peak that he ranks 70th on the 3 realms 100-strong list, regarded as the strongest beneath the star extreme realm within our sect. Who could possibly rival him? Your confidence is rather excessive, retorted another disciple from the Symbol Peak with a scoff. Although senior brother Chung Feng ranks lower than Wang Bing, his combat prowess cannot be dismissed. Indeed, the outcome remained uncertain. Suddenly, another voice interjected. Have you forgotten Lan Bei? He has previously achieved the terrifying feat of slaying opponents in the 9-layered realm. He cannot be underestimated in his contention against Wang Bing and Chung Feng. I concur. The intensity of the innate competition is exceedingly high, and many may experience breakthroughs mid-competition, especially someone of Lan Bei's prodigious caliber. Disparate opinions were fervently exchanged, yet ultimately, 3 contenders emerged as the frontrunners for the first place. Law Peak's Wang Bing, Symbol Peak's Chung Feng, and Battle Peak's Lan Bei. Not only were the disciples engaged in discourse, but numerous elders were also deliberating the matter. However, amidst this discourse, some were fixated on other concerns, such as the disciples of the Wild Peak. Gu Changlong and his companions were utterly preoccupied, their expressions darkened to the utmost degree. The final battle was about to commence, yet Tang Chun and Yuan Xiao had yet to emerge, reluctantly acknowledging the possibility. It was likely that the 2 had already perished within the secret realm. Fu Yun's face was etched with frost, her right hand gently grasping the hilt of the heavy blade upon her shoulder. A surge of murderous intent bubbling within. Her piercing gaze swept across the gathered groups from the Law Peak, Battle Peak, Artifact Peak, and Symbol Peak. If Yuan Xiao and Tang Chun had fallen, the culprits would undoubtedly be among these four factions. Do not act impulsively, Gu Changlong cautioned, noticing her agitation. Are we to simply let this go? Fu Yun's voice was as frigid as I see. Yu Changlong's expression darkened, shaking his head slightly. You and Shun Ji are still young, with boundless potential that if you act rashly, you will only jeopardize your futures. Fu Yun's countenance grew even colder, and as she prepared to retort, he abruptly raised his hand. Leave this matter to me. Both Fu Yun and Zhou Shenji were taken aback by his words. We of the Wild Peak have lain in wait for far too long, to the extent that they regard us as the weakest and most inconspicuous sect, free to insult and trample upon us. Gu Changlong began, his voice somewhat hoarse. Yet in the next moment his tone shifted. However, these individuals seem to have forgotten that the second strongest in the history of Feiyu sect hails from our Wild Peak. As he spoke, his previously stooped back began to straighten. A palpable aura of vengeance infused his words. If the third and fourth fall, I will personally avenge them, and no one shall stand in my way. As he spoke, he slowly raised his gaze toward the clouds above, where the Peak Masters resided. What does the Master intend to do? Openly defy the Peak Masters. But he is merely of the innate nine-layered realm. Labeled as the most useless elder, what confidence or power does he possess to challenge those Peak Masters of at least the spiritual aspect realm? Fu Yun and Zhou Shenji found Gu Changlong's declarations absurd. Yet almost instantaneously, that thought dissipated. Despite his usual frivolity and the unreliability of his words, for some inexplicable reason, both felt an inkling of belief at that moment. Their master might truly achieve it. If it comes to that, you two should seek refuge with the Dan Peak. Yen Ryu will ensure your safety. Do not act foolishly. You are the last bloodline of the Wild Peak, Gu Changlong admonished before falling silent. Exchanging glances filled with gravity, Fu Yun and Zhou Shenji understood the weight of the situation. Simultaneously, within the ranks of the Dan Peak, Yan Qinqin wore a complex expression as she listened to the myriad discussions around her. In her heart, the contender most likely to claim first place was not the widely discussed Wang Bing or Cheng Feng, nor the prodigious Lan Xian's talented brother, Lan Bei. Instead, it was Tang Chun. The moment that thought surged forth, she was taken aback. That individual, despite his formidable combat strength, was merely of the innate second-layer realm. Comparing him to Wang Bing and Lan Bei seemed utterly ludicrous. What qualifications did he possess to vie for first place? Yan Qinqin questioned herself. Yet, inexplicably, once that thought lodged itself in her mind, it refused to dissipate. Damn that rascal, she muttered under her breath, feeling flustered. That scoundrel had tarnished her reputation, and his indifferent demeanor was utterly loathsome. Yet why did he persistently invade her thoughts? That knave had yet to emerge. He had surely been slain, and she should be elated. As time progressed, the barrier at the edge of the secret realm drew ever closer to Qingyun Mountain. Now within mere 10 paces, in the area where the 7-layered realm contestants were situated, over 60 participants remained ensnared within the maze array, 3 hours having elapsed before the massive stone door leading to the 8-layered realm. The time-space ancient tower continued to hover, emanating a dim golden light. At a certain moment, a tremor coursed through the time-space ancient tower, the golden light intensifying dramatically in the next instant. Tang Chun, eyes closed and in a meditative posture, materialized out of thin air. With a thought, he stowed the time-space ancient tower and slowly opened his eyes, their brilliance piercing. Rising to his feet, he casually twisted his neck and clenched his fists. A series of cracks echoed from within his body as a powerful aura radiated from him. Innate third-layer realm. Utilizing the final moments, he had successfully broken through to the innate third-layer realm before entering the 8-layered region. His internal acupoints had also connected to a total of 719, that only one acupoint remained. Tang Chun had initially intended to push through to connect all 720 acupoints before emerging. However, with the barrier of the secret realm now within sight, he had no more time to spare. With a gentle exhale, Tang Chun swiftly assessed his combat strength. The breakthrough in his realm, combined with the increased number of connected acupoints, had significantly enhanced the strength of his physical form. At present, he could effortlessly tear apart a seven-layered realm cultivator with his bare hands, in a full exertion. An average eight-layered realm opponent would not stand a chance against him. This meant that his true combat strength was now equivalent to that of an ordinary innate ninth-layered realm cultivator. Should he reach the sword intent realm or condense a spiritual seed, his strength would undoubtedly soar even higher. Alas, Tang Chun murmured, feeling somewhat regretful. Yet, he quickly shook off the sentiment with a carefree smile. The terrifying enhancement he had experienced upon entering the secret realm had already exceeded expectations. Perhaps he had been too greedy. In truth, with his current strength, he was already capable of safeguarding himself in the impending chaos. Even against Lan Bei, he could certainly hold his ground. Enough, it is time to enter. Tang Chun mused, casting one last glance at the encroaching barrier of the secret realm before clearing his mind of distractions. He then reached out his hand. With a whoosh, 10 array flags were swiftly retracted. The maze array vanished in an instant. The over 60 bewildered, seven-layered realm contestants found their surroundings shifting, returning to the designated area. In the next moment, numerous wary and apprehensive gazes were directed at him. Tang Chun paid them no heed and slowly turned around. He then extended his right palm, resting it upon the stone door, and exerted a sudden force. With a thunderous roar, the massive door slowly creaked open. Chapter 48. His life is mine to claim. Meanwhile, behind the door as the sound echoed, Lan Bei and the others opened their eyes, their gazes fervently fixed on the stone gate. It's here. The battles in the outer regions should have concluded, and the contestants below the seven-layered realm had been eliminated. Next, it would be the seven-layered realm challenging the eight-layered realm, and the eight-layered realm challenging the nine-layered realm. Ultimately, the first place would be determined. As the imminent grand battle loomed, even the prodigies such as Lan Bei and Wang Bing felt a surge of anticipation and fervor in their hearts. After decades of arduous cultivation, they had waited for this very moment. Securing the top position in the innate competition and acquiring the core of the sea-transcending Jiao, thereby swiftly advancing to the Star Extreme realm, was a dream cherished by all innate cultivators. The stone gate began to widen increasingly. "Gentlemen, let us strike swiftly," exclaimed a bald, muscular disciple from the eighth layer of the battle peak, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Let these seventh-layer fellows witness the vast chasm that lies between us." The other nearly 38th-layer powerhouses nodded in agreement, their eyes glinting with determination. Though they remained here to wait, most were acutely aware that they had little chance of entering the top 10. Thus, a common thought resonated among many: to unleash their full might against the seventh-layer challengers, kill, if possible, and seize their spoils such as storage bags and spirit treasures. Once sufficiently satiated with slaughter, they would simply crush their secret realm rings and depart. As for challenging the ninth-layer area, that was the domain reserved for the true geniuses. Boom, boom, boom. The 30-odd eighth-layer cultivators began to channel their spiritual power, their formidable auras rising one after another. Concurrently, the colossal stone gate swung wide open. Tap, tap, tap. In the next moment, footsteps echoed. A slender figure clad in a black robe, wielding a spirit sword, stepped forth into the gaze of the crowd. The instant he appeared, the previously surging waves of terrifying spiritual energy froze. Everyone in this area was momentarily dumbfounded. Why is only one person coming? Where are the others? And this person is, as dozens of gazes fixed upon the visage of this figure. The entire area fell into a profound silence. Yuan Xiao? Voices of shock, distorted by disbelief, resounded from all directions. The individual who had entered through the stone gate was none other than Yuan Xiao from the Huangfeng lineage. In the ninth-layer area, Lan Bei could no longer maintain his composure, his expression frozen in shock. How did this waste of the fifth layer of innate reach here? No. How has he not been eliminated yet? Are those seventh-layer participants utterly useless? The arrival of Tang Chun was akin to a bucket of ice water poured over everyone, leaving them in stunned silence. At the very moment Tang Chun stepped into this area. Beneath the ground, Yuan Xiao, like a groundhog, began to burrow. The instant Tang Chun crossed through the stone gate, he too silently slipped inside, promptly employing the tortoise breath technique to mask all his presence. In ordinary circumstances, with the powers of Wang Bing, Lan Bei, and others, They could easily detect his intrusion. Yet the shock of Tang Chen's arrival left them no time to consider anything else. Thus, Yuan Xiao seamlessly blended in. Tang Chun withdrew his gaze from the ground, no longer pondering, and raised his head to regard the dazed faces of those within the area, even though they were all lost in thought. The overwhelming presence of so many 8th and 9th layer cultivators still exerted a formidable pressure, far surpassing that of the 7th layer challengers outside. A fierce battle loomed. Tang Chen's eyes sharpened slightly, and he slowly tightened his grip on the spirit sword. Where are the others? Finally, an 8th layer participant spoke up coldly, demanding an answer. Without uttering a word, Tang Chun tilted his chin slightly towards the stone gate. Everyone turned to look and quickly noticed that several 7th layer participants were hiding behind the gate, peeking in to observe the situation. Why are you worthless lot not entering? A chilling voice rang out across the area. The 7th layer participants, hearing this, were complex expressions, yet none dared to step inside. They were all watching, eager to see how the situation unfolded. What is happening? It seems this group is extremely fearful of the 5th layer Yuan Xiao. The strange reactions of the 7th layer contestants left everyone baffled. Is this a place where scum like you can tread? Suddenly, a mocking laugh echoed. Lan Bei, standing in the 9th layer area, stomped his foot, and his figure instantaneously transformed into an afterimage, hurtling towards Tang Chun. Flames ignited around his right fist as he aimed a powerful punch at the latter. Boom! The spiritual energy erupted, shattering the air. And Lan Bei's punch was terrifyingly formidable, causing many to change color in fear, particularly the 30-odd 8th layer participants present, their eyes wide with horror. Few among them could withstand this punch. Everyone knew that Lan Bei had harbored animosity towards Yuan Xiao and Tang Chun even before their arrival. However, no one had anticipated that Lan Bei would choose to strike outright. Tang Chen's gaze sharpened, his knees slightly bending in preparation to meet the attack. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Lan Bei, isn't it against the rules to act now? Wang Bing swiftly formed a hand seal. The air distorted, and an icy blue wall of spiritual energy materialized between Tang Chun and Lan Bei. What business is it of yours? Lan Bei scoffed. Undeterred, his fist crashing against the wall of spiritual energy. Boom! A muffled sound erupted as the wall shattered. Lan Bei continued his charge towards Tang Chun. Roar! In the next instant, talismans fluttered, and a powerful phantom of a demon tiger coalesced, roaring as it lunged at Lan Bei. Chung Feng, one of the 4 9th layer participants, wore a cold expression and chose to intervene. Lan Bei's face darkened further. His muscles bulged as he engaged in a fierce struggle with the tiger phantom, which possessed the strength of an 8th layer beast. Moments later, he unleashed a punch that obliterated it. Bang! Bang! 2 more sounds of landing echoed. Luo Chung, ranked 72nd on the 100-strong list, and another short figure, a 9th layer disciple from the weapon peak bearing a massive hammer, rushed out, positioning themselves between Tang Chun and Lan Bei. Lan Bei finally halted, his gaze sweeping over the 2. Luo Chung, Sun Jibiao. Are you 4 really going to block me? His expression was dark, almost dripping with malice. Though he was strong and unafraid of any one of them, facing 4 adversaries simultaneously left him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. This is not personal. It's merely adhering to the rules, Wang Bing replied coldly. The regulation for the extermination operation is to challenge in an orderly fashion. You cannot strike until the 8th layer participants have dealt with those from the outside. Lan Bei's voice turned frigid. I will only kill him. I will not touch anyone else. Who would believe your words? Luo Chang sneered, and if we allow you to kill that brat, it would be tantamount to breaking the rules. What would the other 8th layer participants think? Many 8th layer cultivators nodded in agreement, affirming rules must not be broken. Very well. After a moment of silence, Lan Bei inhaled deeply, his malevolent gaze slowly sweeping over Wang Bing and the other 3. He then turned his attention back to Tang Chun, a sinister smile spreading across his lips. That waste of a junior brother of yours should have already been slaughtered, right? What a pity. I wanted to do it myself. However, killing you will suffice. Lan Bei extended his right hand, a fierce killing intent emanating as he made a throat-slitting gesture before turning to the numerous 8th layer participants. letting this waste in here. I will claim his life. Whoever dares to touch him will meet their demise. The chilling voice echoed in their ears, making the 8th layer contestants shudder, their expressions grim. This was an overt threat. Yet, no one dared to refute Lan Bei. They feared his strength, but even more so, they feared his monstrous brother, Lan Xian. No one spoke. Their silence was an agreement. Lan Bei's sinister grin widened as he provocatively gazed at Tang Chun. Since you've come, I shall let you step into the 8th layer area without requiring you to fight. Oh, you dare. Tang Chen's expression remained calm as he lifted the long sword. Taking a step forward, under the watchful eyes of many, he walked towards the area designated for the 8th layer, ultimately crossing the boundary and formally entering the 8th layer area, behind the stone gate. Numerous 7th layer participants watched this scene unfold, a mix of envy, regret, unwillingness, and satisfaction coursing through them. They envied Yuan Xiao for being able to enter the 8th layer without bloodshed. Regret and unwillingness filled them as the battle between the 8th and 9th layers was about to commence, leaving them with no further opportunities. Satisfaction, however, arose from the anticipation of Yuan Xiao being slain by Lan Bei. The barrier will soon close. Let us depart to avoid being caught in the aftermath. Someone spoke up, hastily shattering their hand ring to teleport away. The remaining 7th layer participants followed suit, unwilling to step through the stone gate, but unable to linger any longer. They could only choose to eliminate themselves. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The teleportation portals continued to manifest, and soon over 67th layer participants had swiftly departed. Outside, in the black stone square, the space trembled as numerous teleportation portals simultaneously appeared, watching as one after another emerged from the gates.